I clearly possess the qualifications to awaken and summon divine beings as a lord. Yet everyone mocks me as a useless person. Even my fiancé pressures me to hand over the lord core to my brother. All because I awakened the lowest tier human lord talent, which is not enough to support summoning legendary divine beings. Just when I was in despair, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in my ears. The Heavenly Father critical hit system is activated, triggering system tasks. Option 1, hand over your lord core and become a useless person. But you might gain a sliver of pity from your fiancé. Option 2, break through yourself and angrily call him a fool. Reward, 1 million critical hit rate, plus 1 million critical hits for lord summons, and 1 million for random legion summons, plus 1 critical hit for lord talent. Seeing the system suddenly appear before me, I was momentarily stunned. I almost forgot that I am a transmigrator. Isn't it reasonable to have a god-defying system? At this moment, my fiancé Lu Qingqing looked at Gu Xiaoqi with disdain, urging him to quickly offer up the lord core. To brother Xiao Yang, if you still want me to pay attention to you, hand it over quickly, otherwise, I won't say a word to you from now on. Listening to Lu Qingqing's incessant nagging, I felt a strong sense of disgust. Can you just shut up already? If you love giving so much, why don't you offer up your own lord core? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the choice. System binding successful, rewards are being distributed. Host, Gu Xiaoqi, Lord Race, Human, Lord Talent, Earth Tier, Territory Population, 100, Current Villain Lord Level, Unranked, Overall Evaluation is. Looking at the final line of the system panel's overall evaluation, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. The system is truly straightforward. After a moment, I found a quiet place and immediately decided to enhance my Earth Tier talent, using the Spirit Lord, with 1 million critical hits. Host Spirit Lord, talent is currently undergoing critical hits. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved a critical hit and obtained the SSS level talent, the only human emperor. Wow, I was already mentally prepared for this. But seeing my talent, which went from the worst Earth Tier critical to an SSS level talent, was astonishing. And it's the Emperor of Humanity, the Lord of all beings. This is truly stable. Just as I was marveling at this, a phenomenon of purple energy rising appeared above the academy, with divine beasts kneeling, but it lasted only a few seconds. The principal, inspecting the academy, changed his expression drastically upon witnessing this scene. He hurriedly asked the director beside him if there were any awakening ceremonies still happening in the academy. The director shook his head in response. Hearing the director's answer, the principal furrowed his brows. Such an unprecedented phenomenon in 100 years could not be mistaken. Someone in the academy must be awakening, and their talent level could not be lower than S tier, otherwise, legendary divine beasts would not kneel in submission. He ordered all the teachers in the academy to stop what they were doing and count the students in each class to see who was absent at the start of class. Yunhai No. 3 High School has been at the bottom of the city for 5 years. Finding this awakening student is their only hope for a turnaround this year. Meanwhile, I was immersed in the joy of discovering the human emperor. SSS level talent, the only human emperor. Passive skill, ancestor of humanity, carries the majesty of the human emperor, causing all human subjects to feel awe towards the host. If they oppose the host, their territory will suffer significant negative debuffs. The host's territory includes the Eagle Spirit Legion, which receives 100-fold growth at all times. Speed bonus, no active skills. Active skills require skill books, which someone like me, who has never been favored, naturally cannot possess. But just having one passive skill is already enough to turn the tables. With the inherent majesty attribute, anyone who dares oppose me essentially brings their own weakness. Moreover, my territory can receive 100-fold growth speed bonus 24 hours a day. This is equivalent to other lords just upgrading their territory to a village, while I have already upgraded my territory to a city. And this gap will continue to widen over time. Snapping back from the joy of my god-defying talent, I turned my attention to the other 2 critical hit rewards. System, please help me summon the heroic spirits. Request from the host received. Summoning heroic spirits. Detecting that the host is summoning heroic spirits, triggering the 1 million critical hit rate for heroic spirit summons. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned an SSS level heroic spirit, Demon Lord Li Yuanba. At this moment, within my territory, a towering man enveloped in endless demonic energy suddenly descended, wielding a pair of ribbed golden hammers. I was about to enter the territory to observe Li Yuanba up close. However, the loudspeakers around me blared, asking any students lingering in the academy to immediately. Hearing the broadcast, I had no choice but to stop. In the classroom of Senior Year 3, Class 7, Luo Yu was counting the students according to the notice. The only seat left in the entire class was in the last row by the window. Seeing this, Luo Yu frowned and asked, "Where is Gu Xiaoqi? Do you know where he went?" All the students turned to look at Lu Qingqing, who was sitting in the front row. The teacher replied, "Gu Xiaoqi told me he can't learn anything in the academy and doesn't want to waste his time here." Then I say just ignore him, isn't he only good at academics? In the end, he awakened the worst human talent. What good is good academic performance if he's destined to live like a beast? Lu Qingqing said this without a hint of shame. Thinking back to how I dared to insult him, Lu Qingqing felt an anger rising within her. How dare that pathetic sycophant, who follows her every day, insult her? Hearing Lu Qingqing publicly humiliate me, Luo Yu, the homeroom teacher, furrowed his brows to intervene, but he was interrupted as I shouted from the classroom door. Lu Qingqing, still mocking me, was momentarily stunned. Then I walked straight past Lu Qingqing in the front row and sat back down in my seat. Just as Lu Qingqing had calmed down, she started hopping mad again, simply because I dared to ignore her as I passed by. But before Lu Qingqing could erupt, Luo Yu announced the afternoon schedule. This afternoon, the academy arranged for our senior year 3, class 7 to spar with class 1. Class 1 is the key class of Yunhai No. 1 high school, where almost all the talented students are concentrated. All the talented students are gathered in class 1. In contrast, the most outstanding Lord Talent in senior year 3, class 7, is Lu Qingqing, who awakened a B-tier Lord Talent from the Shuawu clan. To put it nicely, it's a spar. To put it bluntly, it's just being a punching bag for class 1. After the announcement, Luo Yu asked everyone to warm up, as we would soon head to the Lord's arena. Lu Qingqing was the first to leave the classroom, and before she stepped out, she shot me a fierce glare. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing affectionately linked arms with brother Gu Xiaoyang. "What are you doing here?" I was abandoned by the Gu family at the orphanage since I was little, and Gu Xiaoyang is their favorite child. I awakened the devouring insect Lord Talent, but I'm extremely weak at the moment. Only after devouring the Lord's core can I show my true strength, which is why I was brought back. Lu Qingqing pretended to cry a little and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, I just asked Gu Xiaoqi to hand over the Lord's core to you quickly. You are the hope of the Gu family and of Great Xia." But he not only refused to give it up but also scolded me, and furthermore, "What's wrong?" Gu Xiaoyang stood up from his chair, visibly angry. And he even scolded brother Xiaoyang, saying you still have the Gu family. Gu Xiaoyang's expression darkened, and after a moment, he calmed Lu Qingqing down, saying he would make me understand the real difference this afternoon. On the other side, I was immersed in the Lord's world, and upon seeing Li Yuanba, I was so shocked that I couldn't speak. He looked like a demon, gaunt and skeletal. I truly couldn't reconcile the Li Yuanba before me with the one from my memories, who stood alone against millions, unfazed by the countless armies, like a demon lord. The two images seemed to overlap. I even doubted whether the Li Yuanba in front of me could lift the pair of iron hammers lying on the ground. Perhaps sensing my doubt, Li Yuanba casually picked up the pair of hammers from the ground with ease. Grinning at me, he said, "Don't let my skinny appearance fool you, I have plenty of strength." Li Yuanba is 16 years old, of the human race, with the title of Heavenly Demon Lord, wielding an SSS-rated black iron weapon, the War Drum's golden hammer. His black iron mount is the Misty Cloud cover. His passive skill, Frenzy, causes him to enter a frenzied state during every intense battle. This will put him into a demonic state, reducing his intelligence to 0 while greatly boosting all attributes, causing a loss of 1 point of intelligence each time. His permanent passive skill, Bloodthirsty Demon, converts every kill in battle into attribute points. Each kill translates into 1 attribute point, which can stack infinitely, but the side effect is a bloodthirsty nature. Strength, 100, Speed, 50, Intelligence, 20, Defense, 1. Looking at Li Yuanba's stats, I couldn't help but gasp. Not to mention how outrageous his 2 innate passive skills are. Just looking at his stats, the 4 main attributes show that intelligence is predictably low, but it surprisingly has 20 points. With 50 points in speed, this is already outstanding for a black iron summon. As for strength and defense both being 100 points, that's truly exaggerated. It is known that according to the records in the Lord's Soul Chronicles, the highest single attribute for a black iron soul has never exceeded 80 points. The holder of this record is one of the only 2 supreme lords, the Dragon Lord of Destiny from Huaxia. At that moment, a large hand suddenly slapped me. "Xiaoqi, didn't you hear what Lu Qingqing said? Hand over the Lord's core." Li Yang asked me anxiously. I stared at the young man in front of me, slightly dazed, and after a while, I finally recalled his figure from my memories. Li Yang is one of my few friends and often stands up for me. Lu Qingqing has always looked down on me, but Li Yang has defended me more than once and advised me to give up and stop being a doormat. Remembering everything Li Yang has silently done for the original owner, a warm feeling surged in my heart. Having lived 2 lives, I can easily tell if someone is sincere. Seeing me still in a daze, Li Yang shook me anxiously. Stop being so daft, say something. I smiled, waved my hand to Li Yang, and reassured him, don't worry, I'm not that foolish. From now on, I won't have any contact with him. Don't mention him again in the future either. Li Yang looked slightly suspicious, wondering what was going on today. In the past, whenever he urged me to give up on Lu Qingqing, I always strongly opposed it. Just before, he almost cut ties with Lu Qingqing because of me, and now this. It's good that you've finally come to your senses. I heard from your classmates that you're going to spar with Class 1 later. In response to Li Yang's inquiry, I nodded. Li Yang looked worried. Be careful, I think Lu Qingqing is definitely going to cause trouble. Make sure you don't let her get to you this afternoon. Don't worry, I smiled. Alright, don't worry, I assured him with a smile. If Lu Qingqing doesn't provoke me this afternoon, nothing will happen. But if she insists on bothering me, I won't hold back. She'll get a taste of Li Yuanba's hammer. I wonder how many blows Lu Qingqing's Snow Fox clan can withstand from Li Yuanba. After sending Li Yang off, I headed toward the Lord's chamber. Inside the Lord's chamber, Lu Qingqing was linking arms with Gu Xiaoyang, calling him Brother Xiaoyang repeatedly. Gu Xiaoyang felt the warmth at his wrist and glanced around the Lord's chamber, not seeing that familiar figure, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Brother Xiaoyang, are you looking for that useless Gu Xiaoqi? No need to look for him. He probably heard that he has to spar with Class 1 this afternoon and got scared. It's no wonder the Gu family abandoned him with such a useless talent. Everyone in the Lord's chamber heard Lu Qingqing's taunts, but no one dared to refute them, as what she said was the truth. In this world where everyone is a lord, weakness is a sin, and the weak are not worthy of sympathy. Besides, who doesn't know that the real heir of the Gu family in Yun City is something else entirely? They wouldn't offend the true heir of the Gu family just because of a low-level lord's talent. Gu Xiaoyang felt quite pleased with Lu Qingqing's public mockery. However, on the surface, he pretended to be concerned for his brother, saying, Qingqing, don't say that. It's not my brother's fault that his talent is poor. Rather, I, having taken advantage of my status as the young master of the Gu family for so many years, should make it up to him. As soon as these words left his mouth, those in the room who wanted to flatter Gu Xiaoyang immediately jumped in, showering him with praise. I stood at the door and listened for a while, noting how everyone was trying to flatter Gu Xiaoyan while putting me down. However, Gu Xiaoyang is quite something, a real green tea prince. It's no wonder that even after Yuanshan returned to the Gu family, he was still treated like a dog by this adopted son, Gu Xiaoyang. Compensate me? How would you do that? By generously allowing me to give you the right to devour the Lord's core? My sudden appearance plunged the entire Lord's chamber into a brief silence. The smug smiles on Lu Qingqing and Gu Xiaoyang's faces immediately froze. But Gu Xiaoyang quickly regained his composure, putting on a gentle smile as he said, Brother, you're here. I was just saying I should properly compensate you. I scoffed and slowly walked into the Lord's chamber, saying, Oh? I'm quite curious about how you plan to compensate me. Gu Xiaoyang feigned sincerity and said, Brother, I know your awakened talent isn't ideal. As your younger brother, I think I should help you. How about this, you give me the Lord's core, and I promise to take good care of you, ensuring you live comfortably in the Gu family. Upon hearing this, the others in the Lord's chamber showed approving expressions. They saw Gu Xiaoyang's proposal as very generous. However, I was not grateful at all. Take care of me? You want me to be a dog for the Gu family? This statement plunged the entire Lord's chamber into silence once again, as everyone couldn't believe that I, usually so timid, dared to speak to Gu Xiaoyang this way. Gu Xiaoyang suppressed his anger and said, Brother, why would you say that? I genuinely want to help you. I replied with a cold laugh, Help me? You think your weak devouring reorganization talent qualifies you to help me? This caused another uproar in the Lord's chamber, as everyone couldn't believe their ears. I actually dared to look down on his talent like this. Gu Xiaoyang's expression darkened as he asked, Brother, what do you mean by that? I dismissed him with a scoff, saying, Literally, your little strength isn't even worthy of my attention. Gu Xiaoyang could no longer maintain his facade of kindness. It seemed that I was not planning to leave him any way out. In that case, he shouldn't blame me for being rude. Having said that, Gu Xiaoyang suddenly unleashed his lordly pressure, instantly filling the entire chamber with an overwhelming aura. The others present quickly stepped back, their faces showing signs of fear. Even Lu Qingqing began to tremble involuntarily. However, in the face of Gu Xiaoyang's pressure, I stood my ground, even yawning. Gu Xiaoyang's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by greater anger. Gu Xiaoqi, don't think your little strength can compete with me. Hand over the Lord's core now, and I can still let you have a place in the Gu family. Otherwise, you won't even qualify to be a dog for the Gu family. I scoffed, a dog of the Gu family? I think you're quite suited for that role. Gu Xiaoyan was completely infuriated. Gritting his teeth, he said, very well, since you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, he was about to strike. However, at that moment, Teacher Zhao and Luoyu from Class 1 intervened just in time to stop our conflict. Teacher Zhao frowned and said, you two need to calm down. This is school, not a place for fighting. If you have grievances, discuss them during the spar this afternoon. Luoyu also advised, yes, let's all just calm down for now. Gu Xiaoqi, you go sit over there for a bit. Gu Xiaoyang, don't be too impulsive. After we were separated, the atmosphere in the Lord's chamber eased up a little. However, everyone could still sense the tense atmosphere lingering in the air. I sat in a corner, closing my eyes to rest, unfazed by the unusual looks from others, instead beginning to contemplate the spar this afternoon. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in my mind, detecting that the host was about to face a battle and asking if I wanted to summon a legion. I was delighted, I almost forgot about that, so I silently responded in my mind, summon the legion. Confirming legion summon. Summoning detected, triggering a 1,000,000% random legion summon crit. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned an SSS-rated legion, the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals Legion. Heavenly Soldiers and Generals, SSS level, with a quantity of 10,000, belonging to the Celestial race with the talent of Divine Might. SSS level skill, Celestial Power, which boosts all attributes by 100% during battle. Skill 2, Thunder's Wrath, which summons heavenly lightning to attack enemies, causing devastating damage. Skill 3, Undying Body, allowing resurrection within 12 hours after death, with the trait of absolute loyalty to the Lord, never betraying. Seeing the attributes of this legion, I felt a surge of confidence. With this legion, what do I have to fear from Gu Xiaoyang? Even if the whole Gu family comes at me, I'm confident I can trample them all. Just as I was feeling smug, Teacher Zhao announced the specifics for the afternoon spar. This afternoon's spar will be conducted in a one-on-one format, and everyone must participate. The opponents will be decided by drawing lots, and the purpose of the spar is for everyone to learn from each other and enhance their strength. So I hope everyone will go easy and not use excessive force. Hearing this arrangement, a cold smile crept onto my lips. It seems I have a chance to really teach some people a lesson. Soon, the lunch break ended, and everyone gathered on the school playground. Several sparring areas had already been set up on the playground. There were also protective barriers around to prevent any energy from the sparring stones from harming bystanders. The drawing of lots began. When it was my turn, I calmly stepped forward to draw a slip of paper. Upon opening it, I was met with the three characters, Lu Qingqing. A slight smile curled at the corners of my mouth. Truly, this was a stroke of luck. Lu Qingqing was taken aback when she saw she was going to battle Gu Chang'e, but then a smug smile appeared on her face. Gu Chang'e, it seems even the heavens are helping me. Today, I will let you know just how pathetic your useless talent is. Gu Chang'e shot her a cold glance and said nothing. Soon, the practice match officially began. The other duels were relatively calm, with everyone adhering to the principle of holding back. Finally, it was Gu Chang'e and Lu Qingqing's turn. The two stood at opposite ends of the practice arena, and Lu Qingqing looked at Gu Chang'e with arrogance. Gu Chang'e, I advise you to admit defeat now while you still can. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too harsh later. Gu Chang'e remained silent, simply watching her quietly. Seeing Gu Chang'e's silence, Lu Qingqing became even more pleased with herself. It seems you intend to stubbornly resist. Good. Let everyone see just how easily you can be defeated. With that, Lu Qingqing suddenly unleashed her lordly pressure. A chill instantly enveloped the entire practice arena, and a thin layer of ice formed on the ground. Did you see that? This is the power of my Snow Fox clan talent. Lu Qingqing said triumphantly, what can your useless human talent do against me? However, in the face of Lu Qingqing's pressure, Gu Chang'e remained unmoved. He said lightly, is that all? Lu Qingqing's expression changed, and she angrily retorted, you're seeking death. With that, she charged at Gu Chang'e, simultaneously unleashing an ice attack. However, just as the ice was about to hit Gu Chang'e, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the sky, blocking in front of him. Boom! The ice shattered upon colliding with the golden light. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. What had just happened? As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a celestial general clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear. Celestial soldier? Someone exclaimed. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. That's right, this is my legion, celestial soldiers. At this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. No one could believe that Gu Chang'e actually possessed a legendary legion of celestial soldiers. Lu Qingqing's face turned pale as she looked at the scene before her in disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't you only have a D-grade human talent? Gu Chang'e sneered, Who told you I only had D grade talent? My talent is SSS grade, the talent of a human emperor. What? Not only Lu Qingqing, but even the others present, including teacher Zhao and Luo Yu, were so shocked by this news that they couldn't speak. An SSS grade talent was a legendary existence. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there were very few people with SSS grade talent. Gu Xiaoyang's expression turned extremely ugly. He never expected that the Gu Chang'e he had always looked down upon would actually be the possessor of SSS grade talent. Gu Chang'e ignored the reactions of the crowd and said to the Celestial General, "Teach her a lesson, but don't kill her." "As you command, my lord," the Celestial General replied respectfully. In the next moment, the Celestial General swung the long spear in his hand, and a beam of golden light flashed. Lu Qingqing hadn't even reacted when she felt a tremendous force hit her. She was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Put! Lu Qingqing struggled to get up but found herself completely powerless, unable to even stand. Gu Chang'e looked coldly at the disheveled Lu Qingqing and mocked, "With such little strength, you dare to flaunt your power in front of me? Truly overestimating yourself." Lu Qingqing never expected to be defeated by Gu Chang'e so easily. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyang could no longer hold back. He rushed forward, glaring at Gu Chang'e. "Gu Chang'e, you've gone too far. This is just a friendly match. How can you be so ruthless?" Gu Chang'e sneered. "A friendly match? Why didn't you come out to stop it when Lu Qingqing was about to kill me?" Gu Xiaoyang was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Teacher Zhao and Luo Yu also regained their senses and hurried forward to prevent the situation from escalating further. Teacher Zhao frowned and said, "Gu Chang'e, although you won the match, your actions were indeed too harsh. This is not conducive to harmony among classmates." Gu Chang'e was unconcerned. "Teacher Zhao, I already let Tianjiang hold back. If I really wanted to strike hard, Lu Qingqing would probably be dead by now." It was then they realized just how terrifying Gu Chang'e's strength was. Luo Yu glanced at Lu Qingqing lying on the ground and then at the expressionless Gu Chang'e, sighed, and said, "Forget it, let's end this match here." Gu Chang'e wins. Upon hearing this result, Gu Xiaoyang's expression darkened even more. He had thought he could take this opportunity to humiliate Gu Chang'e, but unexpectedly, it was his side that ended up humiliated. Just then, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. What happened? Everyone turned to see the dean of the academy striding over. Teacher Zhao quickly stepped forward to explain, "Dean, it's like this." After hearing Teacher Zhao's explanation, the dean's face showed surprise. He looked at Gu Chang'e and asked, "Gu Chang'e, have you really awakened an SSS level talent?" Gu Chang'e nodded, "Yes, Dean." The dean said, "That's wonderful. Gu Chang'e, would you be willing to represent our school in this year's National College Lord Competition?" At this statement, everyone was stunned. The National College Lord Competition was a top-tier event that attracted nationwide attention, and those who could participate were the best students from each school. Gu Xiaoyang's expression grew even darker. He had thought he would definitely become the school's representative, but now Gu Chang'e had stolen the spotlight. Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment and then nodded, "Sure, I am willing to represent the school in the competition." The dean was overjoyed. "Great! With Gu Chang'e, our school will surely achieve good results this year." Just then, Gu Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up, "Dean, I think we can't decide who represents the school based on just one match. I propose we hold another selection match to allow everyone to compete fairly." The dean frowned at Gu Xiaoyang. "Gu Xiaoyang, are you suggesting?" Gu Xiaoyang suppressed his anger and said, "What I mean is, I want to challenge Gu Chang'e. The winner will have the right to represent the school." At this, the crowd erupted again. No one expected Gu Xiaoyang to directly challenge Gu Chang'e. The dean looked at Gu Xiaoyang and then at Gu Chang'e, finally saying, "In that case, let's do as Gu Xiaoyang suggests." "Gu Chang'e, do you have any objections?" Gu Chang'e sneered, "I have no objections. It's just right to let everyone see who the real waste is." Gu Xiaoyang's face darkened, but he still forced a calm demeanor. "Very well, it's settled then. 3 days from now, we will settle this." With that, Gu Xiaoyang turned and left, with Lu Qingqing being supported behind him. The others also dispersed, discussing among themselves. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the entire school was immersed in the upcoming showdown between Gu Chang'e and Gu Xiaoyang. Supporters of both sides argued passionately. Gu Xiaoyang's supporters believed that his awakened A-level devouring insect talent had a definite advantage in actual combat over Gu Chang'e's SSS-level human emperor talent. After all, Gu Chang'e's talent sounded impressive, but no one had seen his true strength. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'e's supporters firmly believed that the power of an SSS-level talent should not be underestimated. Moreover, Gu Chang'e also possessed a legendary army of celestial soldiers, whose strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Even the teachers had secretly placed bets on who would win this match. Finally, the day of the decisive battle arrived. Early in the morning, the entire school was abuzz. Everyone rushed to the playground, eager to witness the spectacle of this century-old battle. On the playground, a massive barrier had been set up. This barrier not only protected the safety of the spectators but also allowed everyone to clearly see the situation inside the arena. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Gu Changge and Gu Xiaoyang stepped into the barrier simultaneously. Gu Xiaoyang wore a confident expression. He had not been idle these past few days. For this match, he had spared no effort in utilizing his family's resources to enhance his strength significantly. He believed that even if Gu Changge had an SSS-level talent, he was definitely not his match. Gu Changge, on the other hand, remained as calm as ever, seemingly indifferent to the impending battle. The dean personally served as the referee for this match. He looked at the two and said, "The rules of the match are simple. Whoever concedes or loses their fighting ability first will lose. Lethal attacks are prohibited. Do you understand?" Both nodded in unison. The dean took a deep breath and announced loudly, "The match begins." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Xiaoyang launched the first attack. Suddenly, countless black insects erupted from his body, rushing towards Gu Changge. "Behold my devouring insect clan talent!" Gu Xiaoyang shouted proudly, "As long as my insects touch you, you will be devoured completely." However, facing the overwhelming tide of black insects, Gu Changge remained motionless. Just as the swarm was about to touch him, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Countless celestial soldiers appeared out of thin air, standing in front of Gu Changge. They wielded long spears, exuding a powerful pressure. The swarm of insects crashed into the celestial soldiers, making a sizzling sound as if they were being burned. In the blink of an eye, large swathes of insects turned to ashes. Gu Xiaoyang's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Gu Changge sneered, "With such little skill, you dare to challenge me?" After saying that, he waved his hand and commanded, "Celestial soldiers, obey my orders and eliminate these insects." "Yes, sir." The celestial soldiers responded in unison, then brandished their long spears and charged at the swarm. Amidst the flashing golden light, countless insects were slaughtered. Gu Xiaoyang desperately tried to control the swarm to counterattack, but in front of the celestial soldiers, his insects were as fragile as paper. In less than 10 minutes, Gu Xiaoyang's swarm was completely wiped out. Gu Xiaoyang's face turned pale as he looked at this scene in disbelief. How could this happen? My insect clan has an A-level talent. Gu Changge looked at him disdainfully. A-level talent? In front of true powerhouses, it's nothing but an ant. After saying that, he waved his hand again. "Celestial General, take him down." A celestial general dashed towards Gu Xiaoyang like lightning, the long spear aimed directly at his throat. Gu Xiaoyang was terrified, shouting, "I concede! I concede!" The celestial general's spear stopped less than a centimeter from Gu Xiaoyang's throat. The entire arena fell silent. No one could believe that the so-called genius Gu Xiaoyang had been so easily defeated by Gu Changge. The dean came back to his senses and announced, "The winner is Gu Changge." Gu Changge turned to leave but was called back by Gu Xiaoyang. "Wait." Gu Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and said, "Don't get too proud. I admit I lost this time, but I won't give up. One day, I will surpass you." Gu Changge turned back and coldly glanced at him. "With you? That's truly laughable." After saying that, Gu Changge strode away, leaving Gu Xiaoyang with a face full of unwillingness. The result of this match quickly spread throughout the entire school, even across the whole Yun city. Everyone knew that Yunhai No. 3 Middle School had produced a peerless genius with SSS-level talent. That afternoon, the Gu family came to the door, wanting to take Gu Changge back to the family. However, Gu Changge coldly refused. "Did you ever think about today when you abandoned me back then? Now you want me to go back? Dream on." The Gu family members looked grim, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the current Gu Changge was no longer someone they could easily manipulate. Just then, an unexpected visitor appeared. "Young friend, I've long admired your name." Gu Changge turned around to see an elderly man with white hair smiling at him. "You are?" Gu Changge asked, somewhat puzzled. The old man smiled. "I am the president of the Daxia National Academy, here to invite you to study at our academy. With your talent, if you attend the Daxia National Academy, you will surely reach new heights." Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. The Daxia National Academy was the most prestigious institution in the entire Daxia Kingdom. Those who could enter were all extraordinary geniuses. Gu Changge pondered for a moment and then nodded. "All right, I accept your invitation." The old man was overjoyed. "Wonderful. Then it's settled. A month later, I will personally come to pick you up." With that, the old man turned and left, leaving everyone with envious expressions. The Daxia National Academy? That sounds good. It would be a chance to see the true geniuses of this world. A month later, Gu Changge arrived at the Daxia National Academy as promised. As soon as he entered the academy, he was shocked by the scene before him. The vast campus was filled with rare and exotic beasts. Students occasionally flew by on their mounts in the sky, and various strange vehicles were seen on the ground. What surprised Gu Chang'e the most was that the auras emitted by the students here were not weaker than that of Gu Xiaoyang back then. Are the ordinary students here already this strong? Gu Chang'e thought to himself in astonishment. Just then, a crisp voice came, "Wow, a new junior. You're quite handsome." Gu Chang'e turned to see a lively and cute girl smiling at him. The girl introduced herself. "My name is Lin Xiaodai, and I am the vice president of the student council at the Daxia National Academy. The president sent me to welcome you." Gu Chang'e nodded. "Hello, I am Gu Chang'e." Lin Xiaodai blinked. "Wow, so you are the Gu Chang'e with SSS level talent. I've heard of your great name." Gu Chang'e was somewhat surprised. "My name is famous here too?" Lin Xiaodai laughed. "Of course, SSS level talent is very rare. In the entire Daxia National Academy, only a few people possess SSS level talent." Gu Chang'e pondered. It seemed that even in this place full of geniuses, his talent was still at the top. Lin Xiaodai enthusiastically grabbed Gu Chang'e's arm. "Come on, I'll take you to register. I'll also introduce you to our academy's situation." Under Lin Xiaodai's guidance, Gu Chang'e quickly completed the enrollment procedures. As they walked, Lin Xiaodai introduced, "Our Daxia National Academy is divided into 4 major colleges: the College of Literature, the College of Martial Arts, the College of Law, and the College of Medicine. Each college is further divided into many departments. Which college do you want to go to?" Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and said, "I'm more interested in martial arts." Lin Xiaodai's eyes lit up. "That's great. I'm from the College of Martial Arts. Our college is the strongest." Just then, the two arrived in front of a magnificent building. Lin Xiaodai pointed at the building and said, "This is our College of Martial Arts. Come on, I'll take you to meet the president. Look, it's Xiahou Badian. Oh my, why is he personally coming to the College of Martial Arts? I heard he has recently broken through and has reached the peak of the king level." Lin Xiaodai's expression changed, and she whispered to Gu Chang'e, "Oh no, we've run into Xiahou Badian. He is notoriously overbearing and loves to bully newcomers. We should leave quickly." However, it was already too late. A tall and burly young man had noticed them and was striding over. The Daxia National Academy is the most prestigious top institution in the entire Daxia Kingdom. Those who can cultivate here are all exceptionally gifted and extraordinary prodigies. Among the many talents, the name Xiahou Badian is undoubtedly the most resounding and fearsome. Xiahou Badian, the legitimate eldest son of the Xiahou family, possesses the innate demeanor of a king and awakened the legendary 9-young divine body at the age of 13, almost crushing his peers with invincibility. Now at 20, he is recognized as the #1 prodigy in the Daxia Kingdom, with many young elites from major sects unable to match him. Even more terrifying are the rumors that he has just broken through to the peak of the king level, just a step away from the legendary supreme level. At this moment, seeing Xiahou Badian approaching, Lin Xiaodai turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Although she was the vice president of the Martial Academy and had outstanding talent, compared to Xiahou Badian, she was like a firefly next to the bright moon, completely on a different level. Xiahou Badian's gaze swept over Lin Xiaodai and finally landed on Gu Chang'e. He sized Gu Chang'e up a few times, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "So it's you who awakened the SSS-level human emperor talent." Xiahou Badian's tone was arrogant and full of mockery. "Don't you see where you crawled out from, daring to come to my Daxia National Academy? With your little skills, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" "Senior, we are new here and mean no offense," Lin Xiaodai said cautiously, lowering her head. "I will take him away now and won't disturb you." "Humph, with this little awareness, you think you can please me?" Xiahou Badian snorted coldly. "Since you are here at my Daxia National Academy, you must abide by the rules here. Here, strength is everything. I want to see what abilities you, this SSS-level talent, really have." After saying that, Xiahou Badian suddenly made a move, a scorching palm wind howling towards Gu Chang'e's face. This palm contained terrifying power, as if the air itself was ignited. Lin Xiaodai felt a destructive pressure rushing towards her and quickly closed her eyes in fear. However, the anticipated impact did not come. Lin Xiaodai opened her eyes in surprise to find that Gu Chang'e had casually raised a hand and firmly grasped Xiahou Badian's wrist. "Is this all your strength?" Gu Chang'e's tone was flat, as if he were not holding the hand of a king-level powerhouse, but merely that of an ordinary student. "I thought the proud scion of the Xiahou family would be much more formidable." "You!" Xiahou Badian's face darkened, and he abruptly withdrew his hand, his gaze sharp as a knife. staring fiercely at Gu Chang'e. How had he ever suffered such humiliation? A newcomer dared to publicly block his attack and look down on him so brazenly. Very well, you are quite arrogant, Xiahou Badian said with a cold smile. Since you are so unaware of your own limitations, I will grant you this. See you on the arena in 3 days. With that, he strode away, his back radiating a chilling killing intent. Gu, are you crazy? You dare to offend someone like Xiahou Badian? Lin Xiaodai said in fear after Xiahou Badian had completely left. He is from the Xiahou family, and it is rumored that he has already broken through to the peak of the king level. So what if you have SSS level talent? You just entered school, and your cultivation is far too lacking. It's nothing, Gu Chang'e said dismissively, just as Xiahou Badian, not worth my attention. But you, if you're afraid, you don't have to follow me. I wouldn't want you to be caught in his anger. Lin Xiaodai was taken aback, then resolutely shook her head. I'm your senior, how could I just abandon you out of fear? Don't worry, I'll help you with any difficulties. Gu Chang'e looked at Lin Xiaodai's serious expression, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. With such a reliable senior, it seemed that his days at the Daxia National Academy wouldn't be too boring. In the following 3 days, the entire martial arts academy was buzzing with the news that Gu Chang'e and Xiahou Badian were going to duel. Everyone was worried for Gu Chang'e. After all, Xiahou Badian's combat power was well known, while Gu Chang'e, despite his extraordinary talent, was still just a new student. Some even began to prepare for Gu Chang'e's funeral. That new guy really doesn't know how to die. He dares to provoke Xiahou Badian, he must be tired of living. Exactly, who is Xiahou Badian? He is a true king-level powerhouse, one of the top 10 prodigies in the entire Daxia kingdom. How could a new student provoke him? Sigh, I wonder how much of that kid's body will be left after he dies. Xiahou Badian never shows mercy. The last guy who offended him was completely obliterated, not even a trace left. In the face of these rumors, Gu Chang'e appeared surprisingly calm. He ate, slept, and practiced diligently every day, as if he had completely forgotten about the upcoming duel. Lin Xiaodai watched this and felt anxious. She really couldn't understand where Gu Chang'e's confidence came from. Did he really have some hidden trump card? In the blink of an eye, the 3 days were up. The central arena of the Daxia National Academy was packed with people. Almost all the students from the Martial Arts Academy had come to watch, and many students from other academies also came out of admiration. After all, this was a duel between an SSS-level talent and the #1 prodigy of the age. Missing it would be a huge regret in life. What's this? That guy named Gu Chang'e isn't scared, is he? Xiahou Badian was already standing on the arena, arms crossed, a disdainful smile on his face. He looked around and sneered. If he doesn't dare to come, that would be his shame. From now on, he will be a laughingstock at the Daxia National Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the crowd. Who says I don't dare to come? Xiahou Badian, you really think too highly of yourself. The crowd turned to see Gu Chang'e walking up to the arena calmly, showing no signs of fear, but rather a faint smile. Oh, quite the bravado. Xiahou Badian narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. I hope when you're lying on the ground looking for your teeth later, you can still be this arrogant. Less talk, let's fight. Gu Chang'e took a fighting stance. Let me see what abilities you, a king-level prodigy, really have. Xiahou Badian was furious, his internal 9-yang divine power surging wildly, transforming into a blazing light that surrounded him. He punched towards the void, and instantly the sky changed color, dark clouds gathered, and thunderbolts crashed down. This was the 9-yang divine fist, the ultimate secret technique of the Xiahou family, said to be created by an ancient war god, containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. If an ordinary person were hit, they would probably be reduced to nothing. Everyone was sweating for Gu Chang'e. Xiahou Badian was clearly aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, in the face of Xiahou Badian's terrifying strike, Gu Chang'e showed no fear, even curling his lips into a cold smile. He suddenly stomped his foot and shouted, "Come out, Li Yuanba!" Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the void suddenly exploded, and a towering figure appeared out of thin air, holding a pair of golden hammers and clad in golden armor, exuding an imposing aura. Greetings, Lord! The newcomer knelt on one knee, his tone deep and powerful. This was none other than the general among the heavenly soldiers summoned by Gu Chang'e, the demon Lord Li Yuanba. What? He actually summoned heavenly soldiers? And he is the legendary demon lord? Oh my, that's a top-tier combat race, born with divine power. A single strike can shatter mountains. Could it be that Gu Chang'e can really fight against Xiahou Badian? The audience erupted in a frenzy, discussing animatedly, a wave of astonishment sweeping through. No one expected that Gu Chang'e actually had a trump card, and it was so extraordinary. Xiahou Beishan's expression suddenly changed. He had never seen anyone capable of summoning heavenly soldiers. That was something only the legendary ancient emperors could achieve. Could it be that this newcomer truly possessed such extraordinary abilities? No, impossible. He, a dignified king-level prodigy, could not lose to a mere rookie. Thinking of this, Xiahou Badian sneered coldly and shouted, "So what if you can summon heavenly soldiers? In front of me, they are nothing but ants seeking death." Before his words fell, Xiahou Badian transformed into a streak of light, instantly rushing to Li Yuanba's side, the Nine Suns' divine fist carrying overwhelming battle intent, crashing down. Seeking death. Li Yuanba's eyes revealed a murderous intent, crossing his hammers to meet the blow head-on. Boom! The two fists and hammers collided, unleashing a storm of destructive energy, the ground instantly cracking, the arena being overturned, and the audience screaming as they fled in all directions. Thunder roared, dust and stones flew, the entire martial arts academy shook. After a while, as the dust settled, everything returned to silence. When everyone cautiously peeked, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The arena had been shattered into pieces, reduced to ruins. Yet Xiahou Badian and Li Yuanba remained locked in place, neither willing to give an inch. Both of their arms were bloodied, their clothes torn with gaping wounds, clearly suffering significant injuries. Cough cough. Xiahou Badian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale, his body swaying. Although Li Yuanba was also covered in wounds, he was clearly in a much better state than Xiahou Badian. He stood firmly in place, still looking unperturbed. Everyone was stunned. The outcome of this battle was already evident. The dignified Xiahou Badian, the number one prodigy of the king level, had actually been defeated. Defeated by a newcomer who summoned heavenly soldiers. Impossible. This can't be. Xiahou Beishan's eyes turned red, roaring as he lunged again. I refuse to believe a newcomer can surpass me. Seeking death. Li Yuanba snorted coldly, crossing his hammers, gathering them into two golden hammer lights, infused with the might of thunder, smashing fiercely into Xiahou Beishan's chest. Puff! Xiahou Badian spat out another mouthful of blood, his entire body flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall, creating a large dent. He slid down in despair, unable to rise again. I lost. Xiahou Badian muttered to himself, disbelief filling his eyes. The dignified king had actually been defeated by a newcomer. This was even harder to accept than death. That's a wrap, Gu Chang'e said, waving a hand at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba responded and retreated, vanishing like a streak of golden light. The entire venue fell silent, everyone staring at Gu Chang'e in shock. After a moment, a roar of cheers erupted like a mountain crashing and a tsunami surging. Gu Chang'e, he won. He defeated Xiahou Badian. Heavens, who would have thought that the dignified king-level prodigy would lose to a newcomer? This is simply a miracle. Truly worthy of the SSS-level talent, it lives up to its reputation. Gu Chang'e will surely become legendary across the world. Everyone was cheering and celebrating, going wild over this incredible victory. Yet Gu Chang'e remained indifferent, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over, and countless people automatically made way for him. Thus, Gu Chang'e strode down the arena, leaving the chaotic duel ground under the gaze of all. The news of Gu Chang'e defeating Xiahou Badian spread like a wildfire, instantly reaching the entire Daxia National Academy. In no time, countless people were filled with curiosity about this young man who had created miracles upon his arrival. Is that Gu Chang'e really just a new student? Why is he so powerful? I heard he has an extraordinary SSS-level talent and can summon legendary celestial soldiers. No wonder even Xiahou Badian is no match for him. I wonder where his limits lie. If given a few more years, he might even be able to challenge the dean. Rumors swirled, and opinions varied. However, Gu Chang'e seemed oblivious to these discussions. He continued to follow his own path, practicing diligently every day. Xiahou Badian, having lost, was naturally unwilling to accept defeat and secretly sent assassins to kill Gu Chang'e. But each time, Gu Chang'e managed to deflect their attempts, making Xiahou Badian appear rather foolish. Before long, more than half of the new semester had passed. Gu Chang'e's strength surged dramatically, leaping from a black iron level upon entering school to a golden level. Such a rate of progress was rare even in the entire Daxia National Academy. With the increase in strength, he continuously broke through numerous challenges. First, he defeated dozens of talented individuals in the freshman arena competition, claiming victory. Then, in the interdepartmental martial arts competition, he triumphed over many, earning the crown. Over time, no one dared to challenge him lightly. Gu Chang'e's status in the Daxia National Academy had reached its zenith. One day, Lin Zhantian, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, suddenly sought out Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, I have an unusual request. Lin Zhantian spoke slowly, hands clasped behind his back. Despite his esteemed position and unparalleled martial prowess, he treated Gu Chang'e with great respect. This young man gave him an extraordinary impression. Please, Dean, go ahead, Gu Chang'e replied with a cupped fist. It's like this, Lin Zhantian continued, in half a month, it will be the annual National Elite Class Selection Competition. There are only 10 spots available, and the competition is exceptionally fierce. I hope you can represent our Daxia National Academy and fight for glory for both the academy and the nation. The words National Elite Class thundered in Gu Chang'e's mind. It was the gathering place for the most outstanding geniuses in the entire Daxia nation. Entering the elite class for training not only meant access to the best resources but also the opportunity to learn many secret techniques. Countless people dreamed of this, yet only a few could attain such honor. And now, the dean had personally invited him to participate in the selection. Gu Chang'e's heart surged with excitement, and without hesitation, he said, "Rest assured, Dean, I will do my utmost and not let you down." Lin Zhantian was overjoyed and nodded emphatically, "Good. With your word, I can rest easy. I will personally open the secret realm for you to help you break through your limits." Half a month later, the National Elite Class Selection Competition grandly commenced in the Imperial City. Talented individuals gathered, with experts aplenty and countless prodigies. Everyone was filled with confidence, vowing to seize victory and ascend to the throne. However, the moment Gu Chang'e stepped into the venue, all the noise came to an abrupt halt. This young man had already made a name for himself across the land. That's Gu Chang'e. He's the one who defeated Xiahou Badian and has been unstoppable in both the freshman and interdepartmental competitions. I didn't expect him to participate in the selection competition as well. Now the others probably have no chance. Whispers spread through the crowd. Many even lost their enthusiasm to sign up, fearing they would be crushed by Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e scanned the surroundings, and to his surprise, no one dared to face him directly. This feeling of being regarded as a nemesis was indeed novel. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Gu Chang'e from the Daxia National Academy, here to participate in the National Elite Class Selection Competition. I hope for your guidance, Gu Chang'e declared loudly, each word resonating. Just as his voice fell, a cold snort suddenly came from the crowd. You think you can dominate the world? I want to see what you're capable of. Gu Chang'e looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in purple standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. I am Morong Bing from the Yunmeng sect, gifted beyond compare, and my swordsmanship is divine. I have always hated those who consider themselves exceptional, so today let me experience what you, the so-called number one in the world, are truly capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, Morong Bing leaped into the air and charged towards Gu Chang'e. His internal energy surged violently, transforming into an invisible giant sword, accompanied by howling winds and thunder, heading straight for Gu Chang'e. Sword, come! This strike was as fast as lightning, sharp and fierce, distorting the space around it, the cold light threatening to tear through. The onlookers changed color and hurriedly dodged. To unleash such a shocking sword strike, one must at least be a king-level powerhouse. However, facing this blow that resembled a divine sword descending from the heavens, Gu Chang'e remained unmoved. He smiled slightly and raised his hand to lightly point. Break! A clear voice suddenly erupted, echoing in the air like thunder. In the next moment, everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. That nearly materialized invisible giant sword was shattered into powder with just a light touch from Gu Chang'e's fingertip. Morong Bing's pupils constricted as he looked in disbelief at the sword energy he had been so proud of, now casually destroyed. How could this be? He had spent 3 months refining this sword. It was supposed to be indestructible, capable of shattering everything. Yet, he hadn't even touched the hem of Gu Chang'e's clothes. You, Morong Bing stammered, unable to say another word. Gu Chang'e, however, was unfazed and spoke leisurely. Brother Morong, your sword is indeed powerful, with profound sword intent. If it were against someone else, it could easily slay a king. But for me, it still lacks a bit of refinement. Your cultivation is not bad, but your temperament is not stable enough. Being too eager for success may lead you astray. How about this? From now on, take me as your goal, focus on your cultivation, and accumulate your strength. In the future, you will surely achieve great things. Morong Bing was stunned, then his expression became complex, filled with both sadness and joy. He had practiced swordsmanship diligently since childhood, always seeking victory, but he had never imagined that defeat could feel like this. Yet, after hearing Gu Chang'e's words, he felt enlightened. Indeed, rather than being restless, it was better to calm down and cultivate quietly, making long-term plans. He still had plenty of time in this life to catch up with Gu Chang'e's footsteps. Realizing this, Morong Bing slowly bowed and respectfully said, "Thank you, Brother Gu, for your guidance. Morong Bing has learned a lot. I will surely overcome obstacles and challenge you again in the future." The onlookers nodded in agreement, sincerely admiring Gu Changa's demeanor and Morong Bing's magnanimity. Just then, the chief judge of the selection competition strode over and announced loudly, "In the first match, Gu Changa wins. He advances to the next round." As soon as the words fell, countless people gasped in shock, exchanging glances. This was just the beginning? What kind of person was Morong Bing to be defeated in the first round? This showed just how extraordinary Gu Changa's strength was, far beyond imagination. After Gu Changa easily defeated Morong Bing, everyone realized that the championship throne of this selection competition would likely belong to him alone. In the following rounds, Gu Changa's performance was even more jaw-dropping. Every opponent was defeated by him in the simplest and most direct manner, without exception. In less than half a day, Gu Changa had already cleared all obstacles and reached the finals. His opponent in the finals was another dark horse contestant, Long Xiaotian. This person was also impressive, a descendant of the Dragon Clan, with a natural spiritual body and exceptional talent. Although his fame was not as resounding as Gu Changa's, he had swept through his opponents like a god. Everyone was speculating what kind of astonishing sparks would fly from the duel between these two prodigious figures. On the day of the finals, countless enemies were gathered in the imperial city. Numerous high-ranking officials and nobles gathered here, and even the emperor personally presided over the event, watching the battle alongside civil and military officials. Gu Changa and Long Xiaotian stood side by side, surrounded by a fierce aura, like two war gods descending to the world. "I didn't expect we would meet in the finals," Long Xiaotian said with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I've long heard of your great name, Brother Gu. Today, seeing you in person, it truly lives up to the reputation." Gu Changa smiled faintly, his gaze sharp. "Brother Long, you flatter me. Today's battle is a peak showdown. Why don't we compete openly in front of our elders and the heroes of the world? Wouldn't that be delightful?" Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian laughed heartily, his spirit soaring. "Delightful. If that's the case, let us let our strength speak and see who is truly the best." As soon as he finished speaking, the two had already moved. In an instant, dozens of exchanges had passed. As the contest deepened, their momentum soared, and the fight became increasingly exhilarating. Good Gu Changa, to be able to force me to use my full strength." Long Xiaotian suddenly let out a howl, and a vivid golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. He was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and his power surged several times in an instant. "Take this move, Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Palm." Long Xiaotian suddenly channeled all his true energy, both palms thrusting out. The palm wind mixed with the sound of dragon roars, like two divine weapons, aimed directly at Gu Changa's throat. This was the Dragon Clan's secret technique, said to be able to conjure a real dragon when cultivated to a certain peak, its power unimaginable. At this moment, although Long Xiaotian's cultivation was still shallow, relying on the innate strength of his dragon body, this move was still terrifyingly powerful. Everyone present was secretly astonished, even several elder kings were moved. However, facing this palm force capable of shattering golden stone, Gu Changa merely smiled slightly. He did not evade but instead met it head-on. Just as the two were about to collide, Gu Changa shouted, "Break for me." A more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him. Gu Changa was surrounded by a brilliant golden light, with mysterious runes swirling around him, exuding a terrifying aura 10 times greater than before. Boundless pressure radiated outward, causing even those watching from afar to feel a sense of suffocation. What kind of power is this? Such a terrifying momentum. Could this be the legendary might of the human emperor, born to rule the world, commanding all spirits? Everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the golden light-enshrouded youth. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed. The two forces collided violently, erupting in blinding white light. Countless people instinctively closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, they saw dust swirling on the arena. As the dust gradually settled, everyone could see the situation on the stage and couldn't help but gasp. Long Xiaotian had actually knelt on the ground, rolling his eyes and fainting. Meanwhile, Gu Changa stood firm, unmoving. The outcome is decided. The winner of this battle is Gu Changa. The voice of the chief judge resounded throughout the imperial city, drawing countless cheers. Gu Changa, however, remained unfazed. He walked slowly to Long Xiaotian's side and pointed with his hand. A surge of true energy flowed into Long Xiaotian's body, instantly waking him up. "Thank you." Long Xiaotian coughed a couple of times, somewhat embarrassed as he stood up. "You and I were evenly matched. If I hadn't grasped a hint of the human emperor's secret, the outcome might still be uncertain," Gu Changa said calmly. "Though I won this battle, I deeply feel your terror. We should appreciate each other. In the future, let us advance together and see who can reach the pinnacle." Though they were rivals, they felt more like kindred spirits. This battle instead brought them closer, turning them into cherished friends. At the award ceremony, when Gu Changa held the gilded trophy and walked slowly onto the podium under the gaze of the crowd, the entire venue erupted. Countless people shouted his name for this young prodigy destined to be remembered in history. Gu Changa's expression was calm, his gaze resolute. He knew well that this was only the first step on the path of a king. As the possessor of the SSS-level human emperor talent, he was destined to bear a greater mission. This moment belonged to Gu Changa, and to every young person with dreams and passion. After returning to the Daxia National Academy, Gu Changa's reputation soared once again. With his strength, even if he practiced step by step, he could easily sweep through his peers. However, considering the astonishing talent he displayed in the selection competition, the dean decided to promote him exceptionally, allowing him to enter the inner sect for training. This was the first time in the history of the Daxia National Academy. Gu Changa, from today on, you are an inner sect disciple. Train hard and do not let down the efforts of your teacher, Lin Zhantian advised earnestly. I will remember my master's teachings and will certainly work hard to live up to expectations, Gu Changa replied gratefully, bowing respectfully. With the status of an inner sect disciple, he would have access to more secret techniques and resources for cultivation, which would undoubtedly become a powerful boost for him to break through his bottleneck and advance further. However, what Gu Changa did not expect was that trouble would come knocking on his door just 2 days later. Gu Changa, come out here! A furious roar suddenly echoed outside his cave. Gu Changa frowned, put down the secret manual in his hand, and walked out casually. He saw a fierce-looking young man pacing back and forth outside, surrounded by a menacing aura. You are Gu Changa? I see you are nothing special, yet you dare to steal the limelight from my brother, the Crown Prince of Xining. You really don't know what's good for you. The newcomer glared with fierce eyes, aggressive. Crown Prince of Xining? Gu Changa was slightly taken aback, then realized, so you are Morong Long, the elder brother of Morong Bing. I didn't know you were visiting. What brings you here? Morong Long sneered. What else could it be? Naturally, I'm here to stand up for my useless brother. It's one thing for him to lose to you, but you dare to publicly humiliate him. This is simply outrageous. Gu Changa sighed helplessly. Brother Morong, although your brother lost, it was not a disgraceful act. On the contrary, his ability to stand out and advance to the finals has already proven his extraordinary strength. I was merely sparring with him, with no intention of humiliation. You're talking nonsense. Morong Long was furious. How can the dignified Crown Prince of Xining be looked down upon by you? Today, I will seek justice for my brother and let you taste the bitterness of defeat. Before he finished speaking, Morong Long had already mobilized all his true energy and launched a fierce attack at Gu Changa. In an instant, a sharp gust of wind surged, carrying a devastating force, its momentum terrifying. As the legitimate son of the Crown Prince of Xining, Morong Long's strength was already above that of Morong Bing. Now, fueled by rage, his power reached a terrifying level. But Gu Changa remained unmoved, even showing a faint smile. Want to make a move? You should consider where this is, he said leisurely, pointing, and a flash of golden light appeared. Boom! Morong Long felt a tremendous force hit him, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the rock wall outside the cave. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Morong Long's face turned pale, both shocked and angry. What? What did you do to me? This is the inner sect of the Daxia National Academy. How dare you act recklessly? Gu Changa said coldly, Brother Morong, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Morong Long gritted his teeth in hatred but knew he was no match for Gu Changa. He awkwardly got up, retreating while grinding his teeth. Gu Changa, remember this. The humiliation of today, I, Morong Long, will make you pay back double sooner or later. With that, he fled without looking back. Just as Gu Changa was about to turn and leave, he saw a graceful figure rushing over. Junior Gu, what happened just now? I saw young Master Morong fleeing in a panic, and I thought something had happened. The visitor was none other than Lin Xiaodai, the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. It's nothing, just a small disturbance. Gu Changa smiled and explained the situation to Lin Xiaodai. That wastrel Morong Long, relying on his status as a young master to act arrogantly everywhere. Someone should have taught him a lesson long ago, Lin Xiaodai said angrily. Alright, let's just let this matter pass. By the way, did you come to find me for something today? Gu Changa asked curiously. I almost forgot the main thing. Lin Xiaodai blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. In a few days, it will be our Great Xia Kingdom Academy's annual celebration. As the vice president, I am responsible for preparing the entire event. However, we are really short on manpower, so I would like to ask you, Gu Shuedi, for a favor. Would you be willing to host the swordsmanship performance at the opening ceremony? Swordsmanship performance? Gu Changa's eyes lit up. No problem, leave it to me. Great! Lin Xiaodai was overjoyed. with Gu Shuedi leading, this celebration will surely be spectacular. I hope you will guide me then. Watching Lin Xiaodia's graceful figure float away, Gu Changge fell into deep thought. He never expected that as a person with an SSS-level talent, he would be so easily swayed by a delicate girl. It seems that even the most extraordinary talents cannot escape the allure of beauty. But it was no wonder, Lin Xiaodai indeed possessed an extraordinary charm. Gentle and lovely, bright and captivating, and her martial arts skills were also remarkable. With exceptional talent, she could be considered a rare gem in the martial arts academy. If it weren't for Gu Changge's incredible self-control, he might have fallen into the awkward predicament of secretly harboring feelings. Thinking of this, Gu Changge let out a bitter smile and forced himself to rein in his wandering thoughts. The most important thing now was to prepare well for the swordsmanship performance at the celebration. After all, he was known for being the center of attention. If he performed mediocrely, wouldn't that be a loss of face? Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the celebration. The entire Great Xia Kingdom Academy was enveloped in a joyful and festive atmosphere. Colorful banners fluttered high, and everywhere were the cheerful faces of students. As the highlight of the celebration, the swordsmanship performance attracted countless gazes. When Gu Changge stepped onto the high platform with his sword, facing the dense crowd below, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Ladies and gentlemen, today I, Gu Changge, will present to you an unprecedented swordsmanship feast. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword, and with a buzzing sound, a dazzling beam of sword light instantly cut through the sky. This sword strike was as fast as lightning, unmatched in sharpness. But what shocked everyone even more was the subsequent transformation. Gurgling streams, soaring waterfalls, exotic flowers and plants, flying birds and running beasts. It was as if a miniature world had suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too magical. Could this be the legendary Sword of Intent? Transforming intent into form, opening the heavens with a sword? Everyone was dumbfounded, mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the young man on the stage. Lin Xiaodia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Gu Shuedi is amazing. He can comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship and turn sword intent into substance. I believe he will eventually surpass many masters and reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. At this moment, Gu Changge sheathed his sword and stood with his hands behind his back. Endless sword intent surrounded him, gathering into a surging momentum. The path of swordsmanship is boundless. Only through constant exploration can one reach the peak. From now on, I, Gu Changge, will climb the heights together with all of you. We must strive for self-improvement and dare to change the world. Gu Changge's passionate speech stirred the blood of everyone present, igniting their fighting spirit. Countless people shouted loudly, responding in unison. The swordsmanship performance for the Academy's anniversary concluded perfectly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Gu Changge once again validated his reputation as the #1 prodigy of the age. However, no one expected that an even more shocking twist was quietly approaching. What? Morong Long has been killed? With this explosive news, the entire Daxia Academy, and even the entire Imperial City, fell into unprecedented shock. The heir of the Prince of Xining, Morong Long, was assassinated on his way back to the manor. The identity of the murderer remains unknown, their whereabouts mysterious, causing widespread panic and fear. Lin Zhantian rushed to the Morong Manor at the first opportunity to personally examine the body and the crime scene. Although Morong Long was somewhat arrogant, he was still of noble birth and deeply favored by the Prince of Xining. Now that he had been murdered, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar. The court and the martial world would be affected. Coincidentally, the last person to see Morong Long was his disciple, Gu Changge. Could it be that the murderer's target was actually Gu Changge? At this thought, Lin Zhantian couldn't help but shiver. He made a quick decision, immediately ordering a thorough investigation and providing strict protection for Gu Changge. At the same time, he secretly sent messages to several longtime friends, requesting assistance. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Lin Xiaodai, the vice president of the Martial Academy. What? You say the young Master Morong is dead? And it's related to junior brother Gu? Lin Xiaodai looked shocked, almost unable to believe her ears. She held a letter in her hand, written in Lin Zhantian's own hand. The letter detailed the entire sequence of events clearly. In the end, Lin Zhantian specifically instructed Lin Xiaodai to secretly protect Gu Changge and guard against various forces targeting him. After reading the letter, Lin Xiaodia's face alternated between red and white, clearly experiencing a tumult of emotions. Heavens! What on earth is going on? How could junior brother Gu get involved in such a matter? He is clearly so powerful. How could anyone dare to harm him? Lin Xiaodai murmured to herself, momentarily at a loss. Although she was the vice president, she was still young and inexperienced. Faced with such a complex situation, she felt somewhat helpless. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Vice President, things may not be that simple. I believe there must be some hidden truth in this. Lin Xiaodai jumped in surprise and turned around to see a handsome young man. Xiao Wenyuan, what are you doing here? It turned out that this young man was named Xiao Wenyuan, Lin Xiaodia's junior. Although his talent was average, he was extremely clever and adept at reading situations, making him Lin Xiaodia's capable assistant. Xiao Wenyuan respectfully bowed and said, "Just now, when the vice president was reading the letter, I inadvertently overheard some content. I dare to speculate that the death of young Master Morone likely has deeper implications. Otherwise, with senior brother Gu's strength, he wouldn't be involved." "Oh, are you saying there is a greater conspiracy behind this?" Lin Xiaodai became interested and quickly pressed for more. "Exactly." Xiao Wenyuan nodded. "I have investigated, and shortly before young Master Morone was killed, a group of mysterious individuals entered the imperial city. Their leader seems to have some connection with the Prince of Xining. Therefore, I suspect that young Master Morone's death is likely related to them." "What?" Lin Xiaodai exclaimed. "Could it be that this involves a struggle between the court and the martial world?" "Very likely." Xiao Wenyuan pondered. "The identities of these people are very mysterious, and their origins are unknown. I have secretly investigated and found that they seem to be very interested in certain secrets of the Daxia dynasty, especially the legends about the Sea of Life and Death." "The Sea of Life and Death? What kind of place is that?" Lin Xiaodai was completely puzzled. "It is said that it is a forbidden place in the vast ocean, fraught with danger, where life and death are unpredictable." Xiao Wenyuan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "According to rumors, there is a world-shaking treasure buried there. Countless heroes have gone mad for it, even sacrificing their lives for the cause. Anyone who has gone there has never returned alive. Over time, the royal family ordered it to be sealed off, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering." "What does that have to do with Morone Long's death?" Lin Xiaodai was even more puzzled. "I'm not too sure either." Xiao Wenyuan shook his head. "But my intuition tells me there must be some connection. Perhaps that mysterious treasure is the key to the whole matter." Lin Xiaodai pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "In that case, we must protect Gu Shuedi even more. No matter what, we cannot let him come to any harm. At the same time, you continue to investigate that group of mysterious people in secret. We must uncover their true identities and intentions. I have a feeling this matter is of great importance." Meanwhile, in Gu Changa's cave. "What? Morone Long is dead?" Upon hearing this news, Gu Changa was also taken aback. He never expected that the arrogant heir of the Xining king would meet a violent end shortly after leaving the academy. "Who did it? Why kill him?" Gu Changa muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. As the last person to see Morone Long, he felt a vague sense of unease. Could this matter be related to him? Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding, major crisis detected for the host, system has activated protection mode." Gu Changa's heart sank, and he quickly asked, "What crisis? Is it related to Morone Long's death?" "You are correct. According to system analysis, Morone Long's death is actually part of a conspiracy. The true target of the mastermind behind it is likely you, the host." "Me? Why me? What grievance do I have with them?" This brings us to the legend of the Sea of Life and Death. According to reliable intelligence, there is a unique divine artifact hidden in the Sea of Life and Death. It is said that this item was crafted by ancient emperors and possesses the miraculous power to defy fate and command the world. However, due to its overwhelming power, it is difficult to control and may even backfire on its owner. That is why it has been sealed deep within the sea, never to emerge for eternity. "What does this have to do with me?" Gu Changa was even more confused. The key lies in the fact that the human emperor, Physique you have awakened, is the only one qualified to wield this divine artifact. In other words, only you in the entire world have the right to become the master of this artifact. "What?" Gu Changa's pupils contracted, shocked into silence. "Indeed, you have a fated bond with this divine artifact. That is why those who covet it are watching you closely. Morone Long's death is likely a trap set by them, aimed at forcing you to reveal yourself so they can capture you all at once." Gu Changa felt as if his head was about to explode. He never imagined that he would be so deeply entangled with a divine artifact so far away. Even more unexpected was that the human emperor talent that had accompanied him since birth had become the source of his impending doom. "What should I do? I can't just sit here and wait for death, can I?" Gu Changa gritted his teeth and asked. "Rest assured, host. The most important thing for you now is to quickly enhance your strength and break through to a higher realm. With enough power, no conspiracy or trickery will be a threat. The best way to achieve this is to go to the Sea of Life and Death and search for the whereabouts of that divine artifact." "What? You want me to take the initiative to take risks? Isn't that exactly what they want?" "Not at all. Although the sea of life and death is dangerous, it is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, because only there can you truly touch the mystery of the Emperor of Humanity physique and comprehend the profound truths of martial arts. Moreover, with the system's assistance, combined with your existing foundation, even if you venture into the sea of life and death, your life may not be in danger. Gu Changa hesitated. He certainly understood the reasoning behind the system, but he had also heard of the notorious reputation of the Sea of Life and Death. It was said that not only was the environment harsh, but there were also countless unknown dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Even he, a peerless genius, did not dare to take it lightly. Host, please think twice. Time waits for no one, and opportunities are fleeting. This is your golden chance to soar to great heights and reach the pinnacle. If you miss it, it may be hard to find such fortune again. Moreover, you and I both know that those schemers will not let you off easily. Rather than hiding, it is better to take the initiative and strike first. The system's words struck Gu Changa like a wake-up call, instantly bringing him back to his senses. Indeed, as a dignified genius of humanity, how could he be schemed against by mere conspirators? Since they wanted to use him, let them taste the bitterness of lifting a stone only to drop it on their own feet. With this thought, Gu Changa made up his mind and said solemnly, "All right, I will set off for the Sea of Life and Death. But before that, please help me prepare the items I need to take. Also, leave me a backup plan in case of emergencies. I fear I may not return for a while. Rest assured, host, the system will do its utmost to assist you. From now on, the system will periodically grant you rewards to enhance your strength. During your absence, the system will also secretly protect your status and connections at the Great Xia Academy, ensuring that no one can shake your foundation." "Thank you, system." Gu Changa felt a sense of relief. He secretly vowed to make a breakthrough in the Sea of Life and Death and return triumphantly with that artifact. By then, he would have no rivals and could unify the world, looking down upon all. With this thought, a smile appeared at the corner of Gu Changa's mouth. With the system's help, Gu Changa quickly prepared to head to the Sea of Life and Death. He packed his belongings, gathered provisions, and stored some important items and martial arts materials in his spatial ring. At the same time, he left letters for Lin Xiaodai and Lin Zhantian, informing them that he would be away for a while and not to worry. As for his specific destination, he did not mention a word. 1. To avoid implicating them, and 2. For the sake of secrecy. After all, the matter of the Sea of Life and Death was truly astonishing. If it were to spread, it could cause a huge uproar and even harm the innocent. Having completed all this, Gu Changa quietly left the Great Xia Academy at midnight. He used his likeness skill, and under the cover of darkness, quickly arrived outside the imperial city. With his exceptional perception, he sensed that there seemed to be people secretly watching him. However, he did not care and instead deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the right moment. Whoosh! At that moment, several shadows suddenly sprang out from all directions, surrounding Gu Changa. The leader sneered, "Gu Changa, you really can't hold back and want to go treasure hunting in the Sea of Life and Death. Just what I want. Come with us quietly, and spare yourself the pointless struggle. I might consider giving you a quick end." Gu Changa, however, curled his lips and said fearlessly, "So it's you bunch of rats. I thought you were some formidable characters. With just you, do you think you can block my path? Impudent! It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Capture him." The man in black shouted angrily and was the first to strike, lunging fiercely at Gu Changa. The others also rushed forward, each unleashing their ultimate moves with great momentum. However, the next moment, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted, instantly sending them flying. Puff! Several men in black fell to the ground in disarray, spitting blood incessantly. The leader was also injured by the golden light, his face changing dramatically. You! He pointed at Gu Changa, his expression one of horror and despair. "I told you, you are not worthy." Gu Changa snorted coldly and raised his hand to release an invisible force once more. Bang! The man in black fell to the ground, unable to move again. His companions, seeing this, were already scared out of their wits, fleeing with their heads in their hands. Gu Changa did not pursue, he merely watched coldly. After a moment, he retracted his aura and said indifferently, "If you want to follow me, be prepared to pay the price. You clowns are not worthy to debate with me. If you dare to block my path again, I will take your lives." With that, Gu Changa left without looking back, quickly disappearing into the vast night. Gu Changa's departure soon caused a stir at the Daxia National Academy. Countless people were discussing it, speculating about his whereabouts. Lin Xiaodai, upon learning of this, was anxious and restless. She found Lin Zhantian and pleaded with him to send someone to find Gu Changa. Lin Zhantian shook his head and sighed. "Xiaodai, I understand your feelings, but I'm afraid this matter is not that simple." "Master, what do you mean by that?" Lin Xiaodai asked, confused. Do you know how many forces and hidden truths are involved in Moronglong's death? Lin Zhantian pondered for a moment before slowly saying, there are already rumors in the court that a mysterious force is secretly competing to seize the treasures of the Sea of Life and Death, and Gu Chang'e is likely one of their targets. What? Lin Xiaodai was taken aback. Does that mean Gu Shuedi is in danger? Perhaps it's more than that. Lin Zhantian's brow furrowed tightly. As far as I know, many sects and powerful families in the Jianghu are also eyeing this matter. Once the news leaks, it could attract countless covetous individuals, and the situation may become even more chaotic. Heavens! Lin Xiaodai felt her mind in turmoil, murmuring, what should we do? We can't just sit back and do nothing, can we? Lin Zhantian thought for a long time before slowly saying, for now, what we can do is to keep this matter as confidential as possible, not letting more people know about it. At the same time, we should secretly investigate those mysterious forces to prevent them from harming Gu Chang'e. As for Gu Chang'e himself, I believe with his strength and wisdom, he will surely turn danger into safety and return safely. I hope so. Lin Xiaodai lowered her head. She vaguely felt that an unprecedented storm was quietly brewing, and at the center of this storm was the young genius she admired, Gu Chang'e. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'e had been on the road for several days and finally arrived at the edge of the Sea of Life and Death. As he looked out, he saw raging waves, turbulent waters, dark clouds pressing down, and thunder and lightning. Black whirlpools occasionally appeared on the surface of the sea, as if they wanted to swallow everything whole. Countless eerie white bones were scattered on the rocks by the shore, all telling the dangers of this sea area. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of vigilance in his heart. He knew that everything before him was just the tip of the iceberg. The real danger was still waiting for him behind. Host, please be careful. The energy field fluctuations ahead are extremely intense, indicating the presence of something unusual. You must respond with all your strength and cannot be careless. The system issued a warning at this moment. I understand. Gu Chang'e nodded, took a deep breath, and activated the Emperor's true qi within him to protect his entire body. Then, he strode toward the sea, resolutely stepping onto the vast ocean. In an instant, the wind howled, and the waves surged. Countless streams of seawater turned into sharp arrows, fiercely shooting toward him. Yet Gu Chang'e remained unmoved, allowing the fierce wind and towering waves to crash against him. His body seemed to transform into an unshakable rock, standing firm on the surface of the sea. At the same time, a golden light erupted from his body, instantly enveloping an area of several miles. The fierce winds ceased, and the towering waves calmed. The once tumultuous sea surface transformed into a still pond in the face of Gu Chang'e's imposing aura. What a powerful presence! Could this be the legendary Emperor's might? In the distance, several black-clad figures hidden in the shadows were astonished. They were the mysterious force that had followed Gu Chang'e here. They had intended to launch a surprise attack, but they never expected Gu Chang'e's strength to be so terrifying. Young master, what should we do now? Should we take action? One of the subordinates asked nervously. The leader, a young man, waved his hand and said solemnly, no need. In his current state, even if we join forces, we may not be his match. It's better to observe and wait for him to exhaust his strength before we act. Understood. The others responded and retreated, disappearing back into the darkness. Gu Chang'e was unaware that pairs of eyes were watching him from the shadows. With the protection of the Emperor's true energy, he walked slowly on the surface of the sea, gradually delving deeper into the ocean's heart. However, as he ventured further, the winds howled and thunder rumbled. The seawater boiled like magma at times, and froze into ice at others. Various strange phenomena emerged one after another, all exuding an eerie aura. Warning! Unknown biological reactions detected 100 meters ahead, with severe energy fluctuations, extremely dangerous. At that moment, the system issued another alarm. What? Gu Chang'e's heart tightened, and he quickly circulated his true energy to enhance his senses. In the next moment, he felt a chilling presence rapidly approaching him. Roar! Gu Chang'e looked up to see a colossal creature emerging from the distant sea. It was a giant beast, several dozen zhang long, covered in scales. It had a fearsome crocodile head, with fangs as sharp as blades, thick as tree trunks. Its body was covered in green scales, glinting with a cold light. Most terrifying of all, in the center of its forehead, there was a massive single eye glowing with a faint green light. What kind of monster is this? Gu Chang'e was taken aback, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping him. Quick, get away! It is the green-eyed crocodile demon, a top-tier ferocious beast in the Sea of Life and Death. It is said that its fangs can sever gold and iron, and its scales can withstand all attacks. Its green eye can shoot poisonous light, instantly killing enemies. The system quickly warned. Before the words were finished, the green-eyed crocodile demon had already launched its attack. It moved slightly, and a green beam shot from its single eye, racing towards Gu Changa with incredible speed. Gu Changa was alarmed and tried to dodge, but it was too late. At the critical moment, the golden light around him suddenly surged. A strange force automatically formed a golden shield in front of him. Buzz! The green beam struck the golden shield fiercely, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Gu Changa felt a tremendous force hit him, causing him to stagger back several steps. However, the golden shield remained steadfast, firmly blocking the crocodile demon's lethal strike. What powerful defense! Gu Changa was filled with surprise and joy, realizing this must be the miraculous aspect of his emperor physique. The green-eyed crocodile demon, seeing its attack fail, became even more enraged. It let out a roar that shook the mountains and seas, causing the entire sea surface to tremble. Then, it kicked off with its limbs, its massive body soaring into the air, pouncing towards Gu Changa. Knowing that a direct confrontation was not the solution, Gu Changa quickly employed his lightness skill, swiftly moving across the sea surface. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he had created a distance of several hundred jang. But the green-eyed crocodile demon was no ordinary beast. Its enormous body was surprisingly agile, closely pursuing Gu Changa without relent. In an instant, a fierce chase unfolded on the vast sea between man and beast. Although Gu Changa had the advantage in speed, he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the emerald-eyed crocodile demon. Conversely, while the crocodile demon could not catch up to Gu Changa, its impenetrable scales and terrifying emerald gaze left Gu Changa with no options. This won't do. If this drags on, I might not last. Gu Changa thought anxiously, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly pondered a strategy, scanning his surroundings but finding no terrain or objects to utilize. Just then, the system's voice echoed again. Host, I suggest you activate the human emperor's true energy to fully unleash your body's potential. Although you cannot yet completely control the power of the human emperor, if you can maximize it, you might just defeat this monster before you. Gu Changa's mind stirred. Are you saying I need to break through my own limits? Exactly. The human emperor physique has its unique mysteries. As long as you can grasp the key, continuously drawing out your inner strength, you will surely create miracles. Alright, I understand. Gu Changa's gaze sharpened. He suddenly halted, turned to face the emerald-eyed crocodile demon, and assumed a stance ready for battle. Roar! The crocodile demon, seeing its prey finally stop, let out an excited roar and lunged forward, its fangs bared and ferocity evident. But Gu Changa closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm his mind. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from his entire body, dazzling and radiant. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from him. It was a power that felt almost tangible, overwhelming and awe-inspiring, shaking the mountains and rivers. In an instant, the sky and sea changed color, the sun and moon lost their light. The entire sea of life and death turned pale. The black-clad figures lurking in the distance were all struck with fear, kneeling on the ground. What kind of terrifying aura is this? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity has that kid obtained to unleash such a dreadful power? The leading youth gasped in shock, unable to maintain his composure. He felt that what stood before him was no longer a mere boy, but a peerless war god from ancient times. Opposite Gu Changa, the clawing emerald-eyed crocodile demon also involuntarily halted its attack. It widened its strange single eye, fixated on the dazzling golden light before it. The previously unrestrained ferocity was now completely suppressed, leaving it frozen in place, unable to move. In that moment, the world fell silent. The wind stopped, the clouds ceased, and the tides calmed. It was as if the entire world held its breath, waiting for this boy's miracle. At that moment, Gu Changa slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes had now transformed into a brilliant golden hue, radiating a captivating brilliance. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread. A golden handprint silently coalesced. The handprint shimmered with colors, containing immense divine might. It seemed to represent the supreme authority of the human emperor, capable of commanding heaven and earth, and directing all spirits. In the next moment, Gu Changa let out a low shout. Go! The golden handprint whistled through the air, instantly piercing the void and crashing heavily onto the emerald-eyed crocodile demon. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire sea. Countless waves surged upward, blotting out the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the winds and clouds changed color. Amidst the tumultuous waves, a massive creature fell silently. No, rather than falling, it shattered. The once impenetrable scales of the emerald-eyed crocodile demon now cracked into countless pieces, turning to dust. Following that, its unmatched flesh also broke apart, splintering into fragments. Finally, even that strange emerald eye was crushed by an invisible force, turning into a pool of pus and blood. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast that struck fear into the hearts of all in the sea of life and death was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. And all of this was caused by a single hand seal from Gu Changa. This was simply a miracle. No wonder he possesses that emperor's body, capable of unleashing such terrifying power. If he continues to grow, the entire world will have no one who can rival him. The black-clad figures in the distance were all filled with dread, no longer daring to make a single move. They had realized that the young man before them was not someone they could provoke. At this moment, Gu Changa, standing atop the corpse of the green-eyed crocodile demon, showed no signs of joy. On the contrary, a look of seriousness appeared on his face. Although this green-eyed crocodile demon is terrifying, it is ultimately just the guardian of this sea. The real danger is likely still ahead. Moreover, that last strike nearly exhausted all my strength. I can hardly continue. Gu Changa murmured to himself, clearly filled with concern for the road ahead. He knew that his current state was far from optimal. If this continued, it would be difficult to reach the depths of the sea of life and death and obtain that supreme artifact. System, what do you think I should do next? I can't just give up here, can I? Gu Changa asked helplessly. Rest assured, while the sea of life and death is perilous, it is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You just need to proceed steadily, gradually mastering the secrets of the Emperor's power through continuous breakthroughs. I believe that once you fully comprehend the essence of the Emperor's body, you will be able to cut through all obstacles and triumph over challenges. The system's words gave Gu Changa a slight sense of reassurance. Understanding this, Gu Changa stopped speaking and once again urged the Emperor's true energy, charging forward into the depths of the misty unknown. The sea of life and death, here I come. Meanwhile, the Great Xia Academy and the entire imperial city were thrown into chaos. News spread like wildfire, and Gu Changa's venture into the sea of life and death quickly circulated through the streets and alleys. Countless people were discussing it, each with their own opinions. Some said that Gu Changa was seeking the legendary artifact to prove his unparalleled status in the world. Others claimed he was coerced by some mysterious force, forced to take risks alone. Even more outrageous were the bizarre and sensational stories that emerged, suggesting that Gu Changa was actually the reincarnation of a demon, and that he ventured into the sea of life and death to awaken his past memories and reclaim his heritage, or that he had a tragic love story with an extraordinary beauty, and this journey was to seek his beloved. Various rumors, a mix of truth and falsehood, made it hard to discern reality. Nevertheless, Gu Changa's experiences in the sea of life and death became the most talked about topic throughout the Great Xia. Especially within the Great Xia Academy, nearly everyone was discussing the matter. Many of Gu Changa's followers were eager to follow in his footsteps and venture into the sea of life and death to prove their courage and strength. Lin Zhantian and Lin Xiaodai were naturally anxious. They attempted several times to send someone to find Gu Changa, but were firmly stopped by the dean. We must not act rashly. This matter involves too much. If we act recklessly, it may backfire and harm Gu Changa instead. The dean's words forced the two to abandon their impulsive thoughts. However, Lin Xiaodia's worries grew day by day. Senior brother, where are you? Are you safe now? Every night, when the world was quiet, Lin Xiaodai would silently gaze at the starry sky, murmuring to herself. She only hoped that the spirited young man would return safely and reappear before her. And so, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. News about Gu Changa had become increasingly scarce. It was as if this renowned young man had vanished into the vast sea, leaving no trace behind. The discussions among the people gradually subsided, and the suspenseful mood slowly cooled. After all, no matter how thrilling a topic may be, over time, it will lose its novelty. With Gu Changa's departure, the originally calm Daxia National Academy began to stir, with undercurrents flowing. Many forces, seizing the opportunity, started to move, eager to take advantage of Gu Changa's absence to strike at his influence. Humph, what is Gu Changa? He merely relied on a bit of luck to gain some opportunities. If it weren't for that, how could he be so arrogant and domineering in the academy, looking down on everyone? Exactly. Now that he is gone, it is the perfect time for us to show our strength. As long as we can topple his influence and gather his followers, we too can soar to great heights and claim the title of the top person in the academy. In an instant, countless covetous eyes were fixed on Gu Changa's territory. However, these people overlooked one point. Even if Gu Changa himself was not present, his influence was never just for show. Especially those loyal confidants and death warriors who had followed Gu Changa for many years were all elite among elites. How could they be shaken by those petty clowns? Sure enough, when several ill-intentioned forces just surfaced and were about to make their move, they were met with a strong counterattack from Gu Changa's death warriors. In no time, the sounds of battle and wails echoed from several corners of the academy. Those who thought they could take advantage of the chaos had not even begun to hunt before they were turned against, ending up in a state of disarray, with bodies strewn everywhere. The instigator was none other than the group of death warriors led by Xiao Wenyuan. Young Master Gu was out there fighting for his life, and you rats dare to bite him from behind? Seeking death. Xiao Wenyuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the chaos beneath him, sneering repeatedly. Behind him, a group of armed death warriors also echoed his cold laughter. Listen up! During this time when young Master Gu is away, I, Xiao Wenyuan, am your sky. Anyone who dares to make any moves will not be treated kindly. With that, Xiao Wenyuan waved his hand and led the group away. Before leaving, he particularly instructed his subordinates, strengthen surveillance. We cannot let these rats have the chance to stir up trouble. At the same time, keep a close watch on the movements in the sea of life and death. Once there is news of young Master Gu, notify me immediately. Yes, the death warriors took their orders and quickly disappeared into various corners of the academy. Xiao Wenyuan then arrived alone at Gu Changa's cave dwelling. Today, I finally caught you. Let's see if I can make you kneel and beg for mercy. Sun Hang's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside, and when Sun Hang turned to look, it was Shui Qinru. Seeing her, he had no choice but to give up. He turned back to Gu Changa and said, "You wait for me, one day I will settle the score with you." Then, like a lapdog, he nodded and bowed to Shui Qinru, asking her if she had eaten today and if she wanted something to eat. Before long, it was time for class to end. The teacher, named Wang Shuzhen, was a 28-year-old unmarried woman. She had a cold demeanor, as if everyone owed her a large sum of spirit stones. "Teacher, I want to be the class monitor," Gu Changa said as he stood up from his seat. Except for Li Yuanba and Shui Qinru, everyone looked at Gu Changa with doubtful eyes, mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Sun Hang chuckled in disbelief. "What can you, someone without any vitality, do? Convince the students with your words? Relying solely on words is not enough." Wang Shuzhen furrowed her brows. "Gu Changa, you should just sit in the classroom." She would never agree to let a useless person be the class monitor. From her perspective, Gu Changa was giving up on herself, trying to find her place, which she found very distasteful. Li Yuanba looked at Gu Changa, as if he had regained his former brilliance. He stood up and said with righteous indignation, "Teacher, all the students in our class have the right to run for election. Why is it that only Gu Changa has this right?" Li Yuanba, it's one thing that you don't study seriously, but do you really think you're that important? There's still more than a month left. If you keep pestering Gu Changa, I want to see how you explain it to your dad then. My matters are none of your business. Whether I can participate or not has nothing to do with you, Li Yuanba said angrily. Gu Changa had never thought that Li Yuanba could be this strong. Wang Shuzhen's face turned red. She decided to call her dad and tell him. Sun Hang shook his head speechlessly. With this little health, he thought he could fight him? Even if he gave him 10 fingers, he still couldn't win. Sun Hang said, "Gu Changa, wait until you recover enough vitality, then we can continue. Don't waste our time." Gu Changa replied, "If it's not glowing, bring the instrument over." Li Yuanba's eyes widened. Had Gu Changa already recovered? Seeing Gu Changa's fearless expression, everyone couldn't help but imagine in their minds, this fallen genius was finally going to rise again? He quickly took out the blood pressure monitor from his backpack and handed it to Gu Changa. "Gu Changa, if you can get better, I'll give you a 2000G limited edition." Gu Changa rolled her eyes. Did she need that? It would take several seconds to test the result by placing the instrument on her finger. Everyone held their breath, staring intently. 1 breath, 2, 3 breaths, one after another, data appeared on the screen. It was a huge egg. 0, there was no life value at all. Put, what kind of serious joke is this? Sun Hang chuckled in disbelief. Everyone shook their heads. Some even felt a sense of relief because Gu Changa hadn't recovered, which made them quite happy. "Are you happy now?" Wang Shuzhen said coldly. She had originally wanted to ask him if he was still dreaming, but as a teacher, she felt it wasn't appropriate to say much. Gu Changa frowned, and Li Yuanba quickly took a look. It was still 0. He remembered being hit by a car on the way home last night. It must have happened then. He quickly said, "There's a problem with this assessment. I'm the same." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Chensi. Sun Hang's laughter abruptly stopped. Li Yuanba glanced around and said, "Do you have any instruments?" Everyone exchanged glances but did not answer. Wang Shuzhen said irritably, "Then don't test it. It's already taken so long." "Professor, if I remember correctly, your office should also have such instruments, right?" Shui Qinru suddenly spoke up. "Gu Changa's assessment won't take long. You often arrive late, so consider it returning a favor. For your sake, Being pointed out by Shui Qinru, Wang Shuzhen felt somewhat dissatisfied but didn't say anything due to her position. Respect was due. Alright, I'll go get the instrument. With that, Wang Shuzhen left. Sun Hang crossed his arms, secretly laughing, waiting to see how she would humiliate herself. Gu Changge and Nian Junting sat down. Li Yuanba walked over to him and whispered, "How did you get involved with Shui Qinru for her to defend you like this? Is it because you find me handsome that you came to flatter me?" Gu Changge said seriously. Li Yuanba was at a loss for words. He was indeed very handsome, and in the selection of the school flower, this group was still far behind by a long shot. He whispered, "To be honest, have you completely recovered? What's your score?" 2,300 points. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Li Yuanba's voice was loud, attracting the attention of those around him, who quickly gathered around. Of course. What? Heaven saw me so handsome but made me suffer so much. It must have been unbearable, so it returned my vitality. Maybe. Li Yuanba curled his lips. It sounded absurd, but he really couldn't think of another reason. If he could find an excuse, he wouldn't be so angry. Where's your teacher? Sun Hang quickly said, "Let's get the equipment first. Gu Changge wants to be the team leader." Upon hearing this, the principal's heart stirred. "Then I'll stay here." He knew Gu Changge well. Back in the day, he was so impressive that everyone knew. It was thanks to Gu Changge that he earned the respect of many big figures, which made him feel quite pleased. If Gu Changge could fully recover, that would be even better. In the office, several teachers were chatting when they saw Wang Shuzhen walking over with a gloomy face, and they were all taken aback. "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" the beast mentor asked. "That Gu Changge still wants to be class leader. It's simply a waste of effort," Wang Shuzhen scoffed, looking dissatisfied. "Maybe he has already recovered. That would be good for you." "Not necessarily." Wang Shuzhen sneered, took the equipment, and turned to leave. The beast mentor chuckled awkwardly. "Maybe it's because Mr. Wang's physiological period has arrived." In the classroom, a group of people eagerly awaited Wang Shuzhen's return, all curious whether Gu Changge had truly recovered or was just making a final struggle. A few minutes later, Wang Shuzhen reached the classroom door and threw the equipment at Gu Changge, extending her hand to take it. "Let's begin," Yi Futian said, his voice carrying a hint of confidence. Wang Shuzhen crossed her arms, seemingly waiting for him to perform. "Watch closely." Gu Changge placed the testing device in his hands. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the screen. The entire classroom fell silent. Only the sound of each person's breathing could be heard. The device displayed the value of 230, a number rich in meaning. "The prodigy has returned?" Sun Hang's face turned ugly. He had clearly been incapacitated, so why was he still alive? Moreover, in just over a month, he had returned to 230. Shui Qinru's eyes sparkled. He had finally awakened. By then, the people around him would surely increase, and he would no longer have the chance to see him, as he would be blocked most of the time. Wang Shuzhen widened her eyes, rubbed them hard, and confirmed again, she wasn't seeing things, it was indeed 230. "What do you think?" Li Yuanba looked up at Wang Shuzhen. "This device is broken. Let's get a new one." Wang Shuzhen gritted her teeth, feeling as if she had been slapped. Before Li Yuanba could speak, she had already left. Li Yuanba smiled at Sun Hang. "Are you joking? What about Sun Hang? Is his vitality stronger than yours?" "Cut it out. The teacher already said this device has issues. Don't get too proud. It will definitely show its flaws later," Sun Hang said stubbornly. Gu Changge nonchalantly replied, "Real gold fears no fire. Testing it multiple times will yield the same result." Sun Hang curled his lips. "Then just wait and see." Wang Shuzhen hurriedly rushed to her desk, searching for that device. "Mr. Wang, how did Gu Changge perform?" the mentor of the Beast Biology program asked. Wang Shuzhen's expression darkened, and she remained silent, just fumbling around the room without finding the instrument. The others also sensed something was off and wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. "Do you have a testing instrument here?" Wang Shuzhen turned to ask. "I have one," the history teacher said, pulling out a device and taking the one from Wang Shuzhen's hands. After examining it and discovering it was a 301, he revealed a hint of a mocking smile. "That's good. I want to see if you can score 230. Wang Shuzhen tossed this remark and hurriedly ran out. The teachers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. 230? It can't be that Gu Changge. Close enough. He's standing tall again. Everyone nodded and quickly ran out, heading straight for Class 3. Wang Shuzhen arrived at Class 3, gasping for breath, no longer composed, her hair disheveled, looking like a madwoman. "This time, the instrument is fine." Saying this, Wang Shuzhen threw the instrument to Gu Changge, who caught it steadily. The history teacher and others had already arrived, their eyes fixed on the screen. Could this fallen genius shine again? Sun Hang clenched his fists, his expression serious, repeatedly muttering in his heart, this time, I will expose his true colors, make him a waste, forever a waste. Wang Shuzhen covered her chest, disdainfully snorting. Seconds later, the number 230 appeared on the screen. Impossible. Regner was stunned, then quickly reacted. Sun Hang jumped up from his seat, excitement written all over his face. What's wrong with that? After saying this, Gu Changa's gaze fell on Wang Shuzhen, whose face was also unpleasant, cold enough to drip water. Gu Changa couldn't understand why he had upset the old lady, who seemed very unhappy. This guy, Gu Changa, really got better. The principal wore a smile, genuinely happy. You can't say this machine is faulty. You said from the start that this machine was fine. Li Yuanba scoffed. Wang Shuzhen clenched her small fist, saying resentfully, since it was thrown over, it must have been broken by him, or he did something. I'll go change it. This time, I will help you check. Upon hearing this, Gu Changa couldn't help but chuckle. This kid was really coming for him. What was he coming for? Was it because I'm too handsome? She can't have it, so she wants to destroy it? The principal's expression turned somewhat grim. Wang Shuzhen, how long are you going to hide this from me? As a teacher, you should treat your students fairly. It seems you don't like Gu Changa very much. Only then did Wang Shuzhen realize it was the principal. Her pupils constricted sharply, a flash of terror in her eyes. Just being cautious, Wang Shuzhen retorted. Cautious? The dean shot a glare at Gu Changa. Bring 2 more. Gu Changa stood up and handed the machine to the dean. He picked up the instrument and tested it on himself, ultimately scoring just over 100. These 2 instruments are intact. Do you understand? The principal angrily slammed the instrument on the table. If Gu Changa were to be provoked into dropping out or even transferring schools, the impact on their school would be too great. I see, Gu Changa isn't playing tricks. His aura is very ordinary. Wang Shuzhen lowered her head, her face extremely ugly, tightly pursing her lips. Can you let Gu Changa be your class monitor now? Li Yuanba questioned. Wang Shuzhen thought for a moment and replied, to become the class monitor, one must challenge the current class monitor. This is something everyone understands. In an instant, all eyes in the room focused on Sun Hang. What's there to compete about? Gu Changa's health was 230. A single finger could crush him. Li Yuanba scoffed. This was a perfect opportunity to attack Sun Hang, and of course, he wouldn't miss it. She had to avenge Gu Changa. Ever since this guy became class monitor, he had been opposing Gu Changa at every turn. He bullied Gu Changa, relying on his status, which was nothing serious, just a way to toy with others. That scoundrel Sun Hang couldn't even pay back a 2000 G hard drive. This hatred was no less than being harmed to death. Alright, Gu Changa, I want to see what you're capable of. Sun Hang stood up from his seat, staring directly at him. A hint of fear flashed in Gu Changa's eyes, but it was fleeting, and he didn't respond immediately. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The words sounded like they lacked confidence. Sun Hang noticed the subtle expression on Gu Changa's face and felt a surge of joy. He had indeed guessed right. He had just recovered and wasn't stable enough, barely able to exert 50% of his strength. This was the best opportunity to deal with him. Let's go now, Sun Hang urged. Li Yuanba saw that Gu Changa lacked confidence and remembered that Gu Changa had just regained his composure, and his mood wasn't great. Sun Hang, you might have forgotten that our school's annual Best Singer competition is being held right here, Li Yuanba said, winking at Gu Changa as if asking, what do you think? Am I clever? Gu Changa twitched his lips. He couldn't possibly think I was acting, could he? Sun Hang's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. It wouldn't be long before Gu Changa's cultivation stabilized, and by then, he would definitely trample him underfoot. No, I must teach him a lesson. Next time he comes looking for me, I'll admit defeat first and drive him mad. Sun Hang couldn't wait to say, Principal, can we move them to another location? Upon hearing this, the principal shook his head repeatedly. Sun Hang's heart sank. He paused for a moment, then approached the principal, whispering to the 2 of them, Principal, my dad said he wants to donate a sum of money to our school, so I wanted to let you know. Hearing this, the principal frowned, cleared his throat, waved his hand, signaling Sun Hang to step back. The competition for the top 10 singers hasn't officially started yet. If it's a competition, then forget it, but be careful not to damage the equipment. Yes, Sun Hang excitedly waved at Gu Changa, let's go. His movements were quick, almost drawing everyone's attention. Li Yuanba's face instantly darkened. He wasn't sure what Sun Hang had discussed with the principal, but it was likely related to his mayor father. Gu Changa looked terrified, bravely following him forward, and as they passed by the principal, he realized he was scared. The principal gave Gu Changa a gesture that only he could see. Gu Changa nodded slightly, that was his meaning. The old man was quite shrewd. He could help while also gaining some benefits from Sun Hang. It was a good deal. However, that kid Sun Hang was completely oblivious, swaggering around in front of him, even humming a little tune, looking very pleased. Wang Shuzhen's expression darkened as she addressed those who wanted to take action. The rest continue with the class. TCH. Yi Zichen pouted. The students all showed displeasure. This was Gu Changa's chance to turn the tables, and they couldn't miss it. Vice Captain, pay attention to who's running around outside, Wang Shuzhen said, turning around, tightly clenching her hands. Before long, Gu Changda and the others arrived at the arena. The setup was exquisite, with balloons and colorful banners everywhere, and some student council members were busy at work. The student union equals students who don't cost money. To put it nicely, they conduct experiments on students, brainwashing them into believing that the school values capable students the most. But now, they are so busy with this work that they have no time to focus on their studies, and in the end, their grades may not even be satisfactory, let alone their actual abilities. In fact, the school doesn't require you to join any student organization. Everything should be centered around learning. The principal instructed the student council members to stop and let Sun Hang and Gu Changda have a match. The students looked at Gu Changda in confusion. Hadn't he already lost all his vitality? Why was he still competing with Sun Hang? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Sun Hang stood on the stage, hands in his pockets, lifting his chin and looking at Gu Changda. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish. I want to go home. Sun Hang is already this strong. Why is he still trying so hard? Exactly, if we could be as diligent as him, our vitality wouldn't just be over 100. Some student council members sighed. Sun Hang heard their discussions and, on the surface, remained unfazed, but inside he was overjoyed. In the classroom, the students had turned into giraffes, curiously watching the scene. Vice President, I have a bit of a stomachache. I'll go to the restroom first. Li Yuanba dropped a line and ran out. Everyone immediately understood. This was to watch the match. I have a stomachache too. Me too. He nodded. Everyone clutched their stomachs and rushed out of the classroom, and in less than 30 seconds, only Shui Qinru was left in the class. She hesitated for a moment before getting up to leave. Gu Changda stood on the stage. Sun Hang was about to say something but was impatiently urged back. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, admit defeat. Stop dragging your feet. Sun Hang's eyebrows twitched. This guy seemed like a different person. The previous timid demeanor was gone. Everything is ready. You can start. Seeing this, the dean spoke up. After hearing this, Sun Hang came to his senses and looked at Gu Changda, only to see Gu Changda's fist smashing into his face, just 20 centimeters away. Sun Hang dodged a heavy punch but still couldn't avoid Gu Changda's fatal blow, which kicked him 5 or 6 meters away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. He lay there, limp and twitching, unable to move, his eyes vacant, as if something flashed through his mind. Gu Changda looked at his fists with some excitement. Although his vitality was only 230 points, after refinement, his physical quality had greatly improved. You're stabbing me in the back, that's so unethical. Sun Hang curled up, cold sweat pouring down. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the dean tell us to start? Do you think I need to wait for you to tell me I'm ready? Gu Changda, below the stage, Wang Shuzhen's expression darkened further. Dean, I disagree. Sun Hang gritted his teeth. What was going on? Once you're in the academy, I can let you shout as much as you want, but outside, do you think he will wait for you to be ready before he strikes? Sun Hang didn't know how to respond to the dean's words. Wang Shuzhen was at a loss for words but had to admit she felt quite uncomfortable inside. Sun Hang clenched his fists, looking frustrated. If he were just a bit stronger, I wouldn't have lost to him. When Gu Changda returned to the classroom, there was no one left. After waiting for a long time, everyone had already left. Li Yuanba gave Gu Changda a thumbs up from a distance, smiling as he said, I'll have 2000 G ready by tomorrow. Such a good thing, and you actually forgot about us? The boys all wore bright smiles, wanting to put their arms around their shoulders, but were stopped by Li Yuanba. How could I forget you? 1 for 20,000, not a single one less. Li Yuanba showed a look of disdain. That bastard still wanted to use me to get close to Gu Changda. They were too embarrassed to meet her face to face, so they had to cozy up to me first to get closer to her. The boys felt awkward, forced to smile, and left in a hurry. Li Yuanba leaned back in his chair, smiling slightly. Sun Hang looks like he's been fed something unpleasant. It makes me feel good. I want to see if he can still be so arrogant in the future. Gu Changda remained silent. 3 spirit stones were fine. Dealing with him was secondary. The spirit stones were the most important. Until noon. When Gu Changda returned home, he felt a bad premonition in his heart, as if something was about to happen. He opened his interface and found no activity at all. Fortunately, it wasn't too far from the university. It was just a 15-minute walk. On the way back, he noticed a girl in a wheelchair, struggling to push herself up a slightly inclined ramp. At first glance, he thought she looked familiar, wasn't that Xiao Xiao? He hurried over, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zhang Xiao Xiao. When she saw Gu Changa, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes, and then she felt the wheelchair rolling backward. She tried to grab the wheels but couldn't pull them at all. Luckily, Gu Changa reacted quickly and grabbed the armrest at the back of the wheelchair. "Brother?" she called out. Gu Changa asked, "Why are you out here alone?" Zhang Xiaoxiao blinked, a bit in disbelief. "I have some cardboard boxes, they're for sale, and I only made 8 yuan. Her cheeks puffed out like balloons as she took out 10 bills from her pocket, folding them carefully and examining them closely. Gu Changa reached out and tapped her cheek, saying, "Didn't I tell you that I would help you after your class? But, brother, you have to work every day, and I have things to do too." She drooped her head, looking like a reprimanded puppy. After walking over 100 meters up the hill, they reached a crosswalk, and the red light turned green. Gu Changa saw an old van slowly starting up, stopping in front of him. In the driver's seat was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, looking to be in his 40s, resting one arm on the window while chewing on a piece of gum. That was a face he recognized all too well. The moment Gu Changa saw him, he recalled the past. It was this man, the one who had broken Xiao Xiao's leg. Not a day goes by without remembering. He wished he could cripple both of his legs, so he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Especially Gu Changa, whose expression was turning ugly. Fear flashed across his face, and without hesitation, he slammed on the gas. But at such a close distance, Gu Changa's 230 vitality burst could easily catch up to him the moment he started the car. Gu Changa suddenly lunged forward. Just then, a sports car roared past the truck. Fortunately, Gu Changa stepped back just in time, otherwise, he would have been jolted away, and he might have had the chance to enter another space. The truck took the opportunity to flee, and seeing they couldn't escape, Gu Changa had no choice but to memorize the license plate number and model. The truck driver turned his head, saw Gu Changa was gone, and gave him the middle finger. "You won't be laughing for long, keep laughing, and you won't laugh again." Gu Changa glared at him. After Gu Changa and Xin Shing returned home, they cooked the noodles they bought last night, and apart from water and noodles, there was nothing else. "Tonight we have a treat," Gu Changa said, rubbing her head. "Eat less, it's good for you," Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled. Hearing this, Gu Changa felt a pang in his heart. He decided to catch that thief and make him pay for his actions. Not only did he steal his money, but he also hurt Xiao Xiao. This debt, he had to settle. After lunch, Gu Changa rested for a while and didn't wake up until 2 in the morning, then hurried to school. Class started at 2:40 in the afternoon, just a 20-minute walk from home. As Gu Changa reached the crosswalk, he saw a man wearing a hat and a turtleneck standing in front of him. He had his head lowered, half of his face covered by the collar, making it impossible to see his features, and his hands were tucked in his pockets. Cold and mysterious, he exuded a unique aura, like a thief, yet also like someone who enjoyed showing off, afraid that this guy would take off his coat and expose his nakedness. In one night, you've become a useless person, looked down upon by others. I think you don't want to be a waste anymore. Whether I'm a waste or not has nothing to do with you, Gu Changa replied, looking at him. Of course, I have a way to help you stand at the top of the world again. No need, Shenjiao shook his head. Oh, opportunities are fleeting, they won't come again. The man smiled. This kind of humiliated waste was absolutely unable to resist, so he could only pretend not to know. But deep inside, he could no longer control his desires. I'm sure, Gu Changa's expression was calm, without any hesitation. Waste? What a joke, I'm just acting. The man was taken aback. Are you sure? Of course, you should leave this opportunity for others. I don't need it. Seeing Gu Changa's indifferent demeanor, the man raised an eyebrow and ground his teeth. Don't make me kneel. Kneel? Let me think. Gu Changa had an expression of, what are you still doing? Hurry up and kneel to beg for mercy. He always felt something was off. Wasn't it time for him to kneel and beg for mercy? Who were these people? I've given you the method, and you want me to kneel? Is this the law? What kind of reasoning is this? But when he realized this was a very important matter, he had to brace himself. I endure. Gong Yexiao's face darkened. When he looked up again, Gu Changa was just crossing the crosswalk when the light turned green. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Changa turned and left. What the hell? The man in the jacket gritted his teeth. Fine, if you look down on me like this, I will make you regret it. After saying that, he headed towards Gu Changa's home. Gu Changa returned to the classroom and went straight to Wang Shuzhen's office as soon as school was over. She was happily chatting with other teachers, but when she saw Gu Changa, her expression darkened, and with some irritation, she asked, "What's wrong?" "I want the spirit stones," Gu Changa said, giving no face at all. "You can have whatever you want. I won't give them to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen's lips curled into a slight arc, and she said seriously, "I've already given the spirit stones to Sun Hang. Don't think I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. Sun Hang has been helping our class this month, and you only became the class representative the day before the spirit stones were distributed, but that doesn't mean he will hand over all the money to you. These spirit stones are rewards for your class teacher. If you're not satisfied, you can talk to your dean. Gu Changa saw her so certain and didn't want to argue any further. It would be a waste of breath, and she wasn't wrong. However, his mood was somewhat poor, so he turned around, preparing to leave. Wang Shuzhen watched Gu Changa walk away dejectedly, her heart blooming with joy. A little girl, still wet behind the ears, dared to oppose her. She was too naive. Tonight, we'll go for a barbecue and celebrate properly. Gu Changa sat back in his seat, pondering what to do about this situation. He had 2 days left to pay rent, and only 10 yuan remained from selling junk. He hadn't gone to work and didn't know if his boss would be very angry, plus he wouldn't receive his salary for another 15 days. Could he hold on until then? Suddenly, his phone rang. Gu Changa took out his phone and saw that the caller was the manager. "Are you okay? Why didn't you reply to me?" "Sorry, I ran into a bit of trouble last night." "What happened?" Gu Changa didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to tell him about what happened last night. Most importantly, he was worried that his salary would be deducted by the boss, so he wouldn't be penalized. The manager was taken aback for a moment and then said, "You must come tonight, otherwise, my money will all be deducted." Gu Changa nodded, "Okay." A place called Colorful Clothing Barbecue Shop was bustling with customers, and business was thriving. Generally, diners here had to wait in line. The manager was accompanied by a waitress who looked about 18. Ling Lin appeared to be around 27 or 28, always wearing a slight frown, her small eyes slightly squinted, looking rather unhappy. Her white shirt and jeans couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. The buttons on her shirt seemed to be straining to contain her shape, as if they might pop at any moment, paired with her somewhat mischievous expression, making her incredibly attractive. Many people came here because of her. "Manager, what did Chensi say?" the waitress asked with concern. "Not bad. That's great. We were all worried about you. It seems you didn't sleep well last night." Upon hearing this, Ling Lin raised her eyebrows and said, "Quick, bring me the dishes." "All right," Chen Zhao replied. The waitress smiled slightly and bounced over. The class bell rang, and thankfully, he wasn't late. Gu Changa went home first. In the afternoon, he felt a bit uneasy but also apprehensive. Arriving at the door, he noticed some bloodstains, seemingly dried. A sense of foreboding stirred within him. Gu Changa's heart raced. Had Xiao Xiao gotten into trouble? His heart pounded as he forcefully opened the door. The door swung open with a push, and the lock fell to the ground. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao, standing in the living room, was startled by the scene and turned to look. Upon realizing it was Gu Changa, she sighed in relief, thinking a thief had broken in. "Big brother, are you okay?" "Xiaoxiao, how are you? What's wrong? What is this blood?" "This is from Uncle Wang next door. He gave us 2 fish, and they've been cleaned." "This is all blood. That's more like it." Gu Changa felt relieved. His neighbor, Uncle Wang, was known for never becoming a pilot. No matter how bad the weather, he would go out fishing, sometimes not returning for a week or even half a month. Even his divorce agreement was signed by the river, which made Gu Changa envious of Uncle Wang's perseverance. The fish he caught were always shared with them. Gu Changa walked to the sink and found the 2 fish placed inside, indeed covered in blood. He cleaned them up and put them in the pot. "Xiao, if you're hungry, go eat. Don't wait for me," Gu Changa said as she walked out the door, heading straight to the shop where she worked, which would take about 30 minutes. From 6 in the morning until 9 in the evening, there wasn't much work to do. Being a waitress, serving dishes, washing plates, and such, wasn't too difficult. Gu Changa arrived at the shop and happened to see the manager, who crossed her arms and glanced at her watch. "You're still on time, you shouldn't be fined." "Ha ha." Gu Changa shyly scratched her head. Ling Lin took Gu Changa into the changing room, helped her change into clean clothes, and then brought out the meals. At 6 o'clock, it was time to start work, and many people were dining there at that moment. Soon, the restaurant was packed, and the remaining customers were in line. Outside the restaurant, quite a few people were already waiting, but their enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. On the contrary, this kind of situation piqued many people's interest, and they would join in, causing the number of people to keep increasing. At the far left table, there were 4 people. "It's a good thing we arrived on time. This restaurant is a bit strange and doesn't offer reservations. If you want to eat here, you must book in advance, and even if you have a high status, they won't make exceptions for you." Sun Hang raised his head proudly. The man with the spiky hair immediately puffed up with pride. "Sun Xiao is impressive. If it weren't for you showing us this place, we wouldn't have had the chance to come here." "Yeah, this is my first time in such a high-end restaurant." "Wow, 100 yuan for scrambled eggs with potatoes." The other 2 nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. They had heard about it long ago but had never been, as there were simply too many people, and the prices were high. Just one meal could cost over 1,000, which was beyond their means. Order whatever you like. Chen Zhao glanced at the menu and said. Sun Hang looked bold and unconcerned about the money, as if it were nothing to him. He felt incredibly pleased at that moment. The short-haired man scoffed. What do you mean? This afternoon, I saw Gu Chang'e running to Wang Shuzhen to ask for spirit stones but didn't get any back. Her face looked terrible. It was really amusing. Yeah, I saw it too. Her expression was quite bad. Another person agreed. Sun Hang rested his hands on the chair and propped up a leg. Of course, Wang Shuzhen gave me the spirit stones this afternoon. That useless Gu Chang'e naturally had no chance. Before long, the group finished eating. Just as Sun Hang was about to call the waitress, he noticed Gu Chang'e pouring him tea from a distance. He was momentarily taken aback, then the smile on his face deepened. The other three followed Sun Hang's gaze and, upon seeing Gu Chang'e in her uniform, wore smug smiles. Waitress, Gu Chang'e, the spiky-haired man called out by name. Gu Chang'e turned around and saw it was Sun Hang and his three friends. Her expression immediately darkened. She knew they would make things difficult for her. May I ask what you need? A waitress with a beauty mark near her left eye approached with a smile. She could sense Gu Chang'e's inner turmoil. She had experienced similar situations before, feeling awkward and helpless. Especially when they knew who you were, they would deliberately create trouble for you, making you uncomfortable to satisfy their desires. What was even more annoying was that these guys would show up every few days. Xian Jia, Dong Shuabin called out. Gu Chang'e felt a stir of emotions. Lu Xian, 3 years older than Gu Chang'e, was a very charming woman. When he first arrived, Gu Chang'e was well taken care of by her, and she had always been teaching him. Gu Chang'e called her Xian Jia affectionately. No need, Wang Yao said. The pair of small eyes kept staring at Gu Chang'e. Lu Xian smiled and said, Gu Chang'e is busy cleaning the kitchen dishes right now. Customer first, we must meet our needs, you know? As long as Gu Chang'e takes our order, that's all that matters. The man's tone became firm, and the people around him cast dissatisfied glances at his words. Lu Xian suddenly felt a huge pressure. She hadn't expected them to be so resolute, so Gu Chang'e definitely couldn't come. They would surely find ways to deal with him. Gu Chang'e noticed Lu Xian's conflicted expression but was determined to help, feeling quite touched inside. Dong Shuabin stepped forward and said, Shu Yunxian, leave it to me. Shan Si. Gong Yuning's gaze fell on him. No need, Xian Jia. Gu Chang'e's lips curled into a smile. Seeing his confidence, Lu Xian nodded and prepared to leave. If you can't handle it, just come to the kitchen, I'll take care of it myself. Chen Zhao replied. Gu Chang'e's gaze swept over Sun Hang and the others, noticing they were all watching him with great interest, as if contemplating how to humiliate him. Sun Hang said, the tea is finished, hurry and brew us some more. Gu Chang'e turned and went out, bringing in a teapot and pouring a cup of tea. Sun Hang had just taken a small sip when he spilled the entire cup, dropping it in the process, clearly scalded. He pointed at Gu Chang'e, angrily saying, Shut up, what's going on? How can the tea be this hot? Gu Chang'e, we just came to eat, why are you joking with us? What are you thinking? So, you've been brooding over Sun Xiao's blood concentration until you became the class monitor, right? Are you happy to toy with us like this? The guy with the hedgehog hair and his two companions all looked outraged. The more onlookers there were, the more confident the four became. They knew that once this escalated beyond control, the boss would definitely treat it as a major issue. At that time, Gu Chang'e would have to apologize, and maybe they could even get her to treat them to a meal. Killing two birds with one stone. Gu Chang'e scoffed inwardly. This guy was really looking for trouble. The tea wasn't even that hot. Apologize. The pig-headed guy slammed the table in front of Gu Chang'e. The other three, fearless, stood up one by one and began to attack Gu Chang'e. Sun Hang curled his lip but secretly smiled. Gu Chang'e, just wait to be dealt with by the boss. You might even get fired. I heard you were very strict in your selection at the Yichang barbecue. With something like this happening, can you still stay here? As a return, the voice from this side immediately drew everyone's attention, and everyone stopped what they were doing to look over. Meals can be eaten anytime, but they still wanted to watch. Lu Xian rushed over upon hearing the commotion, first glancing at Gu Chang'e, then at Sun Hang, who was covering his mouth, feeling extremely anxious. She had long realized that Gu Chang'e definitely hadn't planned to bring hot water. These people were specifically targeting him. No one else knew except her. This matter had to be resolved quickly, otherwise, if it escalated, Gu Chang'e could very likely face disciplinary action, or even be fired. I was wrong. Lu Xian cupped her hands and deeply bowed to Sun Hang. Sorry, we'll go get ice right away. Then she looked at Gu Chang'e. Do you know? Shensi, hurry to the kitchen and get some ice, quickly. Cut it out. Do you think freezing my pain with ice will work? Is that really your plan? This is too hasty, right? The hedgehog guy sneered. Gu Chang'e clenched his fists, a fire burning in his heart, his chest heaving violently. Hold on. He must hold on. This was his only job. If he didn't get paid, he and his sister would starve for a month. Sun Hang, seeing this, felt an indescribable pleasure. Watching this scene, he gasped for breath. It hurts so much. I'm dying from the pain. Lu Xian was already busy dealing with the questions from the hedgehog-headed guy, and with Sun Hang's cries of pain, it made her even more anxious. She had Gu Changa bring over a piece of ice and repeated the hedgehog man's question. No, icing can relieve the pain from burns. No need, Sister Xian. Gu Changa supported Lu Xian and gave a good beating to the smug Sun Hang. Gu Changa didn't hold back with this punch. 230 points of health were no joke. With one slap, Sun Hang crashed into the wall, his nasal bone fractured, blood streaming from his nose. The three thugs were momentarily stunned before reacting, pointing at Gu Changa and shouting angrily, "How dare you hit someone? This isn't over. Chensi, you can't hit people like this." Lu Xian panicked and quickly grabbed him, fearing he would rush in to hit someone again. At this point, things couldn't get worse. They had to take this opportunity while there was still time. She knew about Gu Changa's family situation. Losing this job would make her already difficult life even harder. The onlookers were all taken aback, some even starting to run away, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Sun Hang struggled to stand up, trembling all over. "Gu Changa, if you really do this, I'll send you to prison." Saying this, he pulled out his phone, intending to call his father. Lu Xian thought he was going to call the police and hurried over, wearing a flattering smile. "Sir, I'm so sorry. How can we make it up to you? Ha, forgive? Do you think this is real?" Sun Hang scoffed. "Humph. Gu Changa, you can't escape. With my father's power, he can send you to prison in no time, and you'll never wear clothes again in your life." "No need for you to say that, Sister Xian." Gu Changa grabbed Lu Xian. "What are you talking about? Gu Changa, do you want to fight? Fine, come smash my face, if you dare." Sun Hang said with a cold smile, his face full of mockery. Gu Changa delivered a heavy blow, slamming Sun Hang against the wall again, knocking out a tooth. "That's what you asked for. It has nothing to do with me. Just like you said, the customer is always right. Everything has to go your way. You, Gu Changa." The hedgehog man and his two companions wanted to say something but held back, fearing Gu Changa would beat them all up. This guy was like a mad dog. If anyone provoked him, he would pounce. Sun Hang picked up his phone, and a few seconds later, it connected, his voice filled with anger and resentment. "Dad, I got beaten up at Yilin Barbecue. I lost a tooth, and my nose is broken. Who did it? I'm coming over right now. Gu Changa, he's my classmate, named Jiang Chensi." "All right," Chen Zhao agreed. "Dad." Sun Hang hung up the phone and glared coldly at Gu Changa. "I'm going to kill you." The voice of Sun Hang's father made some people feel a sense of familiarity. One person suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Isn't this the eldest son of the Sun family?" This was Sun Hang. Instantly, more people recognized Suke. They thought Suke looked a lot like Sun Hang, but didn't expect that Suke was the real Suke. Upon hearing the Sun family company, Lu Xian's face drained of color. The Sun Group was well known in the chicken market, one of the five giants, controlling various industries, with powerful figures everywhere. This was their foundation. Offending this young master could lead to a broken hand or foot at best, or disappearing from this world by tomorrow at worst. Everyone knew this, but no one could say it out loud. Even if they exposed it, they couldn't find any evidence because their organization was very clean. It was said that they were secretly accepting contracts from assassins. Chensi had offended such a powerful person. What should he do? Gu Changa remained indifferent. Sun Hang had been his classmate for 3 years, and he had known him for a long time. Three men immediately helped Sun Hang up and arrogantly sneered at Gu Changa, as if they had already anticipated their fate. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels attracted everyone's attention, and they saw Ling Lin walking over in high heels, both men's eyes filled with agreement. "What's going on?" Ling Lin approached Gu Changa and Fu Shi, her tone carrying obvious pressure. "Cut the crap," the porcupine-headed man snorted coldly. "Gu Changa deliberately splashed hot water on us, and young master's son got burned. He wants Gu Changa to apologize, but he refuses and even beat up young master's son." Ling Lin's gaze fell on Gu Changa. "What do you want me to do?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt her heart tighten. Was the boss going to drive Chensi away? Gu Changa said, "I'll take responsibility for this matter." "Very well," Regner nodded. Ling Lin said, "I understand." Sun Hang couldn't help but laugh. "Gu Changa, you're in for a tough time this time." "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come." Lu Xian was anxious, forgetting everything else. "Manager, this really isn't true." Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Lin's actions left her dumbfounded, and everyone looked on in disbelief. Ling Lin picked up the tea on the table and splashed it at Sun Hang, calmly saying, "That's what I mean, understand? You." Sun Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had long prepared himself for Gu Changa's dismissal, but he never expected it to be someone like her. He and the boss were merely employer-employee. The boss wouldn't take sides in a conflict with the Sun Group. Ordinary people wouldn't do that. Most people would tremble at the mention of the Sun Group, let alone have the guts to resist. Ling Lin threw the last 3 cups in her hand at the 3 men. If you make a mistake regarding our Ichang barbecue, we will let you off easy, but if you dare to cause trouble, we will be in trouble. My subordinates are not the kind to do such despicable things. It's people like you who don't deserve to dine here, so hurry up and leave. Think carefully, after all, I am the heir of the Sun family. Sun Hang was furious but still held back his anger, speaking slowly. Gu Changa, you get over here and make them leave. Ling Lin said indifferently, even if your father, Sun Tianyang, were here, I wouldn't take him seriously. Who does he think he is? And who do you think you are? If it weren't for your filthy face, I would have smashed your head in with one punch. What could your father say then? Gu Changa looked at Ling Lin as if he didn't recognize her, staring at her in disbelief. Dominance radiated from her. In that moment, Gu Changa was even more certain that the boss was not an ordinary person. Sun Hang's eyes widened. This girl even dared to mention his father's name? What kind of background did she have? Gu Changa, why are you still standing there? Get rid of these useless people. Ling Lin glanced at him, her face full of helplessness. All right, Regner nodded. Gu Changa snapped back to reality, grabbed one of them with each hand, and in a few quick steps, he threw all 4 of them out like trash. Sun Hang looked bewildered, and the other 4 boys stood up from the ground with shame on their faces. People around them were taking pictures, making them feel embarrassed, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Gu Changa said, Manager, your work is done. All right, you can go work now. Come back when you're done. Okay. Regner nodded. Gu Changa nodded back, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. Was she really being sent away? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, she was just an ordinary employee. With the fame of Sai, finding a waitress was an incredibly easy task. With a wave of the hand, many would rush to compete for the position. Gu Changa smiled bitterly but quickly regained her composure. She would do what she needed to do and leave the rest to fate. Sun Hang and the others left in disgrace. Gu Changa, I will make you wish you were dead. Just a barbecue restaurant manager, pretending to be something. I want to see if you can still act like that when I come. Exactly, they are just putting on a show. The other 3 nodded vigorously, their faces flushed. Sun Hang took out his phone, called his father, and told him about the humiliation of being kicked out, recounting Ling Lin's arrogance, secretly sneering that these 2 would be unable to escape. Unexpectedly, his father, Sun Tianyang, fell silent after hearing this, finally saying, Come back. Sun Hang was stunned, a bad premonition creeping in. What the hell? Could it be that this Ling Lin was really formidable? The 3 of them didn't notice Sun Hang's ghostly expression, all excited. Young Master Sun, should we go see Gu Changa now? I have thought of a way to embarrass him. Me too. Regner nodded in agreement. The 3 chatted happily, exchanging ideas. Sun Hang remained calm and said, Go back. What? What did you say? Young Master Sun, what did you just say? The 3 couldn't believe their ears. I told you to get lost. Sun Hang finally couldn't contain his anger and roared loudly. Instantly, the 3 troublemakers fell to the ground in terror. They forgot all about what had just happened and ran away. Only Sun Hang remained, clenching his fists, his eyes bloodshot. I have always gotten what I wanted. A Gu Changa, an orphan, and her skills even surpassing mine, so what? With a casual wave, I could gather over 100,000 people for myself. How could I, being so outstanding, not compare to her? After a long while, he suddenly laughed maniacally. It was already 9 o'clock at night. Although the Tsai restaurant had closed, many were still waiting, at least for several more hours. Some had been queuing since 6 in the morning, only arriving at 9, but this did not discourage them. Instead, it filled them with determination. They wanted her to come in early the next morning. The things that cannot be obtained are always the happiest. Gu Changa locked the store door, changed her clothes in the dressing room, and then walked to the office on the 2nd floor. There were only 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. The left side was Ling Lin's work area, and the right side was her bedroom, while this floor belonged to her alone. Ling Lin sat cross-legged in her office, a black stocking wrapped around her straight, beautiful leg. If it were before, he would have looked a few more times, but this was his first time seeing such a stunning beauty in Ling Lin. Although he found her beautiful, he had no desire to act on it. Take this. Ling Lin walked to the desk and took out a letter. On the table were 2 servings of steaming pig trotter rice. She said, This is my money, plus 2 meals. Gu Changa paused, thanked Ling Lin, then took the letter and turned to leave. He originally planned to collect 15 days' salary, but the current economic situation made that impossible. He looked good, but his stomach was bound to suffer. A month's rent was already over 1,000. Not to mention the electricity bill, which alone was 1,500. It seemed like nothing was lacking, yet everything cost money, and when he calculated it all, it turned out to be so much. The 3,000 she mentioned was clearly the 2,500 plus 500 salary. Gu Chang'e didn't expect Ling Lin to take out so much money. On his way home, he couldn't help but think about the things he encountered while job hunting, running around, and no one wanted him despite all the hard work. He didn't know why, but later he found out it was all because that bastard Sun Hang was scheming behind his back, which made everyone reluctant to hire him. But what could he do? In the end, he chose to swallow his anger. At that moment, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. His anger erupted like a volcano. As for the consequences of beating up Sun Hang, he didn't care at all. Just thinking about it made him a bit regretful, mainly because he was worried about his sister Xiao Xiao. If he were alone, he would naturally be fearless, unafraid of death, and would fight if he was dissatisfied. But now, regretting was useless, it only made him suffer more. It was better to look forward, to think positively. As long as he thought positively, the problems would disappear. As Gu Chang'e walked forward, he arrived at a traffic light. At first, he hadn't planned to look, but when he realized that the woman was actually their class teacher, Wang Shuzhen, he changed completely. Then, he used his phone to film for a while. After doing that, Gu Chang'e turned back. By the time he got home, it was already around 10 o'clock at night. He was still lost in thought on his way back, so he wasn't walking very fast. Inside the house, a light was on. Usually, they kept the lights on to save time. Zhang Xiaoxiao was leaning against a lamp, holding a copy of The Prince and Princess, a fairy tale she had read countless times. Gu Chang'e pushed the door open, holding a bowl of braised pork rice, and smiled, saying, "This is our restaurant's pig trotter rice. It's very delicious." "Wow!" he exclaimed. Her eyes lit up. Gu Chang'e walked over and saw his sister bringing out steamed fish. He hadn't touched it at all, and there were 2 more big bowls of rice on the table. It let out a low growl. Her stomach rumbled, her face flushed, and she lowered her head. "I told you, if you're hungry, you can eat by yourself. Don't wait for me." Gu Chang'e sighed. "Brother, you've been working for so long without eating, how can I eat?" Gu Chang'e sighed. He had told this girl countless times that she should eat only after he got home. Then, they peeled open the pig trotter rice, and the two began to eat. Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on the book on the table, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It was something she had seen when she was very young at a roadside stall, and it had captivated her at first sight, so he had given it to her. It was a book depicting a pair of young girls holding hands. This novel told the story of a princess's sister who was bedridden due to health reasons, while beside her was a dark guard who looked similar to her. No one knew this except for herself. She was very timid, afraid that her brother would discover her disability and hate her, so she concealed this matter. She arranged for a guard to stay by her side, waiting until nightfall to tell her about his daily life. Just hearing this sentence made the princess very happy. Later, the young master's leg miraculously healed, and she ran to the window, watching her brother and the servants playing joyfully. Her heart trembled. In truth, Regner didn't really want to be with Regner. The attendant was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had once cast a spell to rescue a prince. After learning the truth, she became increasingly self-deprecating and eventually fell into despair. Now, she was a true princess, forever by his side. This sounded absurd and unreal. Gu Chang'e shook his head. It was just a myth, and taking it so seriously was unrealistic. He thought for a moment and realized there were quite a few loopholes. Li Tianming pondered and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, saying, "Just tell me if you have something to say, don't hide it." Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Although she didn't know why Gu Chang'e said that, she nodded. Gu Chang'e washed the dishes, took a shower, and by the time he finished, it was already midnight. He looked at his work, having been busy until 1 in the morning. That night, he couldn't sleep. Gu Chang'e got up quickly, went out to buy some steamed buns, and after receiving his salary, he had quite a bit of money in hand, so he decided to spend some. With a monthly salary of 3,000, plus various expenses and 300 in interest, he was left with only 1,200, which had to last for 30 days. His daily expenses couldn't exceed 40, in fact, calculating it, 30 yuan a day would be enough, which totals over 300 for the month. If I had 3 pieces yesterday, that would have been great. Gu Chang'e sighed and turned to head back. Just as he got home, a prompt sounded in his mind, indicating that his health points had reached their limit. One day has ended, storing 200 health points, replenishing 2 health points, total 202 health points. Instantly, his powerful vitality surged from 230 to 432 points. Once again, impurities were expelled from his body, taking over an hour this time, and Gu Chang'e's strength, speed, and overall abilities had greatly improved. It seems my guess was right. If that's the case, I can expel the impurities from my body every day. My points are 447, this time I increased by 43 points, which is better than any supplement. In a month, that's over 2,000 points. Gu Changa was incredibly excited. Reaching level 4 in just over a month seemed like a fantasy, yet he could easily achieve it. While others advanced at that moment, the experts at level 15 had gone through 15 rounds. He only needed half a month. Moreover, each time there was a 10% health point bonus. If these people knew, they would surely be driven mad with jealousy. Gu Changa invested another 200 health points, leaving him with 232 points. He hadn't invested 300 points earlier to take care of Sun Hang, not wanting to expose his trump card. By the time he finished washing up, it was almost time for class. He left 3 buns for Jiang Xiaoxiao and took the other 3 to school. He had felt a bit tired before, but now he was completely awake, full of energy. Just as he arrived in the classroom, the bell rang. Wang Shuzhen had already stepped onto the podium, looking at Gu Changa. After he sat down, she spoke, "Gu Changa, come with me, the rest of you go to class." Li Yuanba whispered a reminder, "Be careful, this old woman is up to something." Chen Zhao replied. Gu Changa stood up and walked out, with everyone following him to recite the morning lesson. Sun Hang looked at Gu Changa, his eyes filled with rage and hatred. Just thinking about what happened yesterday made him unable to contain his roar. "Damn!" he cursed. Everyone was startled, stopping their work, staring at Sun Hang with expressions that said, "It's early in the morning, have you lost your mind?" Shui Qinru took out a small notebook from her pocket and began to read. 5 points for noise, 10 points for disturbing class time, 30 points for insults. After hearing this, Sun Hang's expression changed slightly, thinking to himself that he would probably lose points when he returned this time. Gu Changa thought the old lady was going to call her to her company, but unexpectedly, she was on the rooftop. Wang Shuzhen turned her back to Gu Changa with a serious face. "You saw Gu Changa last night, right?" Chen Zhao replied. Wang Shuzhen was taken aback. She didn't expect Gu Changa to admit it so quickly. She thought she would have to resort to severe interrogation before she would tell the truth. Gu Changa smiled slightly. "Wang Shuzhen, I believe you wouldn't want my news to leak out." Wang Shuzhen turned around and saw Gu Changa pulling out her phone and opening a video. "I guessed it, so I recorded both the photos and the video." Wang Shuzhen's face changed dramatically. She knew this matter absolutely could not leak. If it did, she would be finished, and she could forget about finding a job anywhere in the future. Suddenly, she lunged at Gu Changa, who easily dodged, but she didn't give up and ran towards her. "Gu Changa, you better hand over your phone immediately, or you'll regret it. Since you can do it, then go ahead and try." Gu Changa threw a punch, and although Wang Shuzhen was a first-tier cultivator, she couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying over 10 meters. Wang Shuzhen sat on the ground, her eyes trembling, her face filled with confusion. He isn't even a first-tier cultivator, how could he be this strong? His strength is probably comparable to a cultivator with 400 qi in blood. Wang Shuzhen struggled to stand up, and after 30 seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, "What do you want to do to me? First, I can't agree to your demands. You don't need to worry, aside from this matter, anything could happen." Gu Changa waved her hand. "I understand." Wang Shuzhen was hit hard. She suddenly felt a sense of hopelessness. Last night, she had specifically asked 2 strong men to help her pick up dead fish, but later at the hotel, for some unknown reason, those 2 guys left, and then the 2 big men ran off to book a room. "Tell me, what's your purpose in opposing me?" Gu Changa asked with interest. "Why?" Lai Jina was taken aback. Wang Shuzhen thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason, and finally, she thought of a possibility. "In my freshman year, I assigned you a task to clean the sports field, but you didn't participate, which got me scolded by my superiors." "Is that it?" Chen Xiaobei was stunned. Gu Changa couldn't believe that such a trivial matter had drawn someone's attention. "Besides, I came here to study, not to work for you. Can you delete that video first?" Wang Shuzhen clenched her fists. "Just wait and see." Gu Changa turned and left. She didn't really want Wang Shuzhen to help her, just as long as she didn't come to bother her again. Wang Shuzhen bit her lower lip. She didn't expect to be threatened by a young kid. Gu Changa returned to her seat, and Li Yuanba asked proudly, "What does this mean? Why is she here?" "It's nothing, she just saw how handsome I am and came to check out my looks, and ended up being mesmerized." Stop, forget it." Li Yuanba's expression darkened. What else could this guy do besides being a tiny bit more handsome than him? Gu Changa noticed Sun Hang had been secretly watching her, looking quite displeased. Could it be that he was coming for her? He glanced at the system and found nothing particularly unusual happening. Sun Hang turned his head away, but inside, he was sneering. "If it weren't for Ling Lin, I would kill you in an instant. I want to see if his disabled sister has any way out." A 150 health assassin dealing with a cripple is the most normal thing in the world. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao was nibbling on a steamed bun while turning her head at the sound. Just then, a gentle female voice rang out, "Care from society." Zhang Xiaoxiao said nothing, carefully pulling out a recording device from under the desk and playing the audio that Gu Chang'e had recorded in advance. "No need," Shen Zhao shook his head. Zhang Chenxi's cold voice came from the recording. She instinctively closed her eyes, her heart racing, cold sweat dripping down. Gu Chang'e had told her that when she was home alone, she couldn't make a sound if someone knocked on the door. If the intruders heard a woman, it would be even worse. If she said nothing, it would be even scarier. They would think no one was home and rush in. A burly man stood at the door, frowning in thought. "No way. Gu Chang'e isn't at school, right?" Seeing that there was no sound outside for a long time, Zhang Xiaoxiao relaxed. This guy should have left, probably not a good person, and she returned to her studies. His footsteps were very light, making no sound at all. He quickly ran to her side and pulled out a towel from his pocket to wipe his sweat. The man slapped her across the face. Her eyes widened, all her strength drained away, and her eyes slowly closed. At noon, the class bell rang. Everyone instantly turned into sprinters, eating like crazy. Gu Chang'e stood up and walked out. Sun Hang, seeing Gu Chang'e leave, couldn't help but smile, coldly snorting in his heart. "I want to see if you can still laugh then." He turned to Shui Qinru and said, "Shall we go out for a meal?" "No." Shen Zhao shook his head. Shui Qinru flatly refused and quickly left the classroom. She wanted to have dinner, and this was delaying her appreciation of Gu Chang'e. At this moment, Gu Chang'e was walking quickly, not intentionally speeding up. After 2 rounds of baptism, his physique had fundamentally changed. How can he be so strong? When she was over 100 meters away from Shui Qinru, she had already started running. Before, she could dodge left and right, but now she had to run. Gu Chang'e can't possibly know I'm following him, right? No, wait. Shui Qinru then realized she seemed like a little tail. "You might not believe that Gu Chang'e trusts me so quickly. My mom always said my dad left quickly, making him go even further. Yeah, I wish I could run a few more steps on the street." Shui Qinru muttered. Gu Chang'e flung open the door and saw Zhang Xiaoxiao slumped over the table, drooling as if she were still asleep. As Gu Chang'e approached, he noticed some blood on the floor, which seemed to have been there for a while, almost coagulated. Gu Chang'e shook her. "Are you hungry?" "Yeah." She groggily woke up, feeling weak all over. Gu Shizhou's heart stirred. It was Uncle Wang who had run over, bringing him a fish. "Uncle Wang just brought me 2 fish, left them on the sink." "Uncle Wang, your luck seems really good. You didn't catch a single one a few days ago, and now in just 2 days, you've caught more than a month's worth. This is a big trouble." Gu Chang'e's lips curled into a smile as he saw a pool of blood on the ground, which should also be fish blood. He went to the sink and saw 2 fist-sized small fish. Gu Chang'e cleaned the fish and put them in the pot, then added rice, and soon it was done. After the 2 finished dinner, Gu Chang'e was tired and went to sleep first. How did I fall asleep? After thinking it over and over, she found nothing and decided not to dwell on it any longer. When Gu Chang'e woke up, she felt much better. She greeted Zhang Xiaoxiao and headed outside. Just as she reached the door, she saw Uncle Wang about to go out. He was an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man, and at first glance, it was hard to see him as anything but unremarkable. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Thank you for the grilled fish last night and today, it was really delicious." "No problem." Upon hearing this, Wang Pengfei nodded. Gu Chang'e chatted with him for a while, and noticing that it was getting late, she said goodbye to Wang Pengfei and walked towards the campus. "Did I go fishing?" Wang Pengfei scratched his head, staring in the direction Gu Chang'e had left, but after a long time, he couldn't remember and finally shook his head. "My memory really is bad. I actually forgot about work. Should I consider retiring?" Gu Chang'e was already thinking about how to find a job, and now with Sun Hang stirring things up, it seemed no one would want him anymore. His physical condition was comparable to a second-tier cultivator, and moving concrete was a piece of cake for him. Most of the morning classes were theoretical, focusing on knowledge about beast levels. Sun Hang looked at Gu Chang'e with a puzzled expression. In the afternoon, he received a notification that the murderer was dead. Why hadn't her sister died yet? No matter how powerful she was, it was impossible for one person to kill a level 150 assassin. Those assassins were rigorously trained and left no trace behind. There must be some conspiracy involved. I need to hurry home and report to father, let him decide. Li Yuanba had a mournful expression and said, "Gu Chang'e is really in a bad spot this time. What happened?" Chen Zhao looked at him in confusion. Gu Chang'e asked, "Probably because her computer had been poisoned, so there was no backup, and everything had been restored to its original state, resulting in thousands of gigabytes of teaching materials disappearing. 2,000 gigabytes of classic teaching materials were confiscated," Li Yuanba said, looking pained. "That's good. Now you need to work hard," Gu Chang'e reassured him. "Fortunately, there are still 99 left." Li Yuanba nodded and said, alright, incredible, he murmured, a smile appearing on his face. Gu Changa couldn't help but sigh. If he could spend 1% of his time on training, he would have soared to great heights by now. Class was over. As Gu Changa walked towards the community, she looked around, hoping to find any job recruitment signs. Most had already closed, leaving only newly opened shops. The two of them walked around the street but found no new shops. At the other end of the street was a filthy pile of garbage, with trash everywhere, and many people were collecting bottles. Hey, why don't we take this opportunity to go hunting and earn some extra cash? Though it does come with certain risks. Gu Changa turned back and, as she passed a dark alley, she heard two men talking inside. If it weren't for the significant transformation her body had undergone, it would have been hard to hear. One man in shorts said, "How's the haul?" A big man with a scar on his face pretended to be nonchalant. "Don't mention it, we only managed to grab one. Although it's poor, we still made a couple of thousand. There's a disabled girl at home who looks quite pretty. I just want the money, not the woman. I was hoping to find a valuable antique, but it turned out to be just a piece of scrap metal." Scared? Show me. If you can earn a couple of thousand at once, you should be happy. The man in shorts waved his hand. Not much left. Although the scar-faced man appeared indifferent on the surface, he couldn't help but smile. The bronze cauldron was intricately carved with images of Taotai, chaos, and Xiangqi, repeating the figure of Taotai. "This thing is probably meant to feed a cat," the man in shorts remarked. "It should be," he replied. The man in shorts tossed the bronze cauldron aside and suddenly noticed a student walking past him, picking up the cauldron. "Hey, you little brat, I didn't tell you to do that." The man in pants angrily pointed at Gu Changa. Seeing Gu Changa walk over without a word, the man shouted, "I'm talking about you." The scar-faced man mocked, "Look at you, you can't even manage a student. No wonder you're hiding in an empty room." Upon hearing this, the man in pants became furious and threw a punch at Gu Changa. Bang, a loud sound echoed. Gu Changa retaliated with a palm strike, sending the man flying over 100 meters, crashing into the other end of the alley. The immense force shattered a brick. The man's body was not as hard as a brick, his spine fractured, and his internal organs were crushed, causing excruciating pain that nearly made him faint several times. The scar-faced man's smile froze, a wave of fear washing over him. What do you want?" "No problem. You stole my silver and even hurt my sister." Gu Changa clenched his fists, ready to explode. The scar-faced man, hearing this, showed a hint of terror on his face, his mind racing with thoughts. "What the hell? Where did such a master come from in this rundown place? If I were here, I wouldn't come even if you killed me." He pointed at Gu Changa and said defiantly, "Are you stupid? I'm from the Flying Thief Gang. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you'll face the consequences." Gu Changa rushed over in a few quick steps and unleashed a flurry of punches to his face, followed by strikes to his stomach, deforming him in no time. The scar-faced man leaned against the wall, trembling as he got up, pleading, "Brother, I was blind and didn't know where Mount Tai was. Please spare me." The man in shorts pulled a rocket from his pocket, ignited it, and soared into the air like a dagger piercing the clouds, then tilted his head and fainted. The scar-faced man watched this scene, suppressing his joy, bowed to Gu Changa, and thought, "Just wait for them to come, then let them be arrogant." Gu Changa had also heard of the cloud-piercing arrow, a rapid series of strikes that fell like raindrops upon him. In just a few seconds, it could leave him paralyzed. Even if he didn't die, he would spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. Gu Changa picked up the scar-faced man's bag and walked out, encountering no trouble or people along the way. However, many police officers were rushing over, likely frightened by that cloud-piercing arrow. Seeing this, Gu Changa stopped. He knew these people wouldn't show up again. Shui Kinru stealthily followed behind Gu Changa. "It's too dangerous. Luckily, we reported it in time. It won't be long before they arrive in the Flying Thief Gang's territory." Gu Changa exited and passed by a stall selling phones, where an elderly man was selling phones, looking somewhat aged. After thinking for a moment, Gu Changa decided to buy one for her, as Jiang Xiaoxiao always said she didn't need one. After the last incident, she had to get one, otherwise, if something urgent came up, she wouldn't be able to find it. Gu Changa pointed to a relatively intact one and asked, "How much for this apple for?" 400. "I'll give you 150. Gu Changa looked indifferent. "At most 250. 150. A voice rang out again. "This phone is good. Playing a game is no problem at all. At least it should be 200 yuan. 100. If you can't do it, then forget it. Are you trying to bargain with me while holding a dragon blade?" The shopkeeper was almost ready to curse. Damn, he had never encountered someone so relentless in haggling. After saying that, Gu Changa didn't wait for a response and left directly, without any hesitation. The shopkeeper stuffed his hands into his pockets, thinking this kind of bargaining he had seen countless times. Could it really make her stop? He glanced at Gu Changa, who was already running over 100 meters away, showing no signs of slowing down. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, leaving only a small stub. The shopkeeper closed his eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs, "All right then." Gu Changa paused, turned around, and said, "You're right, I didn't mean to." 80, Yi Futian spoke up. The cigarette in the shopkeeper's hand trembled as he took a big puff, thought for a moment, and finally agreed. Gu Changa took out 100 and added 20. The shopkeeper shook his head, sighed. The bargaining power of this dragon blade was simply too strong. He must avoid him next time. Just as Gu Changa was walking out, his phone suddenly rang. It was Ling Lin calling him. As soon as he answered, he heard Ling Lin cursing at him. "You little brat, do you understand?" Tuesday, Gu Changa glanced at the time and replied, "You clearly know today is Tuesday, yet you don't come." Ha! Lai Gina was taken aback. Gu Changa was stunned. Hadn't he been fired? "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up, if you don't come in 10 minutes, I'll fine you 100. After saying that, Ling Lin hung up the phone. "Wasn't I fired?" Gu Changa was momentarily dazed, then suddenly took off running. 8 minutes. It only took 8 minutes for Gu Changa to reach the shop. Ling Lin took out her phone, checked her watch, and said, 100, I've already bought it. "Sister Ling Lin, why are you looking for someone?" Gu Changa asked. She still hadn't found a suitable candidate, which was why she asked her to come help. "I have plenty of subordinates. Why did I take you in back then? What's your salary?" Gu Changa felt something was off. 1 month's salary in advance. "Then I'll trouble you, Sister Ling Lin." Gu Changa said gratefully. She was indeed overthinking. "I hope you can come back soon." After Ling Lin finished speaking, she stepped back. Gu Changa entered the changing room, changed into a clean outfit, and walked in with a tray. On the right side of the wall were 4 people. 3 of them were dressed in black, wearing black sunglasses, clearly security guards. A man who looked to be in his 40s and seemed easy to get along with saw Gu Changa and commented, "Gu Changa was once the top talent of the chicken market. After a night of losing all his vitality, he seems to have regained some momentum recently. His future is limitless." The 3 security guards showed expressions of surprise. Their boss was a wealthy man in the chicken market, and he had encountered all kinds of talents, but no one had ever said such things to him. "Wait staff, take the order." The casual man waved his hand. Gu Changa walked over, and when he saw the casual man, he was startled. He never expected that the wealthy Li Chuanxing from the chicken market would be dining here. The top talent of the chicken market. It's better to meet than to hear about it. Seeing you today, the reputation is well deserved," Li Chuanxing exclaimed. "The old me is no different from a normal person now. You're still young, there are many things to do in the future. I heard someone say your sister was hit by a truck recently." Li Chuanxing also looked puzzled. "That's right," Mo Wen nodded. Li Chuanxing reassured him a couple of times and then started to order. Gu Changa took the list and headed to the kitchen. The news is true. Li Chuanxing's gaze sharpened, and he thought to himself. It was just past 9 in the evening when Gu Changa finally emerged from the back door of the company. Ling Lin called out, handing him 2 plates of braised meat, and said irritably, "This was made in the back kitchen, it's yours, but if you forget, I'll make sure you regret it." "Got it." Gu Changa took the gift, and without another word, Ling Lin slammed the car door shut and locked it. Gu Changa jogged back home, and after more than 10 minutes, he arrived to find Jiang Xiaoxiao, just like before, looking at something on her desk. "Big brother, you're back." She put away her book and smiled. Gu Changa nodded, walked to the table, and placed the stewed ribs down. "Xiaoxiao, is this yours?" Jiang Xiaoxiao looked around and shook her head. It wasn't hers, she had never seen it before. Gu Changa was even more confused. Could it be that thief had never been to his house? No, it had to be his home. What a coincidence. How could there be such a bronze ding? Gu Changa couldn't think too much about it for now. He rummaged through the thief's bag, and aside from his tools, there was nothing else. He must have spent that 10 or 20,000. At this thought, he felt a surge of anger, wishing he could rush back and take that guy down. After dinner, Gu Changa handed 4 fruits he had just taken from the supermarket to Jiang Xiaoxiao. "This is for you. Later, I'll help you get a bank card, and you can use it." "Big brother, I've said it long ago, this stuff is useless to me. I've already bought it. If you don't take it, it'll be a waste." Hearing Li Tianling's words, Jiang Xiaoxiao finally relented, taking the apple and smiling. "Then thank you, big brother." Gu Changa patted her head. "What are you thanking me for?" After washing up and going to bed, he placed the bronze ding by his bedside, and even Ba Qian had no time to think further. At the top floor of a skyscraper, Sun Hang sat at his desk, looking excited. In the office, a middle-aged man in a suit stood there. Hearing Sun Hang's words, Sun Tianyang frowned. "Was it you who harmed Gu Changa's sister? Or did you fail?" "Yes, it's really strange. Dad, what do you think we should do?" Sun Hang nodded excitedly. "Come here." Yi Futian waved at her. Sun Tianyang smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said. Sun Hang immediately cheered up. quickly moving closer to Sun Tianyang, leaning his head towards Sun Tianyang's ear, wanting to whisper a solution. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Sun Tianyang slapped him, sending Sun Hang sprawling on the ground, staring blankly at Sun Tianyang. How did he get hit? Did Ant Flo come? You fool, I told you last night not to trouble Guchanga again. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Sun Tianyang was furious and continued, you take 100 spirit stones, and tomorrow you apologize to Guchanga. I'm your biological son, and instead of standing up for me, you want me to apologize to Guchanga. Sun Hang stomped his feet in anger, both furious and annoyed. Just because you're my child, otherwise, I would have thrown you into the river long ago. Otherwise, I would have broken your legs. Sun Tianyang said coldly. Sun Hang clenched his fists and got up to leave. Why do I have such a stupid child? Sun Tianyang held his forehead. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that behind Guchanga stood Ling Lin, and the assassins he sent were all hired by Ling Lin. That woman named Ling Lin had already sent someone to take care of them. Alright, I don't want to say much more. This kid said there was a trap ahead, he didn't dodge, claiming he could walk, and ended up falling. That's when I understood. If he hadn't gone too far, Ling Lin wouldn't have intervened. That Ling Lin is not someone to be trifled with. Sun Tianyang shook his head repeatedly. This time, he was genuinely scared. If it really came to a confrontation, he might as well check the DNA first. The next morning, he woke up. One day's time ended, storing 200 life points, recovering 2 life points, 202 life points. He checked his body again. His vitality surged from 477 points to 555 points. 300 points of vitality, leaving 255 points. Guchanga took a hot shower, went outside to buy a steamed bun, and just as he walked back in, he ran into the landlord, who was also going out for breakfast. As they passed by her, Guchanga didn't notice, but a string of keys hung from her belt, making a jingling sound. Guchanga was the first to speak. Good morning. I've paid all the rent. I'll go home and help you get it. I know you've always done well, never delayed, so I'll pay you next month. Forget it. I think we should build a good relationship first, to avoid embarrassment later if we lose. After saying that, Guchanga went to find another 1,400 yuan and handed it to the landlord. 1,000 yuan, of which 300 was borrowed from the landlord, and an extra 100, that's just human nature. The landlord took the 1,400 yuan. Just then, the bell rang. The principal's excited voice came from the radio. Our famous businessman, Bosley, has decided to award a bonus to outstanding students. The bonus is 30,000, and one of 10 students will win. The champion will receive a bonus of $20,000, and this bonus will be part of a major competition. If you're interested, please apply to the teacher. The time is set for tomorrow, Friday. Interested parties, please register quickly. Instantly, everyone became excited, like monkeys. Oh my, Bosley is going to donate to our school. Our college is thriving. Who knows, we might even get scholarships. I must win the championship. Guchanga looked determined, with a face full of certainty. With this 50,000, they could become rich overnight and live a prosperous life. Even fruits at 5 yuan a kilogram wouldn't deter him. If that were the case, Feng Xiaoxiao's injuries would be much easier to handle. A potion that could heal his disability costs 300,000. Then I'll go cheer for you. Li Yuanba had no intention of stepping in. Just as Guchanga was about to say something, Sun Hang suddenly stood up and walked towards him, causing the entire class to fall silent, all eyes turning to Sun Hang. More people stared intently at the cloth bag in his hand, filled with spirit stones. So many spirit stones, at least worth tens of thousands. Guchanga once offended you, these spirit stones are my apology to you. Saying this, Sun Hang placed the bag on the desk and left without looking back, as if it were all part of his job. Everyone looked on in disbelief. They all knew the relationship between Sun Hang and Guchanga. How could he apologize to Guchanga? Li Yuanba's expression grew serious, and he immediately said, a gift from a weasel carries ill intent. Guchanga, don't accept it. Who do you think I am? How could I not be clear? Guchanga rolled his eyes but immediately accepted the bag. Starting to count, there were a total of 100 spirit stones, worth 10,000. Li Yuanba quickly grabbed Guchanga's arm, shaking him back and forth. Damn, brother, how could you fall for such an obvious trap? Even without gold coins, I won't jump down. The spirit stone has blinded your eyes. Master Chelsea Mislin has a famous saying, never go against the spirit stone. If you take it seriously, you will undoubtedly fail. Cow. He spat out 2 words. Li Yuanba was at a loss for words. He was someone who understood nothing and couldn't tell if Guchanga was speaking the truth or not. Sun Hang sat down without a change in expression, but inwardly he was cursing. The spirit stone was the fare for the road to the underworld. After a class ended, Guchanga went to register with Wang Shuzhen, and everything went smoothly. Wang Shuzhen didn't make things difficult for Guchanga anymore. everyone was quite polite. Seeing this scene, several teachers couldn't help but nod. It seemed Wang Shuzhen had learned to be clever, understanding how to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. When she grew up, even she wouldn't pay attention to her. The history teacher suddenly walked over, smiling, and said, "Xiao Jiang, do you want some water? I have the finest Longjing tea here." "Xiao Jiang, I have a niece, 18 years old, very beautiful, very beautiful." Seeing this, the surrounding teachers gathered around, concerned for her safety. After Gu Chang'e left, the other teachers also gathered around, laughing. "Wang Shuzhen, what's wrong with you? When you become successful in the future, don't forget us." Wang Shuzhen smiled awkwardly, trying hard to squeeze out a sound. Her feelings were complicated. Becoming successful? Just don't lose face. The last class of the morning was also the hardest. Li Yuanba lay on the bed, hugging his books, fast asleep. Unless something unexpected happened, he would be called to answer questions. The history teacher's face darkened as he pointed to a question on the whiteboard. "Li Yuanba, you come solve this question. If you can't even answer this, you might as well go back to farming." "Of course I understand. I'm not stupid, even if I'm a bit slow." Li Yuanba. Since the revival of the world's vital energy, the earth has expanded tenfold. Our Huashan nation has specially built a towering wall to ensure the safety of the people. Moreover, every city is connected by high walls to prevent certain dangers. Gu Chang'e was taken aback. He didn't expect Li Yuanba to say this. Wasn't he just making himself sound like a pig? Li Yuanba equals eating, sleeping, trembling. Pig equals eating plus sleeping. Juga can't tremble equals pig. That's right. Seeing that Li Yuanba could answer even more difficult questions, the history teacher let him go. Li Yuanba raised his head proudly and said, "How about it, Gu Chang'e?" Gu Chang'e replied irritably, "This was over 2 years ago. What are you so proud of?" When the class bell rang, Gu Chang'e stood up and walked back. As he passed a corner, he suddenly had a dangerous premonition and instinctively became alert. Just as he turned to look at the corner, 3 people rushed out. One of them swung a baseball bat, while the other 2 threw smoke bombs at Gu Chang'e. Their movements were surprisingly perfect. Snow Kinru, who followed closely behind, quickly rushed forward, her pleated skirt fluttering in the air. Gu Chang'e bent down to dodge the bat and the hallucinogen thrown at him. Snow Kinru jumped up from behind Gu Chang'e, kicking at the 2 men. Gu Chang'e squinted. He could no longer hold on and fell directly to the ground. Snow Kinru executed a spinning kick in midair, knocking the 3 attackers away. After landing, she quickly pounced, aiming for a lethal strike, a lethal strike. The 3 big men all fell to the ground like shrimp that had been cooked. After dealing with the 3, Snow Kinru hurried back, seeing Gu Chang'e lying there, his eyes vacant and blood streaming from his nostrils. "Gu Chang'e, are you okay?" Shui Kinru, looking panicked, supported him while pulling out her phone to dial 120. "It's fine," Gu Chang'e waved his hand. "I know. Are you sure? Maybe we should go to the hospital for a checkup, just in case." "No need, I know my own condition." "Well, I understand." Seeing this scene, Shui Kinru was left speechless. Gu Chang'e walked over and beat up all 3 of them. "Who are you?" The man sitting in the center sneered. "Humph, do you think we would tell you? Don't underestimate them." The 2 men beside him seemed to have discovered something and quickly said, "I'll speak." The 2 exchanged glances, instantly filled with anger. "I'll go first." Chen Xiaobei smiled faintly and said, "You guys." Xiao Jining's expression darkened, unsure of what to do. The man at the front got angry. What happened to sharing joys and sorrows? The moment trouble arose, they turned their backs. "Since you're being rude to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." "The eldest son of the Sun family," the man in the center said. The 2 who were fighting stopped their actions, looking at Gu Yue in confusion. Weren't they supposed to say nothing? "It's him." Her gaze fell on the man. Gu Chang'e couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. He felt there was some contradiction. If he wanted to provoke him, he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Not long after, the police arrived and arrested the 3, sending them to fix the machine and collect soap. "Thank you for your hospitality." "No, thank you for your help," Gu Chang'e said gratefully. Shui Kinru nodded, seemingly understanding, then averted her gaze, not daring to look directly into Gu Chang'e's eyes, and hurriedly left. After walking through 18 turns, she finally stopped, her cheeks flushed, breathing heavily, still a bit excited. "Just looking at him gave me all the courage, and there was some progress after all. It really is me." At that moment, her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was the maid In Xiaotian. "In Xiaotian, I thought the same. Miss, the master said that after class tonight, you should hurry home and not wander around outside." "Ah, does he know?" Shui Kinru felt a chill run down her back. It was over. Her thigh was probably going to be broken. "No, he doesn't know you have this habit." "That's good." Shui Kinru breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly changed her tone. "Wait, what do you think I am? And no one is allowed in my room." "No one." Just as Guchanga reached the door and was about to speak, Old Wan opened it. Tonight is the blood moon night, those ferocious beasts will suddenly go berserk, and they might rush into the city. If you have nothing to do, don't go out. Okay, Uncle Wang. Guchanga nodded vigorously. Every 10 years, a blood moon descends, one after another, lasting a whole year. Just like a menstrual cycle. During this time, these beasts become exceptionally crazy, attacking human cities in droves, causing massive casualties. During the blood moon beast tide, countless families have been slaughtered, leaving many orphans. This was still thanks to the 50-meter-high city walls, otherwise, humanity would have been exterminated long ago. Guchanga returned home, had dinner with his sister, and reminded her not to go out. He then handed her Jiang Xiaoxiao's bank card so she could contact him anytime. Sun Hang sat cross-legged in a 5-star hotel, waiting for the good news of Guchanga being resolved. Just then, his phone suddenly beeped, and he quickly picked it up to see it was his father, Sun Tianyang. Brat, hurry up and come here. Sun Hang's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that the news of my confrontation with Guchanga leaked? No, it can't be. I did it secretly, how could he know? You saw it all. If you don't reply, I really wouldn't know. If you don't want to die, get back here. Upon seeing this message, Sun Hang immediately replied, okay, I'm coming back now. By noon, at school, Guchanga noticed that Sun Hang had not shown up, probably because he had a guilty conscience and was too afraid to appear. This time, you can't escape. A class, as dull as ever, was all about ferocious beasts. However, Guchanga perked up his ears. Tonight is the blood moon. This is the most dangerous one in 10 years. The biology teacher of ferocious beasts pointed at the blackboard. This time, the beast tide is led by at least 5th-tier ferocious beasts, the so-called kings. Remember that? Below, some were taking notes, while others were slacking off. In the evening, Guchanga arrived at work on time. Because today is the blood moon, Ling Lin's business hours extended until 7:30 p.m. After saying this, she urged Guchanga and the others to hurry back and not to go out casually. As Guchanga walked home, he looked up at the blood-red moon in the sky. The blood moon emitted a chilling and terrifying aura, casting shadows on the ground. The sunlight felt slightly irritating on the skin. Just then, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out. This was the beast warning before the cultivation world had even begun. Jiang Chenxi's pupils constricted. The giant beast had already leaped over the 50-meter-high wall and charged into the city. On this day, everyone recalled their fears, remembering the humiliation of being caged. A piercing scream echoed through the city. Many people trembled in their homes, hiding, while only a few could escape the calamity. A girl curled up in a woman's embrace, trembling all over, tears streaming down like broken pearls. Mom, I'm so scared. Don't worry, everything will be alright, the woman whispered, filled with fear, for 10 years ago, she had lost her partner during this blood moon. Bang, a loud crash sounded. The window was smashed open, and a monster the size of a large dog charged in, its blood-red eyes filled with bloodlust. The woman quickly covered the little girl's mouth, and the two of them huddled under the blanket, shaking all over. The ferocious beast twitched and then suddenly accelerated, charging towards the big bed. Finally here. I wonder who is putting on this show tonight. Ling Lin watched as more and more monsters rushed in from the city walls, her hair blowing wildly in the wind. Her gaze finally landed on a tiger the size of a bull, its fur like steel needles reflecting a blood-red glow. Who is the leader of this wave? Kill it, and the beast horde will disperse. However, not everyone was afraid. There was a group of people filled with hope for this crisis. These people lived by hunting beasts, mercenaries who licked blood from the edge of their blades. A bald man, holding a large hammer, saw a massive wave of ferocious beasts charging in, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and shouted loudly, "These spirit stones are for the journey. It's rare to encounter so many beasts at once. We're going to get rich. After this, I'll treat everyone. Boss is mighty." Behind him, a group of strong men roared, gripping their weapons and charging forward. "To earn our foot washing fees, let's go hunt the beasts. After this, we must scrape our skins off. Woohoo, let's go. These guys are truly beyond saving." Su Shoxia rubbed her forehead. Guchanga heard the sirens and hurried back. What should have been a 10-minute walk now felt like an eternity. When Guchanga was over 100 meters away from the house and saw that it was unharmed, a heavy stone lifted from his heart. He reached the door, took out a key from his pocket, and was about to insert it. A black shadow rushed at him from the right side at an incredible speed, like a supercar, sending Guchanga flying hundreds of meters away. After landing, he slid over 50 meters on the ground. Guchanga spat out a mouthful of blood, 2 of his ribs were broken, his right foot was dislocated, and his internal organs had slight tears. If it weren't for his body having undergone multiple trials, greatly enhancing his physical condition, he would have probably died long ago. Guchanga struggled to look up. A massive silver tiger appeared at the door, exuding a pressure that made even the north wind gasp for breath. a powerful aura radiating from the beast. With a swipe of its sharp claws, the door was instantly sliced open. Crash! Gu Changa gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and got up from the ground, his ankle twisted, causing him to sweat from the pain. His sternum was shattered, compressing his lungs and making it hard to breathe. Any slight movement felt like his bones would pierce through his lungs. He could barely get up, only able to brace himself as the monster charged in. He wasn't sure if he could succeed, but if he didn't try, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Gu Changa took a deep breath and suddenly started running, his twisted foot causing him great pain. The silver tiger swiped down, shattering the door to the entire room, half the wall collapsing under the force. Gu Changa sprinted with all his might, but even the silver tiger didn't budge an inch. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Could this be a beast king? A thought suddenly crossed Gu Changa's mind. The silver tiger glanced at him disdainfully, not even considering him, a weak human, worthy of its attention. That swipe looked casual, but Gu Changa nearly lost consciousness from the impact. With a loud bang, he crashed through the window and landed on his bed, his body covered in shattered debris. The bronze cauldron on the table fell due to the violent tremor, crashing onto Gu Changa, blood splattered all over it. The blood was absorbed by the rust on the cauldron, then spread into the eyes of the 4 giant beasts, each with a small red dot. A tremendous pulling force emanated from the cauldron's mouth, draining all the blood from Gu Changa's body. Just as he was about to suffocate, the blood in his body was forced back by the cauldron. The silver tiger at the door felt an irresistible pressure and crouched down, trembling in fear, a deep-rooted terror. Gu Changa, holding a bronze cauldron, had somehow run over. The silver tiger raised a front paw, ready to strike Gu Changa, but suddenly froze. The cauldron was engraved with a hungry lion, which opened its mouth and inhaled. Before the silver tiger could react, it was sucked into the cauldron. Gu Changa's eyes widened as he stared at the cauldron, only to find it empty. Then, a blood-red core, the size of a palm, shot out from within. It was a crystal core. For them, aside from the heart, it was the most precious item. This monster's crystal core could be used for cultivation or as a power source, with a wide range of uses. 5 lines marked it, indicating that it was a 5th-tier ferocious beast. The value of this beast core was simply unimaginable. The crystal core of a 1st-tier beast can fetch 30,000 coins, a 2nd tier can go for 100,000, a 3rd tier can reach 500,000, a 4th tier can be sold for 1 million, and a 5th tier can be worth 3 million. Moreover, this is just the market price. Generally speaking, the higher the tier of the beast, the greater its value. This thing must be worth at least 4 to 5 million. Upon hearing the figure of 4 to 5 million, Gu Changa's hands couldn't help but tremble. Overnight wealth. If it weren't for this bronze cauldron, he would have long since fed those beasts. Gu Changa saw 5 or 6 people walking out onto the street to his right, and he quickly stuffed the beast core and the bronze cauldron into his pocket. Killing for treasure, who knows? 5 million, not many can resist that temptation. Among the 5, 3 were men and 2 were women. Leading them was a red-haired man clad in black armor, wielding a black spear, his face filled with ferocity. The red-haired man ran over and asked Gu Changa, "Who are you? Have you seen a giant silver tiger?" The direction it went. Gu Changa calmly pointed to the street to the east. The red-haired man stared intently at Gu Changa, as if trying to see through his thoughts. "Are you telling the truth?" The red-haired man's eyes narrowed, the veins on his forehead bulging. "What would I gain by lying to you?" "Gu Changa, don't you dare lie to me, or I'll make you pay the price," the red-haired man said ominously. Gu Changa instantly felt displeased. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. This man and his companions were all 2nd tier. If it came to blows, he would definitely suffer a great loss. If something inside exploded, it would be a huge loss. "What do you mean by that?" The red-haired man suddenly grabbed Gu Changa by the collar, glaring at him fiercely. "What are you doing?" A sharp voice rang out. 2 male companions behind him quickly stepped forward to stop him. A woman dressed in tight black attire approached. She looked about 25 or 26, her figure curvaceous, the tight black outfit accentuating her shape perfectly, her movements swaying like a slime, making Gu Changa shiver involuntarily. The woman in black bowed to Gu Changa, apologizing. "I'm sorry, my child, his mental state is a bit unstable. I hope you can forgive him." "Since you say so, I will forgive you." Gu Changa's pupils tightened, and he cleared his throat before coming back to his senses. He firmly etched the appearance of the red-haired man in his mind. One day, he would repay this kindness. "Thank you," Yi Futian responded. "My name is Lan Se, and you?" Gu Changa proudly straightened his chest. "I am Gu Changa." "Yes, brother, Gu Changa." Lan Chi covered her mouth and smiled. "Let's go, or who knows where that beast king might be." Another woman in silver tight armor began to run eastward. Lan Ting turned and walked away, waving back, "Brother Gu Changa, until we meet again." "Alright, take care." "It's fine, I'm an experienced adventurer. How could I be stumped by these things?" Gu Changa nodded, feeling much better after being angered by that red-haired man earlier. Lan Ting turned back to greet Gu Chang'e, but her steps faltered, and she stumbled to the ground. Ouch, that hurt. Why do I always fall? Lan Ting got up from the ground, brushing off her clothes while rubbing her two sore slimes. It hurt a bit in that spot, but her body was completely fine, which surprised her. Only then did she remember that Gu Chang'e was right behind her. She had just claimed to be an experienced mercenary, yet she still fell. She turned her head and saw Gu Chang'e looking away. This greatly changed his impression of Yang Kai, and he quickly followed. The red-haired man turned to Jiang Chensi and snorted coldly, following him with an icy demeanor. This guy is really something else, Gu Chang'e sneered, knowing he would soon upgrade to a second-tier revolver. It wasn't until Lan Ting staggered out of his sight that he withdrew his gaze. Sister Lan Huan seems a bit clumsy. She won't get into trouble, will she? Gu Chang'e thought, noting that all her friends were strong, except for that red-haired man. Gu Chang'e glanced back at the dilapidated house, unable to suppress a sigh. This time it would likely cost a fortune, at least several thousand. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Gu Chang'e looked at his own body, fractured bones, a sprained leg, and many cuts from shattered glass, all had healed. It must be because of the bronze cauldron. What on earth is going on? Gu Chang'e took out the copper cauldron and examined it closely. Do you have any idea about Gu Chang'e's situation? Shui Qinru was lying on a very feminine large bed, surrounded by various cute dolls. She focused her gaze and saw that the dolls' faces were painted, and one of them looked exactly like Gu Chang'e. Looking around, she found photos of Gu Chang'e everywhere. On a table, there was an offering, and in the center of the altar was a small bottle. Gu Chang'e killed the Beast King with a single sword strike, and the remaining monsters fled in panic. When all the ferocious beasts gathered together, preparing to retreat, everyone knew the Beast King had fallen. Who killed this Beast King? Who earned the $1 million bounty? They shouldn't care about someone who can kill a Beast King. Not necessarily. Beast Kings are not something just anyone can handle. All the mercenaries stopped fighting and began to discuss. Most were speculating, who exactly killed this Beast King? The next day, the discussions grew louder. After all, until now, no one knew who had killed a Beast King so discreetly. Gu Chang'e sat on the worn-out bed when a notification sound rang in his ears. One day has ended, storing 200 life points, recovering 2 life points, total 202 life points. Then, he entered a baptism state, increasing his life points by 10%. From 557, he jumped directly to 613 points, skipping a level and completing 2 transformations. Jiang Chensi felt a tingling sensation all over. Was this even possible? At first, his vitality had already surpassed 300, and now, with the 10% boost, it reached over 600. With his current strength, if he faced that red-haired man, he could easily take him down. Even without using his vitality, his physical strength alone could crush him. Gu Chang'e took a hot shower, realizing it was Friday and he had a competition. His 213 points were enough, and he could still add more to the system. Most importantly, he needed to prepare for tomorrow's 2 baptisms. If a thief saw this broken window and door, he would surely shake his head. It was quite a fortune. The campus arrived. Gu Chang'e found a stool to sit on, waiting for class to end. When Li Yuanba and Sun Hang didn't show up, the teacher informed him that they had taken leave. Could there be a problem? Gu Chang'e recalled the scene he saw last night, took out his phone, and sent a text to Li Yuanba. No. Are you okay? After waiting for over an hour, Li Yuanba's message finally came. I'm fine, just caught a bit of a cold. I'll be better after resting for 2 days. Gu Chang'e frowned upon hearing this. It didn't align with his character. How could a slight chill cause him such great harm? Could something have happened? Gu Chang'e continued to ask Li Yuanba, but he insisted that everything was fine and that he would return to school the day after tomorrow. Gu Chang'e observed but felt helpless, only able to suggest that he reduce his bounty and get a good night's sleep. During class, a boy suddenly jumped out and shouted loudly, "Awesome!" Everyone looked at him, bewildered. They shook their heads. Who wouldn't go crazy? It was clearly just an act. Wow, that's incredible. At that moment, another boy stood up and shouted. A group of people responded with confusion. Will it be contagious? As time passed, more people exclaimed, "Wow, amazing." Seeing that over 90% of her classmates were saying this, Gu Chang'e wondered if she was being influenced too. What's wrong, class monitor? At that moment, 2 girls walked over to Gu Chang'e and greeted her. What? Are you kidding? Gu Chang'e replied. This isn't a ritual, it's clearly Wei Yongzhao from the 2 classes next door who killed that Beast King. Last night, he led a group to slay a Beast King, and this news has spread long ago. The 2 girls exclaimed excitedly. Gu Chang'e blinked her big eyes. 2 Beast Kings? Pretty impressive, Chen Zhao smiled and said. Gu Chang'e patted her shoulder. Not just strong, but very strong. The 2 girls looked at Qin Feng with admiration, it's truly unbelievable that he could lead over 10 students to kill a beast king. We have such people in our school. Gu Changge pondered. Wei Yangzhao's background was similar to Sun Hang's. He was just a rich second generation. Wei Yangzhao's company ranked among the top 4 in the Sun Group. Their main business was developing various weapons, and last night, they used what they had researched. This time, their stock price would surely soar. Wei Yangzhao, he shouted. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the classroom. Gu Changge winced at the noise, looking towards the door to see a man in an expensive suit with a stylish haircut walking over, under the gaze of a group of girls. Miss Kinru, would you like to have lunch together? Wei Yangzhao was very clear about his intentions. He bent down and extended his hand like a gentleman reaching out to a lady. The girls were envious, wishing they could be invited too. No need, Shen Zhao shook her head. Shui Qinru rejected him without hesitation. Wei Yangzhao's expression changed. The smile on his face vanished instantly. He couldn't understand how he had lost. He was a person admired by thousands. Miss Kinru, please, Wei Yangzhao pleaded, thinking Shui Qinru was just shy and needed a little more coaxing. No need, Shen Zhao shook her head again. Shui Qinru firmly declined without any hesitation. I'm not satisfied, Wei Yangzhao said, then bid farewell to Shui Qinru and turned to leave. Many girls gathered around, looking puzzled. Why didn't you agree? Wei Yangzhao is excellent in every way, he's far better than Sun Hang. Exactly, it's not like he's going to lose anything by asking. Shui Qinru replied calmly, I don't like him. Several girls nodded in agreement and then asked, so, is there a boy you have your eye on? At this, the boys in the classroom couldn't help but lift their heads. Hearing this, Shui Qinru felt a pang in her heart. She secretly glanced at Gu Changge, and seeing he wasn't looking at her, she felt a bit disappointed. Don't worry, I've made significant progress since yesterday, and I will definitely improve even more in the future. Seeing that Shui Qinru had not reacted for a long time, several girls were taken aback. Qinru, do you really have someone you like? I need to go to the bathroom. Shui Qinru stood up and turned to leave. The girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter, following her. Let's see what you have to say. Time passed quickly, and it was noon. All the contestants had arrived, and the top 10 singers were also present. Gu Changge didn't care about these. He knew that the champion was Lan Lei from Class 1. It was said that she was very beautiful, completely different from Shui Qinru's icy demeanor. She was very shy, always lowering her head. When people looked at her, she felt embarrassed, so she bowed her head, truly wanting to hide her face in her chest. Her timid appearance was like a frightened little rabbit, making it even harder for the boys to resist. She was famously sexy, captivating all the men's attention. Gu Changge couldn't help but think of the older sister named Lanine from last night. She was quite a big deal. Moreover, she had a cushion that would prevent her face from hitting the ground even if she fell, which was truly incredible. It was the hottest day of the day, with bright sunshine and no cover, giving a warm feeling. Not knowing how long they had waited, someone finally arrived. A huge light bulb appeared on the stage, the blinding light causing everyone to close their eyes. Gu Changge widened his eyes, realizing it was not a light bulb but the Mediterranean director, reflecting sunlight. Truly fitting. Let me explain the rules to everyone. This competition will be randomly drawn and conducted in an elimination format. The director spoke for a full 45 minutes before letting the students disperse. Next, everyone went on stage to draw lots. Gu Changge's number was 1, just in time for the first round. After the draw was completed, the principal asked, who can take number 1? As Gu Changge stepped onto the stage, a familiar face appeared before him. It was none other than Sun Hang's subordinate, a man called Hedgehog. I surrender. Ragnar looked excited at this moment. Hedgehog quickly admitted defeat. He was well aware of the distance between him and Gu Changge. His health was just over 100, while Gu Changge, although just starting, had over 200 health points, which could never be less than 100. It seems Gu Changge has indeed recovered. Now our competition for the championship is likely to have a strong opponent. Whispers spread among the audience. Wei Yongzhao sat cross-legged on a chair, with several younger brothers standing beside him, fanning him. So what if it's good? I want to win the championship and defeat the former genius. I believe Shui Qinru will definitely look at me differently. Wei Yongzhao chuckled silently. With your 250 health points, dealing with a half-damaged Gu Changge should be quite easy, one person said with a grin. Another younger brother chimed in, exactly, Gu Changge's recent test was only about 230. Not to mention he only has 299 now. Wei Yongzhao showed no fear. The sycophants echoed, of course, you slayed a 5th-tier beast. Isn't it just a beast king? Wei Yongzhao shrugged. Upon hearing it was Wei Yongzhao, the people around were immediately startled. Facing such a spoiled rich kid, one must show mercy, otherwise, it would mean opposing the Wei group, with unimaginable consequences. Soon, it was Wei Yongzhao's turn to take the stage. His opponent, upon seeing him, didn't even get a chance to enter and voluntarily surrendered. Wei Yongzhao wore a proud expression and then stepped down from the stage. Gu Changge's number was still 1. Once everyone had finished drawing lots, the head of the academic affairs office cleared his throat. Number 1, step forward. Gu Changge walked slowly onto the arena, where a tall man stood in front of him. Gu Changge recognized him. This guy was Ma Dezhuang, who looked like a fool, but he had a strong vitality, reaching 240 points. Ma Dezhuang, if you lose, I'll buy you a pack of spicy hot pot. Gu Changge brazenly bribed him. Is that for real? Ma Dezhuang said seriously. Gu Changge was taken aback. She was just joking, and he took it seriously? Just as she was about to say something, he unzipped his pants. Damn, it really was on purpose. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why can't I unzip it? Ma Dezhuang was stunned, feeling something was caught in the zipper of his pants. It's fine, it's on me, Gu Changge said, sweat dripping from her forehead. That won't do, Ma Dezhuang said firmly. Can you let me take a shot? Gu Changge turned to the head of the teaching department, who was also her judge. Hurry up and make a move, he shouted loudly. The principal gritted his teeth. If Ma Dezhuang really turned into a vicious dragon, this matter could blow up, and he wouldn't be able to keep his position as dean. Gu Changge had no choice but to run over and quickly knock Ma Dezhuang to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. No one wanted to see this scene. After Gu Changge stepped down, the dean nodded and smiled at her, clearly in a good mood. Gu Changge nodded, thinking she couldn't joke around like this next time. This guy was too dangerous. When there weren't many people left in the first round, it was time to compete for the top 10. Gu Changge drew another one, and her opponent was a thick glasses-wearing, delusional science student. He walked onto the stage, adjusted his glasses, and suddenly exclaimed, agility A, strength A, double A in power and speed. Choosing to concede is the best choice. Gu Changge did nothing and won? She smoothly made it into the top 5. Gu Changge never expected it to be this easy. She felt that everyone she had met was quite strange. Wei Yongzhao also achieved victory. Wherever he went, all the warriors conceded, and not a single person was willing to fight. Many warriors even chose to concede before entering the battlefield. The two seemed to have cheat codes, killing their way to the end before deciding the champion. They stood side by side, staring at each other. No need to ask, this time the champion must be Wei Yongzhao. Not necessarily. Gu Changge seems unwilling to back down at all. The crowd murmured, most supporting Wei Yongzhao. The thick glasses-wearing delusional student adjusted his glasses. Zhang Chenxi has 2 A-level powers, while Wei Yongzhao is E-level. His E-level is E-level, and he is no match for Zhang Chenxi. What are you doing here? My eyes have never been wrong, the bespectacled middle schooler said seriously. Wei Yongzhao had his hands in his pockets, calmly making eye contact with Gu Changge, showing no concern at all. If you're smart, just surrender obediently, so I won't have to exert too much effort. Gu Changge pushed off the ground and sprang up. Her movements were incredibly swift, and many couldn't keep up. Wei Yongzhao still stood with his hands on his hips, looking as if he saw nothing, expressionless, seemingly indifferent to Gu Changge. Gu Changge's expression darkened. She couldn't help but raise her guard. This kid definitely had a trump card. She had to be careful. It wasn't until Gu Changge's fist smashed into his face, sending him flying, that she realized how he had struck. Wait, what does he really want? Gu Changge looked confused, staring at her own hand. She had thought Han Sen was just an ordinary king, but who knew he was merely a bronze-level evolver? The crowd below was also dumbfounded. No one expected him to actually dare to lay hands on Gu Changge, and to do so without giving Wei Yongzhao any face. He was simply ruthless. The director of education raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised as he said, his speed has already surpassed the second level. Gu Changge is so young and yet so fast, he must work out regularly. Wei Yongzhao was directly kicked off the stage, landing on his backside with a cry of pain. He had never imagined that Gu Changge would do this. Gu Changge, you have some nerve. Wei Yongzhao sprang up, his face full of excitement. This is the arena. What else can we do? Are we supposed to see how big your clothes are? Wei Yongzhao was left speechless by Gu Changge's words, cursing inwardly, you embarrassed me, next time, I'll make you pay. This battle is over. Please wait for further notice regarding the specific time, the director of education said before leaving with the light bulb. The crowd dispersed, but Ma Dezhuang was still pondering how to open this door. When Gu Changge returned, everyone looked at him, and someone quietly asked who had won the championship. Me, he replied with 2 words. Gu Changge's voice was calm. Class leader, don't keep me in suspense, just tell me directly. A girl beside him asked in a sweet voice. Gu Changge said, it really is me. Really? Lai Jina was taken aback. Really? Chen Zhao affirmed. The girl was momentarily stunned, then gave a thumbs up. Great class leader, hee hee, will you buy me a bottle of milk tea? And me, class leader. I want yogurt. Several girls gathered around, while the boys looked on helplessly, knowing they were in the wrong but too afraid to approach. Before Gu Changa began his training, his classmates were his best friends, but ever since that incident, he had completely changed. Shui Qinro looked at him, her cheeks puffed up, murmuring, I really hope Gu Changa can buy me a bottle of wine. Shui Qinro didn't get a chance to find Gu Changa until class was over. After class, Gu Changa went home to work. Brother, Gu Changa, come quickly. Gu Changa had just walked around the changing room and was about to go to work when he heard a familiar voice. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lancer and 4 other teammates waving at him from a 5-person seat on the right. When the people around heard it was Gu Changa's brother, they couldn't help but look over, and upon glancing down, they found that most of them were women. So big? A girl with short black hair whispered. His girlfriend teased, you can give it a try. Get lost. This made Gu Changa a bit embarrassed. Gu Changa looked at the red-haired man, who also glanced at him, seemingly displeased. Gu Changa ignored him and smiled as he walked up to Lanjua. Miss Laning, what do you want to eat? Hee Gu Changa, I didn't expect you to work at this company. I can give you a 20% discount. Sister Lan Xian, you're right, I'm just a store clerk, not the owner of this shop, so I certainly don't have the right to give you a discount, but you can give me a beating. Hearing her teasing, Laning couldn't help but wave her hand. Alright then. She ordered a lot of dishes, all meat, with not a single vegetarian option. The red-haired man shot Gu Changa a cold glance. You little brat, the information you gave us last night was false, making us go in circles without finding that beast king. Beside Lancer, a girl in black battle armor coldly said, this matter is our own doing. Shu Gang, don't make it difficult for others anymore. The red-haired youth snorted coldly and turned his head away, crossing his arms. Laning eased the atmosphere and told Gu Changa the names of the team members. The only one Gu Changa remembered was the woman in armor, Zhu Qinghua, who was the captain of her squad and was about to be promoted to level 3. As for the other men, Gu Changa quickly forgot them. There was no need to remember. When the 5 of them had dinner together, Gu Changa was surprised to find that the biggest eater among them was Lancer, who could eat as much as 3 people. Before leaving, Lanjua asked for Gu Changa's phone number, and the 2 exchanged numbers, which was quite normal. Upon seeing this, Shu's expression grew even darker. At 9 o'clock, they finally wrapped up. Gu Changa came out through the back door, just as she finished dressing. You take the extra too, Ling Lin said, dressed in a fitted long dress, exuding an air of elegance with every gesture, especially her long, graceful legs that attracted many gazes, all of which were fixed on her. She sat down, one leg crossed over the other, pointing at the 2 takeout boxes on the table. Gu Changa felt very grateful. She knew Ling Lin had intentionally given her the gift. The kitchen always had 2 extra portions of food each day, which was impossible. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Ling Lin, Gu Changa said gratefully. Ling Lin didn't answer but asked, will there be any problems when you come back last night? That was a close call. I almost died. Gu Changa smiled and said, it's nothing serious. That's good. Be careful on the road. There might be more beasts in the city. I understand. Gu Changa said this and then carried her things out the door. On the way back, she passed a small park where many homeless people were sleeping. A glance revealed someone holding a wine glass and drinking. When I first saw him, he felt somewhat familiar, and when I looked closely, it was indeed Li Yuanba. He seemed drunk, with a large number of bottles under his stool. Gu Changa hurried over, and before she arrived, a strong smell of alcohol hit her. What happened? Gu Changa immediately sensed something was off, just like the question she asked him in the morning. Something was indeed wrong. Hearing the noise, Li Yuanba looked up, paused when he saw Gu Changa, and then shook his head. It's nothing, don't worry. Did you get scammed online? Gu Changa asked, is what you said true? You're right, you were indeed scammed out of 500. Li Yuanba shook his head and said, I was planning to go with you, but luckily I didn't, otherwise, I would have lost my kidney. Gu Changa sighed and pressed her hand on Li Yuanba's shoulder. I knew you were joking. Let's talk properly. We're good friends, remember? Li Yuanba remained silent for a long time until he finally couldn't hold back his tears and asked with a choked voice, Gu Changa, last night my parents and my sister were killed by beasts, and I'm the only one left. Why didn't you kill that useless guy so that the 3 of them could live? Hearing this, Gu Changa's heart sank, and she couldn't help but recall the events of years ago, which were very similar to the current situation. Years ago, their family had been killed by a murderer. The 2 siblings had narrowly escaped, while their father, mother, and grandparents had all perished at the jaws of ferocious beasts. He understood his situation very well. Witnessing his loved ones being devoured by beasts was an excruciating experience. Gu Changa said a few words to Li Yuanba, urging him to move forward. I'm the only survivor. What use is trash like me in this world? I might as well have been swallowed by those beasts, Li Yuanba cried out in anguish. What's the big deal? A disdainful voice rang out. Without looking up, Gu Changa could tell it was that scoundrel Shu Gang. Shu Gang walked over with his hands in his pockets, strutting with an air of superiority, a hint of contempt on his face. If you can't even take this step, then I might as well be dead. Shut up, he shouted loudly. Gu Changa couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stood up and glared at Shu Gang, saying, "Just say what you want to say, why beat around the bush? I just can't stand you, so what if I say a few words? If you're not happy about it, come at me." Shu Gang sneered coldly. Gu Changa clenched his fists, the pent-up anger in his eyes like a volcano ready to erupt, no longer able to be contained. In the next second, Gu Changa was already sprinting out at full speed. Shu Gang frowned, his previous disdain wiped away, replaced by seriousness. A guy who wasn't even at the first level could run this fast. Although surprised, Shu Gang quickly reacted, meeting Gu Changa's incoming punch. With one blow, Shu Gang was sent flying back several hundred meters. The arm that was struck felt as if it had been hit head-on by a high-speed train, leaving him completely dazed and unable to move. Before he could stop, Gu Changa landed another heavy punch, and then another. In the span of just 1 or 2 breaths, he had thrown over 100 punches. Shu Gang had no strength to fight back, completely at a disadvantage. Gu Changa's final blow rendered him utterly powerless, lying there unable to move. Shu Gang stared in disbelief. He had been beaten senseless by someone who wasn't even at the first level. Gu Changa's voice was cold. "Are you joking? Shut up, or I'll beat you to death." Shu Gang snorted, not taking it seriously at all. "So that's what you're saying, I get angry just seeing you." Gu Changa delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Shu Gang was drenched in sweat from the pain and finally couldn't hold on any longer, passing out. As Gu Changa walked back, Li Yuanba's mood improved significantly. "I've taught that fool a lesson, don't take it to heart." Gu Changa replied, "I understand. Yeah, I'm fine. I can go back to school on Monday." "Gu Changa, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really couldn't have held on." Gu Changa carefully observed Li Yuanba. There was a spark in his eyes, indicating he had truly adjusted. "That's good. Remember, if there's number 2000G limited edition on Monday, I'll make you pay." "Alright, this time I'll put it right on your butt." Li Yuanba laughed heartily, saying, "Ha." Gu Changa asked him for a long time if he needed help, but he shook his head, saying their family still had plenty of funds, saving for 5 or 6 years wouldn't be a problem. Gu Changa took out a bottle of hangover medicine and handed it to him. More than half an hour later, he was completely sober and stood up to walk back. It was past 10 at night when Gu Changa finally returned home. "How's brother Liang?" Gu Changa had notified her in advance since he couldn't make it, telling her not to worry. "It's fine, I'm back already." "That's good." Shu Feng nodded with a smile. Inside a tall building, in a dim room, the only light source was a small lamp by the bed. Sun Hang was flipping through text messages while coldly saying, "Gu Changa actually won first prize, the reward is 50,000. He seemed to think of something, and in anger, he punched his own leg. A sharp pain shot through his legs, causing him to break out in a sweat, unable to hold his phone steady, muttering to himself, "Damn it, it's over, it's over." A glance revealed that his right foot was wrapped in a thick layer of plaster. Yes, he had a fracture. And the one who did this was none other than his father, Sun Tianyang. He had him go back early last night not only because of the beast tide but also because he learned that Sun Hang still intended to deal with Gu Changa. Immediately, he called that person back, and a group of people bound him up. Sun Tianyang even personally stopped him, making him stay at home obediently. Sun Hang was quite frightened and warned him that if he dared to touch Gu Changa, he would break one of his arms, ensuring he would never live comfortably on a hospital bed for the rest of his life. "Damn it, I can't let this grudge go. Gu Changa, I will kill you." Sun Hang's eyes were nearly popping out. "What's going on?" At that moment, Sun Hang suddenly heard his father's voice shouting from behind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He mechanically turned around and saw his father approaching quickly, holding a wooden stick. "Dad, I was just saying I wanted to be best friends with Gu Changa. Do you think I'm deaf? I guessed you wouldn't let it go, which is why I came to check. I didn't expect to catch you." Sun Tianyang took 3 steps in 2 strides and stood in front of him, angrily saying, "Dad, please don't hit me. I know I was wrong." Sun Hang quickly apologized. "It's too late." At that moment, a loud shout came. Sun Tianyang swung the long stick and struck hard on his left foot, producing a crack sound, the sound of bones shattering. Sun Hang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sun Tianyang tossed the wooden stick aside and spat out 2 words, "Don't blame me for being too harsh. You know well which is more important, my life or your foot. I didn't want to do this. Do you understand what I mean?" Gong Yexiao's face turned very ugly. Sun Hang felt as if thousands of wild horses were galloping through his mind. He even began to doubt whether he was really his son, which is why he acted without hesitation. Other people's fathers would at most give them a beating, but I am not his biological son, he is my enemy, and I could break his legs with just one stick. Sun Tianyang turned around and walked out of the room. Keep an eye on him, don't let him out, and don't give him any excuses. Yes, boss. Gu Chang'e had just crawled out of bed when a notification sound rang in his ears. One day's time is up, storing 400 points of life value, replenishing 4 life points, total 404 life points. Originally 617 life points plus 10%, now it became 679 points. After 2 enhancements, the strength of my physical body has made a qualitative leap. Gu Chang'e estimated that his body was close to level 3. Gu Chang'e had also accumulated 400 points, leaving him with 270 points. While taking a shower, Gu Chang'e, as usual, brought 2 steamed buns for Jiang Xiaoxiao before returning to school. Since it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I will find the truck. With his arrogance, I think he should still be near the chicken market. Gu Chang'e murmured to himself on the way, preparing for the next 2 days' itinerary. Sun Hang and Li Yuanba still hadn't come, even until class was over. As soon as school ended, Wei Yongzhao led a group of people out of the 3rd grade classroom, surrounding Gu Chang'e. Everyone knew about last night's incident, and upon seeing Wei Yongzhao come, they realized he was here for Gu Chang'e. Wei Yongzhao walked over to Gu Chang'e. Let's have a fight. It's meaningless. Chen Zhao shook his head. Gu Chang'e flatly refused. 10 spirit stones. If I can beat you, then they are yours, right? Wei Yongzhao smirked. He had already sent someone to investigate Gu Chang'e and knew he was short on money. Do you think I'm begging? Gu Chang'e remained indifferent. Wei Yongzhao was slightly taken aback. This is 10 spirit stones, equivalent to your salary for several months. The young master of the Wei family? 10 spirit stones, challenging others. You wouldn't be betting 10 spirit stones because you know you're going to lose, would you? Afraid of losing them. Why would you still want to go one-on-one with me knowing you will definitely lose? Are you just giving me money? Gu Chang'e replied, I understand. Wei Yongzhao's face turned red, and he slammed his fist on the table. If we're going to gamble, let's gamble. 100 low-grade spirit stones, do you want to give it a try? Verbal promises are meaningless. Gu Chang'e took out a piece of paper and a pen. Since it had come to this, it was better to write more. Wei Yongzhao gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and continued writing on the blank paper. Is that enough? Chen Xiaobei said irritably. Wei Yongzhao slapped a piece of paper on the table. The surrounding students stirred. 100 medium-grade spirit stones was a huge sum, only someone like Wei Yongzhao or Sun Hang could casually afford it. When and where? Gu Chang'e folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. During class break, at the duel arena. All right, Wang Yao replied. Good luck. After Wei Yongzhao finished speaking, he took his subordinates and left. Several girls gathered around. Captain, you agreed so quickly. Wei Yongzhao came so fast, he must have some backing. It's fine, at worst, it's just a loss. There won't be any real damage. Everyone suddenly understood. The reason Gu Chang'e proposed this agreement was that Wei Yongzhao forgot to mention his demands, allowing Gu Chang'e to push for higher stakes. When Wei Yongzhao entered the class, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't mentioned Gu Chang'e's request. The class break arrived. Many people surrounded the arena, all there to watch the match, including many teachers. Wei Yongzhao stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of pride on his face. Finally, I've been waiting for you. I didn't expect you wouldn't show up. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just get beaten up a bit. It's not like I'm short on money. Gu Chang'e finished speaking. Hearing this, Wei Yongzhao smiled. It seems you anticipated that I would punish you, so you called the principal over. Just then, a bright light approached from a distance, and the students raised their hands to shield their eyes. The principal sat down below and issued orders. Wei Yongzhao stepped forward to meet him. Gu Chang'e pondered. Should he pretend to win, making it look difficult? With his temper, he would likely challenge him again, and earn some money in the process. Damn! Even if he won, it would be a waste. Seeing Wei Yongzhao charge at him, Gu Chang'e also threw a punch. But Gu Chang'e frowned. Why was this guy's punch so soft? Gu Chang'e pressed one hand against his chest and retreated 5 or 6 steps, looking as if he was in pain. This punch of mine is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Wei Yongzhao retracted his hand. The students below gasped. How could Wei Yongzhao be so powerful? The head of the academic affairs office frowned, unable to understand what Gu Chang'e was up to. Last night, Wei Yongzhao was taken down in one move. How did he defeat Wei Yongzhao then? Wei Yongzhao clenched his fist and stepped forward again, and Gu Chang'e followed suit. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. As time passed, the match reached the 20-minute mark, the moment to determine the victor. Both were gasping for breath, their blood seemingly drained, beads of sweat rolling down their faces. Wei Yongzhao struggled to straighten up, praising Chen Fan. You're the first to last this long under my hands. Gu Chang'e was also panting heavily. In truth, it was all an act, the hardest part being to pretend he was struggling without revealing any flaws. Victory is certain. Gu Chang'e suddenly exerted all her strength and lunged towards Wei Yongzhao. I will definitely win. Wei Yongzhao gritted his teeth and stepped forward, throwing a punch at Gu Chang'e's head. Gu Chang'e tilted her head to dodge his fist, then landed a punch on Wei Yongzhao's stomach, causing him to stagger back several steps. Wei Yongzhao clutched his belly and fell to his knees with a thud. You're not worthy yet, Gu Chang'e panted. In this battle, I will win. Wei Yongzhao gritted his teeth, seeing victory within reach. If I hadn't attacked so aggressively at the start and saved some energy, I would have won. The winner is Gu Chang'e. The director of the Academic Affairs Office announced loudly. Gu Chang'e wins. The students of Class 3 cheered. Remember that 100. You must bring it at noon, Gu Chang'e said, unsteadily stepping down from the stage. Wei Yongzhao's subordinates hurriedly came forward to help him up. It's just 100 spirit stones, right? Gu Chang'e said nothing and walked directly towards the teaching building. In the afternoon, just as a class was finishing, Wei Yongzhao, surrounded by a group of people, arrived at the third-grade classroom, each class holding a bag of spirit stones, each containing 100. If you don't believe it, you can check. Wei Yongzhao tossed what he had in his hand onto Gu Chang'e's desk. No need, Shen Zhao shook his head. Gu Chang'e placed his backpack on the desk. If someone was willing to give, he wouldn't complain about having too much. Well, I kind of like you now, but next time, I will definitely win, Wei Yongzhao said before leaving. Gu Chang'e felt secretly pleased. Previously, Sun Hang had given him 100, and now Wei Yongzhao had given him another 100, totaling 200, which was still short of the 50,000 for the top rank. If Wei Yongzhao came to find him again, he would definitely win. Gu Chang'e stood up when the class bell rang and headed towards the small shop as he exited the school gate. Just as he was about to finish class, he received a text from Jiang Xiaoxiao, telling him there was food at home and not to worry. Upon entering, he saw Ling Lin standing at the counter. Little guy, why are you here so early? Ling Lin looked puzzled. Sister Ling Lin, how can you say that about me? Gu Chang'e replied. I love reading and working so much, isn't it normal for me to come early? Alright, then let's do it in the evening. Gu Chang'e almost cried. Sister Ling Lin, I was just saying that, don't take it too seriously. But Ling Lin was anxious. Fine, then I won't go with you. Hurry up and change, Lu Xian needs to rest, and we need more staff. Is Sister Lu Xian okay? Gu Chang'e stopped and asked with concern. He remembered Lu Xian's kindness very clearly, especially the last time Sun Hang had picked on him. The image of Lu Xian bowing to those beasts to help him was deeply etched in his memory. I heard she was hit by a car, but it's okay, she should recover in a couple of days. Why did the accident happen? I'm not sure, she didn't tell me. Well, you don't need to worry, Ling Lin waved her hand. Gu Chang'e sighed and entered the fitting room. He thought about it and decided to come find her again the next day. He had already inquired about her address while they were chatting. Gu Chang'e took the steaming sauerkraut fish from the kitchen and walked towards table 35. At table 35, he saw the richest boss in the chicken market, Li Chuanxing. You won the championship in the big competition. You must work hard in the future to benefit the world, Li Chuanxing said with a smile. Yes, Gu Chang'e replied, chatting for a while before returning to the kitchen to set the dishes. This restaurant's sauerkraut fish is still the most delicious. Li Chuanxing savored a piece with great satisfaction before continuing to ask, have you found the person? Not yet, a man wearing black glasses replied in a low voice. That's fine, it was the same 5 or 6 years ago. It's indeed difficult to find them again, but you need to hurry. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The man replied. Li Chuanxing put down his chopsticks and thoughtfully watched Gu Chang'e walking back and forth in the kitchen. It was only at 9 o'clock that Gu Chang'e could take a break. Without someone as experienced as Lu Xian, it was hard for him to manage alone. Ling Lin said, then let's do it this way. You should get some good sleep these 2 weeks. Sister Ling Lin, do you need to pour them a cup of tea during these 2 weeks? Gu Chang'e asked, somewhat puzzled. You child, how could that be? Aren't we supposed to close this weekend? Ling Lin shot him a glance and handed over 2 lunchboxes. Gu Chang'e joked, the person who marries Sister Ling Lin will definitely be very happy. Young man, are you not planning to work hard for another 30 years? Since Sister Ling Lin insists on me being a kept man, I'll think about it, Gu Chang'e pretended to ponder. You brat, it's not time for that yet. When you grow up, we can talk again. Gu Chang'e was startled. I haven't grown up yet. How did you figure that out? Sister Ling Lin, you didn't secretly install surveillance in the changing room, did you? Yes, it was exposed. Gu Chang'e went home to have dinner with his sister, washed up, and went to bed. Acting was very tiring for him. At that time, she was still in the living room playing with her phone, trying to download a special app, but it wouldn't open or uninstall. She searched online but couldn't find anything, which made her even more curious. What on earth is going on? Jiang Xiaoxiao was confused. Is this the antivirus program my brother mentioned? Oh no, my phone is broken. I need to get it repaired. In the morning, Gu Changge was awakened by a group of chirping little birds. He crawled out of bed and saw the window covered with a cloth strip. Although it blocked some light, it was of no real use. He took his phone from under the pillow and checked the time. It was now 5 in the afternoon. After waking up, she wasn't sleepy at all and planned to go out for a run and buy herself breakfast. Gu Changge changed his shoes and headed out. The current front door only had a cloth strip. While it didn't serve much purpose, it wasn't entirely useless. Gu Changge went out for a run, and after about 30 minutes, he slowly stopped. He was met with a very annoying face, and just looking at it made Gu Changge furious. This person was none other than Shu Gang. Come on! Zhang Gang shouted to Gu Changge from a distance. Gu Changge frowned. This person was really here to cause trouble. Did he really find out where I live? He suddenly had a bad premonition. If this kid came, it would be troublesome. Lu Zhang was only a step away from Gu Changge and loudly asked, "Are you going to fight?" "I don't have that much time," Gu Changge directly refused. Shu Gang instantly understood his intention. 3 pieces. That should be enough, right? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. That was over 3,000, and if he refused, it would be a pity. Alright, Wang Yao replied. Gu Changge hummed in agreement. Shu Gang clenched his fists, exuding a powerful aura, his face quickly turning red. The energy fluctuations within Shu Gang were also continuously intensifying. At some point, he suddenly stepped forward, the air swirling at his feet, stirring up clouds of dust. The day has ended, storing 400 life points, replenishing 4 life points, totaling 404 life points. A notification sound reached Gu Changge's ears, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Shu Gang's pupils constricted as he felt an unprecedented pressure, as if he were fighting a third-tier legend. This guy was actually a third-tier master. Gu Changge kicked off the ground and threw a straight punch. Shu Gang hurriedly raised his hand to block, only to find he was completely unable to resist. A deep sense of powerlessness surged from within. His heart was filled with shock. How could this guy be so strong? Shu Gang was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the hard concrete ground. His clothes were already torn, blood streaming down. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his back. Gu Changge stepped forward. "Do you want to continue?" Shu Gang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "No." The items, Yi Futian uttered 2 words. Gu Changge waved his hand, signaling him to come over. Shu Gang took out 3 spirit stones. Gu Changge accepted the stones and started to walk out, but paused after just a few steps. Shu Gang's heart sank. Was this guy going to demand more? "If I see you again, I won't be so easy to talk to," Gu Changge said coldly, turning to leave. After a long while, Duan Jizai regained his composure, struggling to get up, but the intense pain in his back nearly made him faint. This guy is truly a monster. Gu Changge carried the steamed buns home. "Brother, you got up so early. Are you going to see your little sister-in-law? Your brother is a single dog. When will you have a wife?" "Oh, weren't you going out to date?" she murmured. Gu Changge handed her 2 meat buns while he went into the bathroom to take a shower. "When do I ever get up early to shower?" Jiang Xiaoxiao listened to the sounds outside, pursed her lips, and took the buns, eating them heartily. Gu Changge glanced at his interface. Health, 1500 conversion, stored health 0, recovery 0. I still need some time to reach the 3rd tier. I will never reach the 3rd tier in this lifetime. Gu Changge thought for a moment and ultimately decided to keep 500 health points. It was the weekend, nothing major would happen, and with my current physical condition, dealing with a 3rd tier opponent wouldn't be a problem. After showering, Gu Changge went out and instructed Jiang Xiaoxiao to contact him if anything happened. After saying that, he left, heading straight to Lu Xian's house, and at this speed, it would take less than an hour. Following Lu Xian's earlier directions, Gu Changge arrived at a village not long after, with a hint of bitterness. Looking around, he saw collapsed houses everywhere. Gu Changge was taken aback, suddenly realizing, didn't I say the village had been demolished? No one lives here. It seems Lu Xian's family has moved to another village. With this thought, Gu Changge felt relieved, a smile appearing on his face. A rough voice echoed from the depths of the abyss. Hurry up! Don't think about lingering here. Is someone there? Gu Changge curiously surveyed the surroundings. In the tall grass, there was a small path. It seems someone lived here. Gu Changge hesitated for a moment but chose to move forward, walking along the path. 3 minutes later, they stopped in front of a house. The door was pushed open, and a child cried out from inside. If you have something to say, come to me. Don't hit my brother. Gu Changge's pupils tightened. Lu Xian. Alright, we'll come, but you'll pay the price, hee hee. Who told your dad to run away? Laughter from 2 men echoed from the room, along with Lu Xian's terrified pleas for help. Shout all you want, this place is desolate. and no one will help you. This kid looks just like a fledgling bird. This time, I've definitely won. Gu Changa immediately ran into the room, looking around, and upon hearing a noise, dashed towards the room on the right. Inside, a tall man was pressing Lu Xian's hand down, while another man beside her began to unbutton her clothes. As a frail woman, how could she possibly break free? Tears welled up in her eyes as she lay there helplessly, allowing those two brutes to ravage her. A young man lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. "Stop!" he shouted loudly. An angry roar echoed. The two men immediately halted, their faces filled with shock. Someone had really come. They turned around, only to see a massive fist coming towards them. Before they could react, the punch landed heavily on their faces. With a loud bang, the ground shook. Both men flew backward, crashing hard against the wall. A light crack sounded. Then came the sound of bones shattering. If it weren't for the fear that Lu Xian couldn't handle it, he would have slapped these two bastards to death long ago. Although they weren't killed in one blow, it was destined that they would be mentally impaired for the rest of their lives, their intelligence likely less than that of a 3-year-old child. "Don't be afraid. Sister Lu Xian will be fine." Gu Changa quickly walked up to her, comforting her. Lu Xian finally lost control, pulling Gu Changa into her embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, Chensi. Thank you, Chensi." If it weren't for Gu Changa arriving in time, she would have been ruined by those two bastards. Gu Changa didn't know where to put his hands, so he just lifted her up high, feeling a bit awkward. After a while, Lu Xian's emotions finally calmed down. She slowly released Gu Changa, looked down, a blush flashing across her face, and quickly buttoned her top. After doing this, she remembered her brother was still unconscious and hurriedly helped him up. Fortunately, the bleeding from his head had stopped. It seemed he had stabilized. Lu Xian took out a tissue to wipe his face clean. Gu Changa dragged the two bastards outside, then grabbed a rope to tie them up securely. By the time she finished, Lu Xian had already treated her brother and was stepping forward to thank Gu Changa. "No need for that, Sister Lu Xian," Gu Changa said with a smile, then asked, "So what about Lu Xian and her husband? Are we going to bury them?" "No need." Lu Xian was terrified at the thought of being buried alive. She was just an ordinary person and hadn't taken such a situation to heart. "All right." Gu Changa nodded, then pulled them into the water together. Seeing Gu Changa agree, Lu Xian finally felt relieved and slowly explained the reason. A few years ago, the village was undergoing a large-scale demolition, and their family was very happy because it meant they would receive a large sum of money. However, the moment they got the money, their father used it to gamble. At first, the stakes were several times the original amount, making him ecstatic, but despite Lu Xian's persuasion, her father ignored her, simply saying, "If you play one more round, I'll stop." A few days later, he lost everything, both principal and interest, and ultimately had to borrow money to gamble again. Her father was also ruthless. After winning money, he continued to gamble, thinking he could make even more. The final outcome was a mountain of debt. Gu Changa shook his head and sighed. What was said online was true. He shouldn't sympathize with gamblers, nor should he believe in Qin Shi Huang. In the end, her father couldn't bear the blow and abandoned Lu Xian and her brother, fleeing. Lu Xian was still a student at the time and had to drop out of school, working to support her brother while repaying her father's debts. With this money, the three of them could have bought a decent house in the city and lived a better life, but now it had turned into this. The two siblings had to continue living in this hellhole. Who knows when the demolition would happen? All they could do was stay one more day. Gu Changa was furious, thinking about such a father, and comforted Lu Xian, telling her to come again next time and to be sure to call her. "Don't worry about Chensi, their influence is very strong." Lu Xian shook her head, not wanting Gu Changa to get involved because of her issues. "Sister Lu Xian, don't look at me like that. I'm very strong. Dealing with a third tier is not a big deal." Gu Changa smiled slightly. Lu Xian responded, but she didn't know much about the power of third-tier professions, just that they were strong. Then, Gu Changa dragged the two bastards out of that place, and there happened to be a river nearby. He tied them up with stones and threw them into the water. Trash is just trash. It's best if they die. After doing all this, Gu Changa got busy checking on the truck driver. He planned to wait in a crowded place. Maybe he could really find something. In a milk tea shop, Shui Qinru and the maiden Xiaotian sat facing each other, both looking bewildered. "So boring." Shui Qinru. Yin Xiaotian beside her also looked helpless. "Why the sigh?" Shui Qinru looked at her. "Isn't it because you keep following Gu Changa? I don't find it boring at all." "I'm not, Xiaotian, I want you to think carefully." "Exactly, you're not infatuated, I'm helping you strengthen your body." Yin Xiaotian squinted, absent-mindedly nodding. When she woke up again, Shui Qinru's figure had already disappeared. She immediately looked around and saw that Shui Qinru had slipped out of the shop at some point, now on tiptoe, looking in the direction she was pointing, just in time to see Gu Changa standing not far away. Hey, weren't you following me? If the master finds out, he'll definitely be furious. In Xiaotian sighed, rubbing her head. It hurt too much. The young lady was fine just now, but now she seemed like a madwoman? What went wrong? I am an incompetent servant. Ding dong. A crisp ringing sound echoed. The phone rang. In Xiaotian answered the call and glanced at the caller ID. It was Shui Kinru. Xiaotian, bring me a cup of milk tea. In Xiaotian sighed, hurriedly carrying a cup of milk tea over. I quickly caught up with Shui Kinru, who was standing in the corner secretly watching me, a silly smile on her face, like a fool. Seeing this scene, In Xiaotian felt even more heartbroken. She had already made up her mind to stop the young lady from going down the wrong path. Madam, if the master hears this, he'll definitely be furious. If you don't tell me, what can he do? Miss, how about I play matchmaker for you? Gu Changge will definitely be won over by you. Shui Kinru was somewhat touched, but in the end, she firmly refused and told him she would complete it soon. In Xiaotian sighed, just to follow her, how much could she really achieve? It seemed she would have to find an opportunity to help her out. Gu Changge was walking down the street when he heard someone cough. When he saw it was a van, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was him. Gu Changge didn't rush forward. At this moment, he might not be able to catch him, and with so many people around, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him either. On the truck, several workers were loading items, and now the truck was almost fully loaded. It would be done in at most 10 minutes. Gu Changge casually found a clothing store by the street, took out his hat and sunglasses, and waited for him to come out by the roadside. 5 minutes later, the armored car finally started moving. Gu Changge hurried to catch up, wishing he could teach that bastard a lesson. With Gu Changge's currently formidable physique, catching up to the vehicle was a piece of cake. Even with a little push on the gas, he could easily keep up. Shui Kinru and In Xiaotian also found it hard to approach Gu Changge, but the two of them still casually hailed a taxi. Shui Kinru looked at the driver in front. Driver, keep close to that truck. Okay. Gong Yexiao responded. The driver adjusted his glasses, a look of gossip on his face. Were they chasing a criminal? He never dreamed such a day would come, but after being tormented for so many years, he had gotten used to it, and now, he finally found that feeling. Thinking this, he couldn't help but step on the gas, overtaking the opponent at the fastest speed, causing Shui Kinru and In Xiaotian's hearts to almost leap out. Master, this is too fast. Don't get so close. In Xiaotian's voice rang out. Gu Changge chased for almost an hour before catching up to the big truck. The truck was still driving in the city, and Gu Changge began to doubt his life. His feet were almost numb. No matter how good his physique was, he couldn't withstand such lethal damage. 30 minutes later, the truck did not stop, as if it were going in circles. Chen Xiaobei's expression slightly froze. Gu Changge couldn't help but curse, suddenly noticing that behind the big truck, a taxi was closely following it. Could it be that this guy knew he was being followed and deliberately took a detour to shake her off? This Gu Changge really has some skills. He hasn't stopped for so long. In Xiaotian flattered. Gu Changge truly lives up to his reputation. Shui Kinru nodded. The truck driver was also confused, looking through the rearview mirror at the taxi behind. Damn it, who is following me? This is not good. If it goes on for too long, I'll get deducted. Damn it, I barely have enough gas for this trip, and I still have to spend hundreds on fuel. Seizing the opportunity, the truck driver slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The taxi driver initially didn't plan to follow, but when Shui Kinru pulled out a 100 yuan bill, he was somewhat baffled. Today, I will fight to the death. The driver pressed the gas, and the car immediately surged forward, but because there were red lights ahead and other vehicles on both sides, it was hard to get through. By the time he rushed past, the truck had already vanished without a trace. Fortunately, Gu Changge kept following, and 30 minutes later, the truck turned onto a dirt road. On both sides of the narrow path were sugarcane taller than a person, and it took a full 4 minutes to stop. In this vast world, there is nothing strange. The truck driver had just gotten out of the car, still cursing about something. With a bang, he was kicked from behind, sent flying over 10 meters, and landed headfirst in the mud. Before he could react, Gu Changge grabbed him and started punching and kicking him. After a few seconds, the truck driver was left gasping for breath. When he saw Gu Changge's twisted face, his pupils instantly contracted, revealing a hint of fear. How could he be here? The truck driver, however, showed no fear, his face full of malice. I have surveillance in my truck. If you don't want to go to jail, then. Gu Changge slapped him and coldly said, "Shut up." So what? Even if you installed cameras in the truck, my sister won't let you off easily. I didn't mean to do it at the time, but why did I do it? The truck driver feigned sadness. If you hadn't run away back then, I might have believed you. Gu Changa, filled with anger, gave him a beating, then pulled the keys from his pocket and dragged the driver toward the truck. In a field of sugarcane, a group of fierce-looking thugs brandished large knives and iron rods. The man sitting in the front, a blond guy on the left, said, "Boss, our goods are going to be stolen by him." "What else? Kill him. We spent over $1 million to get this stuff. How could we let it go to someone else? Just a little brat, not worth fearing." He waved his hand, "Grab your weapons and kill them all." The crowd tightened their grips on their weapons and slowly moved out. In the back, one man poked his motionless buddy and whispered, "Big brother, wake up." After waiting several seconds and seeing him still unmoving, he pulled him off the bed, only to see a black snake slither out of his pants. "Damn, that's a snake." The man stepped back in terror, unable to hold back a scream. Gu Changa was about to open the dashcam footage when he suddenly heard a noise and turned to look at the nearby sugarcane field, furrowing his brow. "Who is it?" Gu Changa stared at the screen for a while before shifting his gaze and resuming his work. The rooster-headed man and his subordinates were all lying on the ground. "Is she really here?" In Xiaotian and another disciple walked along a dirt path ahead. "I'm sure." Gu Changa's shoes left such deep marks. Her weight of 115 pounds could make such deep pits. Shui Qinru explained seriously as she looked at the footprints on the ground. In Xiaotian was taken aback, not expecting Shui Qinru to determine Gu Changa's identity this way. "Miss, after we go back, it's best to turn ourselves in voluntarily and seek leniency, rather than let things spiral out of control." She was very worried about the young lady's future. From a simple follower to a seasoned one. "No, I've already learned." Gong Yexiao's face turned grim. In Xiaotian didn't know what to say. Eventually, Gu Changa miraculously used his strength to take down the camera. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Shui Qinru's anxious voice from behind. "Get out of the way, Gu Changa." Gu Changa saw a 2-meter-long big knife hurtling toward him at high speed. He sidestepped and avoided the blow. The machete grazed the edge of Gu Changa's clothes and struck the seat, cutting through the cotton fabric on it. If he had been a moment late, he would have been caught. "Damn!" he cursed inwardly. The rooster-headed man cursed and turned around, only to see Shui Qinru sprinting toward him, covered in mud, without a hint of hesitation. "Catch her." At the command, he was kicked and sent flying. Gu Changa jumped down, and the people around him wasted no time, raising their weapons and launching a flurry of attacks at him. Gu Changa grabbed the truck driver, who lay there like a dead dog, blocking everyone's assault. "Be a person." The truck driver cursed inwardly. The truck driver felt like 100,000 alpacas were running wild in his mind, completely bewildered. 3 days without food, just a single iron rod. The harsh words from the crowd bombarded the truck driver mercilessly, and suddenly, the sound of bones breaking echoed, causing him to scream in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Changa slapped the truck, knocking over 5 or 6 small thugs. After Gu Changa got the weapon, she felt much more confident and was not afraid at all of these thugs who only knew how to swing clubs. Shui Qinru also ran over, each hand holding an iron rod. The surrounding ruffians, without saying a word, swung their iron rods towards her head. Shui Qinru quickly got up from the ground, kicked the ground, splattering mud everywhere. 5 or 6 small thugs couldn't dodge in time and got splashed with mud on their faces, instantly collapsing. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Qinru struck out with both hands, knocking all 5 or 6 of them to the ground. The blows were brutal. None of those she hit could get back up. Either their bones were broken or they were just out of it. Her movements were swift, and in less than 5 seconds, she had taken down all the surrounding thugs, who were now rolling on the ground in pain. In Xiaotian walked in from behind and said, "Miss, I've called the police. They will be here soon." Upon hearing it was the police, the group led by the rooster-headed thug was instantly terrified and began to flee in all directions. "Brothers, we're all thugs. There's no need for this." Gu Changa said coldly, "You brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame others." The rooster-headed thug gritted his teeth and said word by word, "As long as you let us go, everything here is yours, and we can let bygones be bygones. How about it?" "Forget it, let's talk after we go inside." Gu Changa looked confused, not understanding what he meant by everything, but ultimately said nothing more. "You really want to be enemies with the Red Devil? Are you sure you want to take on that responsibility?" The rooster-headed thug gritted his teeth. This was already his bottom line. If Gu Changa kept holding on, then nothing would be possible. "What's going on here?" "Gu Changa. Such a low-level gang, I've never even heard of them. They're not even as good as the school's tyrant mechas." The rooster-headed thug was taken aback when he saw Gu Changa, then got up from the ground and waved his hand. "Let's go." "When did I allow you to leave?" Gu Changa blocked his attack with a stick. He was slightly stunned. The rooster-headed thug looked at Gu Changa in confusion, as if to say, "Are you trying to trick me? Just stay here obediently, you won't suffer any pain." Gu Changa's voice was very cold. Seeing this, everyone fell to the ground, they felt lucky to be alive before entering the gates of hell. If they clashed with this guy, they might end up sent to hell. Gu Changa glanced at the truck driver lying there without moving. If he could still keep his life, he would probably spend the rest of his days in a hospital bed. For someone like him to die just like that would be too easy. Let him experience the kind of pain he couldn't control. Gu Changa looked at Shui Qinru in confusion. Is what you said true? Sister Shui, what are you doing here? I was just passing by. Shui Qinru didn't know what to say and turned her gaze to Yin Xiaotian, constantly giving him signals. Yin Xiaotian's lips moved. He really wanted to say, Miss, you can't be serious, right? Why are you here? The moment the young lady encountered Gu Changa, her mind began to wander, and her IQ dropped to negative values. I was originally here to pick some fresh sugarcane. I didn't expect you to be here too, Yin Xiaotian shamelessly said, then changed the subject. I am Yin Xiaotian, a maid beside the young lady. Gu Changa, he called out, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Gu Changa sent her a message and then looked at Shui Qinru in surprise. So she was a young lady from a wealthy family. At first, he thought she was just an ordinary beauty, but now it seemed otherwise. She had always been very low-key, never revealing her background, leading people to mistakenly believe she was just an ordinary beauty. Shui Qinru saw that Gu Changa was no longer asking questions, and she felt relieved, secretly giving Yin Xiaotian a thumbs up. 3 or 4 minutes later, many people arrived at the scene and captured the man with the rooster comb hairstyle and his accomplices. The police rummaged through the truck and quickly found a box containing a bottle of red wine. Gu Changa led Shui Qinru out of the sugarcane field and walked several hundred meters forward. Then the three of them parted ways at a fork in the road, with two of them separating just like that. Originally, Shui Qinru intended to follow Gu Changa, but her maid pulled her, saying she needed to take her home for a bath and to change into a new outfit. If the master found out, he would definitely interrogate the young lady, and once he learned that she was a pervert, he would surely fly into a rage, and the consequences would be unimaginable. When Gu Changa returned, he didn't see Jiang Xiaoxiao and quickly made a phone call. He was anxious, repeating to himself over and over, I wonder if Xiaoxiao will be okay. After a while, she finally picked up. Where's Xiaoxiao? I went to Uncle Tian's house to fix the car. Oh, you didn't even tell me. She paused before speaking. I was afraid you'd be upset if you heard me break the phone, so I held back. Why would I be upset with you? Gu Changa said irritably, I'll come over right away. Oh, okay, Xiao Fei replied. When Gu Changa arrived at Uncle Tian's house, he saw a middle-aged man with thick glasses hunched over his desk, intently repairing his phone. This was Uncle Tian, an ordinary middle-aged man. While speaking, Uncle Tian handed the phone to Jiang Xiaoxiao. My phone has no issues, it's my own, don't worry, there's no virus. Thank you so much, Uncle Tian, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Thanks. She then asked about the price. Uncle Tian chuckled, saying it was just a small matter, not worth much money. Jiang Xiaoxiao sweetly said thank you, and then Gu Changa also expressed his thanks before leaving with Jiang Xiaoxiao. Big brother, why did you fall to the ground? Gu Changa replied, I forgot to walk, it's nothing. Uncle Tian watched the two leave and suddenly remembered a strange app he had seen on the phone. What on earth is going on? Can't uninstall, can't open, and can't find any clues. It seems there's no problem, it's just an app. He had been a doctor for over 20 years and had never encountered such a situation. On a desolate piece of land overgrown with weeds, a dilapidated factory stood there, battered by the wind and rain day and night, now in ruins. But this place was within the territory of the Red Devil. A red-haired youth stood angrily on a high platform, stomping his feet. He was the leader of the Red Devil gang. Hundreds of spectators clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Below the ring, a big man with a scar on his face shouted angrily, a potion worth over $1 million was just stolen like that. We worked hard to get it, and we didn't even see the person. That's right, it's that student's fault. He must be dealt with, otherwise, how can our Red Devil gang show our faces in the future? Everyone spoke up, looking at their big brother, wanting to see how he would respond. The red-haired Massimo sneered, there's nothing to say, this guy must be taken care of. We'll talk about this later. He must be caught tonight. Kill him. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. In the audience, everyone revealed sinister smiles and cheered. The red-haired man waved his hand, and everyone fell silent. We need to change places. We can't stay here for long. Who knows, one day we might be completely wiped out. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression darkened. With more than a dozen people locked up here, some would not keep their mouths shut. The sound of pages flipping echoed in the dark room. A man in a black suit with glasses walked into the room and whispered something in Li Chuanxing's ear. Have you found out? Li Chuanxing put away the book in his hands and said with a serious expression. Yes, he's barely hanging on. They're still performing emergency treatment. No matter what, he must stay alive, Li Chuanxing said firmly. Understood, Shen Zhao replied. he walked out of the room. Li Chuanxing leaned back, sitting in the soft chair, his eyes slightly closed, his mind racing. After a long while, he finally said softly, "I guessed right, Gu Changa's sister is the most important." After dinner, Gu Changa took Jiang Xiaoxiao for a walk outside. Most of the time, she stayed at home, only going out to play with Gu Changa on weekends. At this time, most people had already finished work, some were out for a walk, while others were jogging. A couple dressed in sportswear, one on a horse, passed by them. Jiang Xiaoxiao kept staring at them until they turned a corner, then she slowly shifted her gaze. Passing a small garden, her attention was drawn to two children. Seeing them playing happily reminded her of her childhood playing with her brother, and she couldn't help but smile. Gu Changa slowly stopped, and the two stood by the roadside, watching the two children frolicking from a distance. Not long after, the two children, who had been playing, suddenly got into a scuffle, then each cried, but under their parents' guidance, they reconciled. "I've been like this since I was little, he never lets me do anything, he always competes with me." "That's good." Gu Changa just smiled and said nothing. At times like this, he wouldn't compete with others. "It will be fine," Gu Changa reassured her. "I hope so," Regner nodded. She gave a bitter smile. After all these years, if it could be cured, it would have been cured long ago. But this time, she could only rely on a wheelchair. "It's okay, even if you can't get married in the future, I'll help you live comfortably and make you chubby," Gu Changa said proudly. "Humph." Jiang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and said, "Alright, I'll rely on you for the rest of my life." Gu Changa patted her head, just 50,000 away from reaching 300,000. With a little more effort, he would be able to get it soon. He needed to hurry. If he gathered 300,000 and raised the price, Gu Changa planned to go out the next day to find something to do and then go hunting. With his current third-tier strength, even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Even the lowest-level first-tier monster could fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. If it were some rare monsters, they could even sell for 2,000. A second-tier monster could go for 3,000. The higher the grade of the beast core, the more valuable it was. Their physical bodies were extremely tough, with sharp claws and teeth, and their senses were far superior to those of the same tier. Even the lowest-level first-tier monster would require 3 to 4 first-tier warriors to take it down together. A slight misstep could lead to death. Earning money as an adventurer was incredibly easy. Just hunting some beasts could equal several months' salary for an ordinary person, and it was a life-and-death endeavor. In other words, this was wealth bought with one's life. Whether one could return safely next time was uncertain. Gu Changa was not simply hunting for money, he was also training himself for future development. Last time against the Beast King, the power gap between the two sides was too great, and he had no chance of winning. However, since he had never fought against demon beasts, he didn't know how to deal with them and relied solely on instinct. Last time, he was lucky to escape a disaster with the help of the bronze cauldron, but this time he might not be so fortunate. Moreover, this year, he had to endure 11 battles. Without sufficient strength, he could only wait for death. Gu Changa wandered the streets for more than half an hour before sending Jiang Xiaoxiao home. After washing up and lying on his bed, he saw several messages from Lu Xian, all expressing gratitude towards him. Gu Changa replied to one of the texts and checked the tasks he needed to complete in the city. After more than an hour, he had a rough understanding of what he needed to do. First aid kits, emergency medications, food, firearms, and a phone. If he fell into a large hole, he could still call others. After clarifying these matters, it was already past 11 at night. Gu Changa charged his phone and then lay down to sleep. It was deep into the night, around 2 or 3 o'clock. At this time, most people had entered dreamland. Even those who liked to stay up late would wake up at this hour. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 people quietly approached Gu Changa's door, each holding a knife. The leader waved his hand, and the young man behind him pulled back the curtain, leading everyone inside. More than 10 minutes later, seeing that there were no issues, everyone cautiously followed behind. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Gu Changa got up as usual, had breakfast, and then returned home to sit down, waiting for his vitality to recover. One day's time ended, stored 500 life points, restored 5 life points, total 505 life points. After 2 rounds of physical tempering, his body underwent another qualitative change. This time, Feng Ping was not prepared to conserve vitality. Going out to hunt required full effort to avoid any accidents. 200 points of vitality was too unwise. Just after Gu Changa finished his shower, he sought his sister Jiang Xiaoxiao in the living room. "What's wrong? Big brother, are you planning to meet someone this morning? With no girl in my heart, drawing my sword can lead to immortality. I don't need any girl, my hand speed is too slow." She blinked and said seriously, "If you have no girl in your heart, then you can draw your sword. However, this wealthy lady won't. She will help you buy better weapons and can draw them quickly." Gu Changa didn't know whether to laugh or cry and reminded her to tell him if anything happened, not to keep it bottled up inside. Gu Changa lifted the curtain and took a few steps outside. it was already past 8, and there weren't many people on the street, probably because it was the weekend. Most people were still asleep. He noticed a lot of fresh blood on the ground, which must have taken a long time to congeal. From the traces of blood, it seemed to have flowed out from his own home. Gu Changa glanced at the door and watched for a while, but there wasn't even a trace of blood. It seems my worries were unnecessary. Confirming that everything was normal, Gu Changa set off towards the city gate, buying some food, drinks, and gear along the way, all packed into his backpack. This time, he also took out the bronze cauldron to see if it could be of any use and to verify his own guesses. After walking for a full 30 minutes, he finally arrived at the city gate, surrounded by guards. Each of them had a strength of at least the 2nd tier, most around the 3rd tier, and there were very few at the 4th tier. The gate of this city was like the entrance to a fortress, extremely crucial, and having so many 3rd tier guards meant they were the elite among the elite. It's easy to get out, you just need to register, but getting in is not so simple. You must go through multiple layers of scrutiny before you can enter. This is done to prevent any ferocious beasts from sneaking in. The ferocious creatures referred to here are not ordinary beasts, but rather those with extremely high cultivation levels, capable of taking human form at the 10th tier, and there are numerous examples of them causing chaos in the city. A 10th tier demon beast is not easy to tame. When it strikes, it brings destruction, and countless lives are lost. Gu Changa handed his identification to a burly man, who confirmed his identity before asking, "Young man, what do you intend to do?" "Slay demons and eliminate evil." Gu Changa replied resolutely, "Good, as long as you're alive." The muscular man slapped him on the shoulder and then handed back the identification. Chen Zhao responded. Gu Changa took the identification and walked towards the city outskirts. A short-haired man beside the burly man's side, "This high school student going out to hunt has a high chance of not returning alive. A few days ago, more than 10 students went out together, but in the end, only one came back, and it said that person died from severe injuries. You shouldn't have let him go." The burly man, however, was unconcerned, saying, "What's wrong? If they want to leave, let them. I'm more afraid they won't want to leave. If that happens, our human race is truly finished. Our city is not one that immerses itself in cultivation all day, relying solely on what's learned from books to deal with ferocious beasts. Only those who fight bloodily against the beasts and survive can protect their country." The short-haired man pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, if they don't leave, our human race is really finished." The burly man continued, "That guy is not an ordinary person. I believe he can definitely take on that young master Wei Yongzhao by himself." "What do you mean by powerful?" the short-haired man asked, puzzled. "I know, but I can't explain it," the burly man replied. After exiting the city gate, Gu Changa had to walk 1,000 meters forward, where a dense forest awaited, with no weeds in a 1-kilometer radius. This was also to prevent those ferocious beasts from sneaking close, as once they emerged from the woods, they would be detected by the guards on the city wall immediately. About 10 minutes later, Gu Changa arrived at a dense forest and immediately felt a wave of coolness. Not long after, he encountered a decaying corpse, still bearing some flesh and blood, emitting a nauseating odor. Gu Changa immediately heightened his vigilance, held his breath, and quickened his pace, causing the mosquitoes that were on the corpse to scatter in fright. A beast resembling a dog suddenly leaped out from the grass, lunging at Gu Changa with lightning speed, mouth wide open. Gu Changa reacted swiftly, drawing his dagger and kicking the creature, sending it flying into a tree where it finally came to a stop. Gu Changa rushed to the tree, and as the creature landed, the dagger struck directly into the top of the tree. Crack! The dagger successfully pierced its skull. However, during the process of pulling out the dagger, he unexpectedly found that it had broken into 2 pieces, with the remaining half embedded in the skull. Indeed a good item. A dagger worth over 100 yuan only had one use. Gu Changa shook his head and then took out a small bronze cauldron from his backpack, placing it next to the corpse. A strange occurrence took place. In just a few breaths, the monster's body was swallowed by the bronze cauldron. A beast core shot out. A horizontal line represented a first-tier ferocious beast. Gu Changa picked up the beast core and said, "I see." Meanwhile, another broken sword was absorbed into the bronze cauldron and disappeared. "What's going on?" Gu Changa blinked, wondering what was in his mouth. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the bronze cauldron showed no reaction at all. Just as Gu Changa was about to put it away, it trembled slightly. A dagger that looked almost identical to the previous one, but was completely intact, appeared in his hand. The hilt, which was originally made of wood, was now a round piece of white bone. Moreover, the surface of this object was intricately carved with many patterns, looking quite strange. The dagger still resembled the previous one, but it had some differences, emanating a sharp aura. Gu Changa flicked the blade lightly with his finger, and it emitted a buzzing sound. Then, holding the dagger, he struck at a tree trunk. Ultimately, the blade easily sliced through a large tree, cutting in 5 to 6 centimeters, reaching 10 centimeters. It was like cutting through a giant block of tofu. So powerful. Gu Changge was very excited. With such a sharp weapon, he wouldn't have to be as embarrassed when encountering wild beasts in the future. All of this was thanks to the bronze cauldron. Gu Changge's gaze fell on the cauldron. Currently, it had 3 functions. One was to devour the blood and flesh of a demon beast and refine it. The second was to restore his own weapons and enhance his strength. The third, which Jiang Chenxi was not sure about, was that when he was severely injured by the Beast King and on the brink of death, it was the bronze cauldron that helped him heal. Gu Changge didn't want to try this new technique. It would be too regrettable if he died right at the start. He stored the beast core and the bronze cauldron in his backpack, tightly gripping the dagger in his hand to prevent any accidents. As he ventured deeper into the forest, having walked less than a few hundred meters, Gu Changge encountered 2 or 3 first-tier demon beasts, which posed no challenge for him. Its speed was fast, and combined with his sharp dagger, he could easily kill first-tier ferocious beasts. Gu Changge carried a mask he had purchased from the city for emergencies. If he exposed the good things on him, he could easily attract unwanted attention. If someone discovered his true identity, it would be disastrous for him, and his friends and family would also be affected. Wearing this mask not only served to protect himself but also to safeguard those around him. The most unpredictable was the old fox. Moreover, with this face, he could do whatever he wanted without caring about others' opinions. Gu Changge killed 4 first-tier demon beasts, then used the bronze cauldron to devour their corpses, placing the beast cores inside. Before him was a dense forest, with the surrounding vegetation much taller than where they were. Gu Changge's expression darkened. The deeper we go, the stronger the demon beasts become, and their numbers increase. They often attack in pairs or threes, with even more demon beasts hiding in the shadows. This was knowledge that teachers could impart, determining changes in an area through the alterations in trees. If a certain area of forest suddenly became taller and more lush, it indicated they were moving upward. Gu Changge felt he shouldn't enter the second area. He only needed to kill first-tier ferocious beasts in the first area. At this rate, by nightfall, he could slay 30 or 40 first-tier ferocious beasts. Adding them up, that would be around 30 to 40,000. If he pushed himself a bit more, he might really gather 50,000. After that, Gu Changge continued hunting in the first area. One by one, first-tier demon beasts fell to his blade. From 8 in the morning until the afternoon, Gu Changge chose a felled large tree to sit on, eating and drinking a bit. Then he took out his backpack and counted his beast cores. 1, 2, 3. He had hunted over 20 first-tier demon beasts, and he had 20 beast cores. The items in his backpack were already stuffed full by Chen Xiaobei. It seems better to wait until I return to the city to deal with these crystal cores. Gu Changge finished his bread and, with his backpack on, was ready to leave. Suddenly, a woman's cry echoed through the woods. "Someone help me, please help me." Gu Changge stopped and turned back, realizing the woman's voice came from Area 2 of the forest. In this jungle, Gu Changge remained silent for a moment. After some thought, he decided to take a look. From the earlier commotion, this place couldn't be too far away, at most just a few hundred meters. This is where we first entered the jungle. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Even if there is danger, with my current strength, I can escape even from a second-tier beast. Holding a dagger, Gu Changge cautiously made his way to Area 2. In less than 200 meters, he reached the boundary between Area 1 and Area 2. As soon as he entered Area 2, Gu Changge felt the hair on his body stand on end, as if a pack of wild beasts had set their sights on him. It must be an illusion. I just entered, and so many beasts are already watching me. That's impossible. Gu Changge looked around and found that the woman's cries were coming from a tree over 300 meters away. Normally, it would take him less than 10 seconds, but Gu Changge took a full minute to reach the entrance of the tree hollow. Even just standing at the entrance, he could feel a bone-chilling cold, like an open refrigerator exuding waves of chill. Gu Changge peered into the hollow. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything inside. "Are you okay?" Chen Zhao asked with some concern. Gu Changge shouted towards the hollow. If possible, she would rather go out alone, feeling uneasy inside. "I'm fine, but my leg is broken, and I can't walk." At this point, the woman could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Gu Changge furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and decided to go in. He took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. Although it wasn't very bright, it was better than nothing. He had bought his phone from a roadside stall. Aside from the flashlight, everything else was decent. Gu Changge held the dagger in one hand, the phone in the other, and cautiously stepped into the tree hollow. Once inside, he was hit by a pungent smell. Various odors mixed together: feces, urine, and a hint of decay. Gu Changge frowned but had no choice but to move deeper. To Yimo's surprise, the tree hollow was very deep, they had walked in 5 or 6 meters and still hadn't reached the end. Judging by its exterior, the tree wasn't very large, a diameter of 2 to 3 meters was already quite impressive. Yet, he had walked nearly 10 meters forward and still hadn't seen the bottom, which was a bit strange. Gu Changa had to rely on the dim light to continue. As he walked, he suddenly felt something wet on his cheek. It was sticky and had an unpleasant smell. Gu Changa felt the hair on his body stand on end, and he couldn't help but think of the terrifying things he had seen in movies. Those sticky substances were the saliva of that monster. Moreover, as soon as he looked up, he would be eaten by the creature. Gu Changa didn't look back. He placed the dagger aside so he could see what was above through it. Even without looking up, it was a chilling feeling, his gaze fixed on the knife while he raised his phone screen. With the light, everyone could see more clearly. Fortunately, there were no terrifying creatures here. However, there were many sharp stalactites overhead, and the droplets were flowing from them. Perhaps this cave is a bit strange. The droplets falling from above carry a foul smell. Gu Changa kept his eyes forward and continued deeper. However, he did not notice that the cave entrance behind him had closed at some unknown time. Gu Changa walked forward another 5 or 6 meters before reaching the other end of the path. A ragged woman was sitting cross-legged. Her tattered clothes could hardly conceal her enchanting skin, revealing a large expanse of snow-white flesh, with a pair of long, beautiful legs exposed. It was as if she wore nothing but a thin garment, her attire so tattered it could hardly be called clothing. She seemed unconcerned about her overly revealing outfit. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. I cannot repay you, and can only offer my life as an apology." The woman extended her hands, as if to embrace Gu Changa, and then began discussing profound scientific questions about the origins of life and humanity. "You want to marry me? Let's go." Gu Changa stepped forward, bent down to help the woman up, only to discover a thin red thread extending from her back, reaching all the way to where she stood. Gu Changa suddenly clamped the phone between his teeth. He grabbed the woman's neck and pulled hard, lifting her up, her back facing him. On her spine, a line pierced through her body, clearly congealed with blood. Gu Changa could feel the temperature radiating from the woman, as if he were holding an ice cube. Without a second thought, Gu Changa used his dagger to cut the line on the woman's back. The moment it was severed, she became completely still, like a puppet with its strings cut. "I've been tricked." A realization struck him. Gu Changa's mind raced with thoughts of how to escape. If those sharp teeth struck him, he would undoubtedly be killed in an instant. He considered his options and decided to take out the bronze cauldron. It was the only thing that could save him, though he had no idea how to use it. What if this tree hole was filled with monsters? How terrifying would that be? Gu Changa plunged the dagger into the ground, and instantly, it pierced through. The thing seemed to be pierced by something, letting out a chilling scream. Gu Changa felt as if his head would explode, with a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. He dared not linger, enduring the excruciating pain, pulled out the dagger, and returned the bronze cauldron to its place, hoping for the best. If not, he would be doomed. The densely packed sharp teeth above him were already just a few centimeters away, descending at an incredible speed, seemingly only 1 or 2 seconds away from him. "Brother, you need to come out quickly. If you don't, I will." Gu Changa's attack landed on the bronze cauldron. It was unclear whether it was due to Gu Changa's words or the monster's blood, but the bronze cauldron suddenly came to life, generating an immense pulling force that directly sucked the beast inside. Under this force, its body was torn open, and a large amount of blood gushed from the wound. Gu Changa dashed toward the hole. If he didn't leave now, he would be swallowed along with the beast into the bronze cauldron, and that would be disastrous. Finally escaping from the beast's body, Gu Changa finally saw the enormity of the creature. The creature resembled a giant worm, and the original opening had been bitten open by this monster. The beast controlled a woman's body, crying for help, ultimately leading the foolish body to the monster. This second layer is truly dangerous. If it weren't for the bronze cauldron, I would have been dead long ago. Gu Changa took off his mask, wiped his sweat, and put the mask back on his face. Before long, the mammoth beast was completely devoured by the bronze cauldron, leaving only a trench, which was where it had previously hidden. Gu Changa rushed forward and saw the bronze furnace seemingly going mad, continuously spitting out beast cores. In just 5 or 6 seconds, it spat out a large number, at least 30 or 40. Wow, this is a windfall. Gu Changa was overjoyed. Those beast cores were definitely what remained after the giant beast was consumed. This guy was not just trying to attract people but was also hunting more ferocious beasts. Gu Changa hurriedly moved forward to collect all the beast cores, most of which were first tier, with one second tier core that caught his eye. This was the one he had encountered earlier, a third tier beast. Such a monster was definitely not first or second tier. There were 20 first tier cores, 10 second tier cores, and 1 third tier core. With so much wealth, it was at least 50,000. Just as Gu Changa was about to stuff the beast core into his clothes, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "You little brat, how dare you kill in my hunting ground? What audacity!" Gu Chang'e turned around and indeed saw Wei Yangzhao. Behind him were about 10 men dressed in black combat gear, each holding weapons resembling crossbows. These were developed by their company, said to be capable of killing even 5th-tier kings. Although they didn't look like that, they were definitely not weak. Good stuff. One of the black-robed men stared at the 3rd-tier monster crystal core on the ground and said in a deep voice. Everyone's attention shifted to the 3 beast cores in Chen Shoubei's hands. There's definitely something strange. The value of a 3rd-tier beast core is at least 10 times that of an ordinary monster, if not more. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of those around lit up. The price of a 3rd-tier beast core was at least over 30,000. With this, one could save years of hard training. Wei Yangzhao's eyes brightened when he saw the 3rd-tier beast core in Chen Shoubei's hands. If he could get his hands on this core, his fame would definitely soar. At that time, perhaps Shui Qinru would be attracted by my charm and fall in love with me. The key was that if he revealed that he had used the weapon developed by his family to slay this beast, the company's stock price would surely skyrocket, just like that beast king during the blood moon. Little brat, while I still have patience, obediently hand over the goods to me. Wei Yangzhao's gaze fell on Gu Chang'e, speaking coldly. Gu Chang'e lowered his voice and said, I understand. I've never heard anyone say that this area has become someone's exclusive territory. If you want to rob me, feel free to come at me directly. As long as you can defeat me, everything will be yours. What a big mouth. From the moment I first saw you, I was furious, and now hearing you speak, I'm even angrier. Wei Yangzhao glared at Gu Chang'e, waving his hand. Take him down, let me see his true face. More than a dozen black-robed men split into several small groups. 3 black-robed men took the lead, while 2 others positioned themselves on the left and right, waiting for an opportunity, and the 5 black-robed men behind bent their bows and nocked arrows. Gu Chang'e unhesitatingly threw his backpack to the ground, gripping a dagger, and dashed forward with lightning speed. So fast! Lei Linen exclaimed. The 3 men at the front were running towards Gu Chang'e, but he suddenly vanished before their eyes. The man on the left pulled out a clump of black powder from his pocket and hurled it violently at Gu Chang'e. This was a concoction made from red chili peppers and pepper powder. The chili was made from the hottest peppers in the world, as big as a finger, capable of inflicting great harm even to a first-tier demon beast. If this stuff were to hit someone's eyes or lungs, it would be an extreme form of torture. If an ordinary person took that punch, they would probably be left searching for their teeth on the ground. Wei Yangzhao wore a smug smile. One move to defeat the enemy. This person probably never expected us to use such a method. Gu Chang'e sensed the danger, but it was already too late. All he could do was take it head-on. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Gu Chang'e took the punch head-on and was completely unharmed. Taking advantage of the 3 men's shock, Gu Chang'e struck back, landing blows that knocked all 3 to the ground. No way! Wei Yangzhao exclaimed. That kid took my punch and didn't even flinch? Gu Chang'e also found it strange. This stuff had no effect on him at all. This was the result of countless physical refinements. His body was vastly different from that of an ordinary person, and he wasn't even sure how strong he had become. Seeing Gu Chang'e running towards him, Wei Yangzhao immediately shouted, Hit him, hit him! Everyone reacted, and 6 men lunged at Gu Chang'e from both sides, while 5 others shot arrows at him from behind. Gu Chang'e mobilized his blood energy, a massive flow of blood coursing through his body, some even merging with him. At that moment, Gu Chang'e's body surged, his speed increasing several times over. What incredible speed! He's at least 2 tiers, maybe 3, or even 4. Wei Yangzhao's hands trembled uncontrollably. When he realized this, his fists were tightly clenched. No, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. I, the eldest son of the Wei group, have seen all kinds of people. He looks like he's just over 20. Gu Chang'e gripped his dagger tightly as the 2 men rushed forward. One swung a large hammer, aiming to smash Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e tightened his grip on the dagger and slashed at the hammer. Humph, just a piece of trash thinks it can compete with my weapon. It's like an egg hitting a rock. The man sneered coldly, looking at Gu Chang'e with a sense of impending victory. The others looked at Gu Chang'e as if he were a fool. Such a small dagger could actually clash with a special hammer? This guy was too shameless. That hammer could crush even a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, let alone this scrap metal. In an instant, to everyone's surprise, the hammer was not broken but sliced in half, as if it had been cut through tofu. This is made from a special alloy. It's not that easy to cut. The man was startled and quickly swung again at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e hadn't expected the dagger to be so sharp, so easily slicing through the hammer. It completely caught him off guard. Generally, a first-tier beast could be cut by this dagger, but this time, it had severed a hammer over 50 centimeters long. The difference was like heaven and earth. Reforging a bronze cauldron, no, it should be said, crafting an entirely new weapon. Gu Chang'e's dagger swung rapidly, effortlessly shattering the hammer into pieces. The man staggered back, staring at the man before him, speechless. Seeing this scene, the others dared not rashly attack Guchanga. If they were struck by that, their armor would be of no use at all. They would probably be split in half in an instant. At this thought, everyone shivered. Wei Yongzhao was startled. "What are you looking at? Everyone attack. If you don't, I'll have my dad deduct your salaries. If you want to deduct money, go ahead. If someone dies, what good is all that money?" One person turned and walked away, and after a brief hesitation, the others followed suit and fled. After all, they knew which was worth more, money or life. In an instant, only Wei Yongzhao was left. He saw Guchanga walking towards him step by step, his legs trembling, his voice shaking. "How about this? I'll offer 500,000, just spare me." 5 million, Gu Ning said. Guchanga said indifferently. Wei Yongzhao couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell, robbers don't even raise prices this much, right?" Guchanga whispered, 50 million. "No way, my father would rather have another 50 million than let me live," Wei Yongzhao replied. "TCH, that's useless." Guchanga shot Wei Yongzhao a disdainful glare. "Your father is willing to spend 50 million to save you. How pathetic are you?" Wei Yongzhao pouted, wanting to retort, after all, it was 50 million, how could it be given away so easily? However, he could only think about it in his heart. He absolutely dared not say it out loud at this moment. After some thought, he agreed with Guchanga's statement. Ordinary families have very little money, yet they go everywhere looking for their children. In that case, it's much more than what their parents would give them. 50 million would hurt him greatly, but it wouldn't ruin him completely. And if he wasn't even willing to give 50 million, that would be too much of a failure, right? At this thought, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Stop thinking about 50 million, you poor thing. Give me all your possessions." Guchanga waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. At this point, Wei Yongzhao was already in despair. He no longer dared to struggle and could only obediently hand over all his belongings. A watch, about 50 to 60,000 each, and nothing else of value. Guchanga put away the watch and casually said, "Take off your coat." Hearing this, Wei Yongzhao's face changed dramatically. This was more terrifying than death. "No, I've given you all my valuables. How about this? When we get back to the city, I'll return 5 million to you, okay? Please, spare me." Guchanga frowned. "Stop wasting time, just give me your clothes." "I never thought I would end up like this," Wei Yongzhao said with a bitter expression. "Hurry up, if you keep stalling, I'll do it myself." Guchanga said anxiously. No, let me do it." Wei Yongzhao's face was grim. After hesitating for a moment, he took off his outer shirt and then his t-shirt. As Guchanga picked up Wei Yongzhao's coat, he saw him taking off his t-shirt as well, and he couldn't help but frown. What was this kid doing? "Be gentle, I'm still a novice in this." Wei Yongzhao blinked awkwardly and turned his head away. "What the hell? My God!" Guchanga felt his hair stand on end, a chilling sensation rising from his feet, making him shiver involuntarily, every hair on his body bristling. "I just want to put my beast core in my clothes. What the hell are you doing?" Guchanga slapped him away, feeling dirty on his hand, quickly taking off the clothes from him, disgusted. Guchanga spent half an hour weaving a basket from vines, collecting all the magical beasts inside, and then hurriedly left the place. After a while, Guchanga finally walked out of the woods and took off his mask. Soon, they arrived at the city gate and began the entry procedures. As soon as Guchanga entered, he attracted a lot of attention. Everyone's gaze fell on the bamboo basket in his hand. Although Guchanga had covered the contents of the basket with leaves, some parts were still exposed. Upon seeing this, a burly man exclaimed, "No way, this guy didn't rob a fierce beast's lair, did he? There are probably more than 30 things in that basket, and there must be a lot in the bag too. How many are there, really? Even though they are only first-tier beast cores, they are still quite valuable." Everyone looked on with envy. Nearby, a muscular man responsible for patrolling the guards heard the discussions around him and noticed Guchanga's return. Seeing Guchanga back, he couldn't help but laugh. "That guy is back again. As I expected, this child is extraordinary. Given time, he will surely become a great general in our chicken market. You truly have a keen insight." A short-haired man looked at Guchanga in surprise. He couldn't believe that someone could gather so many beast cores alone. Even an experienced team might not be able to collect that much. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, where on earth did he get so many magical beasts? Before long, it was Guchanga's turn for a health check. The burly man stepped forward, examined him carefully, and laughed heartily. "You are even more impressive than I imagined. I am Mo Meng. What is your name?" "Guchanga," he replied, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Mo Meng thought for a moment and said, "That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere." A bald man suddenly appeared and asked in surprise, "Could it be the first genius of our chicken market, Guchanga? Didn't your vitality mysteriously disappear over a month ago? Are you better now?" Yes, just recently, Gu Changa replied with a polite smile. Your name is Gu Changa, no wonder you're so strong. Mo Meng suddenly understood. What is your name? The short-haired man gaped in astonishment. Wow, that's amazing. It seems you not only recovered but have made great progress. Gu Changa smirked. It's alright. The short-haired man looked completely bewildered. If you can do this, then 99% of people could just commit suicide with a brick. The people behind Jiang Chensi nodded bitterly. With their backgrounds, they probably wouldn't earn that much in a year. Mo Meng slapped him on the shoulder and said, Are you stupid? Work hard. The chicken market will rely on you in the future. Being able to keep my life is already a blessing, Gu Changa said with a bitter smile. After Mo Meng checked Gu Changa's items and found the third-tier beast cores, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at him, but he didn't say much and handed them back. Mo Meng whispered, Be careful, watch out for any followers behind you. If it gets too dangerous, just come back. They won't dare to act recklessly. Alright, then I'll trouble Uncle Mo, Gu Changa nodded, knowing this was to prevent anyone from having designs on him. Okay, let's go. Mo Meng nodded slightly. Gu Changa carried a small basket and ran towards the guild. It could be sold quickly at the Adventure Guild, and in other places, it could be bought at will. He might even get scammed by someone. Not only did she lose her precious belongings, but she also lost her life. Gu Changa had heard this from Li Yuanba many times. Even if they wanted to join the guild, they had to be extremely cautious, as they were all people teetering on the edge of life and death. With so many demon beasts around, it was hard not to be tempted, and facing so many martial artists would undoubtedly bring immense pressure. To prevent such situations from arising, the best way was to keep her identity hidden. On her way back, Gu Changa bought herself a larger bag that could fit all the beast cores. Then, she discarded her backpack to avoid being discovered by Wei Yongzhao and the others. This adventurers' guild appeared shortly after the revival of spiritual energy and could be said to be the first established. Gu Changa walked up to the sign of the Chicken Market Adventurers Guild. Usually, there were stone lions at the entrance, but at this moment, 2 giant beast heads were displayed instead. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the giant beast, making it easy to imagine how powerful it had been in life, at least a 5th-tier existence. While Gu Changa was lost in thought, a girl dressed as a maid with short hair approached her. These 2 demon beasts are both 10th-tier beasts, and they were the residents of the former president. It is said that the last president fought for 3 days and nights to kill these 2 monsters. Gu Changa was startled. A beast core from a 10th-tier ferocious beast was an incredibly precious item. Killing a 10th-tier ferocious beast could earn an ordinary person enough to live 100 lives, and the last president had taken down 2 in one go. Who knew how long it would take to achieve such a feat? If she could kill one, she could retire. Gu Changa finally got a clear look at the maid, who wore white stockings and a black and white maid outfit. Her young face was adorned with a bright smile that made anyone who saw it feel happy. Such a smile was the best remedy. You're here to register, right? Do I need to register to make a purchase? Gu Changa asked. Is what you said true? Yes. The maid smiled and nodded. If you want to register, I can guide you. Thank you, Gu Changa replied with a grateful smile. You're welcome. I'm just here to work, the maid said with a smile. My name is Rao Li. Gu Changa, she introduced herself, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. That name sounds a bit familiar. Rao Li rolled her eyes, her mind racing to figure out Gu Changa's identity. I'm just a small fry, let's handle the adventurer registration first, Gu Changa replied. I understand. Yes, sorry. Rao Li quickly collected her thoughts, bowed to Gu Changa in apology, and then led her toward the guild. As they walked, everyone greeted Rao Li. Gu Changa knew that Rao Li's smile was infectious. Just seeing her smile could lift anyone's spirits, and no one could feel unhappy. Many people liked Rao Li, and Gu Changa could tell at a glance. Rao Li brought her to a window and smiled. This is where we register your adventurer identity. Just show your identification, and you can register. Thank you, Gu Changa said to her. Beside them was a row of seats for everyone to rest. A person on the left turned around and asked, What level do you think this guy is? The short-haired adventurer standing in the center looked disdainful. A kid who isn't even first tier wants to register as an adventurer. He's just asking to be food for those demon beasts. Yes, the world is so big, there are all kinds of people. The person on the right also said. A mercenary in a trench coat walked past the 3 of them, sat down beside them, and calmly said, I think this guy really has some skills. The short-haired adventurer standing in the center sneered. Oh, isn't this the sharp-eyed Lin Mu? How come your eyesight is so poor? Are you dreaming? Lin Mu did not get angry at his sarcasm but instead responded in a novel way. How about it? Want to make a bet? Sure. What do you want to wager? I bet that this guy's vitality exceeds that of the 3 of you. If his vitality is less than yours, I'll give each of you 10 spirit stones. If I'm right, each of you gives me 10 spirit stones, how about that? Why not? Just based on this guy, does he deserve to compete with the three of us? The buzzcut man agreed without a second thought. Such a good opportunity, how could I let it pass? My vitality is almost 600. He can't possibly be just a second-tier warrior. There are hardly any young people in the whole city with second-tier warrior strength. Lin Mu nodded. Alright. Just then, a mercenary suddenly approached with a smile. Count me in. Alright, Wang Yao replied. Me too. More and more mercenaries joined in, and in just a few minutes, over 30 people had entered the fray. Rowley frowned slightly, hands on her slim waist, and said, "We can't place bets here." The short-haired adventurer smiled and said, "Little Li looks so cute when she's angry." The other mercenaries nodded with smiles. Right? Li Mao was taken aback. Not fierce, but very cute. Upon hearing this, Rowley's face turned bright red, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "If you don't stop, our captain will definitely make you regret it." Hearing this, everyone was not surprised but rather delighted, saying, "Alright, we all want to see how you look. I'm not even sure if you're a boy or a girl." Seeing that her leader couldn't suppress them, Rowley gave up. Lin Mu smiled and said, "Little Li, you can be a witness." Rowley huffed, "I'm on your side." Gu Chang'e took more than 10 minutes to complete his mercenary registration, and next was the test of his vitality. Many people gathered around, wanting to know just how high Gu Chang'e's vitality was. The staff used a blood pressure monitor to measure Gu Chang'e, and the results showed that his vitality had reached 819. The staff went from being wooden at first to shocked, and later, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the machine in his hand. Could there be a problem? The staff was dumbfounded. This kid was only 18 years old, with a vitality of 819 points. What does that even mean? The buzzcut man and others were also dumbfounded, with a million questions in their minds. How did an 18-year-old boy reach 819? The short-haired man curled his lip. He had thought that being a first-tier warrior was already impressive, but unexpectedly, this kid not only surpassed second-tier warriors but also had over 200 more vitality. Lin Mu stood with his arms crossed, living up to expectations. Rowley also stared at Gu Chang'e with an incredulous look. She had never imagined he had such power. Who exactly is he? An 18-year-old boy with a vitality of 819. There are hardly any in the market. Why does this name sound so familiar? Rowley's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, those who had placed bets donned masks with painful expressions. A mercenary frowned. 10 mid-grade spirit stones just disappeared like that. This has been months of hard work. I should have done as Shaoli suggested. Sigh, if I had known it would end up like this, how could this have happened? Everyone sighed and shook their heads. 10 spirit stones were quite a lot. Not everyone could hunt in the jungle, and even fewer could return safely. The staff member paused for a moment, then quickly reacted. This device must be broken. I'll get another one. After saying that, she stood up and hurried off to fetch new equipment. Everyone felt a surge of joy. Gu Chang'e hadn't expected that his blood energy test would attract so much attention. If that were the case, his aura would leak out. But perhaps that was for the best. It would let those with ill intentions understand that they couldn't afford to offend him. Resolving the matter in advance was already the best outcome. With that thought, Gu Chang'e felt no need to hide anymore. If he wanted, he could save a bit and end up with just over 100. The staff member rushed to the storage area and found an unopened device. Carrying the equipment, Rinpochian was on his way back when he accidentally bumped into a middle-aged man, causing the device in his hands to fall to the ground. The staff member looked up and saw it was their vice president, quickly apologizing. "Sorry, Vice President. What's going on? Why the rush? Didn't I tell you to stay calm and patient while working? Otherwise, things could go wrong, understand?" "I understand." Xu Feng nodded with a smile. The staff member nodded back. Just now, an 18-year-old newbie came in and tested his blood energy value. It reached 819. Oh, where is he? The vice president could no longer contain himself. Waiting by the window. Before the staff member could finish, he was pulled away. "I forgot to bring the equipment." "All right." Hearing this, he immediately stopped, instructing the employees to quickly return to their seats, pick up the device, and walk briskly to the window. The staff member remained silent for a long time. "You are the calmest of them all. Someone's coming." A player spotted a figure walking out from the window. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and saw a crazed middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Gu Chang'e. Everyone looked bewildered. How could a madman come in? "Vice President!" Shifeng exclaimed at the scene before him. Rowley gasped as she looked at the middle-aged man rushing out. Everyone turned to Shifeng, their eyes filled with surprise. The short-haired man. "What? Xianquan, is that the vice president known as Nightmare? No way?" Although the mercenaries were somewhat confused, they could only choose to believe that this person was indeed Xianquan. As a member of the guild, Rowley certainly wouldn't mistake him. Gu Changa looked at the crazed Qianquan, equally terrified, and couldn't help but scoot his chair back a bit. Qianquan quickly explained the situation. Don't be afraid, I have no suspicions. Chen Xiaobei's expression froze slightly. Gu Changa. His words lacked persuasiveness. While drinking warm water, Qianquan excitedly said, extend your hand, let me check your blood pressure. After Rowley left, Gu Changa leaned closer to her ear and whispered, don't be afraid, he is the real vice captain. Don't be fooled by his current excitement, he usually wouldn't act like this. Gu Changa glanced back at Rowley, hesitating to speak, but ultimately extended his hand. The vice president quickly unpacked the device and handed it to Gu Changa, while everyone gathered around, eyes glued to the screen. Seconds later, the blood value of 819 appeared on the screen. The entire venue was silent, everyone fixated on the data on the screen. Xian Xuan's excited voice trembled. Indeed, it's 819 points. I never expected to witness such a prodigy in my lifetime. As the crowd reacted, the gamblers gradually came to terms with the reality. Their hopes were dashed. This kid is simply a monster. The short-haired man shook his head and sighed. Spirit stones, spirit stones. Lin Mu said softly, his voice tinged with urgency. A group of people reluctantly took out their spirit stones, and before long, Lin Mu had obtained over 300 spirit stones. That must be worth 2 to 300,000, right? For the next 2 years, I can rest easy. Lin Mu chuckled in disbelief. The short-haired man's expression darkened. Their efforts over the past month had been in vain. Qianquan said, Gu Changa, would you like to join our guild? I registered as a mercenary, so wouldn't that make me a member of the guild? Gu Changa asked, puzzled. The players present looked at Shifeng with envy upon hearing this. Qianquan repeated, registered adventurers are connected to our guild. We post tasks here, and if they accept our commissions, we will pay them. I want you to join our guild and become one of us. What's going on? Once you join our guild, you'll be one of us. We will ensure your personal safety, and if anyone bullies you, we will not stand by and do nothing. Then how should I serve the Bull tribe? Gu Changa didn't think it was practical to want something for nothing. This wasn't his family, he wouldn't risk his life to save them. Everyone listened with interest. They couldn't become official members of Zero Wing, but they were curious about its development. Most importantly, they would never have known this information otherwise, so they certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Shen Xuan's expression was calm as he slowly said, joining a guild doesn't have many requirements, and there's no malice involved. If you want to join, I can explain it to you. Upon hearing this, Gu Changa thought for a moment and finally said, I'll think it over and let you know later. Alright, Wang Yao replied. Seeing that Gu Changa didn't agree immediately, Shen Xuan's evaluation of him rose a few notches. This meant he was a cautious person who wouldn't make decisions lightly. If he chose to join, then this person was definitely not someone to be taken lightly and was trustworthy. Even if Gu Changa agreed right away to achieve his goal, he would still be very happy. Everyone was puzzled by Gu Changa's choice. Just the benefits Qianquan offered were enough to tempt him. Did he still need to worry? Qianquan greeted Gu Changa and stood up to leave. Lin Mu stepped forward, patiently persuading, young man, you must seize this opportunity. This is the first time I've heard of someone being recruited by the vice president. I wouldn't want to easily agree to such a thing. The others also began to urge him. Yes, this is the first time I've heard such news. Since there's an opportunity, you should grasp it well. This proposal is all benefits and no drawbacks for me. You should accept it now. A middle-aged man said with a bitter expression. A middle-aged man wearing a leather hat chimed in. It's just that you're too ugly. You didn't even get an invitation. The middle-aged man's face darkened. You didn't receive an invitation either. No matter how you look at it, you're still useless. Gu Changa exerted a great deal of effort to squeeze out a path. Looking left and right, he saw Rowley walking this way and smiled as he asked, are you looking for Gu Changa for something? Can you sell me something? Rowley walked straight to a yellow wooden door on the right and said, the room on the right is where that old man is. He's the one who collects monster cores. Once you go in, you won't be able to hear the conversations outside, and your gains won't be disclosed. Thank you. Chen Zhao thanked her. Hearing this, Gu Changa breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that the beast core would be exposed, making others envious. A man, seeing Gu Changa leave, asked curiously, are you stupid? Is his backpack filled with beast cores? Are you kidding? A bag that big, filled with monster cores? How many do you really have? It shouldn't be possible. With so many monsters, it would take at least a year and a half to gather them all. The others also looked skeptical. A rookie, someone who just registered as a mercenary, couldn't possibly have so many monster cores. Does this guy have a cheat? After Gu Changa entered, he casually closed the door, instantly isolating all sounds. Indeed, the soundproofing in this room was excellent. Inside the room, an old hunchbacked man with glasses was intently reading a newspaper. Gu Changa thumped his backpack down on the table. The old man slowly lowered the newspaper in his hands, his gaze landing on Gu Changa. A new face? Chen Zhao replied. Gu Changa responded with a Let me see, the old man said calmly. Then, he resumed flipping through the newspaper. He didn't have high hopes for this rookie. Getting 3 cores would be good enough. After that, Gu Changa opened his bag, which was filled with beast cores, taking them out one by one. The old man listened to the clattering sounds on the table and looked over. Suddenly, his hand trembled, and the newspaper fell to the ground. What's going on? A whole table full? Is this what they call a rookie? Which rookie comes in with a table full of beast cores? 41st tier beast cores, 10th tier beast cores, 1/3 tier beast core. As Gu Changa spoke, he took out all the beast cores. The old man was dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the beast cores. He thought he was getting old and his eyesight was failing, so he rubbed his eyes hard to confirm it wasn't just his imagination, then stared at Gu Changa with astonishment, asking, "How many?" Chen Zhao inquired. Gu Changa replied in confusion, 41st tier beast cores, 10th tier beast cores, 1/3 tier beast core. Is there a problem? The old man remained silent for a long time. Let me take a look. Longchen slowly counted the beast cores on the table, and when he reached the count of the 3rd tier beast cores, he was stunned. Oh, this is a 3rd tier monster's inner core? Where on earth did this guy get a 3rd tier monster, and they're all quite special? The old man was bewildered, instinctively ignoring what Gu Changa had said earlier. Now, seeing the 3rd tier beast core, he realized that Gu Changa had brought back a 3rd tier beast core. The old man couldn't help but ask, "Is this for real?" Chen Zhao replied. Gu Changa showed his mercenary badge. The old man was taken aback, not expecting this name to be freshly registered. "Where did you get this?" "I killed it myself." "All right," Wang Yao responded. The old man nodded, seeing that Gu Changa was unwilling to say more, and knowing where his limits were, he stopped asking. He took out his computer and calculated. It totaled 370,000. Chen Zhao replied. Gu Changa nodded, just as he had estimated, a total of 370,000, with 300,000 from the 3rd tier beast cores. The old man asked, "Do you want cash or a transfer?" "Cash," Jiang Chen replied straightforwardly. Gu Changa said, I understand. All right, Wang Yao responded. He grabbed the microphone on the table and made a call. Before long, a room behind the old man was pushed open, and 2 men in black outfits brought in a silver box, placing it on the table, which was filled with stacks of 100 yuan bills. Gu Changa put the money into his bag, said goodbye to the old man, and left. What exactly is this guy's background? The old man shook his head and sighed. Xian Quan walked out from behind, lightly sighing. I don't know how he managed to get so many beast souls. In all my years of business, this is the first time I've seen so many demon beasts, the old man said. This person is also the first prodigy I've encountered. We must bring him into our guild, Xian Quan said resolutely. As soon as Gu Changa stepped out, a group of people gathered around, chattering about how many billions he had collected. Raleigh walked up, pushing the two aside, hands on her hips, and said discontentedly, Our first rule is that until we get the news, we can't ask others about your income. Seeing this scene, the others had no choice but to look at Gu Changa with expectant eyes. How much could it be? Gu Changa said nonchalantly. A man with a buzz cut placed a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, when I first came, getting a few thousand was already great. If you keep working hard, you might even get to 10,000. Gu Changa smiled without saying a word, and after more than 10 minutes of fuss, he finally managed to escape. With so much wealth, he just wanted to go back and tell his sister about it. She would definitely be very happy. The buzzcut man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Gu Changa's departing figure with a sense of authority. I remember the day I went hunting. I got 5 first-tier beast cores, causing quite a stir. Many powerful hunting teams invited me, but I never accepted. Thinking back on those days really makes one sigh. Stop lamenting. Of the 5 beast cores you brought back this time, you took 4 of them. A friend interrupted him bluntly. Hee, I guess that's a kind of ability, the short-haired man said expressionlessly. Gu Changa ran back while glancing over his shoulder, afraid of being targeted. After walking for more than 10 minutes and confirming that no one was following him, he gradually relaxed, no longer daring to look back. Gu Changa thought about getting back quickly, so he chose to walk, which would save him at least half the time. The only downside was that he had to pass through a narrow alley over 500 meters long. Criminals often lurked here, and few people would go. But Gu Changa was not afraid at all. With his current vitality, dealing with these thugs was a piece of cake. In the alley, more than 10 people squatted there, smoking a cigarette, and after finishing, their stomachs began to growl. The red-haired man leading them looked indignant and suddenly saw Gu Changa rushing in, took a breath, and coldly said, "Catch this guy, give him a good beating to vent our anger, and then rob him." Everyone followed his gaze, and a blonde teenager immediately recognized Gu Changa. "Boss, this guy is Gu Changa, he ruined our good plans." Good. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and said, then snorted, "I didn't expect to run into him. Even the heavens can't help but lend a hand. Everyone, go for it." Everyone quickly picked up iron rods and similar objects, waiting for Gu Changa to come over. 30 seconds later, Gu Changa walked over. Everyone was hiding in a secluded spot, and Gu Changa couldn't see anything. They were all ready. As soon as Gu Changa appeared, they rushed forward and began to strike wildly. He thought his movements were fast enough, but in Gu Changa's eyes, they were nothing, let alone those ferocious beasts moving quickly. Gu Changa dodged and evaded more than 10 people in a flash. After avoiding them, she retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, and soon no one was left standing. Gu Changa glanced at the more than 10 people, they were all civilians. Gu Changa turned to look at him, then turned and ran. The red-haired Mohican was stunned, completely at a loss for what had just happened. The next moment, he felt a dizzying spin, pain coursing through his body, and he fell to the ground. Could it be that his opponent was a powerful warrior? Damn it, he had messed up. Gu Changa returned home around 2 o'clock. Zhang Xiaoxiao saw Gu Changa and greeted him with a smile, but she quickly noticed his tattered clothes and hurriedly asked what had happened. Gu Changa briefly recounted his hunting experience, just a rough outline without going into details. This was naturally to reassure her. If she knew everything he had gone through, she would definitely have trouble sleeping the next time he went hunting. 37 million. Gu Changa smiled as he opened the bag, revealing stacks of cash inside. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao did not smile but lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Big brother, you should turn yourself in and seek leniency." Gu Changa's expression darkened. "Do you think your brother has done something bad again?" "Big brother, I understand your good intentions, but if that's the case, it would really hurt my heart." She covered her face and cried. "I actually made quite a bit this time." Gu Changa knew that his sister wouldn't be able to accept it right away. After all, they had been worrying about food before, and now suddenly becoming so wealthy felt unrealistic. After Gu Changa's patient explanations, Zhang Xiaoxiao slowly began to believe that Gu Changa wasn't breaking the law. "Big brother, how much is this?" She could hardly imagine. Gu Changa's lips curled into a smile. "Well, that's a huge sum of money. If you save it, it could last for 20 or 30 years without a problem." This. Mo Wuji hesitated for a moment. Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt she would never have to worry about money again in her life. Gu Changa said he wanted to go out for a meal, but in reality, he was going to buy Zhang Xiaoxiao a bottle of medicine worth 300,000. Gu Changa spent over half an hour reaching the largest pharmacy in the chicken market, where everything from colds to broken bones was available. If the price was right, they had it all. Although there were hundreds of staff members, it was still a bit overwhelming. Fortunately, there weren't many customers at that time, otherwise, just buying a few things could make one lose weight. Gu Changa looked into the store with his backpack. It felt like living in a primitive era upon his first visit. A few nearby attendants saw Gu Changa but showed no intention of serving him. A blonde girl with curly hair shook her head with a fan, looking disgusted. "Even from this far away, I can smell him, like he hasn't bathed in weeks." In such a short time, it must have been several months. A staff member with fiery red lips glanced at Gu Changa, her tone laced with disdain. "Humph, someone like him dares to come in? We have plenty of medicinal materials in our store, but not just anyone can come. Who does he think he is?" The surrounding waitstaff nodded along, whispering about Gu Changa, their words dripping with disdain for him. Finally, the fiery-lipped woman couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up and walked towards Gu Changa, standing before him. "This place is not for beggars. How dare you enter? Also, don't stand outside our shop and disturb our business. You'd better get lost before I call someone." After saying this, she quickly stepped back 5 or 6 paces, took a deep breath, and coldly stared at Gu Changa. He scoffed inwardly. Now, he finally understands his own worth. "If you have any self-awareness, just leave. I can't stand you." Gu Changa appeared indifferent, looking at the emergency contact number hanging on the wall. The call was made by the manager. If there were any complaints, they could be directed to him. Gu Changa took out his phone and dialed a number, causing the woman's face to change, paling in fear. She had never imagined that a mere beggar would actually report her, and that he would dare to do so. What audacity! "Give it to me." The fiery woman dashed towards Gu Changa, trying to snatch the phone from him. She knew how terrifying it was to receive such a call. She lunged forward, but Gu Changa easily dodged, and the woman crashed into the floor tiles, nearly losing her teeth. Just as she was about to get up and confront Gu Changa again, a woman's voice came from his phone. "Runji Pharmacy, how may I assist you?" The woman in red turned pale with fright, desperately grabbing Gu Changa's legs. She looked pitiful, shaking her head vigorously, signaling him not to tell the manager. The crowd that had just been mocking him scattered towards the restroom. She feared that Gu Changa would report her too. This was no joke. Who would have thought that a little beggar could actually call the police? Unmoved by the woman's pleas, Gu Changa said, "I came to your store to buy something, but as soon as I walked in, I was laughed at by your staff, told I had no right to sell anything here, and ordered to leave." "Who?" a voice came from behind. The cold tone of the boss echoed from the phone, sending a chill through the line. Gong Yeshiao's gaze fell on her. As Gu Changa spoke, he noticed the badge hanging on her chest. He finally learned that this person's name was Guo Huihong. Then, Gu Changa reported her name. "Good, if this matter is true, I will ensure your satisfaction." "All right," Wang Yao replied. After that, Gu Changa hung up the phone. In an office, a woman in professional attire with silver hair was speaking into her phone. "Pull up the store's surveillance footage." "Yes," Chen Zhao replied. After that, she hung up the phone directly. One must never judge by appearances. I remember everyone emphasized this during the hiring process. Guo Huihong looked lost, sitting down on the floor with a pained expression. None of the surrounding staff dared to step forward to help, knowing that anyone who did could risk being fired. They didn't want to lose their jobs over a colleague. She had worked hard to secure such a good position. Nearby, a few waitstaff who had long been dissatisfied with her whispered, "He's been here too long. He's become arrogant. Customers are gods. Her pride is very strong." Yeah. This served as a warning for them, making them realize how to let go of their pride and adjust their attitudes. Soon, the manager rushed in, quickly scanning the room before finally locking eyes on Gu Changa and Guo Huihong. The manager hurried over, bowed to Gu Changa, and said, "I'm very sorry, we have verified the situation, and it is as you said. The boss has made a decision. Guo Huihong is fired. As compensation for you, I'll give you a 30% discount." "All right," Wang Yao replied. Gu Changa nodded, looking at Guo Huihong lying there, suddenly feeling that she had done well. Saving 90,000 with a 70% discount was a significant amount, enough for them to eat for 7 or 8 years. Guo Huihong struggled to stand up, her eyes red, and cried to the principal, "Director, please spare me, I know I was wrong." "This is your own choice. You didn't seize the opportunity, so you can't blame others," the head waitress said, casting a glance at the surrounding waitstaff. The implication was clear, they should not make mistakes again. There was no chance left. After saying that, the manager told Gu Changa to go buy something. Gu Changa asked again, "Is what you said true? If I remember correctly, there's a drug that can treat paralysis, right?" "Yes, it's 300,000 per pill." The surrounding staff and customers turned their gazes toward Gu Changa, silently thinking, "It exists, but do you have the means?" "All right, I'll take it," Gu Changa replied, "I understand." The person in charge nodded and said to the attendant beside her, "Xiaolan, get it down." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. Xiaolan quickly ran off to the nearby pharmacy. All eyes were fixed on the bag in Gu Changa's hand. Could it be filled with cash? Gu Changa opened the backpack and pulled out stacks of bills, quickly taking out 210,000 and placing it on the table next door. 300,000, after the 30% discount, only 210,000 in total, please count it. Everyone was dumbfounded, this person was serious. Guo Huihong was almost in tears, wishing she could slap herself twice. He didn't look like a beggar, he looked more like a wealthy person, casually spending 210,000. Xiaolan rushed over with the medicine, only to see a pile of cash on the table. She widened her eyes, not knowing who could spend so much money. Could it be that guy? Xiaolan exchanged glances with Jiang Chenxi. Only then did he realize that everyone around was looking at him with disbelief. It was him who gave it. Xiaolan walked over to Gu Changa and handed him a small box containing the pills. Gu Changa took it, opened it, and saw a golden pill, only the size of a thumb. A tiny pill costing 300,000. Gu Changa held the box, greeted the manager, and left. He was going to buy something and left immediately. After Gu Changa left, the head waitress turned to a few waitstaff. "There will be a meeting tonight, everyone must be present." They all knew what the meeting would be about. In the company, the owner of Rinji Pharmacy sat cross-legged, her black stockings and long beautiful legs swaying in the air, mesmerizing to behold. She stared at an image on the screen, comparing it with a video on her notebook, a smile appearing on her face. "It seems he is the unparalleled talent that Qian Quan mentioned. I didn't expect him to come looking for me. Such a good talent, how could I let him go?" If Qian Quan finds out, he will definitely be furious. Just thinking about it excites me. I will spare no effort to capture him. Qian Quan sat in a chair, playing with his phone while enjoying the dancers, suddenly frowning. Who is slandering me behind my back? I always feel that something bad is going to happen. Could it be that old woman with white hair? Gu Chang'e hurried home, carrying a half-burned roast goose and half a chicken. Zhang Xiaoxiao had already prepared the meal and was waiting for Gu Chang'e in the living room. When she saw the curtain flutter slightly, she thought Gu Chang'e had returned and smiled, saying, "Big brother, you finally made it." After waiting for several seconds without hearing any familiar response, she turned around and saw two muscular men walking in through the door. Their bodies were so muscular that it felt like they were about to burst, as if each muscle was independent. One of them on the left said, "Is Gu Chang'e's sister you?" "No." Chen Zhao shook his head. Zhang Xiaoxiao insisted. Gu Chang'e had told her before that if anyone came asking, she should say she didn't know, and if anyone asked if she was his sister, she should deny it as well. The two men were taken aback, then pulled out a photo from their pockets and began to examine it closely. A burly man glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, and handed the picture to the other man, asking, "Do you think this picture looks similar?" The other man took the picture and scrutinized it, gradually furrowing his brow tighter. "It should be. I just want to catch him. It's not a big deal, right? Can't you just go find someone?" As they spoke, the two muscular men had already approached Zhang Xiaoxiao. They didn't seem to fear the girl who needed a wheelchair. Zhang Xiaoxiao panicked. At such a close distance, she didn't even have time to make a call. Just as Gu Chang'e reached the door, he heard clattering sounds coming from the kitchen, as if something had fallen to the ground. "Xiao Xiao!" Li Tianming shouted. Gu Chang'e rushed inside and saw the two men trying to abduct his sister. The two men turned around at the sound and immediately recognized Gu Chang'e, preparing to intimidate him. But before they could act, he charged forward, fists and feet flying, and knocked both of them to the ground. The two men writhed in pain, their bodies convulsing. "Xiao Xiao, are you okay?" Gu Chang'e asked anxiously. "I'm fine, brother." She shook her head. Gu Chang'e saw that her hand had been cut by a rope, blood not flowing out, and there was a palm-sized bruise on her face. Without a doubt, it was one of these two men. Gu Chang'e could no longer hold back. He comforted Zhang Xiaoxiao and then pulled the two men outside. "Xiao Xiao, I'll be back soon, don't worry, I'm just nearby." "Yeah, Gu Chang'e dragged the two muscular men out of the house and led them to a more open area. "Who are you?" Gu Chang'e asked as he walked forward. "Hoof." Jian Wushuang coldly snorted. Both men looked disdainful, clearly not intending to speak. With expressions that said, "We won't talk, what can you do about it?" they stared at Gu Chang'e. "Do you believe I can kill you right now?" Gu Chang'e's lips curled into a mocking smile. Although the two didn't say anything, the contempt on their faces betrayed their true feelings. Without saying a word, Gu Chang'e pulled out a sharp knife from his backpack, and with one swift motion, one man's arm was severed. "How about that? Next time, I won't just cut off your arm, but your head." Gu Chang'e's gaze hardened. While he was away, the kidnapping of Xiao Xiao had already crossed his bottom line. To prevent such situations from happening, he had to uncover the identity of the mastermind and eliminate them. The man who had his arm cut off by Jiang Chenxi gritted his teeth against the pain and said, "Yes, it was the leader of the Tianyang gang who sent them to capture you." Gu Ning said, "What kind of Tianyang gang dares to lay a hand on me? What's going on? I don't feel like we have any grudges between us. Last time the boss sent someone to collect a debt from Lu Xian, but you took care of it, and later the boss lost face, so he wants to get rid of you." "I see." Gu Chang'e suddenly realized, thinking it might be time to deal with this, and it could also help sister Lu Xian. "All right, then I'll help you." Gu Chang'e then turned to another uninjured man and said, "Are you stupid? Take me home." The burly man was taken aback for a moment but eventually nodded, while the other man had his throat cut by Jiang Chenxi. He took out a bronze cauldron, wanting to see if he could swallow this body, but nothing came out. Gu Chang'e went back and had a meal with his sister, and after dinner, he made an excuse to go shopping before leaving. Once outside, he turned into a small alley. Gu Chang'e walked in for more than 10 meters when he used a steel pipe to bind him, revealing a tall man. While untying her, Gu Chang'e said, "Do you know? Take me away, don't play tricks, or I'll make you vanish without a trace. No one will find you." "I know." Regner nodded. The man trembled all over, nodding repeatedly. Gu Chang'e held a dagger in one hand and a bronze cauldron in the other. Then, the man took the two of them out to the outskirts. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at a dilapidated unfinished building in the suburbs. Curtains hung over the windows, obscuring the view outside. Generally, Such rundown buildings wouldn't have curtains. This unfinished building looked like it hadn't even begun renovations. Indeed, it was the headquarters of the Tianyang gang. At the entrance, two thugs were smoking, looking quite rogue. Gu Chang'e let the man carry him inside, then pretended to faint. The burly man carried Gu Chang'e to the entrance, and the two little thugs immediately approached when they saw him come in. "Where's Ada?" "He's with a prostitute." "I knew it. He can't wait to fool around with women all day." The burly man chatted with the two for a while before carrying Gu Chang'e inside. Gu Chang'e squinted as they entered the first floor, which was filled with smoke. Most people were playing poker and smoking. The burly man squeezed through the crowd when suddenly a bald man waved at him. "Oh, in such a short time, the boss will definitely be happy. Maybe he'll even give you a second-hand item." "Ha ha." He laughed heartily. The burly man smiled awkwardly. Just staying alive was good enough. As for anything else, that was nonsense. "The little girl from Lu's family looks quite pretty," the bald man added. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e raised an eyebrow. "It wouldn't be Sister Lu Xian, would it?" Gu Chang'e pinched the man's thigh hard where they couldn't see. He winced in pain, knowing Gu Chang'e was telling him to leave quickly. "Hee, this kid looks good. I'll go over now." The burly man grinned. But the bald man advised, "You should stay here. The boss is busy. If you go over now, not only will you not see the second batch of people, but you'll also get scolded, which would be too much of a loss." Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e could no longer hold back and stared wide-eyed at the man. "Lead the way, or I'll take your life." The man was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately stopped hesitating and strode forward. "Has it opened its mouth?" The bald man's gaze turned cold, staring fixedly at Gu Chang'e. "No." The burly man smiled awkwardly. "Stop." The bald man realized something was wrong and shouted. Instantly, the room fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the burly man and Jiang Chensi. "You little brat, are you going to betray our Tianyang gang?" The burly man feigned anger. "Don't slander me. Put him down. This is all my contribution. Are you trying to snatch it away? Humph. I wouldn't bother competing with you. What a joke. I heard everything." The bald man sneered contemptuously. Beside him, a man in a vest, smoking a cigarette, stood up and said coldly, "I heard it too. He's threatening you." Meanwhile, he quietly picked up a chair, ready to strike. Upon hearing this, everyone glared at the man, weapons in hand. He was drenched in sweat, his teeth chattering. The bald man replied, "If you refuse to speak, we might think you're being coerced, but if you still refuse, then we will treat you as a traitor." Gu Chang'e realized he had been exposed. There was no point in dragging it out any longer. In the next moment, he jumped down from the man and drew the dagger from his waist. "Take me over there. Get him," he shouted loudly. The bald man roared in anger. The man in the vest was closest to Gu Chang'e and quickly turned to throw the chair at him. The others were not to be underestimated either, raising their weapons and charging at him. A few who were farther away threw chairs and other objects at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e took out a dagger and swiftly cut through the chair thrown by the man in the vest, then picked up the broken chair and smashed it towards the man. The sharp edge of the broken chair easily pierced through the vest man's body. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and take us over there," Gu Chang'e shouted at the man. "You better think carefully. If you agree to him, that means you're betraying us," the bald man shouted angrily. The man gritted his teeth and ultimately walked towards the bald man. The others rushed in front of Gu Chang'e, wielding iron rods and similar objects, and began to strike at him wildly. In a room on the second floor, Lu Xian was tied to a wooden post, and across from her, a young man in his late 20s was wielding a pitch-black whip, mercilessly striking Lu Xian. Crack! Lu Xian wanted to scream from the pain but forced herself to hold it in. This guy was a pervert. The more she endured, the more excited he became. "Scream!" he shouted. "Why aren't you screaming? Scream!" he yelled again. Seeing Lu Xian silent, he became furious and lashed out 5 or 6 times. "Whether you scream or not, I want to see how long you can hold on. Hold on, I want to see how long you can last." Good. I've never seen someone so enduring. It's truly exciting. "Soon, I'll make you cry." The man's strikes grew stronger, and in less than 30 seconds, Lu Xian had been whipped countless times, blood staining her clothes. Lu Xian gritted her teeth, her mind involuntarily recalling Gu Chang'e. Perhaps she would never see him again. Could her brother manage well on his own? With a loud bang, everyone froze. A kick slammed against the door. Gu Chang'e was covered in blood, most of it from his hands and face, his appearance unrecognizable. Lu Xian immediately recognized Gu Chang'e, her face a mix of confusion and surprise. Why was he here? Was he here to save someone? Gu Chang'e tightly gripped the dagger, looking at the bloodstains on Lu Xian's clothes, furious to the point of smoke coming out of his ears. He glared at the man and walked straight forward. At the moment the man reached for his gun, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't move. He turned to Gu Changa and said coldly. A black handgun was pressed against Gu Changa's head, capable of taking his life in an instant. Such audacity, daring to trespass into my territory. The man scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Lu Xian, only to find her looking at Gu Changa with a worried expression. At that moment, he finally understood what was happening. This person was actually here to help Lu Xian. The man let out a cold snort. I didn't expect such a cliched hero saving the beauty to appear before me. It's truly disgusting. Tears streamed down Lu Xian's face uncontrollably. It was all her fault. If she could save Gu Changa, he wouldn't be in danger. Now you regret it, don't you? The man laughed heartily at the pain on Lu Xian's face. I'm here to help you, Sister Lu Xian, Gu Changa said firmly, but he had no way to resolve the predicament before him. In such a short time, he wasn't even sure he could dodge. Lu Xian's voice trembled with tears. Let him go. You can do whatever you want with me, I promise. The man chuckled. No need for that. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll just make him suffer right in front of you. That's much more interesting. Lu Xian's face changed drastically, tears sliding down her cheeks. Shensi, I was wrong. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. Sister Lu Xian, I'm here to take you out of here. Don't be afraid. Gu Changa tightened his grip on the dagger, his eyes fixed on the man, ready to dodge at any moment, while his other hand was already prepared to draw the bronze furnace. TCH, I'm really touched. Just hearing that makes me break out in goosebumps. Talking about love, it's truly disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, the man aimed the gun at Gu Changa's arm and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the ground shook. A bullet flew towards Gu Changa's arm at an incredible speed. No! Her voice cut off. Lu Xian screamed at the top of her lungs. Gu Changa squinted, his pupils slowly turning blood red. In that instant, Gu Changa felt as if the entire world had slowed down by 3 or 4 beats. At first, he was worried he would be hit, but now, even an elderly person over 80 could easily dodge. Gu Changa shifted to the side. With just one step, time began to slow down. The bullet struck Gu Changa's shoulder, slamming him against the wall. To Lu Xian and the man, Gu Changa seemed to teleport. Fear flashed across the man's face, but then he noticed that Gu Changa's eyes were blood red, exuding a strange aura, as if just locking eyes with him would pull him in. He immediately shut his eyes, avoiding Gu Changa. This scene was hard for him to believe. Gu Changa lunged forward, his legs pushing with force. The man hurriedly fired at Gu Changa, but each time, Gu Changa could instantly dodge, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. By the time the man reacted, Gu Changa's dagger was already pressed against his throat, and he snatched the gun away. The man felt the coldness at his neck, freezing in place, terrified that if he moved, the sharp blade would slice his throat, leaving him without a burial place. Don't worry, I'm not here to take your life, just wait and see, Gu Changa said nonchalantly. The man's pupils constricted, he knew what kind of torture awaited him. Gu Changa kicked him between the legs, knocking him to the ground, unable to move anymore. Then, he untied Lu Xian and bound her up. The man trembled, pleading, spare me, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Kill. Gu Changa's voice was cold. The man turned ashen, his head hanging low, looking as if he had nothing left to live for. Gu Changa looked at Lu Xian and asked again, what happened? Lu Xian, how should we deal with this guy? Shensi, this matter is up to you. Lu Xian replied. All right, Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa picked up the whip and began to beat him mercilessly. Gu Changa was very strong. With each lash, the man seemed almost to be thrown away, screaming in agony. Spare me, spare me, spare me, spare me. The man's pleas were something Gu Changa didn't want to hear for even a minute. After a while, Gu Changa finally stopped whipping and absorbed his body into the bronze cauldron. Lu Xian could no longer endure the sound of the whip and went outside to wait for Gu Changa. Is Shensi alright? Lu Xian looked at the two with concern. It's fine. Lu Xian, let me take you home. Gu Changa came out, smiling. Okay, Wang Yao replied. Lu Xian tried to get up but stumbled and fell to the ground. Gu Changa reacted quickly, rushing over to help her, but saw that she couldn't muster any strength in her legs, struggling to stand. I'll carry you home, Lu Xian. Isn't that inappropriate? Lu Xian felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had already suffered so much, and it seemed unreasonable to have someone carry her home. Gu Changa said, I didn't mean to. It's fine, you can't walk, and if we keep standing here, who knows how long it will take. After hearing this, Lu Xian fell into thought. If they stayed any longer, the Tianyang gang members would likely arrive, and she wouldn't have time to waste here. She lowered her head and said softly, Alright, Shensi, please don't think I'm too heavy. Ha, Lu Xian, you're really joking. No matter how heavy you are, I can carry 100 kilograms. Gu Changa laughed heartily. Where would I get that much? A hint of anger appeared on Lu Xian's cheeks. Gu Changa carried Lu Xian outside. Lu Xian's face flushed. She had never been this close to someone before, and her cheeks turned bright red, even her ears were burning. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became, feeling her hands had nowhere to go, utterly at a loss. Lu Xian, no need to be so polite, Gu Chang'e said with a smile, signaling her not to be constrained. After hearing this, Lu Xian softly responded with an and her mood gradually calmed down. Gu Chang'e took small steps toward the stairs. Xia Anning replied. Once she realized, she quickly closed her mouth, not daring to make another sound. Gu Chang'e walked slowly, minimizing the movement of his body. Lu Xian immediately felt a warm current surge in her heart. Chenxi, you don't have to walk like this. I'm fine. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, It's okay, you boys always like to take it slow. Is that so? Shen Zhao was taken aback. Lu Xian blinked her eyes. Yes, exactly. Gu Chang'e nodded, his smile even brighter. Lu Xian was puzzled. What was going on? Had she somehow detached from this world? Slowly, she realized that Gu Chang'e was in a yellow car. Suddenly, she felt both shy and embarrassed, her face turning even redder, feeling as if it could fry an egg. Chenxi, you. Lu Xian stammered, unable to speak. Gu Chang'e just smiled and remained silent. At least she could push this painful feeling aside. Gu Chang'e took a different route, and Lu Xian didn't notice the corpses lying on the ground. After leaving the building with Lu Xian, Gu Chang'e made an excuse about forgetting something and ran back, using the bronze cauldron to absorb all the bodies. After handling this matter, Gu Chang'e carried Lu Xian back, successfully delivering Lu Xian home. He also helped her buy some medicine. Lu Xian thanked Gu Chang'e profusely, saying she would repay him in the future. Gu Chang'e said no need, stating that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't be able to work so easily, nor would he always be like this. He expressed his gratitude once again, and Lu Xian was quite moved after hearing it. Gu Chang'e greeted Lu Xian and hurried home. Lu Xian's brother, Lu Ji, was using a cotton swab to clean the wounds on Lu Xian's back, his face full of concern. Lu Ji looked eager to try something. Gu Chang'e is so great. How wonderful it would be if he were my real brother. The blush on Lu Xian's face had faded, but upon hearing her brother's words, her face turned red again. Lu Ji asked, Sister, do you have feelings for brother Gu Chang'e? What's wrong? As soon as Lu Xian heard this, her heart raced wildly, and she thought of some embarrassing scenarios, feeling even more bashful. Lu Ji blinked and asked seriously, I just want to know, if you like brother Gu Chang'e, how could you marry him? That way, wouldn't he be my brother? You little rascal, you're really mischievous, Lu Xian replied. Gu Chang'e rushed home at lightning speed, feeling relieved only when he saw his sister was fine. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Chang'e, covered in blood, and felt very worried, almost in tears. Brother, what happened? You're covered in blood. It's nothing, I just bumped into something. Gu Chang'e scratched his head. He just fell once, does it have to be this serious? I fell into a pool of blood. Really? Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked, completely believing Gu Chang'e's words. He couldn't help but remind him, Brother, you need to be careful, don't be in such a hurry, pay attention to your surroundings. Okay, Suiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chang'e smiled, ran to the bathroom to wash off the blood. Many stains had dried and stuck to his face. It took a lot of effort for him to wash away his blood. Entering the bedroom, Gu Chang'e took out a small box from his backpack, thought about feeding it to Jiang Xiaoxiao, but then decided to put the box into the food instead. He was well aware that this little one had a habit of not spitting out her food. If he put the elixir in, she would definitely swallow it. Gu Chang'e glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 5, and it wasn't even dinner time yet, so Xiaoxiao shouldn't be too hungry. He placed the box on the table, then took out the bronze furnace, looking around while muttering, Who exactly are you? What is your origin? Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment and decided to try to fix it again. After looking around, he didn't find anything good, and finally, he focused on a broken teacup. This was a scar left from his battle with the Beast King, which he had never discarded. Today, he would use it for an experiment. Gu Chang'e walked over, picked up the glass shards from the ground piece by piece, and then tossed them into the bronze cauldron. His gaze was fixed on the cauldron, and after a few minutes, there was no reaction at all. Is it impossible to repair? Gu Chang'e frowned. It seems I was overthinking. The last repair was just a coincidence. I need more time to study. Just as he was about to pour out all the remnants from the bronze furnace, the remnants inside suddenly disappeared without a trace. It worked! A soft exclamation came. Gu Chang'e was very excited, not knowing how well it could be restored, but he couldn't quite describe what it would look like. For minutes later, a delicate cup floated out from the bronze furnace and landed on the table. Gu Chang'e hurried over to take a closer look. Initially, these were just small cups sold for 1 or 2 yuan on the street, everywhere, with nothing special about them. But now, this cup had undergone a significant transformation. The glass had many strange patterns on its surface, looking as if it had been haphazardly pieced together, yet inside, there was no change at all. It must be very hard. Gu Changa lifted the cup and threw it to the ground, only to have it shatter into pieces with a loud bang. Brother, are you okay? It's nothing, and Fei nodded. I understand. Gu Changa sent a message and silently stared at the broken pieces, wondering if this was normal repair. He tried several times, but none were successful, as he had already been in the bronze cauldron for almost an hour without being absorbed. Sigh. Tang Yuyu let out a breath. Gu Changa tossed the remnants into the trash can. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, Gu Changa heated up the leftover food and quietly placed a pill on the foot of a duck. After finishing the meal, Gu Changa called out to Jiang Xiaoxiao's door. Xiaoxiao, come eat lunch. Coming. At that moment, a familiar voice responded. Jiang Xiaoxiao wheeled herself out. This is for you. Gu Changa served her a duck leg. Jiang Xiaoxiao gratefully said a few words and began to nibble on the duck leg slowly. Gu Changa watched her intently until she finished all the duck. Then he asked, is she okay? Gu Changa's face was serious, tinged with a hint of fear, worried that the pill might not work. It tastes good. She smiled happily. That's good. Xu Feng nodded with a smile. Gu Changa silently nodded. The effects of the medicine had yet to take place. He had only eaten one himself, and it would be fine after a while. He was contemplating whether to send Xiaoxiao to the hospital to see if she could be cured. After the examination, her legs were already healed. The next day, when he woke up, his energy had not recovered, and he had no reserves of energy from before. Gu Changa then realized that to store energy, he needed to achieve a 10% return. With 819 points of blood, he could store 600 points of life value, which was enough to meet daily needs. When Gu Changa went out, he happened to run into Uncle Wang, who was carrying various bags to go fishing. Gu Changa said, Uncle Wang, you're going fishing so early in the morning. Yeah, hurry up, or there won't be any chance left. I see. Chen Zhao replied. Gu Changa chatted with old Wang for a while before heading to school. Watching Gu Changa leave, old Wang muttered, setting off early without bait, fishing is pointless. It wasn't until Gu Changa had walked away that his gaze shifted from her, just as he was about to leave when he suddenly felt a scorching and murderous gaze. Killing intent. Old Wang turned around and saw Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was smiling at him. Li Tianming looked at the smile on her face, and his doubts vanished like smoke. Good morning, Uncle Wang. Yes, Xiaoxiao is up so early. Old Wang beside him said with a smile. Not at all, I wake up early every day, just don't go out. Haha, I see, I misspoke. Old Wang awkwardly smiled and said, tonight, Uncle Wang will catch you a fish as compensation. Okay, Shin Junyao replied. She chuckled and bid farewell to Uncle Wang. Old Wang carried a large bag, walking forward while muttering to himself. Such a cold gaze, definitely not something a mere smile can possess. My head is really muddled. I even feel I made a very foolish mistake. Maybe I should just resign. After all, I don't like this job. When Gu Changa entered the classroom, he heard a group of students enthusiastically discussing something. A girl with short hair exclaimed excitedly, it's unbelievable. The young master of the Wei family was beaten to a pulp in the beast forest, and I heard he almost lost his life. The boys around her became interested and gathered around. Wow, such a good thing happened. I feel like I can endure it. Really? Regner was taken aback. Is there any doubt? The boy replied confidently. The short-haired girl was speechless. It was a man who attacked Wei Yongzhao, Guning said. Sorry, I didn't say anything. Everyone returned to their seats, and just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Another girl asked in confusion, didn't Wei Yongzhao lead a team to slay that beast king? How could he be the only one left? The short-haired girl added, yeah, everyone else was killed, and only Wei Yongzhao survived. No one knows what happened. I heard that after he was sent to the hospital, he hasn't spoken a word and has been trembling. So pitiful, he sighed. Several girls chimed in. Gu Changa sat down heavily, feeling unwell. Fortunately, her identity hadn't been exposed, otherwise, people would definitely say she had a relationship with Wei Yongzhao, and then she would be in big trouble, with no way out. She glanced at the chair, still not there, unsure if he had already recovered from the shock. Maybe it would take a few more days. It had only been about 5 or 6 days since that day. The short-haired woman mysteriously said, this is just a small matter from yesterday, the big stuff is yet to come. Several girls immediately became interested and rushed to her side, urging her to answer quickly. Kai Chiong is indeed the know-it-all in our class. There's nothing she can't keep track of. Gu Changa followed her gaze, recalling that another big event had occurred last night. Kai Chiong teased, I heard that a peerless genius has appeared in the Adventurers Guild. On the day of the hunt, he collected a whole bag of beast cores, and as far as I know, there are at least 100,000. The key is, he is about the same age as us. I even received an invitation from the vice president, but he initially refused, saying he needed to think it over. Who is he? With such a great opportunity, Why didn't he agree right away? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Even Wei Yongzhou had to spend 1 or 2 million to get in. The girls were curious, and the boys in the class also gathered around. Could this place be that precious? Gu Chang'e was somewhat surprised. No wonder these people were so excited at first. A boy spoke up. Such an impressive guy must have come from the beasts. Hey, this is a university that's really hard to get into. Only the wealthy and powerful can make it, and they get the best training resources. I've heard that the third-year students are all first-tier warriors. The gap is so huge. We're still struggling for 200 points of vitality, while their weakest is also first-tier. That's a massive difference. Everything we do is just their starting point. The students sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. Kai Cheong chuckled. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Look at our class leader. He's the top genius in the chicken market. We have to fight to win. If we don't fight, we lose. Everyone in our class is a genius, unlike us rookies. Right, Chen Zhao nodded in agreement. Kai Cheong sensed the shift in atmosphere and changed the subject. Isn't everyone curious about what kind of talents our guild has? Who is it? Regner asked. Not sure, Kai Cheong shrugged. It seems the vice president has kept his matters under wraps. Apart from his strong abilities, there isn't any other information. Cut Yi Zichen scoffed. I heard what you said. You're talking nonsense. This made the students even more curious about this vice president. Now, within the chicken market, many were discussing this person's identity. Even some powerful factions were willing to go to great lengths to recruit this genius. Early in the morning, Xian Quan's phone rang, with everyone asking who this genius really was. Xian Quan directly pressed the mute button and snorted coldly. A bunch of sycophants, coming over as soon as they catch wind of something, trying to pry information about Gu Chang'e from me, impossible. Luckily, they had made arrangements early, otherwise, Gu Chang'e would have become a household name by now. If he carelessly revealed his true identity before deciding whether to join the Adventurers Guild, it would only harm him. Before long, a class began, and the leading teacher, Wang Shuzhen, walked over with a gloomy expression and said to Gu Chang'e, come to me after school to collect the rewards for this competition. How about a cup of milk tea? Do you remember, class monitor? The girls all smiled at Zhang Chenxi. All right. Yi Zichen nodded. Gu Chang'e had no choice but to agree. A cup of cheap milk tea costing 5 or 6 yuan, with only a dozen people in the class, added up to just over 200. After school, Gu Chang'e went to the company to collect his salary. Shui Qinru looked longingly at Gu Chang'e's departing figure, feeling both anticipation and fear. She hadn't told Gu Chang'e that he could help her buy things? No, absolutely not. If he didn't ask, he wouldn't overthink it. Wang Shuzhen maintained a calm demeanor throughout, taking a paper bag from her drawer and handing it to him, altogether, 50,000. Gu Chang'e took the paper bag out of the company and also brought her more than 10 bottles of milk tea. When Gu Chang'e returned after buying a cup of milk tea, a group of girls was gathered together. Gu Chang'e poured a cup for each of them. Among the group of women, only Shui Qinru remained in her original position, but her eyes were fixed on Gu Chang'e. When she saw the girls receiving their milk tea, each one beaming with joy, her heart felt a mix of emotions. Before long, all the girls finished their drinks and happily returned to their seats. Shui Qinru saw the cup of milk tea in Gu Chang'e's hand and felt inexplicably unhappy. She really hadn't received anything. That was true, after all, he hadn't asked. Gu Chang'e placed a cup of milk tea on Shui Qinru's desk and smiled, saying, Xiao Shui, this is for you. Thank you for your actions earlier. For me? She asked, somewhat incredulously. Shui Qinru was taken aback. Wasn't this her cup? Why was it for me? All right, take it. Gu Chang'e replied with an Are you alone? Shui Qinru hesitated. Could it be that he was giving it to her because she didn't have these things? Although she was very happy, there was an indescribable awkwardness in her heart. Gu Chang'e added, I understand. This isn't something I like to eat. Shui Qinru froze. Gu Chang'e had prepared it specifically for her. She picked up the cup and smiled. Thank you, my lord. I will never forget you in this lifetime. It's not that serious. Gu Chang'e's lips curled into a smile. Shui Qinru smiled silently, but in her heart, she had already made up her mind to cherish this cup of milk tea. Shui Qinru's smile made the boys' hearts leap to their throats, each one stunned. I've never seen her smile before. In 3 years, I've never seen her smile. It seems my efforts over the past 3 years haven't been in vain. Damn, if he smiled at me, I'd rather lose 10 years off my life. Even if it means cutting off 100 years of life, you still can't do it. Brother, you're hurt. A group of boys thought that if Shui Qinru saw him smiling, she would definitely be very happy. On the other side, in an office of a tall building, a man wearing black glasses was talking to Li Chuanxing. Boss, he's awake. What did he say? Li Jina nodded. Li Chuangxing's eyebrows twitched, and he quickly threw the book in his hand aside, looking up at him. The man in the black robe said, "He confessed everything, boss, you guessed right. Alright, you can leave now." Li Chuangxing waved his hand, and the man walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. In that case, let's start with Jiang Xiaoxiao. This girl is not easy to deal with. The key is that her brother has powerful backing. If we offend him, we must ensure everything goes perfectly. This Ling Lin is really troublesome. Li Chuangxing squinted his eyes, as if he thought of something, his brow furrowed, and said, "What I need to do now is to be careful. If I'm discovered, it will be troublesome. They are so eager to catch me, they definitely can't find any clues, let alone catch me. Send someone to kill them, no one will know who I am." In the afternoon, Gu Chang'e hurried home, planning to take Jiang Xiaoxiao to the hospital for a checkup to confirm whether her leg had healed. Upon hearing that she was going to the hospital, she immediately refused. "Brother, no need, it costs money every time. Xiaoxiao, we aren't short on this money. How about we do a checkup and see if we can treat it?" "Yeah, I know my physical condition, my legs haven't changed at all. I'll go for a test, it won't cost much. Brother won 50,000 last week. Look." Gu Chang'e opened the paper bag, revealing stacks of cash. Jiang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to agree to Gu Chang'e's request to go to the hospital for a checkup. Gu Chang'e pushed Jiang Xiaoxiao out of the house and hurried towards the hospital. Shui Qinru, following behind Gu Chang'e, brightened her eyes and exclaimed, "This is Gu Chang'e's sister, she's really beautiful. I didn't expect his sister to be so pretty." The phone rang, and Shui Qinru quickly picked it up. It was the voice of a maid. "Little girl, did you ask me to drink this? Did you drink it?" Shui Qinru's beautiful eyes widened as she asked, trembling. "Not yet." Chen Zhao shook his head. Hearing this, Shui Qinru felt relieved and said, "Great, I'm not doing it for you, but for the sacred object, to place it on my altar. Miss, if he finds out, I will definitely ruin your legs." Yin Xiaotian pouted and rubbed his head, unable to understand how his young lady suddenly became so formidable. If the old man found out, he would probably faint in the bathroom. Why would a cup of tea turn into a sacred object? Their master had gifts worth 5 to 600,000, yet there wasn't even a table for them. Yin Xiaotian shook his head, sighed, and his gaze fell on a plastic bottle on the offering table. What exactly attracts Gu Chang'e? Gu Chang'e took Jiang Xiaoxiao to the hospital, and after more than an hour, everything was done. Gu Chang'e sat across from the doctor. Looking at the documents on the table, Gu Chang'e had a bad premonition. "Doctor, how are her legs?" "From the report, your sister's feet are no different from those of an ordinary person." Upon hearing that the medication was effective, Gu Chang'e was very happy and gradually calmed down, then raised his doubts. "It seems she can't walk anymore." The doctor said, "She must have some mental issues. After being paralyzed for so long, if you tell her she can walk, she definitely won't believe it. However, this is just a matter of time. Once she overcomes her emotions, she should be fine. You need to give her enough confidence to believe that her body has fully recovered." "Yes." Gu Chang'e nodded, spoke a few more words with the doctor, and mentioned a few things that needed to be done, mainly to have her go to the hospital for a checkup to see if there were any physical or mental issues. After all this, Gu Chang'e said goodbye to the doctor and went out. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood at the door, hands resting on her legs, looking obedient. "Brother, are you okay?" Jiang Xiaoxiao asked with a smile when she saw Gu Chang'e come out. Gu Chang'e replied, "Guess." Seeing the smile that Gu Chang'e couldn't hide, Jiang Xiaoxiao asked in disbelief, "Is it much better?" At this point, she shook her head, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. "No way, after so many years, I've been through this a few times, but his condition hasn't improved at all. Brother, don't worry, I will be strong. The doctor said your legs are similar to those of a normal person. If you walk more in the future, it should be fine." "Brother, are you kidding me?" Jiang Xiaoxiao gave a bitter laugh. "I really have mentally prepared myself. No matter what the outcome is, I can accept it. Am I going to lie? What I said is definitely true. As long as you put on clothes and move your body more, you will recover completely soon." Gu Chang'e tried to persuade her, knowing that he couldn't convince Jiang Xiaoxiao in a short time, so he kept repeating it. Finally, she nodded and said she would try to take a few more steps. Gu Chang'e helped Jiang Xiaoxiao back home, supporting her as they tried to walk outside. She had exhausted all her strength and couldn't take a single step. Gu Chang'e told her not to rush, not to rush. He hadn't gotten out of bed for many years and didn't even know which direction to go, like a child who couldn't walk. And Xiaoxiao's injury was more serious. Although her legs had recovered, her spirit and body had not fully healed. Gu Chang'e didn't know how long it would take for her to get better. No matter what she needed to do, he would wait. She tried for over an hour but couldn't hold on for long. Even just a few steps were enough to make him, a person who couldn't move his legs, happy. A look of surprise and a smile hung on her small face as her eyes fixed on her thighs. That's good. Brother, I can walk. Chen Zhao responded. Gu Chang'e nodded vigorously, a smile tugging at his lips. It will be fine in the future. Don't worry, you will be fine. Chen Zhao replied. The corners of her eyes could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. The 2-hour lunch quickly passed as they prepared for class. Gu Chang'e let her go back to rest first while he went to school. Just as the class bell rang, he glanced at the empty spot next to him, realizing he hadn't arrived yet. No light, can't see what's going on. Gu Chang'e sighed, took out his phone, and informed Li Yuanba of the situation. 5 minutes later, Li Yuanba sent a message. It's fine, most of it has been resolved. School should start tomorrow morning. That's good. Mo1 nodded. Gu Chang'e didn't know how to comfort Li Yuanba, but he felt much better now, chatted with him for a bit, and then continued with class. In the blink of an eye, 3 classes ended, and Gu Chang'e hurried to the shop to work. Although with his financial resources, there was no need for him to work anymore, he came here not just to earn some money, but to repay the favor to his boss, Ling Lin. If it weren't for her taking him in, he and his sister would have long been homeless, uncertain of their lives or deaths. Gu Chang'e did not expect Lu Xuanjie to be here. Lu Xuanjie, Lu Xuanxin called out. Gu Chang'e greeted Lu Xian, hello. Upon hearing Gu Chang'e's name, Lu Xian's face showed a hint of surprise. She looked up and saw Gu Chang'e standing there with a smile. She remembered what her brother had said to her and quickly turned her head away, a blush gradually rising on her face. Gu Chang'e was puzzled. What was Lu Xuanjie up to again? Could it be that he had upset her? He thought for a moment and realized he hadn't offended her. Just as Gu Chang'e was still in a daze, Ling Lin's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Following the sound, Gu Chang'e saw Ling Lin sitting cross-legged, dressed in a red lace long dress, with black stockings on her feet, attracting everyone's attention. Many guests frequently glanced over. Even some girls who had come with their boyfriends couldn't help but steal a few more looks, while the surrounding boys began to call out. I missed Ling Lin Jie after not seeing her for 2 days, Gu Chang'e said with a smile as he walked over. Haven't you already resigned? Aren't you recruiting new staff? Ling Lin asked. Ha! Regner was taken aback. Gu Chang'e was stunned. When did I say I was quitting? I don't remember that. It's nothing, and Fei nodded. I understand. Ling Lin waved her hand and said, change your clothes and start working. Oh, Shi Fenghan responded. Gu Chang'e, unsure of what was happening, had no choice but to enter the changing room, change into clean clothes, and then serve the food. Seeing Gu Chang'e busy, Ling Lin thought to herself, if it weren't for this, he wouldn't have come. Do you think he would be interested in this 2,000 yuan if he could get 300,000? This guy's internal energy is surprisingly strong, as if he has used some method to conceal his aura. It turns out that everything he said was a lie, and I worried for nothing. Looks like I need to teach this guy a good lesson. Gu Chang'e noticed that the men around were looking at them with strange expressions, then glancing at Ling Lin. She gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought, a smile unlike any other curling at the corners of her mouth. It was like a bottle of honey, intoxicating in its sweetness. The men who came with their girlfriends ended up in a miserable state. A slap was the least of their worries, with some even being dragged by their ears back home. Gu Chang'e walked up to her and asked, who are you? What's wrong, Ling Lin Jie? You big fool. Ling Lin immediately snapped back to reality, her previous smile replaced by a different demeanor as she glanced at Gu Chang'e. I'm not laughing at all. Gu Chang'e suddenly felt a pair of murderous eyes staring at him from behind. When he turned around, he saw a group of men glaring at him. Jealousy, envy, hatred, all were written on their faces. A few of them angrily began to gnaw on their bowls, and if Gu Chang'e were alone with them, they would surely pounce on him to tear him apart. I want to order. One of them suddenly raised his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Then he loosened his tie, looking quite smug. Seeing this, the others also raised their hands, eager to place their orders. Me too. Me as well. Regner nodded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Gu Chang'e, their meaning clear. They couldn't wait to devour him alive. Gu Chang'e said, I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Jie, I think I'll just stay at home from now on. I feel like my life is in great danger. As long as you're with me, you don't have to worry. No matter who it is, I won't let them touch you, unless you can defeat me, Lin said assertively. Gu Chang'e replied, that's so touching. Besides my body, I can't do anything. Lin turned around, her expression serious as she said to him, all right, let's do it this way. Come to my place tomorrow night, so you don't waste 30 years of your life. Of course. Gu Chang'e hurried away, feeling that the guests were about to reach their limit. If he didn't leave soon, he would be caught and tortured. "You heartless scoundrel, I can help you avoid 30 years of mistakes, but don't let it happen again," Lin teased, watching Gu Changa flee in a hurry. Without saying a word, Gu Changa rushed to the kitchen to help. The night passed slowly, and finally, at 9 o'clock, Gu Changa closed the door again. Just as he was about to exit through the back door, Lin handed him 2 plates and asked, "This is your only chance to go upstairs with me?" Gu Changa felt both exasperated and amused. Lin Jia, please don't make fun of me." Lin shrugged, looking reluctant. "Fine, you're just a lecherous fool without the guts. I just happen to like you." Lin Jia, are you joking with me? Alright, someone as straightforward as you should just find a single dog in the future." Lin stopped teasing him, her smile fading back to her usual indifference. Youth, do not easily trust the words of others. Think about their reasons for doing this, consider their interests. If they're not friends, be more cautious. There's no such thing as a free lunch, it's all a trap. Gu Changa's expression darkened. This was the first time he had heard Lin say something like this, and he felt as if she understood something. Was someone scheming behind the scenes? Or should he consider joining an adventurer's guild? But how did Lin Jie discover him? Perhaps she wasn't trying to talk about the guild with him, but rather to make him understand this point. Got it, Lin Jie, I'll be careful. Gu Changa nodded and suddenly changed the subject. Lin Jie, you're taking such good care of me. Do you want me to do something? I'm quite tempted by young men like you. Alright, Lin Jie, I've already agreed to you. Let's go to the 2nd floor. It's fine, my period just started. Lin shrugged and said, "It's so late, your sister must be worried." "Then I'll leave first, Lin Jie." Gu Changa greeted Lin and walked quickly ahead. This guy has changed a lot. He used to be timid and afraid of trouble, but now he's much better, though I can't understand him more and more. Seeing Gu Changa walk away, Lin revealed a helpless smile. Gu Changa was standing at an intersection, waiting for the red light when a luxury car stopped right in front of him. The window of the car slowly rolled down, and he saw the person inside, the big boss of the chicken market, Li Chuanqing. "Gu Changa, it's been a while since you came." "Okay, I know," Li Chuanqing asked. "Mr. Li, you're here," Gu Changa responded politely. "What's wrong?" Li Chuanqing asked with concern. "How did you get your sister here?" "It's nothing, I had a little problem with my foot." "You should go check on her first," Gu Changa said, somewhat puzzled by Li Chuanqing's sudden question. Seeing Gu Changa's confused expression, Li Chuanqing said, "I happened to see you pushing your sister inside when I went to the hospital for a checkup today." "Which hospital are you at?" Gu Changa was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of it. "Yes, more than half of the clinics in the chicken market are under my responsibility." Gu Changa, he really had nothing in common with this wealthy man. Li Chuanqing asked a few more questions. Gu Changa replied briefly, and after a moment of contemplation, Li Chuanqing continued, "We recently opened a new department for mental rehabilitation, specifically studying the physical damage caused by mental trauma. We have many top doctors here, and if you are willing, you can let me know, and I will help your sister secure a position." Gu Changa recalled what Lin had just told him. "You need to think carefully, don't trust anyone's lies easily, and understand your own situation." Upon reflection, Lin realized that this suggestion from Lin seemed to be of little use. On the contrary, it would waste a lot of time. Someone as busy as him shouldn't be going around promoting his kindness. But thinking of Li Chuanqing's generosity, his doubts dissipated. In the end, he just casually said something and walked to the red light, bidding farewell to Li Chuanqing. Seeing Gu Changa walk away in a hurry, Li Chuanqing slammed his fist on the chair. "I was too anxious." It's obvious he's starting to have doubts, but he hasn't exposed them yet. "We don't have much time left. If he doesn't come soon, we must take action." Gu Changa ran home while looking back to ensure Li Chuanqing wasn't following him. When he reached the door, he didn't go inside immediately but found a corner to hide and watched for a while. Confirming that no one was following, Gu Changa finally entered the house. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao, he proactively asked, "Has anyone come to the house or been wandering outside?" Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at the curtain, thought for a moment, and said, "Big brother, this is just a piece of cloth. There isn't even a door." Gong Yexiao felt a bit awkward. Gu Changa glanced at the curtain and fell silent. It seemed this door and window needed to be renovated, just covering them with a curtain was too risky. "So, is there anyone outside?" Gu Changa changed the subject. "No," Shenjia shook his head. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just asking." "Oh," Shi Fenghan responded. The next morning, a notification sounded in Gu Changa's ear. "One day's time is up. Storing 600 life points, replenishing 6 life points, total 606 life points. After 2 more enhancements, my total health reached 908 points, with 208 points remaining. My physical strength was already comparable to a third-tier martial artist. As usual, Gu Changge took a steamed bun to school. When he walked into the classroom, he saw someone sitting in Li Yuanba's seat, and he thought it was himself who had arrived. The second time, he frowned. It was this person. Just by their build, they didn't match. Li Yuanba weighed over 170 kilograms, while this person was at most just over 100 kilograms. However, at first glance, this person did resemble Li Yuanba. Why had they suddenly become so thin? When Gu Changge approached, he saw Li Yuanba coming to greet him. Gu Changge smiled and said, "What do you plan to do at school?" "Sort of, but what I want to do isn't in the entertainment industry. I want to be an adventurer and kill all the beasts." When Li Yuanba said this, he still had a smile on his face, but afterward, he was so angry that he nearly ground his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. "No way?" Gu Changge frowned. He hadn't even reached the first tier yet, and he still didn't know who had killed him. If it were before, he would have agreed to Li Yuanba's proposal without hesitation, but after going out, he realized that this world was much more complicated than he had imagined. If it weren't for the bronze tripod last time, he would have been dead long ago. "Nonsense!" Li Yuanba squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "I am constantly thinking about how to kill these demon beasts." Gu Changge asked Li Yuanba what he wanted to buy, and upon hearing his words, Gu Changge fell silent. In the end, he chose a slightly better weapon. With his current strength, he feared he couldn't even chop off the head of a demon beast. Li Yuanba looked around, confirmed there was no danger, and took out a USB drive from his pocket, handing it to Lucien. 2000 G of textbooks, limited edition. "This is my most precious possession. You must make good use of it. Also, you need to focus and not be distracted by beauty. Study hard." Gu Changge picked up the USB drive and waved it in front of him. "I'll return it to you when you come back safely. I will handle this matter well." Li Yuanba patted his chest, looking very confident. At noon, on the way back, Gu Changge bought her a similar dagger, then went home and broke the dagger, placing it into a bronze cauldron. Sure enough, the broken blade was absorbed into the bronze furnace. After 5 or 6 minutes, a brand new weapon appeared before everyone. Upon closer inspection, this sword was somewhat different from his. The patterns on it were also different. Gu Changge felt around the room for a while, found a stick as thick as an arm, and tried it out. One chop on that stick, and it was easily split in half, just like mud. Such a cold weapon should make it easy to kill beasts, and he wouldn't encounter 3rd or 4th level ferocious beasts, so this knife was already sufficient. Gu Changge picked up the cut-off metal rod and tossed it into the nearby trash can. It was then he noticed that the cup that had been shattered yesterday had somehow restored itself to its original state. Gu Changge bent down, picked up the cup, and looked at it. It was indeed the same as last night, with no difference. "I didn't expect this thing could self-repair. It seems I need to study it properly." Gu Changge thought for a moment and decided to keep the cup in hand, letting it come into contact with various things, hoping to find something useful. If he left it at home, everything he saw would be the same, making it nearly impossible to find what he wanted. "Boss Jiang, are you back?" A male voice came from the doorway. "I'm here." Gu Changge rushed to the door, pulled back the curtain, and saw 2 workers standing there, followed by a truck with doors and windows. After asking about Gu Changge's requirements, the 2 immediately got to work and finished in less than half an hour. Gu Changge paid 3,000, with the main door costing 2,500, glass 500, and installation fees 200. Gu Changge specifically chose a heavy iron door that ordinary people couldn't enter. When class was over, Gu Changge went out and walked towards the school. Before long, he realized he was being followed, and it wasn't just one person. Looking back, he saw 3 ordinary men. If they hadn't followed him all the way, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. Who could they be? Gu Changge couldn't figure it out. Until he walked into the campus, the 3 men could no longer follow him and began to pace back and forth at the school gate. Eventually, one of them made a phone call, probably to inquire about some information, and then the 3 left. "Who on earth are they? Are you trying to kidnap me? I have no money, and I have no money. Capturing me isn't worth it." Gu Changge glanced at them, and seeing they were no longer following him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone, dialed Jiang Xiaoxiao's number, and asked her to contact him. Back in class, Li Yuanba was already lying on the desk, fast asleep, mumbling something. "I must drive that beast away." The earlier words were quite ordinary, but he didn't know how to continue with the latter part. His goal was to capture a 10th-tier transformed beast. This much he already knew, but there were still things he needed time to understand. Gu Changge woke him from his dreams, handed him the gun, and said, "This is a very sharp weapon. Killing a 2nd-tier beast should be no problem." "How touching! Such a good weapon is being given to me. I might as well give myself to you. Get lost. Chen Zhao directly interrupted him. She stared at the USB drive on the table, checked online, and then realized, what's going on? It seems to be something called a USB drive. She gazed thoughtfully at the USB drive on the table. Noticing that his phone kept prompting him about insufficient memory, he could first transfer some unused files over. She connected the USB drive to her phone, studying how to operate it, and quickly mastered the method. He discovered that there was an extra textbook in his USB drive. Zhang Xiaoxiao then realized, so, this is my brother's textbook. I wonder what class he's taking. I'm very curious. She grinned and opened the teaching materials, only to see a row of MP4-sized documents. If he didn't pass the assessment, how could he be kept by the teacher? What kind of class is this? She opened a video and watched for about 30 minutes. Her face turned red, and she immediately closed the video. What on earth is this? No, this video must have a problem. I'll look for something else. Kozer, you wouldn't want this to be discovered. What is cosplay? Is it a class? Zhang Xiaoxiao opened this video and watched for a full 30 minutes. Her face changed from a blush to a deeper flush that spread all the way to her neck. She trembled as she closed the video and pulled out the USB drive. What was that? She thought for a long time and checked online to find out what it was, finally understanding. He's a healthy boy, it says so online, so there shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Xiaoxiao put the USB drive back as if she hadn't touched it at all. Achoo, he called out. Gu Chang'e was teaching when suddenly a sneeze landed on him. Why would someone be thinking about you? Li Yuanba teased from the side. No, I just have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Gu Chang'e's face was serious as he took out his phone and dialed Zhang Xiaoxiao's number. Hao Xiao. Seeing Gu Chang'e's text, Zhang Xiaoxiao trembled and said, could it be that I secretly looked at the USB drive and my brother found out? After waiting for 30 seconds, she mustered the courage to open the message and saw that Gu Chang'e hadn't asked about the USB drive, which relieved her. She immediately replied, No, I'm fine. Good. Wang Yao responded. Gu Chang'e replied with a word. In a study, a member of the Mo family dressed in a black robe was talking with Li Chuanxing. Boss, it seems Gu Chang'e doesn't plan to treat Zhang Xiaoxiao's hospital for free. It looks like he's really suspicious. He was too anxious last night. Li Chuanxing frowned, his hands continuously tapping on the table as if deep in thought. She was too anxious last night and ran to Gu Chang'e. He couldn't act personally. Once that madwoman Ling Lin came knocking, no one could stop her, so he had to be careful. If he wanted her to come looking for him, he had to at least wait until he completed this task. It would take at least 1 to 2 days to resolve. Li Chuanxing rubbed his temples, closed his eyes in contemplation, and ultimately chose to slow down and treat carefully. Let's go. Yes, everyone responded in unison. After saying that, he stepped back and left. Li Chuanxing immediately moved forward and locked the door. After that, he pressed a switch under the desk, and the wall behind the bookshelf automatically split apart, revealing a dark corridor. As Li Chuanxing entered the corridor, the lights on both sides lit up one by one. Arriving at the alloy golden door, he entered the password, followed by his fingerprint, and finally facial recognition. With all 3 options correctly selected, the alloy golden door opened. It revealed a crystal coffin in the center, with all the light focused on the coffin. Inside lay a stunning young woman who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. Her skin had a faint rosy hue, and a delicate golden crescent moon adorned her forehead. Almost there, in a little while, I will be able to find that person, and then I will see that person's soul, Li Chuanxing said, staring at the woman in the ice coffin. In the classroom, Li Yuanba felt bored and spoke up. The 5 top masters, you know Gu Chang'e, right? Of course, Gu Chang'e rolled his eyes at him. It is said that there are 5 super strong individuals, all at level 15. It is said that her beauty is so captivating that no man can resist her. Just seeing her makes them fall in love. Li Yuanba nodded, glancing around before lowering his voice. Yeah, I heard she has been dead for several years. No way, level 15 is the highest rank. Can anyone really kill her? Gu Chang'e naturally did not believe such absurd rumors. Li Yuanba nodded and said, this matter wouldn't happen for no reason, so the Moon Empress is very likely in trouble. Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, but that's not something we can get involved in. She's a level 15 powerhouse, much stronger than us. Li Yuanba nodded again, saying, that's true, she's a legend who seems to have reached level 15 in just 10 years. When she reached level 15, everyone else was only at level 10. Such an empress only exists in myths. She won't die. Gu Chang'e shook his head. These things didn't concern him. Even if something happened, there would be better people to handle it. Li Yuanba bid farewell to Gu Chang'e and left after class. Gu Chang'e reminded him to stay safe and not to hesitate if he encountered an unbeatable beast. He should escape if he could. Li Yuanba smiled and said that he would do that even without Gu Chang'e's advice. Gu Chang'e and Li Yuanba parted ways at the school gate, unsure if they would have the chance to meet again. As Gu Chang'e walked to a small shop, he took out his phone to check. A message appeared on the screen. It was news related to Li Chuanxing. He planned to open all psychiatric treatments for free. He had thought about this project long ago, with 1,000 spots available for anyone who came. Gu Chang'e opened it to find all praises for Li Chuanxing. "You asked me last night just for this?" Gu Chang'e thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. He didn't want to take risks. His sister was gradually recovering. There was still hope. Although the progress was slow, it was steady, and that was the key to success. Yuan Zhou entered the small shop, changed into a new outfit, and then went to work. Upon seeing Gu Chang'e, he felt a surge of hatred, wishing he could swallow Gu Chang'e whole. Ling Lin still sat at the counter, her long legs crossed, shaking slightly, teasingly saying, "I thought you wouldn't come recently." "Sister Ling Lin, if you don't cut my salary, I won't go." "You'll find out if you try." "No need." "Gu Chang'e, place your order." Gong Yuze came over with a tray. A delicate voice rang out from the left, and Gu Chang'e turned to see who was calling him, likely someone wanting him to handle things alone. How could there be such a lovely girl in the world? At a glance, she truly was a cute girl. It was Lan Zhou, the older sister who had greeted him before. This time, she had brought friends, but he didn't see the red-haired man, probably because he had been beaten up by him last time. Lan Zhou just waved at him, and all eyes were on him. Many were startled, having never seen such an intense scene in their lives. Gu Chang'e walked up to Lan Ting and smiled, asking, "Sister Lan Xian, what do you want?" "Brother Gu Chang'e, can you give me a discount?" Lan Se asked with a smile, hinting desperately. Gu Chang'e replied, "Once I take down the owner of this place, I can give you a discount." In that instant, he felt a scorching gaze on his neck, like a drop of ancient ice melting into water, sending chills down his spine. Undoubtedly, such a gaze could only come from the owner. "All right, I remember you, Brother Gu Chang'e. You must work hard. I really like you." She ordered a few more dishes and then handed the menu to Gu Chang'e. "Brother Gu Chang'e, are you interested in teaming up with us for a hunt?" Shu Qinghua patted Lan Sei's head. "He's still in school. How could he have that much free time?" "Oh," Shi Fenghan responded. "Gu Chang'e, if you come, it will definitely be fun." "Do you still need more people?" Gu Chang'e asked. Shu Qinghua nodded slightly. Lu Zhang was fighting a beast a few days ago and ended up getting bitten to death by it. By the time we arrived, he was already dead, with a pool of blood and an arm left behind." Upon hearing this, Lan Se and the others' expressions darkened. Shu Qinghua didn't mind, calmly replying, "That's natural. We hunt monsters, and monsters will hunt us. How could so many people come out unscathed?" Shu Qinghua then said to Gu Chang'e, "Are you stupid? If you can get into school, then study hard and try to find a good job, instead of facing danger every day like now." Chen Zhao responded. Gu Chang'e nodded and took the menu towards the kitchen. After Gu Chang'e left, Zhu Qinghua patted Lan Yin's head and said to her, "What were you thinking, letting him become an adventurer?" "All right, I won't tell you next time." Lan Se pursed her lips. "How many next times is this?" "There won't be another next time." Shu Qinghua sighed. Gu Chang'e entered the kitchen and smiled at Lu Xian when he saw her. "Sister Lu Xian," she called out. Chen Zhao responded. Lu Xian quickly lowered her head and hurriedly walked to Gu Chang'e with the tray. She didn't dare to look into Gu Chang'e's eyes. She felt completely at a loss when facing Gu Chang'e and couldn't bring herself to meet him. "Sister Lu Xian?" Her voice trembled a bit. Gu Chang'e turned to glance at Lu Xian, only to find she had already walked far away. "What's going on?" Gu Chang'e looked bewildered. When it was time to get off work, the food sent by Ling Lin made Gu Chang'e hurry home. As he reached an intersection, waiting for the red light, a petite girl walked slowly towards him from behind. Before she got close, Gu Chang'e sensed her presence. He was about 1.50 meters tall. She wasn't wearing that lovely dress. Instead, she had on a pair of white long socks, and her eyes sparkled with a maturity that was completely at odds with her figure. Those who didn't know might think that some old monster had possessed a little girl. It looked somewhat out of place. "You're Gu Chang'e, right?" Indeed, this was not the voice of a little girl. "Yes. What do you want from me?" Gu Chang'e asked. "I never thought of doing anything to you." She emphasized the word "I" heavily, then smiled and said, "My name is Dongyu, the owner of Rinji Pharmacy, 28 years old. Don't think I'm just a child. A little girl in the legal sense." A thought flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind, and then more questions surged. His first reaction was that this little girl was here to play. The owner of Rinji Pharmacy was actually a little girl. "Do you think you can consider me a legal little girl? But if you want to deal with me, you better think it over. If you can defeat me, then I'll let you have your way, but only if you can beat me." Dongyu squinted her eyes. She could see through Gu Changa's little thoughts at a glance. Oh, no, I'm not interested in sitting in jail for 3 years. Gu Changa was taken aback by Dongyu's words. He had never encountered such a straightforward girl. Could this be a new scam? If he took it seriously, he would definitely suffer a big loss. Little girl, what are you doing here? Gu Changa continued to ask. Little girl? His voice trembled a bit. Dongyu raised an eyebrow, kicked Gu Changa's leg hard, and said, Stupid boy, are you dumb? You call me a little girl? I was out slaying demons when you weren't even born yet. What's wrong? Naturally, I want you to join our Renji Pharmaceutical. How much do you want? I can pay. If you want to kill me, you have to see if you can defeat me. Dongyu kicked his knee, and Gu Changa felt like his bones were about to shatter. If it were an ordinary girl, even if she beat him up, it wouldn't hurt him. Just now, she had kicked his legs and broken them. There was no doubt that this girl's physique was stronger than his, which meant she was no ordinary person. Renji Pharmacy was indeed run by her. You noticed, just now I used 99% of my strength. Dongyu spoke calmly. If I didn't have this habit, then think carefully. Just tell me now. Gu Changa thought for a moment but shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in Renji Pharmacy. Dongyu was stunned. Why did he refuse outright without even making a request? She had just said he could ask her for anything. Wasn't that enough? Did this mean he hadn't completed his request? Indeed, not many men could resist my charm. Dongyu thought for a moment and said, Alright, then come to our Renji Pharmacy first. If you can meet my conditions, I am willing to be your girlfriend, but my conditions are very strict. No problem. Gu Changa refused without a second thought. After the manager's strict training, his standards for beauty had risen significantly. Otherwise, he could easily be toyed with by this little girl. There were very few who could resist. You. Dongyu had never seen such a scene and was instantly speechless. When Gu Changa saw the red light, he moved forward. Dongyu felt anxious and shouted, Are you sure you won't go to Gu Changa? Not coming. Chen Zhao replied very decisively. Gu Changa refused outright without a second thought. Dongyu watched Gu Changa's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. When did I ever struggle to deal with a little brat? After Gu Changa had walked a distance and turned back, he noticed that Dongyu was not following him, which eased his mind. This person didn't know how tall they were. With one kick, they could shatter his leg. How terrifying. When she got home and saw Gu Changa, her eyes were red, and with a choked voice, she said, Brother, something big has happened. What's wrong? Shen Zhao looked at her in confusion. Gu Changa hurriedly ran over. She handed him her phone and said, Big brother, someone called me, and he said if I don't hand over his phone, he will kill me. Gu Changa blinked, and upon hearing this, the anxiety in his heart lessened significantly. It was probably some scammer. Even I, the first emperor of Qin, am not as formidable. It's likely just to scare off a little brat like that. Gu Changa picked up her phone and looked it over. I don't care who you are, this phone is mine. I'm giving you one chance, hand over your phone obediently, and I can spare your life. My phone has a location function. I can see your coordinates clearly. Don't think you're lucky, this is your only chance. I don't want to waste more words with you. I'll let you go this time, but tomorrow, you need to bring your phone to that small garden in the city center of Chicken Market, where there's a fountain. If I don't see my phone by tomorrow, it'll be a big problem. I'm not lying to you. Gu Changa returned the phone to her. Don't be afraid, it's purely a scam. Brother, it doesn't seem like a scam. Gu Changa added, I understand. Of course, there won't be a problem. If you can tell this is a fake, what else could they use to fool us? That's true. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto her lips. After they had dinner, Gu Changa took a shower, then went to bed, starting to look for information on the Adventurers Guild. They needed to give them an answer in the next 2 days. Any delay could lead to changes. Gu Changa accessed the Adventurers Guild's official website, and as soon as he entered, he found many people discussing fervently. Ba Long, who on earth could it be that our vice president invited? I've been unable to eat or sleep these days, trying to find out his identity. At Ba Long, I know who it is. At Gambling Dog, who is it? Tell me, and I'll give you $1. Ba Long, at Gambling Dog, big shot, you should say it. I was diagnosed with late-stage cancer last night. I might only have one more day. If you don't tell me, I'll regret it for life. I'll come back to see you on the 7th day. At Ba Long, damn, you're really something, daring to say such things. At Gambling Dog, good brother, send a message, let me help you keep an eye on it. At Sister by Shui, I know who it is, please DM me. Gu Changa frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Those guys, those people actually used my information to scam for pictures of beautiful women. At the very least, they should send me my own picture. Gu Changa searched the forum for the conditions and benefits of joining the Mercenary Guild, but after searching for a long time, he found no useful information. Perhaps it was because not many people could join, which is why it hadn't leaked out. Gu Changa returned to the core forum, where everyone was still discussing passionately. Did you know? Brothers, I got scammed. At what are you doing, brother? Tell me more, I'm interested. Ba Long replied. That person was a guy. Damn, I got scammed. Ba Long, big brother is mighty. It really is you. Suddenly, a large number of people began discussing the matter, and some even requested him to take out his friend offline. Not the handsome Gu Changa. Dear, do you want to know about the benefits of joining the guild? Although I don't have much talent, I have some study materials here. Hey, not the handsome Gu Changa brother, I sent you a private message. Ba Long replied. Hey, not the handsome Gu Changa brother, I sent you a private message. Everyone looked at Bai Shui tagging Gu Changa, completely bewildered. It turned out he was a good buddy. A minute later, Gu Changa's private messages had already exceeded 99. Is this what they call teaching materials? Gu Changa didn't know what to say. He never expected the teaching materials sent by Wu Liang could be used for this kind of thing. About an hour later, Gu Changa received a reply from someone named Chun Dao Bu Lao, gaining more insight into the guild's inner workings. Gu Changa was very curious about who that ID belonged to. It must be someone from the guild. A middle-aged man was sitting in front of a laptop, sending Gu Changa a message. Bro, the data. Gu Changa didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but then he thought about it and the smile on his lips faded. Where's my USB drive? Gu Changa suddenly remembered that he seemed to have left it on his desk. Maybe Xiao Xiao had already seen it. No way, how could Xiao Xiao possibly see it? Just thinking about it made Gu Changa break out in a cold sweat. If Xiao Xiao saw it, his image in her mind would take a huge hit. It's fine. Xiao Xiao isn't that curious yet. Yeah, Xiao Xiao has never used it without my permission. Gu Changa forced himself to calm down, wiping his sweat while cautiously opening the door. In the living room, the lights were bright, and Xiao Xiao was reading a book. We'll come back for it later, there's no rush. Gu Changa carefully closed the door and returned to his room, only to see that Quan Shui Bao Jian Bu Lao was calling him non-stop. Quan Shui Bao Jian was still saying, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you responding?" Quan Shui Bao Jian Wei Lao said, "Damn, I thought you guys from Longwa wouldn't deceive us. What do you really want?" Quan Shui Bao Jian Boom. Yeah, alright, I'll send you this message right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Seeing that Quan Shui Jian was still cursing at him, Gu Changa felt helpless. He hadn't replied for just a minute, and he felt like he was about to leave. What's the big deal? Why run away? In the dark room, Quan Shui Bao Jian Wei Lao was furiously typing on the computer, his face flushed, gritting his teeth and saying, "He dares to deceive me. Once I find you, you'll be in for it. In the name of the vice president of the Adventurers Guild, I will make sure to tear you to pieces." Gu Changa took out his phone, typed a message, and replied, "Bro, wait, 2000G is not 200M. Do you think I'll just bring it to you?" Quan Shui Bao Jian, hee, that's good. I'm just a bit impatient, and I've met a lot of people. Be careful, my old brother, sorry about that. Gu Changa had been waiting here for almost 30 minutes, and it was nearly 11 o'clock. So, he took the opportunity to sneak in and grab the USB drive. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be acting like a thief. Wasn't this his own home? Why was he being so sneaky? Gu Changa didn't know how long it would take to transfer 2000G of data. How much time would that take, and how much money would it cost to make people believe him? But the gains were substantial. This trip was worth it. According to his words, most adventurers' guilds wouldn't take any tasks. There were many things he needed to do, like killing monsters and preventing too many monsters from appearing. Once they did, it would be an irreparable loss. Gu Changa truly understood this time that the Adventurers Guild had a limit on the number of fierce beasts. If the major Adventurers Guilds weren't controlling this war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once entering the Adventurers Guild, one could also gain access to more resources, allowing those without sufficient potential to improve more quickly. Additionally, what intrigued Gu Changa the most was this matter. If he could join the Exploration Guild, he would be able to obtain the Dragon's Legacy and be admitted without any exams, which was definitely a backdoor entry. Ordinary people couldn't even get into key universities, even if their vitality met the standards, they often still couldn't enter. Without money and power, the doors of top institutions would remain closed. Gu Changa knew exactly what to do at a glance. Qian Quan stared at Gu Changa, watching one MP4 after another, unable to help but chuckle and reply with 666. True people of the Dragon Kingdom will not deceive us. Qian Quan grinned. Gu Changa had already sent all the information, and what remained was to push it out step by step, which might take 1 to 2 days to complete. After hanging up the phone, Gu Changa turned over and fell asleep. In an old house, two people sat around a chair. One wore a baseball cap, and the other had a scarred face, enough to make children cry at a glance and give them nightmares in minutes. The scarred man had a fierce demeanor that would scare even adults into trembling. At a glance, it was clear he was a ruthless character. "Boss, should we send them a message? Will they believe it?" So far, he hasn't responded. He probably thinks we're scammers. If they don't believe it, we'll just go get it ourselves. But, Mo Wuji hesitated for a moment. The man in the baseball cap hesitated as well. The scarred man said decisively, "There are no buts. We must get our hands on this thing. With it, we'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives." The man in the baseball cap awkwardly smiled and fell silent. The scarred man angrily said, "This was the boss's phone. Now that the boss is gone, we naturally have to get our share." But unexpectedly, the boss's phone was stolen by a thief, and it's still missing. The man in the cap sat silently to the side. The next day, Gu Changga's mind was still echoing with the system's notification sound. One day's time has ended, remaining 700 health points, increased by 7 health points, total 707 health points. When this power returned to his body, the north wind directly broke through the barriers of the first and second layers, undergoing 2 purifications. This time, the physical body refinement also suppressed the body, so there shouldn't be too many impurities within him. The second type was that the first and second purifications couldn't clear the dirt within. To completely eliminate it, a higher level of purification was necessary. The vitality of 915 recovered by 10%, rounded off, finally became 1007. He was still far from the third tier, but it was expected that in at most 6 days, he would reach the third tier. He picked up the phone and found it was still ongoing. Gu Changga was about to go out to buy steamed buns when he was stopped by Dongyu from Renji Pharmacy. Today, she wore a black and red gothic Lolita dress that seemed designed just for her. She walked towards Gu Changga, hands on her hips, striding out with long legs. She was sharp-tongued and cunning, a schemer. This was the conclusion Gu Changga reached after meeting Dongyu. Gu Changga was the first to speak. "You're here at my house so early, Mr. Dong. What brings you here?" Gu Changga, "Come to our Renji Pharmacy," Dongyu stated directly. Gu Changga replied, "I didn't mean to. You said it last night, didn't you? You always like to make things clear here." "I made it very clear last night that I won't participate. I thought about it all night, and you must regret it very much. So, I came today to give you a chance." Dongyu raised her head, trying hard to appear more confident and proud. Then she realized that it seemed she hadn't seen Gu Changga at all and had to glance up at him. This scene was truly bizarre. Facing the self-assured Dongyu, Gu Changga still directly refused without any hesitation. "Oh, no need. I said it yesterday, and I don't regret it at all." "Really?" Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. Dongyu frowned, revealing a hint of astonishment. She had originally planned to wait for Gu Changga in front of his door at 5 o'clock, thinking he would be dying of regret. However, everything was beyond her expectations. "I'm sure," Gu Changga said. I know. Dongyu's expression turned ugly. She knew Gu Changga wasn't joking. She couldn't understand why, after giving him such a good opportunity, he would refuse. Moreover, he had even dragged himself into it. How could that not be tempting? Was this guy not interested in women? Besides that, Lin-san couldn't think of any other reason. Dongyu sighed. "Can you tell me the reason?" Gu Changga thought for a long time before saying, "I should say that we are not suitable, not because you are not good." "Oh, okay. Where are you going? Can you tell me?" Gu Changga hesitated for a moment before saying, "Adventurers Guild." Then I'll come find you tonight." After Dongyu finished speaking, she headed towards the Mercenary Guild. She needed to go to Qianquan to vent her anger. If she could buy this Mercenary Guild, then Gu Changga would essentially be part of her organization. Gu Changga didn't understand why he was so persistent. He wasn't a highly sought-after diamond, so why did he have to be invited? A black luxury car, with a bright red Wei character on the front, was heading towards Shiguang High School. Wei Yongzhao sat down with a thud, his legs crossed, arms resting on the door, looking at Chen Fan with a half-smile. "Haven't you found that person yet?" At this moment, the butler's voice came from the passenger seat. "Young master, this person has quite the background. We can't find out his identity at all. If we could just see his face, it would be much easier. That person is wearing a mask. How would I know what he looks like?" Wei Yongzhao said angrily. "Once I catch that kid, I'll make him pay. He turned me into a joke in the chicken market and got scolded by my father." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. "Damn, young master, could this be the vice president of the Adventurers Guild that was invited? That guy?" Regner was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Wei Yongzhao squinted, lost in thought. That's very likely. This kid looks quite young. Check it out for me, and notify me immediately if you find anything." The butler suddenly regretted what he had just said. If he goes to the Adventurers Guild, Wei family won't be able to do anything about it. The Adventurers Guild is one of the most powerful in the chicken market, and the key is that there are many experts inside. Just one of them could erase our Wei family from this world. Wei Yongzhao sneered. "While he hasn't become one of us yet, let's take him out." Although it seemed there was no problem, it was equivalent to slapping Chin-kwon in the face, and no one knew what would happen then. There was no choice, she could only do as Wei Yongzhao said. After a moment of thought, he ultimately decided to inform his father about this matter, letting his father teach him a lesson. He naturally wouldn't do that, otherwise, his situation would become very dire. Since that's the case, let it be. Whatever happens, it will only fall on him, and it has nothing to do with me. Inside a building, in a study, Li Chuanxing sat down with a thud, his hands continuously tapping on the table, his brows furrowed, and his expression grim. This matter has been out for a day, and Gu Chang'e has shown no intention of going to the hospital for free treatment. He doesn't seem to be moved at all. It looks like he really is wary of me. This method won't work, then I'll have to use force. Gu Chang'e, I've paved the way for you. If you refuse, I'll have to force you to walk it. After Li Chuanxing finished the sentence, the worry on his face vanished, replaced by a strong killing intent, his eyes filled with aggression. Gu Chang'e went to school and saw that the desk next to him was completely cleared of books, not a single one left. Li Yuanba had already left the campus, entering a jungle fraught with danger, hoping he could come out unscathed and survive. The bell rang. Wang Shuzhen spoke as she walked out of the classroom. Wait a moment, they will come to our academy to compete with us. Whoever wants to go, come register now. Only 2 people can come. No one spoke. They all looked at me with expressions that said, "Are you joking? Competing with students from an elite high school? Was he crazy? Otherwise, why would they compete with us?" Competing with any school was absolutely impossible. They were all prodigies. Basically, all the students in the senior year were first tier, while most of us had vitality below 200. The gap was too large. There was no chance of winning at all. And to say only 2 people, that was simply seeking death. Everyone looked at each other. Most were looking at Gu Chang'e and Xue Qinru, the 2 best in the class. Wang Shuzhen turned to Xue Qinru and Gu Chang'e and asked, "Do you both want to go? What's the prize for victory?" Gu Chang'e asked, as this was what he cared about most. If there was something to gain, he would find a way. Those students from the elite high school were at most first-tier warriors, not comparable to those fierce beasts. Dealing with them would be easy. Wang Shuzhen smiled and said, "The champion's reward is 50,000, plus 3 pills that can enhance vitality." "I'm in," Xin Zhao said decisively. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e immediately registered without hesitation. It was practically a gift, he had to seize it. Xue Qinru hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Only then did Wang Shuzhen turn and leave, leaving the radio with Gu Chang'e and Xue Qinru. 6 well-dressed high school students, with confident smiles, stood at the edge of the arena. They were the cream of the crop from the Fierce Beast Elite High School. A man with a middle-part hairstyle showed a look of disgust and said, as expected of Shiguang High School, an ordinary school, "It's so shabby. Our playground is half the size of theirs. How could such a small place be an arena? It's really speechless. This should be a place for 80-year-olds to fight," a man with slicked-back hair chimed in. At this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. The man with short hair laughed heartily a few times and added, "This analogy is very apt. Yes, this room is just for old ladies. Such a small space, with a slight push, we would be pushed outside. We can't even squeeze in. It's easy to understand. There are no first-tier students here, so naturally, it can't reach our level, so the arena doesn't need to be built very large, it's enough for them to use." Everyone nodded in agreement. A man in tight work clothes suddenly spoke up, "Our only goal is to trample Gu Chang'e underfoot. A waste like him dares to call himself the #1 genius of the chicken market?" The man with short hair calmly replied, "1 finger can crush 10 jiang chensi. 50 wouldn't be enough. I heard his cultivation has just recovered, and he should only be around 230. A man with short hair and a small braid spoke up. The man in suspenders was taken aback. "What? Just over 230, not even at the first level? Are these people blind? How can someone like that be called a genius? These people have such high standards, they must not have seen our school's students, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to claim such titles." "Very well, after today, I'll let them see who the real genius is." Everyone nodded in agreement. In Class 3's classroom, a group of people surrounded Gu Chang'e, and one short-haired girl asked with some concern, "Are you sure? These students are very strong." "Exactly, I heard they are quite ruthless and often cripple people's arms and legs. Just because of their status, those who have been crippled don't dare to speak up. This has happened many times. You could say these few are veterans." Everyone was worried. "Is there even a need to say that?" The short-haired girl replied, "I think the same way. If we can't win, then we should admit defeat. It's not shameful." "That's right, a real man can bend and stretch." The surrounding students joined in, urging Gu Chang'e not to stand firm, or he might get hurt. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded. More than 10 minutes later, the principal's voice came from the radio. "All participating students must gather here. I hope you can arrive within 10 minutes. Xue Qinru and Gu Chang'e stood up together and walked out. "Class monitor, be careful. Admitting defeat isn't shameful. It's better than fighting with your hands. All the students shouted, directed at Shui Kinru and Gu Changge. Shui Kinru followed Gu Changge silently, occasionally glancing at him, noticing his eager demeanor. Gu Changge, are you sure you can win? Shui Kinru asked, puzzled. Not sure, Gu Changge replied. Oh, Shi Fenghan responded. Shui Kinru turned her head and said no more. Why did you say oh? You've been talking for so long, can't you say a bit more? When they didn't speak, both had 1,000 words to say. They wanted to speak but found their minds blank. What he said was just a small part. Shui Kinru sighed helplessly. She didn't even understand how she had become this way in front of Gu Changge. The two went downstairs and happened to run into contestants from another class, including Wei Yongzhao. Gu Changge glanced at him and then noticed a girl at the back of the line, walking with her head down. She wore glasses and had a small braid, looking quite ordinary, but as she walked, her aura made her uniform seem a bit strained. Gu Changge was even more curious. Could she really see the road with her head down like that? He immediately thought of the Class 1 student, Lan Lei, who seemed to be the class monitor. Lan Lei indeed couldn't see her feet with her head down, but in front of so many people, she didn't even dare to lift her head. She was so nervous that her face had turned a pig liver color. She walked very carefully because she couldn't see her feet, afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would fall. As she stepped down, someone dropped a lollipop on the ground. Lan Lei couldn't see it, and it was as if she stepped on a banana peel. Lan Lei let out a cry as she fell to the ground. She was about 3 meters high from the platform at the corner, and falling down would definitely hurt. She might even scrape herself or injure her foot. Gu Changge and Shui Kinru were standing at a corner, right where Lan Lei fell, and both were startled. Gu Changge quickly stepped forward and caught Lan Lei, but just as he was about to pull her into his arms, she collapsed directly onto him. Lan Lei's head slammed hard against Gu Changge's head. Originally, he could have easily caught her, but now it was completely different. Gu Changge felt as if he had been hit by a car, his mind a blur, and his legs kept retreating until he crashed against the wall, finally stopping. Lan Lei suddenly fell into Gu Changge's embrace, feeling a heart-fluttering sensation, and she even caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. Gu Changge was very clear about what he was holding. Seeing this, Gu Changge quickly pulled his hand out and raised it above his head. In novels and comics, someone always grabs something and taps on it a few times, which is impossible. Just these two actions could keep you inside for several years. Shui Kinru didn't know what to say. Her feelings were quite conflicted. Lan Lei came to her senses and immediately broke free from Gu Changge's body, taking 2 steps back and bowing deeply to him. I'm sorry. It's nothing, and Fei nodded. I understand. Gu Changge touched his head, puzzled. Was there something wrong with her mind? How could this head possibly belong to an ordinary person? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lan Lei was so anxious she was about to cry, her eyes filled with tears. It's okay, there's nothing to apologize for. Gu Changge replied, I understand. Lan Lei continued to apologize and expressed her gratitude for Gu Changge's help. It was the first time Gu Changge encountered such a situation, apologizing while also thanking her. As the rumors said, she was indeed a timid little rabbit. Seeing that Lan Lei was about to cry, Shui Kinru walked over to comfort her, telling her not to be so nervous, not to blame herself, and not to blame herself. Lan Lei's mood gradually calmed down, and she gave Gu Changge a deep bow, making him feel unworthy of such a grand gesture. Gu Changge, Lan Lei, and Shui Kinru were the last to arrive at the arena. The dean and the people from the academic office were waiting on the stage, and as soon as they saw Gu Changge and the others, they knew what they were there for. The principal took the microphone, stood at the front of the stage, cleared his throat, and said, All right, since everyone is here, I will announce the rules of the competition. This match is between our academy and the Beast Elite High School. Killing is prohibited, the use of weapons is prohibited, and the use of banned substances is prohibited. That person is called Jiang Chensi. A man in suspenders pointed at Gu Changge. People around turned to look, scrutinizing Gu Changge from head to toe. Oh, so it's Gu Changge. Seems like nothing special. Looks like nothing special. Not even half as good as me. A man with short hair showed a hint of disdain on his face. Gu Changge felt 6 pairs of eyes staring at him. When he glanced to the side, he saw those 6 elite students from the Beast Elite High School all fixated on him. A middle-aged man noticed Gu Changge sizing him up and disdainfully glared at him, making a throat-cutting gesture and giving him the middle finger. Idiot, Chen Zhao cursed. Gu Changge shook his head. He thought the students from the Beast Elite High School were elite, but he didn't expect them to be so foolish, which surprised him. The method of combat: randomly draw 1 to 6 numbers, pair them up, and compete within each team. The principal spoke while holding 2 boxes, each marked with the words Shiguang Middle School and Beast Elite Middle School. The reason for separating the 2 boxes was to prevent members of the same academy from encountering the same team. The principal's voice rang out, All right, You can go on stage now. With that, both sides moved forward. The man with the middle part chatted with Gu Changa for a moment. Are you stupid? I hope you don't have the same number as me. Gu Changa replied, you better not face me. Heh, he. The man with the middle part scoffed disdainfully, as if looking at a fool who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Gu Changa stepped up to draw lots, and his number was 6, meaning he would be in the back. Shui Qinru had number 1, so she would be the first to go on stage. Lan Lei's number was 2, and Gu Changa didn't care about Wei Yongzhao's number at all. Before long, a match had already begun, with 2 contestants on stage. Opposite Shui Qinru was the last girl representing this competition. I really didn't expect that such an ordinary academy would have such a beautiful girl, but the skill gap is a bit large. How about I help you out? No need, just go all out. Shui Qinru's eyes narrowed, her fists clenched tightly, a powerful energy surged within her, and she tensed up, her legs coiling like springs, ready to strike. The girl in front of her, however, appeared calm and unbothered, showing no signs of tension, her gaze fixed on Shui Qinru. It was as if she was saying, even without using my energy, I can easily take you down. Gu Changa stared at the arena, feeling a bit worried. Shui Qinru only had 250 health points, and facing a high-level cultivator, it would be hard to win. Start! A deep voice sounded. The director of education issued the command. Shui Qinru pushed off the ground, and in the next moment, she vanished from her spot, appearing right in front of the woman, delivering a punch to her stomach. With a bang, the girl was sent flying off the stage, her eyes rolling back, completely motionless. This scene unfolded so quickly, it was over in just a second. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Some people hadn't even had time to sit down before witnessing the end of a match. What the hell? Chen Xiaobei looked bewildered. What the hell? What's going on? Everyone's eyes widened. What was happening? Gu Changa was also surprised. He hadn't expected Shui Qinru's movements to be so fast. Even at the second level, she was unmatched. Gu Changa felt he couldn't reach such speed. Was this really first level? He had thought he would suffer a great loss, but unexpectedly, he won. This was the best school in the entire Chicken City. Winning a match was already impressive. Shui Qinru, you won. Team 2, prepare. Lan Lei timidly stepped forward, and due to her nervousness, she found it difficult to walk. As she climbed up, she couldn't see anything. One of her legs was already on the stage, but she tripped over the other leg and fell onto the stage. A miracle happened. When Lan Lei fell, her head didn't hit the ground. The boys below could no longer hold back, all exclaiming what the hell. It turned out there was a cushion. With just this move, she could defeat 99% of the girls. The few people competing against Lan Lei were stunned. Even if they were top students from prestigious academies, they had never encountered such a situation. I must stay calm. This is that person's tactic. He kept repeating in his mind, trying to expel the negative emotions brought by Lan Lei from his brain. Lan Lei struggled to stand up, patting her legs and body. Everyone below wanted to say, Lan Lei, you are not stained by a speck of dust. There's no need. The director raised his head, touched his nose, and said, all right, the competition officially begins. The people from the school rushed towards Lan Lei without any hesitation. Having learned from the last lesson, they knew that this battle could not be taken lightly. A man quickly approached Lan Lei and punched her on the head. There's no doubt she'll lose, Gu Changa said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Gu Changa's words, the middle-aged man sneered. What are you talking about? What a joke, the outcome is already decided. Can she still win? He then landed a heavy punch on Lan Lei's forehead. The man sneered again, taking my hit without any resistance from her. With a loud bang, the ground shook. The man's fist struck Lan Lei's head, and unexpectedly, it landed squarely on her forehead. The man swung at Lan Lei, and she let out a loud scream. Seeing this scene, Lan Lei was somewhat at a loss. She suddenly closed her eyes, deeply bowed, and repeatedly said, sorry. This bow caused the man to collapse to the ground, his forehead swelling up. The man with a buzz cut looked bewildered, the mockery and disdain on his face completely vanished. No one expected such a result. The man in the suspenders was stunned. Is he out of his mind? Damn, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Impressive, Lin Fan said with a smile. This scene left everyone convinced. A girl who couldn't even fight back managed to make him hit her, and in the end, she even bumped her head against him, which was also his fault. Lan Lei, not understanding what had happened, kept nodding and bowing, expressing her apologies. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. All right, he nodded. The principal smiled, thinking he could boast about his abilities now. Lan Lei, you won, the principal said. It was only at this moment that Lan Lei slowly stopped and noticed that her teacher was lying motionless in front of her. How could this happen? Lan Lei looked bewildered, completely not understanding what was going on. She was frozen in shock. Next up was Wei Yongzhao. So it's him. Gu Chang'e seemed to envision the scene of him being pinned to the floor. Gu Chang'e didn't expect Wei Yongzhao to not only not lose but to win so easily, as if the opponent was letting him win. A second-year student not far from Gu Chang'e said, "Who are you? I heard that Wei Yongzhao graduated from that school, but he doesn't seem to like staying there and chose to leave." "It seems they are friends with Wei Yongzhao," someone who understood English replied. "Of course, I know that Wei Yongzhao is one of the top young masters in the chicken market. His strength may not match these people, but the Wei group behind him is one of the largest groups in all of Huaxia. These aristocratic youths are merely wealthy. Compared to Wei Yongzhao, they are worlds apart." Gu Chang'e then realized that the man earlier was afraid of Wei Yongzhao. If they played another round, it wouldn't be letting him win, it would be a trap. Wei Yongzhao sat down next to Gu Chang'e, crossing his legs casually and said, "With your strength, dealing with Gu Chang'e might be a bit difficult." Gu Chang'e just smiled and said nothing. Wei Yongzhao then turned to Shui Qinru and grinned. "How is Qinru doing in this round? Did you call for me?" she said, casting a cold glance at Wei Yongzhao. Wei Yongzhao smiled awkwardly. "Xiaoxue, this is too much." Sui Qinru interrupted him. "Shut up, I can't be bothered with you." "Alright then," Chen Zhao replied. Wei Yongzhao smiled awkwardly, saying nothing, and silently sat down. The students from Beast City were taken aback. How could Wei Yongzhao be so humble? He was one of the top young masters in Chicken City, high and mighty, yet now he was scolded by a little girl. If this got out, no one would believe it. In the next two matches, Shiguang High School lost without a doubt, completely overwhelmed. Despite losing 2 matches in a row, he still wore a smug smile, showing no concern for his defeat. He had already prepared for the worst. Winning 3 matches was already a pleasant surprise. The 4th and 5th matches were over, and now only 6 matches remained. Everyone looked at Gu Chang'e and the man with the middle part hairstyle. "You want to challenge me? I wonder if you're praying." The short-haired man glanced at Gu Chang'e with disdain and then said, "Actually, there is another way. If you can admit defeat right away, you can avoid getting hurt." "Same to you." "Alright, then let me see how you make me admit defeat." "I want to see if you have that kind of strength," the short-haired man said. "This Jiang Chenxi, you must teach him a lesson." "Exactly, if we can't deal with him, we'll lose face. We've lost 3 matches in a row. If we lose this one, it will be 4 matches. If this gets out, our academy's reputation will definitely suffer, and we will be punished." A group of people looked at the middle-parted boy and asked. Everyone's face was grim. No one expected things to turn out this way. They had to win this match. The short-haired man glanced at Gu Chang'e, his eyes full of contempt. Dealing with this kind of person was a piece of cake. Gu Chang'e took the stage with the man with the middle part hairstyle. "Let the battle begin." At the command of the director, Gu Chang'e pushed off the ground and lunged forward. "So slow." The short-haired man sneered, then moved, darting towards Gu Chang'e like lightning. He intended to catch up to Gu Chang'e from behind, humiliate him thoroughly, and then defeat him. How could Gu Chang'e possibly catch up to him? In this world, nothing is invincible. Seeing Gu Chang'e unable to even catch a glimpse of the man with medium-length hair, everyone burst into laughter, their worries dissipating instantly. This battle was already a foregone conclusion. The dean glanced at the situation above and calmly spoke. "This guy is indeed the top student of the school, his speed is really fast. A first-tier warrior, even a second-tier warrior, is no match for him. Gu Chang'e won't last long." Several teachers nearby also spoke up. Wang Shuzhen looked worried, secretly pleased that someone could finally deal with Gu Chang'e. He would definitely not hold back. He would thoroughly teach Gu Chang'e a lesson, beating him until he couldn't find his teeth. "Humph, who do you think you are? You can't even see my shadow and dare to challenge me." The short-haired man sneered. But as soon as he approached Gu Chang'e reached out and grabbed his neck, throwing him to the ground. The short-haired youth was stunned, not yet realizing what had happened. "What the hell?" Chen Xiaobei looked bewildered. Everyone excitedly jumped from their seats, staring in disbelief at the scene. "Gu Chang'e he." The dean looked at Gu Chang'e speechlessly, originally thinking he would fail, but now it seemed he was bound to win. Wang Shuzhen changed her previous worries and put on a defiant expression, making anyone who saw her doubt whether they had been tricked. "What does it matter how fast you are if you're just putting on a show?" Gu Chang'e kicked him aside. "Did I lose?" He looked at the scene in disbelief. The middle-aged man fell to the ground in the arena, completely dazed. "The winner is Gu Chang'e." The director of the Academic Affairs Office smiled and stood up, nodding to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e nodded back. "Well done, Gu Chang'e. I told you that you could win." The dean gave Gu Chang'e a thumbs up, his smile almost splitting his face. The surrounding teachers looked at the principal in surprise. They never expected this guy to be so shameless, having thought Gu Chang'e would lose. One teacher, seeing Wang Shuzhen gritting her teeth with a dark expression, quickly asked with concern, "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" What's wrong? your face looks so dark. If you're sick, hurry to the hospital, don't waste time. Other mentors also chimed in with concern. Wang Shuzhen's lips twitched slightly, forcing out a smile. I'm fine. What? Is it anemia? No one can do it but me. Wang Shuzhen forced a smile, cursing inwardly. Gu Chang'e walked off the stage, saw Wang Shuzhen's expression, smiled, and asked with concern, Teacher, if you're feeling unwell, it's best to get a checkup. If there's a serious problem, it's better to seek treatment early, don't delay. Hearing this, Wang Shuzhen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. She felt like she was being cursed with a terminal illness. But at that moment, she had to force a smile. Oh, then thank you. Take care. Gu Chang'e said one last thing and left. A teacher replied with a half-smile, This Gu Chang'e is so impressive and cares so much about me. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue him. The other teachers turned their attention to Wang Shuzhen. Teacher Wang, you're so lucky to be Gu Chang'e's teacher. If I were his teacher, I would be over the moon. Yes, having such a student would give you more confidence in the future. A group of teachers exchanged words, and Wang Shuzhen felt her heart shatter. Every word from them was like a knife, stabbing deeply into her heart. If she hadn't caused trouble for Gu Chang'e before, she might have felt a bit happy and proud to have such a student. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Sigh. Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. Wang Shuzhen couldn't help but sigh. She didn't even know what she was thinking at the time. Perhaps it was because Gu Chang'e had lost all his power then, and she felt she no longer needed to worry about him, which made her bold enough to deal with him recklessly. In the end, Gu Chang'e not only fully recovered his strength but became even more formidable. Even against those elite students, he could easily win. The middle-aged man was helped up by his companions, still unable to believe that he had lost to Gu Chang'e. I didn't lose, you cheated. He excitedly ran towards Gu Chang'e. Not convinced? Richard snorted coldly. Gu Chang'e calmly asked as the middle-parted man lunged at him, Are you? Yes. You must have used some trick. I want a rematch. The middle-aged man said, walking back to the arena, knowing that Gu Chang'e would definitely want to fight him again. Then forget it. If you can't do it, just get lost. Gu Chang'e walked towards his position, seeing the middle-parted man still confronting him on the stairs. His once proud smile froze, slowly turning into a strange expression with a hint of confusion. Wait a minute. Wait? We agreed to have another match. The short-haired boy noticed that many people were covering their mouths, looking gleeful. At that moment, he felt like a clown. This made him even more satisfied, even more patient. His anger was like a volcano about to erupt. The man with a buzz cut had veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth. Are you afraid of being seen, feeling embarrassed? Gu Chang'e remained indifferent. The young man with the middle part almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, roaring in his heart. Aren't you supposed to help me deal with them right now? Are you sure you want to do this? Several students couldn't hold back any longer and hurried over to pull him back. They wished others wouldn't know about him. They felt embarrassed for him, wishing they could split the room into 3. As for the remaining competition, only 2 students from Elite Beast High School and 3 from Shiguang High School were left, with no chance to form teams. In the end, they still chose one of Gu Chang'e, Wei Yongzhao, or Xue Qinru to advance to the finals. Ultimately, Wei Yongzhao advanced to the finals. The short-haired man looked at the 2 who passed the assessment. You must take care of Gu Chang'e properly, make him cheat, and I'll record the whole thing from below. He won't be able to play tricks then, and we will have evidence. The 2 men sighed. They had all seen that Gu Chang'e didn't cheat, but he just wouldn't believe it. The other 3 students from Elite Beast High School also shook their heads. This kid had never lost, and losing to someone he looked down on was a huge shock for them. The battle quickly began, and Xue Qinru's first match was as clean and neat as ever. Gu Chang'e watched everything from below, silently calculating that Xue Qinru's movements were faster than that of the man with medium-length hair. However, that man with the middle part was already at the first level of cultivation, while Xue Qinru was still below that. It was too exaggerated. If she was already at the first level now, wouldn't her cultivation speed be astonishing? Don't worry, we will definitely win. The short-haired man looked at his opponent. Zhao Yu nodded seriously. The man looked a bit dispirited. He knew that his strength compared to Gu Chang'e's couldn't be won just by fighting. Gu Chang'e and that man stepped onto the stage, and the middle-aged man had already started recording under the principal's orders. I forfeit. A voice came from the side. This person immediately raised both hands, signaling surrender. What's wrong? The short-haired middle-aged man was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. No matter how good a man is, he has his temper, especially a living person who was already unhappy. Now being asked like this made him even angrier. The more he reacted this way, the angrier he became, saying things like, step back, I'll fuck you up, and he cursed at the man with the middle part. Get your act together, damn it, it's just one loss. I'm telling you, you were defeated by Gu Chang'e, and it was a complete rout, with no power to resist. You're nothing but a fast guy who thinks too highly of himself. I'm telling you, even if I let you use one hand, I can still knock you down. After being scolded, the man with the middle part turned beet red. He gritted his teeth, finally unable to hold back, and walked over to that man. In the end, this person pinned him to the ground with one hand and started punching and kicking him. Gu Chang'e and the others were just there to join the fun. They wished the battle would be as intense as possible. Meanwhile, the students from Elite Beast High School looked utterly helpless. She had just told him about Gu Chang'e, and the guy acted like a lunatic, not taking his words to heart at all. So, they had no way to stop it. The man with short hair crouched on the ground, covering his head, and only slowly lowered it when the man stopped beating him. Seeing that his man had left the stage, he finally felt relieved and began to recall everything that had happened before. His heart was filled with unwillingness, yet he felt helpless. The scorching gazes of those around him made him feel incredibly ashamed. Staying here for even a minute was a torment. He stood up, gave Gu Chang'e a glance, then turned and left without any hesitation. Who do you think you are? The friend of the middle-aged man he had beaten sneered as he fled. What a fool. The 5 elite students from the Fierce Beast High School also left. They had already lost, and staying here was pointless. They left, but the fight continued. At that moment, Wei Yongzhao walked over, smiling at Shui Qinru. Little girl, if you can defeat Gu Chang'e, I can help you once, and then you can win the championship. Shui Qinru. Wei Yongzhao took her silence as agreement and then sneered at Gu Chang'e. If you can make it to the finals, I'll take care of Gu Chang'e for you, so you won't have to struggle anymore. No need. Shen Zhao shook his head. Shui Qinru remained indifferent. That's true. With your ability, dealing with Gu Chang'e shouldn't be a problem. Wei Yongzhao nodded with a smile. Not long after, when it was time for Gu Chang'e and Shui Qinru voluntarily admitted defeat. Wei Yongzhao's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why, with Shui Qinru's strength, it was uncertain who would win against Gu Chang'e. Don't worry, once I win, I'll return all the championship money to you. Wei Yongzhao had already made up his mind. Soon, it was Gu Chang'e against Wei Yongzhao, and the two stepped onto the stage. As soon as they were on stage, Wei Yongzhao launched a frenzied attack. He told Gu Chang'e that he had trained hard these past 2 weeks and had greatly improved, that dealing with Gu Chang'e would be effortless. Training? Gu Chang'e nodded and said, yeah, I can feel that you're different from before. Of course, he would also get beaten up. Wei Yongzhao smiled. Of course, the old me, while having made great progress, was only slightly ahead. Now, you can no longer win against me. Now, the final match. Seeing that both were ready for battle, the director of the Academic Affairs Office issued the command. Wei Yongzhao beckoned to Gu Chang'e. What are you saying? Come on, let me see what you've got. Gu Chang'e exerted force under his feet, leaping forward with a heavy punch aimed at Wei Yongzhao. I've already told him that his strength has greatly improved, yet he still dares to clash with me head-on. I don't know if he's confident or just talking nonsense. This time, I will make you pay double. Let everyone see that I, Wei Yongzhao, am not to be trifled with. Wei Yongzhao was full of confidence as he punched Gu Chang'e, appearing calm as if he could defeat Gu Chang'e with a single blow. The two fists collided. Compared to Gu Chang'e's punch, Wei Yongzhao felt as if his fist was just a ball of cotton hitting a steel plate, causing him no damage at all. Wei Yongzhao's expression darkened immediately. This sudden change happened in less than a second. With a loud bang, the ground shook. Gu Chang'e slapped Wei Yongzhao, sending him flying, and then he sat down on the ground, landing below the stage. He never expected to be hit in one blow. No way, she and Gu Chang'e just fought to a standstill. But now, he was completely suppressed, with no power to fight back. Did he really lose to him? A piercing scream rang out. Wei Yongzhao clutched his right arm, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. My hands, my hands. Hearing this, the principal and several other professors rushed over. If it were an ordinary student, it might not be a big deal, but Wei Yongzhao, the young master of the Wei family, had his arm crippled, and that was no small matter. Are you okay, Wei Yongzhao? The principal broke out in a cold sweat. Wei Yongzhao gritted his teeth and said, It's my arm, Gu Chang'e broke my arm. The surrounding students also gathered around. Gu Chang'e, seeing Wei Yongzhao's state on stage, almost couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This guy was clearly putting on a show. Didn't he realize how much strength he had used? Let me show you. With that, he walked over, linking arms with Wei Yongzhao. Wei Yongzhao shot him a fierce glare. No, I'm going to the hospital right now. Can you move aside? Can you handle it? Upon hearing this, the principal didn't want to continue the fight and had no choice but to call for an ambulance. So, this match came to an end. Before Gu Chang'e could announce his victory, Wei Yongzhao kept shouting, Gu Chang'e intentionally harmed me and should be disqualified from the competition. Wei Yongzhao was trying to extort Gu Chang'e, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only have him taken to the hospital for a checkup. Not long after, Wei Yongzhao was discharged from the hospital. The principal spoke up. Now there's a problem. If this continues, you might not be able to keep your championship. Gu Changa said firmly, I earned this with my own ability. If he wants it, he has to step over me first. Sigh. Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. He didn't expect Gu Changa to be so resolute. After thinking for a moment, he said, Gu Changa, I'll offer you 50,000, you give up the championship, how about that? Thank you for your kindness, but I will never give away what belongs to me. The principal frowned. If Wei Yongzhao really wanted to deal with Gu Changa, he wouldn't even have the ability to resist. The power difference between them was too great. But Gu Changa was unwilling, and there was nothing he could do but continue to watch the drama unfold. Wei Yongzhao leaned back against the car, one leg draped over the seat, and coldly said as he walked, Gu Changa, I will make you kneel and apologize to me. Forget about the 500,000 in the championship. Even if you can fight, so what? A nanny not far from Wei Yongzhao hung up the phone and set it down. Young master, I've already called the doctor. What we need to do now is forge a false medical report and then apply medicine to Gu Changa. He must pay the price. If the punishment is too severe, we can even expel him, hire a lawyer, and make him go bankrupt. Great! I want to see how he can still be so arrogant. Wei Yongzhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Two men had been waiting by a fountain in the park since 5 in the morning, and now it was already past 2 in the morning, yet there wasn't even a shadow. Boss, we've been waiting here for so long, and there's been no movement at all. Impossible, they will definitely come. It's already 2 in the morning. If that person is a staff member, then we can only wait until tonight, said the scar-faced man seriously. The man in the baseball cap looked helpless. But why have we been waiting here since 5 in the morning? Then we can only wait, otherwise, we have no idea where they will be. This brother really doesn't understand at all. A single message can scare someone away. Afternoon. Gu Changa had just arrived at school and had barely sat down when he heard a familiar voice. Wei Yongzhao, along with a group of people, stormed over to Gu Changa, followed by a large steward holding a stack of photos and x-rays. The students in the classroom turned around one after another, and upon seeing that Wei Yongzhao was coming for Gu Changa, their faces all showed concern. Gu Changa, you know very well why I'm here. Wei Yongzhao's right arm was wrapped in thick bandages as he stared at Gu Changa, questioning him. Gu Changa glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, Of course I understand, you want to frame me. Go ahead, but it's best if I kneel down and admit my mistake. Poof. Jian Wushuang coldly snorted. Wei Yongzhao took a document and placed it on the desk. This is proof that you disabled my arm. Since you've been rude to me, don't blame me for being rude back. You give me face, and I'll give you tenfold. Wei Yongzhao had come specifically for Gu Changa, and everyone in the class knew he didn't look like someone who had been injured at all. Although they didn't dare to say anything, they still had to consider their families in front of Wei Yongzhao. With a single word from him, he could expel their parents in an instant. Moreover, many of their parents worked in his company. If they really provoked him, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm going to kick you out of Shiguang High School. We can't have someone like you, a useless person, relying on your own cultivation to do as you please. After saying this, Wei Yongzhao left, a hint of a smile still on his face. Just wait for him to come find me. No matter what he says, I will never forgive him. The steward tidied up the documents on the desk and left with him. Once Wei Yongzhao was gone, the classroom erupted in chaos. This is too much. Yeah, he's not a match for the class monitor, so he resorts to such despicable methods. He must have bribed the doctors at the hospital to forge evidence. A group of people surrounded Gu Changa, chattering away and offering him suggestions, but 99.9% of their methods were ineffective. They all thought that if they could cure Wei Yongzhao's illness and then make him confess, it would be much easier. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. Wei Yongzhao definitely had his own plans and would never let the other party leak his secrets. He might even arrange for someone to monitor him. Moreover, even if he could find that doctor, the doctor wouldn't admit to it because if he did, his life would be completely ruined. What would be the difference from killing him? Thank you all for your concern. Things will naturally work out when the time comes, so there's no need to rush. Gu Changa replied, I understand. Although Gu Changa said this, he actually wouldn't do anything. Even if he were expelled, he could still get into the best university in the country. Gu Changa was determined to join the Adventurers Guild. He went up to the rooftop and used his phone to contact Xianquan, expressing his desire to join the Adventurers Guild. Xianquan quickly replied, This friend, our adventurer team is very happy. When would you be available? I'd like to introduce you. Gu Changa pondered for a moment before saying, I think it's Saturday. I'll notify you later. You can just call me Vice President. It feels a bit distant otherwise. Can I still call you Chensi? Don't worry. Alright, let me know when you have time. Okay. Regner nodded. After chatting with Qianquan for a few moments, Gu Changa heard someone approaching from behind. He hung up the phone, turned around, and found it was Shui Qinru. What's going on? What's wrong? Gu Chang'e asked, is what you said true? Gu Chang'e, are you planning to drop out? Shui Qinru asked, pinching her small hands. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Wei Yongzhao is really despicable. He didn't even win himself, yet he dares to slander you. He probably did it because of my face. Seeing how close we are, he intentionally caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. After saying that, Shui Qinru bowed to Gu Chang'e to express her apology. No, he already had a grudge against me. This matter has nothing to do with you, so there's no need to apologize. After saying this, Gu Chang'e supported Shui Qinru. Shui Qinru lowered her head, pursed her lips, and remained silent for a long time. Gu Chang'e looked at her speechlessly, and only when the bell rang did he say, the class bell is rung. You can go now. Chen Zhao replied. Shui Qinru responded and returned to her class with Gu Chang'e. After class, Gu Chang'e hurried to the cafeteria. This time, Shui Qinru rushed back. She usually accompanied Gu Chang'e to the cafeteria before reluctantly returning. Help me find out who helped Wei Yongzhao forge it. If he doesn't tell the truth, I'll make sure he has no place to die. Yin Xiaotian's expression darkened. Miss, this is not someone from the Jianghu. Ignoring Yin Xiaotian's words, Shui Qinru directly said, go call someone and disable Wei Yongzhao's limbs. Let him experience the pain of having his limbs chopped off. Yin Xiaotian looked bewildered. Miss, are you okay? That bastard Wei Yongzhao was beaten badly by Gu Chang'e during their sparring. To cover up his embarrassment, he even deliberately injured his own arm. Shui Qinru recounted everything that had happened, and by the end, she was gritting her teeth in anger. Yin Xiaotian asked, so you want someone to disable Wei Yongzhao's limbs? Of course. Shui Qinru frowned and asked. Yin Xiaotian sighed, sister, Wei Yongzhao is not someone easy to deal with. If people find out, it will be disastrous. Don't worry about it, just do it, or I'll do it myself. Shui Qinru said decisively. You can ask the master. If the master agrees, then there will be no problem. We will send elite personnel to take care of him without anyone knowing. That's not possible. Regner immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Shui Qinru turned her head away. Yin Xiaotian realized it really wasn't feasible. If they did that, the young lady might end up with her legs disabled. In the end, Yin Xiaotian nodded. Alright, I'll take care of it. You're amazing. Shui Qinru hugged her tightly. Gu Chang'e entered the shop, and just like yesterday, Lu Xian was about to speak to him when he lowered his head and walked away, looking as if he didn't dare to talk to him. Gu Chang'e thought for a moment. It was probably because of the last time he was kidnapped. Perhaps she felt like a burden and didn't dare to face him. It seemed that for the time being, as long as Miss Lu forgot about this incident, he could forget about it too. Spacing out, slacking off, deduct 1500. Ling Lin suddenly appeared behind Gu Chang'e, placing her left hand on his shoulder. Damn, Sister Ling Lin, how can you be so ruthless? That's a third of my salary gone in one go. If you don't want your salary deducted, then hurry up and work. I didn't invite you here to slack off. Alright, Chen Xiaobei replied. Gu Chang'e stood up straight and saluted. Stop joking around. Ling Lin waved her hand and walked towards an office on the second floor. A silver-haired little girl was sitting on the sofa. Oh, I'm so angry. You pushed him, and now you're just standing there. Isn't this just fighting and killing? Wow, we lost. Dong Yu angrily threw the phone to the ground, then stomped her foot a few times, kicking the phone into pieces. Ling Lin pushed the door open and sat down in front of her. Are you just here to play online? Because I've been waiting for you. I've waited 30 minutes, and you still haven't come back. I waited for nothing. Okay, what's wrong? Ling Lin wasn't surprised. Since she was here, there must be something important. Dong Yu shouted angrily, I'm very upset. Gu Chang'e actually joined an adventurers guild. I've tried to get him to join my organization several times, but he refused. And then? Lai Jina asked. Ling Lin blinked, as if she hadn't heard. That's it. Chen Zhao shook his head helplessly. Dong Yu blinked her small eyes. Ling Lin rubbed her temples, a bit impatiently said, for such trivial matters, you could have just told me over the phone. What's the problem? Dong Yu looked very serious. How about this? Tonight you accompany me to Qianquan, have him hand Gu Chang'e over to me. If we succeed, I'll give you 300 million. Ling Lin didn't even think before directly rejecting her, even showing a hint of disdain. Get lost. I don't want to get involved with the mercenary guild. I feel sick just seeing them. Under Ling Lin's scolding, Dong Yu muttered, if Gu Chang'e joins the adventurers guild, doesn't that mean you're also part of the mercenary guild? Then he would be working for you, right? Just like I said, if you could get him, you wouldn't feel sick about it, would you? Ling Lin heard this and realized it was true, but after thinking it over, she still gave up. Don't worry, he hasn't become a member of the adventurers guild yet. Once he becomes a member of the mercenary guild, he probably won't have much time to work here. Dong Yu angrily rolled over on the sofa, looking aggrieved. Ling Lin glanced at her and said, Are you that eager to recruit him? With that 300 million, you could easily recruit a group of experts. Regardless, I just want him. Dong Yu pouted. You go ahead. I don't want to wade into this mess, Ling Lin said, then walked out of the conference room. Dong Yu muttered to herself, we used to accomplish a lot there. If it weren't for that incident, we could have thrived. Suddenly, she felt a sharp gaze and quickly shut her mouth. Ling Lin's voice rang out. What are you making noise for? Hurry up and leave. Do you believe I'll kick you out? Oh, Zhao Yu responded. After that, Dong Yu stood up and turned to leave. Time to go home. Gu Chang'e closed the door, took 2 dishes from Ling Lin, and hurried away. Ling Lin walked to the back, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. This guy is probably going to take a new path. Joining the Adventurers Guild, who knows if it's good or bad. Ling Lin smoked a cigarette, closed the door, and went upstairs to the bathroom. She had just come out of the bathroom when her phone rang. It was Chen Quan calling. Miss, you need to come back quickly. Our Adventurers Guild can't do without you. Go away. If you're calling me for this, I'll just shove your head in the toilet. Ling Lin said with a cold expression. Okay, I'm leaving. Chen Quan sighed, hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, and looked up at the ceiling. Since Ling Lin doesn't want to go back, the only one we can rely on now is Gu Chang'e. I really don't know what they were thinking at the time. If Ling Lin hadn't separated from the adventurers, she wouldn't have turned out like this. In a dark alley, 5 or 6 men dressed in black, wearing masks and holding steel pipes or baseball bats, were gathered there. One of them sneered, Gu Chang'e works every night until after 9. As soon as he gets home, we strike. He'll never expect us to attack him at this time. Don't hold back, just make sure he doesn't survive. Understood. Regner nodded. The group behind him also nodded in agreement. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw a figure rush past them. The leading man was somewhat excited and whispered, That's right, it's Gu Chang'e. The others nodded, tightening their grips on their weapons. Gu Chang'e hurried home, only to find the door ajar, with signs that someone had knocked. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he quickly opened the door. The hallway was covered in muddy footprints, clearly indicating that someone had broken in at least a dozen people. This is bad. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Who could have been knocking? Xiao Xiao. He shouted. Xiao Xiao, are you okay? Respond quickly if something's wrong. Gu Chang'e rushed into the room, and when he entered the living room, he froze. The place was in disarray, everything had been destroyed. Bodies lay sprawled across the hall, each person holding a weapon. A sense of foreboding filled Gu Chang'e as he quickly scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of his sister. Again and again, he was drenched in sweat, but as time ticked by, he still didn't see Jiang Xiaoxiao. Finally, he spotted her lying in a corner, surrounded by a group of men in black outfits, completely obscured from view. Gu Chang'e hurried over to support her. The first thing he did was check for injuries. Fortunately, aside from a cut on her palm, she seemed to be fine. But even so, she had only sustained minor injuries. Gu Chang'e first took Jiang Xiaoxiao into his bedroom. He needed to deal with these people before calling for help. Upon closer inspection, however, they were dead beyond any doubt. Gu Chang'e was filled with questions. They didn't seem to be here to rob, so what were they doing? Why were so many people killed? This was definitely not the work of Xiao Xiao. She had no cultivation and was no match for these men. Who had saved him? Could it be Wei Yongzhao? Gu Chang'e suddenly felt it was very likely. That guy must be deliberately messing with him, especially on this day. Just thinking about it made Gu Chang'e furious, wishing he could catch Wei Yongzhao and give him a good beating. Bang! The door was kicked open and slammed against the wall. Is it them? Gu Chang'e's eyes narrowed as he grabbed a knife from the floor nearby. At that moment, 5 or 6 men in black suits swaggered in. The leading man was grinning from ear to ear, thrilled at the thought of making Gu Chang'e kneel and beg for mercy. They stared in shock at the bodies strewn across the floor. What happened? They watched as Gu Chang'e slowly rose from the ground, still holding a knife. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through everyone's minds, but only one remained. It's over. This guy had just taken out more than 10 people. He was a real threat. The remaining 4 men looked pale. They never expected to encounter such a freak. If they had known, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. At the back of the crowd, a man in black stealthily tried to slip away. Just as he turned around, his feet remained frozen in place. Gu Chang'e flicked his wrist, and the knife in his hand flew out, piercing like lightning into the back of the opponent's head. With a loud bang, the ground shook. The man fell directly to the ground. He's dead, someone exclaimed in shock. A piercing scream echoed. They had come to deal with Gu Chang'e, at most to give him a beating, but they never intended to take his life. Yet Gu Chang'e killed without a change in expression, proving to be a ruthless person. Forget it, the 3 leaders shouted and turned to run. You guys. Chen Zhao watched this scene unfold. The leader was horrified, if it were just him, he truly had no confidence in defeating Gu Changa. Just as he was about to turn and flee, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him. No matter what, Gu Changa would definitely not let the three of them go. Their movements weren't particularly fast, but in front of Gu Changa, they were like small fish before a great shark. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changa caught up with her and took her down in just a few moves. The leader was stunned, then he saw that Gu Changa had vanished. Hearing the sounds behind him, he knew Gu Changa was right behind him and had taken out his companion. He couldn't possibly be that fast. Could it be that in today's battle, he had been concealing his strength and hadn't shown his full power? During the day, his speed was astonishing, he couldn't even catch up, and that was while he was deliberately hiding it. Just how strong was this person? He swallowed hard. He had originally planned that even if he couldn't escape, he could at least fight back, but now, even if he gave it his all, he was no match. The gap between them was not just a little, it was like heaven and earth. Damn! He wouldn't come over even if he killed him. Now, he wasn't even sure if he was alive or dead. However, he still had to complete a task, and once done, it would at least give him a 10% better chance of survival. Without any hesitation, he immediately knelt on the ground. I give up, spare me a life. As soon as Gu Changa heard the leader's voice, he immediately recognized him as the short-haired guy he had fought with today. He stepped forward, placing a foot on the man's back, pressing him down to prevent any sudden attacks. I heard that Wei Yongzhao, that bastard, sent someone to deal with me, but I didn't expect it to be you. You even brought over a dozen people to kidnap my sister right off the bat. You're really bold. Gu Changa's voice was cold. The short-haired man quickly shook his head. No, I didn't let them in. I'm new here, I don't know who they are. He couldn't take on that responsibility. Once he did, he would undoubtedly die. He could sense the suppressed anger and killing intent in Gu Changa's tone. You didn't send them? No, I was just hiding in a small alley with a few of my brothers, waiting for you to come home to give you a beating. I didn't expect you to have a sister. All right. The short-haired man felt relieved upon hearing this. Surviving at death's door was truly not easy. Just as he thought he had escaped a calamity, Gu Changa took out a knife and aimed it at his head. A short knife plunged into the man's head, causing him to convulse once and then lie still. Gu Changa pulled out the knife, which was covered in red and white liquid. Gu Changa had no intention of letting it go just like that. He took out a copper furnace, sucking away the bodies of these people one by one, and then took out a mop to wipe the blood off the ground. After doing all this, Gu Changa pulled out his phone and dialed 120. Xiao Xiao is fine, but it's still better to check on her. Wei Yongzhao was being supported by the maid as he ran outside, complaining, send Gu Changa to the bridge and let him sit in jail for a couple of days. Who do you think you are? You want to play tricks in front of me? I will kill him. The two reached the car, and at that moment, the butler had already opened the car door for them. Young master, be careful. Wei Yongzhao was pushed aside by Wei Yongzhao himself and asked unhappily, do you think I would fall? I'm not even drunk. As he spoke, he swayed unsteadily, looking as if he could collapse at any moment. 300 years had passed, and there were no bones left, but the lips still remained. The butler had no choice but to protect this guy first. Once he sobered up, he would definitely turn on himself. Just thinking about this made his head ache. Wei Yongzhao turned to get into his car, but before he could, someone pulled him down. Looking over, it was a man dressed in black who had grabbed Wei Yongzhao. What do you want? We are from the Wei group. If you want to kill us, you better think twice. Shut up, he shouted loudly. Accompanied by a hoarse and deep sound, a crisp slap followed. A resounding slap sent the butler flying into a nearby trash can. Wei Yongzhao was dragged down to the ground, and at that moment, he finally sobered up. He found himself surrounded by a large group of men in black robes, only able to see a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. They held a steel pipe in their hands. Stepping closer, Wei Yongzhao showed no signs of being scared. He might have been drunk, or perhaps he was just a reckless youth. What's going on? I am still the young master of the Wei family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, your end will be miserable. If you understand, then kneel down and apologize. I will show mercy and spare your life. What consequences? Shut up. Before Wei Yongzhao could finish his words, a man in a black uniform immediately shouted loudly. He swung a stick and gave Wei Yongzhao a brutal beating to the head. A blow struck his forehead, instantly smashing his skull, blood gushing out. Wei Yongzhao lay on the ground, looking dazed. The pain in his head finally brought him back to his senses. Before he could beg for mercy, another group rushed over, swinging their sticks and beating that man, the sound of bones cracking incessantly. If you want money, I can pay. Just tell me how much. Stop, stop. If you keep this up, I will be killed. Gentlemen, have mercy, let me go, I apologize to you. Only then did a few stop, and Wei Yongzhao's face was swollen, his body covered in bruises, and his limbs broken. He endured the excruciating pain, trembling as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to the men in black. Gentlemen, spare my life. If I have offended you in any way, I apologize here. Hoof. Jian Wushuang coldly snorted. A man in a black suit kicked Wei Yongzhao in the head, sending him flying against the car, knocking him out cold. All the men in black retreated. In the park, a man wearing a hat's expression darkened as he sighed. Boss, they definitely won't come. No, maybe they have already arrived. If we just leave like this, all our efforts will be in vain. So, do we continue to wait? Of course. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly taken aback. The man in the baseball cap had a bitter expression. But, boss, we haven't eaten for a day. If we wait here, we will really starve to death. What if something happens, and we can't even run away? If we have enough funds to solve this problem, why do it? That's true. The man in the baseball cap grimaced, a feeling of indescribable sadness welling up inside him. Gu Changge took her to the hospital for a checkup. When a doctor saw Gu Changge and Jiang Xiaoxiao together, his pupils dilated sharply, and he hurriedly grabbed the phone and rushed to the restroom. Gu Changge had her checked at the hospital, and the results showed she had severe internal injuries and had suffered a significant shock. Her injuries were serious, and she had to be hospitalized for treatment to prevent any complications. Gu Changge looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao and recalled how she had been lying on the ground, knowing she must have been attacked. After saying this, Gu Changge went straight into the hospital. Jiang Xiaoxiao's doctor said a few words to Gu Changge. Back in his office, he immediately made a phone call to report. He glanced back to see no one was around before stepping into the restroom and dialing a number. 1 or 2 minutes later, the call finally connected. The doctor answered excitedly. She has been admitted to the hospital. Li Chuanqing said happily, great. The doctor hesitated. Regner paused for a moment. It won't be long before you become the principal of the academy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Li Chuanqing could no longer contain his overwhelming joy, exclaiming, I've been waiting for this moment. I've waited for this day for over 10 years. After a while, he finally calmed down and called his son to prepare thoroughly. Gu Changge stayed in Jiang Xiaoxiao's room, where Jiang Xiaoxiao was still unconscious. The next day, Gu Changge made an excuse to take 2 days off and didn't go to school to find Wang Shuzhen. Alright, Gu Changge, you should get some rest. Wang Shuzhen had no choice but to agree. What's there to be proud of? Once you get in, I want to see if you can still be so arrogant. The doctor, hands behind his back, was in a good mood. In a couple of days, he would become the principal. When he went to Jiang Xiaoxiao's room, he saw Gu Changge hadn't left yet and checked his watch. It was already 8 o'clock. Why wasn't he at school? If that were the case, he wouldn't even have a chance to act. No matter what, he had to find a way to drive Gu Changge away. He thought for a moment and walked into the ward. Dr. Li, my sister is still unconscious. What exactly happened? Dr. Li walked over to him and said, she suffered a severe impact to the head. The injuries are serious, and she is estimated to wake up in 1 to 2 days. Gu Changge was taken aback by this. Who was targeting me? If you want to deal with me, fine, but why go after Xiaoxiao? I must find that bastard and make him understand what pain is. Dr. Li said, tonight, we will conduct a comprehensive examination to ensure no detail is overlooked. This is my suggestion. If you are unwilling, you can think about it. Do it, do it, Gu Changge said decisively. He wasn't short on funds. Xiaoxiao's health was more important than anything. All right, Wang Yao replied. Dr. Li nodded and pretended to walk over to a piece of equipment, saying to Fang Xinyan, no problem, heart rate and blood pressure are fine, don't worry. After Dr. Li finished speaking, he left. He went into his room and spoke to Li Chuanqing. At noon, Li Chuanqing explained his plan. Good, Regner nodded. Dr. Li responded with an At that moment, at the door of Gu Changge's room, a man in a black suit stood at the entrance. Dong Yu bounced over to the door and knocked. Hey, is Gu Changge there? Is he there? However, after waiting for several minutes, there was no response from inside. Dong Yu blinked her eyes in confusion. What's going on? He's not here, and I was planning to wait for him at the school gate. Now, he's nowhere to be found. Where is he? Suddenly, she sniffed the air and whispered, what is that smell? It seems like something belonging to someone. It looks like something has happened. Dong Yu pulled out her phone. Hey, help me find out what's going on. In a luxurious room, Wei Yongzhao was sitting on a hospital bed, his limbs bound, surrounded by various devices. He couldn't move. Many people stood in front of the bed. A middle-aged man with graying hair stood on a chair, his face showing signs of anger. He was Wei Bingqing, Wei Yongzhao's biological son. Gritting his teeth, he asked, who did this to you? Wei Yongzhao could no longer control his emotions and cried out, last night, the butler and I were about to drive home when we were surrounded by a group of people, all dressed in black, with only their eyes visible. They started punching and kicking me. We must take revenge. He must be afraid of our retaliation, which is why he dares not show himself. I want to know who it is that is so arrogant. Wei Bingqing was furious and then ordered someone, turn the camera around for me, search thoroughly, and find any clues. Yes, everyone responded in unison. After saying that, he left. Wei Bingqing looked at Wei Yongzhao and said, I already know about this matter. Yongwei, just focus on recovering. I will make you happy. After saying that, he turned and left. Wei Yongzhao closed his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be Gu Chang'e? Perhaps. An hour later. Just then, Wei Bingqing rushed in. Seeing Wei Bingqing burst in, Wei Yongzhao felt a surge of joy. Could it be that they found out who was behind this? He couldn't contain his excitement and asked with a smile, Father, who is it? Wei Bingqing took a step forward and slapped him hard across the face, the sound of the slap ringing out clearly. Wei Yongzhao was dumbfounded. I didn't do anything to you. Why did you hit me? He was utterly confused. The pain on his face made him feel wronged and angry. No matter what, she had ended up like this, and she shouldn't have been hit. He looked up to see his father, Wei Bingqing, with a flushed face. It was the first time he felt this angry at his own father. Father, what's going on? I don't think I've done anything wrong. Wei Bingqing shouted in exasperation. Are you crazy? You really are something. I got beaten up, and I'm still quite angry, wanting to drag that mastermind out and chop him into pieces. But now, I wish I could tear you apart and throw you into a pot of oil to fry you into meat sauce to feed the dogs. Chen Feng was completely bewildered. Wei Yongzhao almost felt his soul leave his body. Dad, what crime have I committed? Just take a look for yourself. Wei Bingqing threw the phone away, and it hit him hard, causing him pain that nearly made him faint. A thought crossed his mind. She definitely isn't his child. Wei Bingqing curled his lip, seeing that Wei Yongzhao couldn't answer the phone either, and continued, You really embarrassed me. Getting beaten is one thing, but do you dare to have any dignity? Kneeling and begging for mercy? When have I had such a weak son like you? If I had known this would happen, I should have thrown you in the trash with toilet paper and never let you be born. Damn it! Damn it! Saying this, he raised his hand and gave Wei Yongzhao a resounding slap, 2 bright red handprints appearing on his cheek, forming a vivid palm print. Chen Xiaobei's expression slightly froze. Wei Yongzhao was filled with despair, but he couldn't say anything. He was overwhelmed by fear, and the only thought in his mind was to survive. As long as he could keep his life, he didn't care about his face. Humph! Wei Bingqing snorted coldly. I don't even need to look at the camera, do you understand? Wei Yongzhao shook his head. I don't know either. Wei Bingqing said, This matter has caused a huge uproar online. Everyone knows that I, Wei Bingqing, such a big man, actually have such a cowardly child. It's really embarrassing. Wei Yongzhao was stunned. He knew he would never be able to go out in his lifetime. Last night was already embarrassing enough, and now it had spread online, becoming common knowledge. From now on, you are not to go out, never go out. I will treat you like my own son. After saying this, Wei Bingqing left. Wei Yongzhao had a mournful expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. No matter the cost, I will find that person and make him wish he were dead. Why isn't Gu Chang'e here? In class, Shui Qin couldn't help but glance back at Gu Chang'e, pouting. She had wanted to share this good news with him. He would surely be very happy, but he wasn't there, which disappointed her. Although they were still in class, the students began to whisper among themselves, even passing messages to each other, all discussing Wei Yongzhao. No one expected that the prominent young master of the chicken market, Wei Yongzhao, had actually been beaten up, and quite thoroughly at that. At first, everyone thought it was fake, but soon someone confirmed it. In an instant, the chicken market was in an uproar. From the 100-year-old elders to 3-year-old children, everyone was talking about it. Seeing that the students were not in the mood for class, the homeroom teacher also stopped teaching and began to communicate with the students. If he didn't talk about this, he would feel very uncomfortable, so he had to express his thoughts, allowing everyone to empathize. Outside the hospital, old Wang was squatting under a big tree, watching the doctors come in one by one, expressionless as he spoke. Finally, they're coming. Gu Chang'e, accompanied by Dr. Li and other nurses, waited until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Under Dr. Li's direction, Jiang Xiaoxiao was lifted onto a bed. When they reached the examination room, Gu Chang'e waited outside while a female doctor conducted a physical examination on Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Dr. Li returned to his department to see patients. When the female doctor was about to enter, Gu Chang'e stood up and asked, How long will it take for the doctor to treat her? About an hour, the doctor replied. Gu Chang'e acknowledged and then walked in, closing the door. Gu Chang'e waited like this, time passing second by second. After more than half an hour, he became somewhat impatient, feeling that something was off. However, he forced himself not to think about it, as this time felt infinitely prolonged for him. It's been over 2 hours, Why haven't they come out yet? Gu Changa frowned, and just then, a young nurse passed by him. Nurse, my sister has been inside for over 2 hours, is there a problem? It's fine, just wait. Can I check on her? The doctor said it would only take an hour, and it's been over 2 hours. What the doctor has to do may take a lot of time, don't rush, just wait a moment. The doctor is performing surgery, and it must be in an absolutely quiet place. If you rush in recklessly, it could be dangerous, right? Gu Changa understood the reason, but he was very worried now. After speaking, she exchanged a few words with the little nurse, who could only nod in agreement but insisted on going alone. As soon as the little nurse opened the door, a piercing scream escaped her lips. Gu Changa's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Is there an emergency? He rushed over and found the female doctor collapsed on the floor, her body still sliding backward. Following her gaze, Gu Changa saw the doctor who had treated Xiao Xiao lying there, the back of his head stabbed multiple times with a knife, blood pooling around him, and it was clear he had been dead for several days. Xiao Xiao, she shouted. Gu Changa quickly searched around but found no one. Where was Xiao Xiao? Had she been taken? Then they killed that doctor. It made sense only this way. Gu Changa immediately thought of last night when those people had attacked while she was away. They must be their accomplices. The only way to escape was through the window. Gu Changa looked up and saw that the window was indeed open. She hurried inside and discovered it was a construction area, but it was still raining, so no work was being done. Damn it! Regner shouted in anger. Gu Changa clenched her teeth and punched the window, but they had no idea where they had escaped to. It was a construction site with no cameras. Who knew where they would go? Thinking of this, Gu Changa's anger intensified. The little nurse quickly went to find security personnel, and upon seeing the situation inside, they were all terrified, urging Gu Changa not to act recklessly and to leave quickly. Gu Changa jumped out of the window, startling several nurses and security guards. This was the 5th floor, and falling could mean death or serious injury. Everyone thought Gu Changa was attempting suicide. She landed on the ground, although her feet felt a bit numb, it didn't seem serious. Upon reaching the construction site, Gu Changa hadn't noticed anyone passing by. They were well prepared, it must have been premeditated. Gu Changa shook her head, no longer dwelling on it. Her goal was clear, she had to find Xiao Xiao. These people must have planned this long ago, waiting for Xiao Xiao and the doctor to come in before killing her, and now Xiao Xiao had been kidnapped for almost 2 hours. More than 2 hours was enough for them to escape a considerable distance. However, she had no other options but to run to nearby shops to inquire if anyone had seen anything. With such a slow pace of work, Gu Changa wondered how long it would take to complete, and even if they did, they might not find out anything useful. Gu Changa asked 7 or 8 shop owners, but all they said was that they knew nothing, saw nothing, and had nothing to report. Just as Gu Changa was about to head to the next place, a sports car pulled up beside her. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a little girl named Gu Changa. Gu Changa, come with me. No time, Shen Zhao replied bluntly. Gu Changa didn't even turn her head. Just from that one sentence, she recognized it was Dongyu. I've found your sister's location. I wonder if she has time now. Gu Changa paused. I'm serious. If you dare to lie to me, I will definitely blacklist you. I'm not joking. Let's go. Gu Changa followed behind as Dongyu stepped on the gas and sped away. All the shop owners felt that their previous performance had been too cold. It seemed he had missed a good opportunity to get to know Chen Fan. Gu Changa immediately asked, "Where's my sister? What do you want?" She knew that Qin Ran would never help him for no reason. What was Gu Changa worth? Dongyu said, "As long as you can satisfy me with one thing, I will tell you what happened, and then I will personally take you there. How about that?" "Okay, I agree." Gu Changa agreed without a second thought. Huo Mian was slightly taken aback. Dongyu looked confused. "Boss, I haven't even made a request yet, and you agreed so quickly. Isn't that a bit hasty? No matter what price you ask, I agree." Gu Changa said firmly. "Oh, not bad." Dongyu looked at Gu Changa through the car window, her gaze growing more intense, and her smile brighter. "Alright, I haven't decided yet. Once I do, I'll let you know. No matter what you agree to, you can't refuse." "Fine," Wang Yao replied. Gu Changa agreed. He weighed over 100 kilograms, so he wasn't afraid of anything. With Gu Changa's consent, Dongyu's mood improved significantly, and she began to speak slowly. "At first, your sister Yi's matter has nothing to do with me. I'm not doing this because of your request. You must find it strange. How could it be so coincidental? You should know that the person who kidnapped your sister, Li Chuanxing, is the richest man in the chicken market. That person? I have no grievances with him. Why would he kidnap my sister?" Gu Changa frowned, thinking that she indeed had never offended him. Dongyu's voice rang out. "You have no grievances with him. He was originally after your sister. As for why, I don't know." Gu Changa gradually recalled past events related to Li Chuanxing, It seemed that every time they met, it wasn't so easy. What he just said was clearly premeditated. What the hell? Why would that old man do this? Gu Changa continued to ask, what about my sister? Your sister is staying at Li Chuanxing's house. It takes us about 30 minutes to drive there. 30 minutes? That's a long time. Gu Changa frowned. He had already missed over 2 hours, and now he was about to miss another hour. That would be too regrettable. Alright, I'll risk my life for this. Dong Yu showed no hesitation, slammed on the gas, and the engine roared as they shot forward. With her superb driving skills, she overtook one car after another, reaching a place that would normally take over 30 minutes in just 5 or 6 minutes. In a secret room, brightly lit, 3 beds lay neatly arranged. Her hands and feet were bound by iron chains, tied to the bed. She still had her eyes closed, showing no signs of waking up. A 12 or 13-year-old girl lay on the ground, covered in various devices, wearing an oxygen mask. Her complexion was pale, with an unhealthy whiteness, clearly having not seen the sun for a long time. She was also in a deep sleep, just unaware of how much time had passed. On the far left bed lay a girl about 25 or 26 years old, possessing a beauty that could bring disaster to a nation. A faint golden light, like a crescent moon, shone on her forehead. This girl was none other than Zhang Xiaoxiao, but she was not in Li Chuanxing's room. Li Chuanxing smiled at Zhang Xiaoxiao, his gaze falling on the girl lying on the bed. Mao Mao, I will cure you, don't worry. After so many years of waiting, we have finally reached this step. The effort put in has been worth it. I have no deep hatred with you, but I must ensure my daughter can live. Li Chuanxing took out a syringe, drew blood from Zhang Xiaoxiao, and injected it into the woman on the far left. Drops of blood flowed from her body, merging into her. This process seemed slow, but it continued. Completing all of this, Li Chuanxing turned and walked over to the machine beside him, checking the displayed numbers, only to find that it was not as he had imagined. The smile that had originally graced his face gradually turned serious, until it completely vanished, leaving no trace of joy. What's going on? If it were normal, it would have been done by now. Could it be that the blood was just transfused? Let's wait a bit longer. This item originally belonged to the Moon Empress. Perhaps it has been dormant for a long time, which is why it's recovering slowly. I have been preparing for this day for over 10 years. I'm not in a hurry. Soon, the two of them stopped near Li Chuanxing's villa, where more than 10 bodyguards were patrolling back and forth outside. They held a shield in one hand and an electric baton in the other, their greatest weapons. If struck, one could easily faint. Dong Yu spoke sincerely, you'd better prepare yourself mentally, otherwise, you'll be shot to pieces. By the time your sister arrives, you might already be dead, so we must be cautious. You handle it as you see fit. Also, the bodyguards here are fake, they are the real police. Chen Zhao replied. Gu Changa nodded and got out of the car. Dong Yu thought Gu Changa would sneak in from another place, but to her surprise, he walked straight towards the bodyguards. Is this guy out of his mind? He said no, so it's no. I don't think so. He wouldn't be that foolish. As Gu Changa approached within a few meters, a group of bodyguards blocked his way. No entry here. Leave immediately unless you have important business. Gu Changa remained silent and continued forward. The expressions of several bodyguards darkened as they sensed something was off. One by one, they drew their weapons, ready to act. The leader shouted angrily, speak up. If you dare to come closer, we'll kill you. Gu Changa felt red dots all over his body, red indicating that a gun was aimed at him. With so many red dots, at least over 100 gun barrels were pointed at him. If these people fired, he would be turned into a sieve. Dong Yu was right, she really was going to be pierced. What's this guy doing? Dong Yu frowned. This move left her somewhat baffled. After a moment, she realized. He was certain that he would take action. How could someone as important as me be toyed with by a kid like Gu Changa? That's impossible. He only took him as a disciple because he saw some talent, not as a bargaining chip. Take action, he shouted loudly. Seeing Gu Changa remain unmoved, the leading bodyguard lost his restraint and cursed directly. The surrounding security personnel surrounded him, one hand holding a shield, the other wielding an electric baton, jabbing at Gu Changa. Gu Changa finally made his move. The bodyguards attacking them fell one after another, a huge hole appearing in the shields they held. Those who had originally charged at Gu Changa now aimed their weapons at him. A deep and cold male voice came from a small speaker at the entrance. Young man, you're quite impressive. If you want to show off, you can do it somewhere else. Don't end up failing and losing your life in the process. Once you enter this door, there's no turning back. You'd better think carefully about whether you want to live or die. Gu Changa glanced at the speaker and then at the closed door. Many people were hiding inside the villa, watching Gu Changa through scopes, fingers resting on triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Bang! Gu Changa kicked hard, and the previously closed door was kicked open. He stepped forward. What a stubborn child. Dong Yu supported her head, looking completely bewildered. Originally, she had no intention of getting involved. If it were just Li Chuanxing alone, she could easily rush in with Gu Chang'e and beat him to a pulp. But there was more at stake than just Li Chuanxing. There was someone she was unwilling to be enemies with. This is really giving me a headache. Dong Yu felt a wave of frustration. Make your move. A cold voice came through the earpiece. Everyone dared not hesitate, pressing down on their guns, and suddenly, the entire manor echoed with a loud bang. Hundreds of bullets were fired at Gu Chang'e. Even if he had wings, he couldn't escape. He knew this well. He was a second-tier evolver, not a high-tier professional. However, he would not die. Sai, I really admire you. I always feel like I'm being played around by you. Dong Yu had already appeared in front of Gu Chang'e. All the bullets stopped 2 meters in front of her, unable to advance any further. Once all the force was exhausted, the bullets fell to the ground. Gu Chang'e had anticipated that Dong Yu would intervene, but he didn't expect her strength to be so formidable, easily blocking so many bullets. The snipers hiding in the manor were startled. Who exactly was this little girl, able to so effortlessly withstand all the bullets? What a powerful presence! Fire! Regner shouted. A voice came through the earpiece. Everyone pressed their guns again, and sure enough, another shot was blocked. Their expressions shifted from surprise to fear. Sigh. Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. Dong Yu sighed again, feeling somewhat powerless. Since we're going to fight anyway, a few more punches won't make a difference. Thank you. Yi Futian responded. Gu Chang'e acknowledged. I understand. In that case, since I'm helping you again, I won't do it for nothing, Dong Yu said. Then, she flicked her fingers. Hundreds of snipers in the manor twisted into strange positions. A series of crisp sounds echoed from all directions. Then came the screams of a few people, but they were all over in less than a minute. It was so brief that Gu Chang'e wondered if he was hallucinating. Gu Chang'e could only think of one word: impressive. He had anticipated Dong Yu's strength, but not to this extent. Dong Yu spoke, all right, I've dealt with them for you, the rest is up to you. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. No, I'm not someone who gives up easily, Dong Yu said decisively, then turned and walked towards the main door. Gu Chang'e guessed that the sixth brother, Li Chuanxing, must be hiding in this room. Finding a hidden door mechanism in such a large house was like searching for a specific grain of sand in a pile of sand. It would take a long time, perhaps a day or two, maybe a year. He hoped that by the time he found her, she wouldn't already be dead. If he could complete this task quickly, he wouldn't dwell on the losses. He didn't want to regret his actions in the end, wishing he hadn't done what he did. Just as Dong Yu was about to leave, Gu Chang'e said to her, consider this another thank you from me. It's rare to have such an opportunity, and you might regret it in the future, right? Hearing this, Dong Yu's footsteps paused slightly. Gu Chang'e saw that it had worked and quickly added, I won't owe you too much. Telling me the location of that secret shouldn't be difficult for you. Cough, I already said, I have my own principles, Dong Yu said seriously. As soon as Gu Chang'e heard this, she understood. If she really didn't want to do it, she wouldn't have said that. As long as she agreed, things would be much easier. You only gave me a few suggestions. You didn't send me there or help me beat him up. This doesn't violate your principles. After thinking for a moment, Dong Yu turned her head, her gaze falling on that building. Dong Yu's boss was investigating, and Gu Chang'e was well aware of it. Dong Yu was silent for a few seconds before speaking. In the deepest part of the left side on the first floor, there is a mirror in the bathroom. Thank you, Regner nodded. Hearing her words, Gu Chang'e quickly walked towards the door. Dong Yu turned back and slowly walked towards the supercar parked nearby. Just as he stepped out of the door, a voice came from the right, you can't interfere too much. With your identity, you can't do this. Dong Yu didn't even want to look back, coldly saying, do you have any say in this? Just do what you need to do. If you're unhappy, Gu Chang'e might very well end up dead. With that, Dong Yu stepped back. Getting into the car, Dong Yu stuffed chocolate into his mouth while muttering, damn it. Gu Chang'e successfully found a button behind the bathroom window and pressed it immediately. The left wall slowly retreated, revealing a huge titanium alloy door. Damn it, how do I break this open? Gu Chang'e frowned tightly. His weapon was still at home. He had only brought the bronze cauldron. How was he supposed to smash open a metal door with this? At a glance, the thickness of this door was extraordinary. Even with a weapon, it would probably be impossible to cut through. Gu Chang'e took out the bronze cauldron, deep in thought. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. Gu Chang'e crushed a cup and took out a shard from inside. A sharp pain surged. He threw the cup aside and pressed down hard on his wound with his other hand, preventing his blood from flowing out. Gu Chang'e gasped for breath, feeling a severe pain in his wrist, and sweat was pouring down his back. His heart was racing, and his chest felt like it was expanding. He arrived in front of the titanium alloy door. Gu Changa moved his fingers away from his wound. Blood gushed out, staining the titanium door red. Gu Changa placed the bronze cauldron down, then twisted his wrist, spraying blood onto the cauldron, his focus entirely on it. I have to do this, I have to do this. As expected, Gu Changa's hopes were not in vain. The four beast eyes around the cauldron emitted a faint red glow, and a massive suction force radiated from within. The entire titanium alloy door bulged under the pressure, making a sizzling sound. Gu Changa quickly covered his wound with his other hand. At this point, he didn't need to bleed so much. If he didn't stop it, he would bleed to death, let alone save anyone. Time passed second by second. Now Gu Changa felt that every second was like a year. He thought at least 10 minutes had passed, but in reality, it was less than 10 seconds. Accompanied by a crisp crack, the titanium alloy door was on the verge of collapse. Finally, the metal door couldn't withstand the pressure and was completely sucked in. Gu Changa saw a narrow corridor. While running, Gu Changa tore off his coat and wrapped a long strip of cloth around his arm, taking less than 10 seconds. He could only do a simple bandage. There wasn't much time to treat the wound carefully. Soon, Gu Changa saw the other end of the tunnel. At the other end of the passage was a transparent glass door, filled with all sorts of equipment he had never even heard of. And in the center of the ward was his sister, Jiang Xiaoxiao. Li Chuanqing felt a slight tremor under his feet. He turned to look down the corridor and saw Gu Changa running towards him at full speed. Everyone was stunned. This titanium lock can only be opened by him, and even without any issues, he must first confirm his voice and fingerprint before proceeding with the test. He absolutely cannot do it. How did he manage to do it? Li Chuanqing focused his gaze and saw that the titanium alloy door had completely vanished. That alloy door, which even a 6th-tier warrior couldn't open, just disappeared like that. Such a thought flashed through his mind. Damn! The person cursed. Once Li Chuanqing realized what was happening, he immediately picked up a scalpel from the ground and pressed it against his sister's throat. He had no cultivation, just an ordinary person without any tier, and in front of Gu Changa, he had no ability to resist. This was all he could do. Bang! A loud noise came. Gu Changa kicked open the window. As soon as Gu Changa entered, he fixed his gaze on Li Chuanqing, not daring to move recklessly. Gu Changa, stop right there, Li Chuanqing said fiercely. If you take another step forward, I will make you and your sister wish you were dead. Gu Changa did not stop, nor did he blink. He saw a pipe with blood flowing into the woman on the left. Gu Changa could no longer control his anger, the veins on his forehead bulging. Don't move, he shouted loudly. Seeing Gu Changa so furious, looking like he was about to fight, Li Chuanqing shouted again. Due to his excessive excitement, the scalpel in his hand trembled slightly, instantly cutting through Jiang Xiaoxiao's skin. But strangely, this time no blood flowed out, and it lasted for more than 20 minutes before a trace of blood finally appeared. It was as if all the blood in her body had been drained. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa became even angrier, clenching his fists tightly. Gu Changa gritted his teeth and said, Li Chuanqing, my sister and I have never offended you. What right do you have to treat us like this? Yes, but your sister is very important to me, so I will use her. Do you think I would use her? To tell you the truth, if your sister hadn't been hit by a truck, she wouldn't have been harmed at all. Now that she has had an accident, we can only use her. Li Chuanqing's words left Gu Changa even more confused. What did the car accident have to do with him? Do you know her? Li Chuanqing looked at the girl on the far left. Is she yours? Gu Changa's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that her daughter has a rare blood type, which is why she is lacking blood, leading to this situation? How could that be? Li Chuanqing replied, you should have heard of this person. She is the renowned Moon Empress, the first 15th-tier warrior in human history, and it is said she is about to break through to the 16th level soon. Gu Changa continued, so what? He suppressed the anger in his heart, chatting casually with Li Chuanqing, not truly inquiring about the situation. He just wanted to numb Li Chuanqing so he could find an opportunity. He didn't want to compete with Li Chuanqing. His legs were faster. People of this age had incredibly quick hand speed. Li Chuanqing glanced at the equipment beside him, then shifted his gaze away and said, a few years ago, the Moon Empress obtained a treasure, and she is now close to breaking through to the 16th level. But during her promotion, she was attacked by 2 other 15th-tier masters. She killed the 2 15th-tier masters, and the rest were injured. During her promotion, she was ambushed and severely injured. She escaped with the treasure and has been missing ever since. So, you were able to find it? Yes, I did find her. At that time, I was out gathering herbs and accidentally discovered the Moon Empress. She was dead, and I understood that heaven had not abandoned me. The Moon Empress has obtained a treasure that is said to be able to convert a person's life force into her own, and can also consume certain special objects. I originally planned to use a treasure to absorb all the toxins from my daughter's body. However, I did not receive any treasure from her, I heard that warriors of this realm can store treasures within their souls. We plan to take her away, study her soul carefully, and then hide her body in an ordinary truck." Gu Changa raised an eyebrow at this. "So the truck hit my sister?" "That's right." Upon hearing Rod's inquiry, Rod nodded. Li Chuanqing squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. "After that, the Moon Empress brought her back, and I tried every means to extract that treasure from her soul. After more than a year, I finally figured it out, only to find that her body no longer had a soul." Gu Changa said, "Once a person dies, their soul will definitely disappear. Isn't that a normal thing? Why had he never heard of it?" "No, once a person dies, the soul dissipates, but that is for ordinary people. At level 15, when the body dies, the soul does not immediately dissipate. At least, they still have a year and a half of opportunity. Within these 2 years, they must find a body that can be revived, or rather, a new body." Gu Changa squinted. "Does this mean the Moon Empress's soul has already attached itself to Xiao Xiao?" "You should know, the Moon Empress's soul is in your sister's body." "Impossible." Gu Changa's expression suddenly became excited, as if he couldn't believe it. He, your sister suddenly became a different person. You find it hard to believe, but you don't even realize it yourself. When you do realize it, will you go crazy?" Seeing Gu Changa lose control of his emotions, Li Chuanqing couldn't help but laugh. Gu Changa suddenly remembered something, and his expression slowly calmed down. "Ha," he said, "isn't that right? If the Moon Empress really took over my sister, do you think you could succeed? The Moon Empress could crush you 100 times with one hand." Li Chuanqing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that he couldn't deceive Zhang Han. "That's right, the Moon Empress did not take over your sister, but she is undoubtedly within your sister's body." "That's just your own imagination," Gu Changa said coldly. "But you can't believe it. You can't cure your daughter, so you concoct such a story to convince yourself that you've done your best and that you will definitely cure her. In fact, you know very well that the Moon Empress's soul has long since dissipated. You just refuse to admit it." The arrogant smile on Li Chuanqing's face completely vanished. As Gu Changa spoke, it was as if he had hit Li Chuanqing's soft spot, causing him to gradually lose his sanity. "Of course not," Li Chuanqing shouted loudly, as if to stabilize his heart of the way. Seeing this, Gu Changa only added fuel to the fire. "Do you think the Moon Empress as well? For so many years, the Moon Empress has been within your sister. Why hasn't she recovered by now? With her current abilities, she should have fully recovered. It's you who refuses to admit it." "No!" A piercing scream escaped his mouth. Li Chuanqing shouted frantically, "The Moon Empress's soul is in your sister's body. As long as I offer your sister's blood to the Moon Empress, she will definitely be able to take it back." Li Chuanqing's mental state was deteriorating, and anyone could think that he might really be going insane. Gu Changa's gaze fell on the scalpel in Li Chuanqing's hand. In the next moment, the scalpel in his hand was only about 10 centimeters away from her neck. At that moment, Li Chuanqing's attention was no longer focused on him. Instead, a hint of distraction appeared, which was the best opportunity for him to strike. Gu Changa quickly ran out. A heavy punch landed squarely on Li Chuanqing's face, slamming him against the wall with a loud crack. The bones in Li Chuanqing's body must have been broken in numerous places. He slid down the wall and sat down hard on the ground. His psychological defenses had been shattered. Yes, but a single sentence from Gu Changa had destroyed her heart. In fact, Gu Changa was the line that had crushed him, and he was very clear about that in his heart. However, he just wouldn't admit it, finding a bunch of reasons to convince himself, and then he forgot about it. With just a few words from Gu Changa, his long-buried memories surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Moreover, he had given a drop of blood to the Moon Empress, but she showed no reaction at all. Although he had anticipated this, he still couldn't believe it, thinking that if he just waited a little longer, it would surely succeed. Gu Changa pulled out the vein from her arm, touched her skin, and felt that her arm was particularly cold, frighteningly so, and her face was pale as a sheet. Gu Changa was carrying Jiang Xiaoxiao on her back, planning to go up and kick Li Chuanqing to death. However, a voice that was both familiar and somewhat strange came from behind her. "Spare me." Gu Changa glanced back and saw a man in a black trench coat, wearing a fish scale mask. From his tone, one could judge his age to be in his 30s or 40s. He seemed ordinary, yet Gu Changa felt he was a beast in sheep's clothing, ready to reveal his feral side at any moment. This was the greatest pressure he had ever encountered in his life. This person's strength was formidable. Perhaps only someone as powerful as Dong Yu could handle him. The man spoke slowly. "Li Chuanqing, we are also investigating. His crimes include murder, human experimentation, and child trafficking." Gu Changa's heart sank. The Cultivator Alliance was the organization at the very top of the Dragon Kingdom. To be enemies with them was to be enemies with the entire Dragon Kingdom. "Understood," Gu Changa replied with a sound. "Thank you." Without saying another word, Gu Changa carried Jiang Xiaoxiao on her back and turned to leave. It wasn't until they exited the villa that Angeli finally relaxed completely. Li Chuanxing had actually been targeted by the Cultivator Alliance. This person truly went to any lengths. He was simply a madman. Seeing that Dongyu had not left yet, Gu Chang'e smiled. Dongyu rolled down the window and looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. She has lost a lot of blood. Hurry to the hospital. The fish-faced man looked at the sleeping Moon Empress and sighed. The Moon Empress, such a remarkably talented woman, is actually dead. What a pity. If she were still alive, perhaps humanity would have already reached a new peak. After saying this, the man turned to Li Chuanxing and began to punch him repeatedly. I will kill you. How many families have you destroyed? The fish-headed masked man was ruthless. In just a few moves, Li Chuanxing was beaten into serious injury, nearly losing consciousness. Throughout it all, Li Chuanxing maintained an air of indifference. Even in the face of death, he would not be afraid, for his psychological defenses had already collapsed. Remaining here held no meaning for him. After so many years of hard work, only to end up deceiving himself, how could he not break down? Relying solely on himself to survive, what a tragic thing that was. The fishman in the mask saw Li Chuanxing's pale face and lost all desire to teach him a lesson. Just seeing him was enough to make one uncomfortable. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, it's done on Li Chuanxing's side. Also, send me the best crystal coffin. What's the use? You'll understand when the time comes. Goodbye. Dongyu stepped on the gas pedal, and before long, she arrived at the hospital, successfully injecting the blood into her body. From that moment on, Gu Chang'e never left Zhang Xiaoxiao's side, fearing a repeat of the previous situation. Dongyu played beside Gu Chang'e, and after being hit 5 or 6 times, she was in a bad mood and rushed to the balcony to shout. Gu Chang'e sat by the bed, his mind occupied with the words Li Chuanxing had just said. Was he buying time, or was it meant to be this way? Perhaps only Li Chuanxing himself knew. Gu Chang'e shook his head. He was unclear about other things, but one thing he was certain of was his sister, Zhang Xiaoxiao. In the garden, the two were still by the spring, gurgling nonstop, their stomachs growling, cheeks sunken, weakly responding, brother, if we stay here any longer, we'll starve to death. We haven't eaten for several days, and now we're being baked in the sun. It's unbearable. We haven't eaten for days. We are about to undertake a great endeavor. How can we easily say we're hungry? The scar-faced man sat upright. The man in the baseball cap was almost in tears. He couldn't understand why his brother insisted on this. Finally, he couldn't hold back and decided to go out to find food. Even if it was garbage from a trash can, he could eat it. When a person descends into madness, they will do anything. He stepped on the ground, and the scar-faced man grabbed his arm, saying seriously, wait a moment, it will be here soon. Brother, are you crazy? The man in the baseball cap shouted. No, I'm perfectly normal. What if they come after you leave? Boss, didn't you come? I'm over 700 degrees. I can't see people or animals within 3 meters. Where am I supposed to find them? The man in the baseball cap pouted, feeling helpless against Zhang Heng, and had no choice but to agree. If Zhang Heng hadn't arrived by 5 o'clock, he would leave. The scar-faced man agreed without hesitation. This time, he was truly in a terrible situation. Gu Chang'e followed closely behind her, and unless she went to the bathroom, she wouldn't leave. Dongyu would also bring her to him. After several days, she still hadn't woken up, and it was unclear whether it was because she had lost consciousness or because the blood in her body was nearly drained. The doctor had never seen such a patient before. Although she was fine, how long it would take for her to wake up remained unknown. During this time, Gu Chang'e did not store his own vital energy, fearing that if something happened, he would be powerless. Without storage, there would be no return and no accumulation. His current vital energy had reached 11-17 points. Unless he encountered a freak like Dongyu, it should be fine, but if he met someone of that level, he would be in trouble. Fortunately, Dongyu would occasionally come to play a game. If she lost 5 or 6 times in a row, she would leave angrily. If she won, she would continue playing until she won, then she would leave. Here, take it. A somewhat familiar voice sounded from behind Gu Chang'e. She turned around and was surprised to see the manager. Lu Xian followed closely behind. Sister Ling Xiao, Sister Lu Xian, what are you doing here? Gu Chang'e asked in surprise. Ling Lin stepped forward, grabbing his ear and angrily said, you little brat, I didn't even answer your call because I was worried you'd hang up. I was just thinking about how to arrange things when Dongyu told me. Yeah, I completely forgot to check. Gu Chang'e scratched his head. What are you looking at? Here. Ling Lin handed him the food box. Then thank you, Sister Ling Lin. Gu Chang'e said his thanks. Ling Lin released Gu Chang'e's ear, walked to her side, and leaned down to show her something. Sister Ling Lin, have you noticed? Gu Chang'e quickly leaned forward. Knowing that Ling Lin was not an ordinary person, how could Dongyu be her friend? From her words and actions, as well as the aura she exuded, she was very strong. To put it bluntly, she was showing off. Ling Lin checked and said, her body has no issues, she should be fine, just needs to get used to it. What does she need to get used to? Gu Changa. It's okay, you know she's doing well now, don't worry, her constitution is even weaker than yours. Gu Changa was even more confused, completely bewildered. Next, Ling Lin and Lu Xian told Gu Changa about the major events of the past 2 days. Li Chuanxing had pretended to die in a traffic accident, but in reality, he had been kidnapped and taken to a place where no one could find him to fix a sewing machine. As expected, Li Chuanxing's assets had already been devoured by the major enterprises in the chicken market. The Wei Group was on the brink of bankruptcy. The root of the problem lay in Wei Yongzhao being beaten by a group of men in black suits, causing the Wei Group's stock to plummet. Soon, some people began to question whether Wei Yongzhao had gone out with his more than a dozen underlings to kill a beast king. Such a weak creature could not possibly kill a king. They found it hard to believe, but soon everyone knew. Wei Yongzhao had not gone out. He had been playing on his phone in his room the whole time. Once this news broke, the Wei Group exploded like a bomb, and the entire company was on the verge of bankruptcy. At that time, the entire Wei Group would be dragged into an abyss of no return. Wei Yongzhao's father, Wei Bingqing, had fled with the money, but Wei Yongzhao remained here. He had been kicked out of his luxurious room, his limbs broken, and now he had to scavenge for food in trash bins every day. Gu Changa sighed upon hearing this. A top-tier rich heir had turned into a beggar picking up trash on the street overnight. Such a contrast was something most people could not accept. He could grit his teeth and endure, which showed how ruthless this person was. Everyone is looking for the murderer who killed this beast king. I want to see who has the patience for this. Ling Lin smiled at Gu Changa. Could Sister Ling Lin have already guessed? Gu Changa smiled shyly. Yeah, I also want to know who he really is. I'm curious too. If I could find that man, I would definitely marry him. Ling Lin sighed. But I don't know him. With Sister Ling Lin's personality, I can't be modest anymore. Ling Lin glanced at Gu Changa and said with some regret, what a pity, I already gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Alright then. Chen Zhao nodded helplessly. Gu Changa. After a little over an hour, Ling Lin and Lu Xian were about to set off. Ling Lin also looked helpless. Alright, let's go. Okay, I wish Sister Ling Lin and Sister Lu Xian a smooth journey. Chen Zhao replied. Lu Xian lowered her head with an It seemed Sister Lu Xian had already recovered. Gu Changa's lips curled into a smile. Not long after Lu Xian and the others left, Xian Quan returned with a basket of fruit. At first, Gu Changa didn't know what was happening, thinking it was just a robber. Without a word, he rushed over, ready to fight. Xian Chuan's attire felt somewhat off. He wore a black trench coat, a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. She jumped down from the car, holding a basket, and Gu Changa immediately recognized that it likely contained weapons. Gu Changa threw a straight punch at Xian Chuan's head, but he easily blocked it. Jiang Chenxi's pupils constricted. This guy could effortlessly take his hit, indicating his cultivation was far superior. Just as Gu Changa was contemplating how to proceed, the person across from him spoke. Isn't this a bit excessive? Gu Changa was taken aback. This voice sounded very familiar. Vice President? Xian Quan removed his mask and glasses, saying, it's me. That was close. Gu Changa sighed, his tense heart finally relaxing. That was close. I was really afraid an enemy would come looking for trouble. Xian Quan patted his shoulder and sighed. I'm here to tell you something. Alright, Wang Yao replied. Gu Changa responded with an Xian Quan walked in, closed the door, and the two found chairs to sit down. Xian Quan set down his backpack and continued. I'm here today to tell you about your sister. My sister? His gaze fell on her. Gu Changa's expression darkened. Could it be that Xiao Xiao had run into trouble? Xian Xuan's visit clearly indicated there was something important to discuss. What was going on with Li Chuanxing? Don't worry, it's nothing, Xian Quan said. I already know about your sister's situation. After discussing it with the president, I've made preparations. When you and your sister arrive at that place, you'll stay there. There won't be any assassins, and no one will disturb you. You don't have to worry about her getting into trouble. Xian Quan smiled slightly and continued, I just suggest that if you want to leave, then leave. If you don't want to leave, then don't. Gu Changa thought for a moment. Indeed, during his absence, he had always been worried about Xiao Xiao. In the past few days, Xiao Xiao had encountered trouble twice, but both times it was nothing serious. As long as they stayed in the mercenary guild, no one would bother them, and with so many experts in the guild, no one would leave alive. Thank you, Gu Changa replied, I understand. It's nothing, really, Xian Quan said. I'm not sure either. Once you've made your decision, I'll send someone to pick you up. Alright, Wang Yao replied. Gu Changa responded with an In the afternoon, a doctor walked in to check the equipment. Gu Changa asked, Doctor, how long until my sister can be discharged? The doctor paused slightly, then smiled, it's fine. If you don't mind, you can take her home to recuperate. However, I advise you to stay in the hospital. There will be someone to take care of her 24 hours a day." After hearing the doctor's words, Gu Changa had a rough understanding of the hospitalization situation. The benefit of this arrangement was having a little caretaker, so any issues could be addressed promptly. But the downside was also evident. If he stepped away even a little, Xiao Xiao could be in danger. So, Shifeng decided to return to the guild first. After several days of sleeplessness, even Gu Changa's strong constitution couldn't withstand such turmoil. If she fell asleep, no matter what happened, she wouldn't wake up, and that would put her in great danger. Therefore, he decided to make a trip to the guild to prevent such a situation. Gu Changa took a long time to complete the discharge process, then dialed Shen Xuan's number. "Alright, I'll send someone to find you. They should arrive in about 15 minutes. Rowley is already here." "Okay," Wang Yao replied. Gu Changa responded and hung up. 5 minutes later, Gu Changa saw a camouflaged SUV stop nearby. It was a large SUV. The passers-by around stopped to curiously examine the fierce-looking vehicle. There was no doubt that the person sitting in such a car was at least over 2 meters tall. Gu Changa's gaze was drawn in as well, thinking that it must be a burly man with a beard. One person who recognized him sighed, "That's a 3 million SUV, and it's in limited supply. Even if an ordinary person has money, they might not be able to get one. I heard that back then, Li Chuanxing offered 5 million and still couldn't get it." Wow, 3 million. If Li Chuanxing couldn't get it, how difficult must it be? No amount of money could buy it. Later, I heard he raised the bid by 2 million, then by 5 million, and still couldn't win it. It's not something you can just buy with money. If even Li Chuanxing can't get it, I really don't know who else could. Everyone was stunned. Gu Changa was also taken aback by this. A car worth over 10 million. How many years would it take to save up for that? He rolled down the car window. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and hearing that Li Chuanxing couldn't win the bid made them even more curious. They all wanted to see who it was. A man in a wheelchair, looking confident, spoke up. "It must be a pervert." A burly man next to him shot him a sideways glance and sneered. "Are you an idiot? You can say he's a man, but saying that? You're the one who's foolish. How could such an important person be a man?" The man was infuriated by the burly man's insult and huffed. "What do you mean by idiot? You know in your heart that someone so high and mighty could never drive themselves. There must be a driver in that car. If you didn't even think of that, it shows your IQ is very low." Upon hearing this, the burly man's face turned red, and he finally huffed, "What's the big deal? I'm not here looking for you. Why are you so worked up?" "I'm not here looking for you either," the man replied. While they were arguing, everyone also noticed the person in the driver's seat. A young man widened his eyes, his face showing shock. "Oh my, turns out it's not a man. So beautiful." A youth adorned with anime motifs said with a look of obsession, "I never thought there would be such a beautiful girl in this world, but I know, I really do. In my whole life, it's the first time I know that her smile is like the sun, warming people's hearts. It was worth the trip. I will always remember your smile." Looking at Rowley's bright smile, everyone present couldn't help but feel emotional. Gu Changa recognized at a glance that Rowley wore a sun-like smile. He would never forget her radiant face in his life. Gu Changa didn't expect that such a powerful and domineering SUV would be driven by a girl like Rowley. With Rowley's smile, everyone gradually reacted. One person, with an extremely serious expression, said solemnly, "Oh no, a beautiful girl in a crazy SUV, it's like a beautiful woman riding on the back of a monster. Damn it, we're doomed. Buddy, I'm serious, this isn't a joke." Another person confidently patted his chest, looking as if he had to marry this beautiful girl. There were even a few boys glaring angrily at other boys who were looking at Rowley. "Bro, don't look at my wife like that. I need to go to the bathroom." "I am too. I suddenly have a stomachache. Going to the restroom." Rowley didn't hear their words at all, nor did she pay them any attention. Her eyes were constantly scanning the front of the hospital. Suddenly, a security guard, whistling and looking fierce, rushed in. "You can't park here." Many people turned to look in the direction of the voice. A small-framed security guard walked in. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, "This person is our school's head of security, known for being strict, never showing a good face to anyone. Last time, a girl wanted to stop, and he shouted at her until she cried. Damn, this guy is too twisted, right?" Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads. He looked at Rowley with some concern. Such a delicate beauty, crying and sobbing, would it be quite a sight? Suddenly, someone thought of something. The thin security head stepped forward to the door, banging on the car door forcefully, and said sternly, "Did you all hear that?" Upon hearing this, Rowley turned her head, looking at him with a wronged expression, and said, I'm looking for someone, I'll leave right away, okay? The thin security head's eyebrows twitched, and the people around saw this. It was bad now. They were going to scold that pretty girl. Hurry up. The thin security head suddenly broke into a smile and then turned to leave. The seriousness on his face vanished, and his steps became much lighter. No way, is this for real? With that smile, no one can resist. Rowley turned her head and looked forward again. The two stood side by side, and they saw Rowley smiling at them, her small eyes curving into crescent moons. The person on the left was a bit excited and said, "She's peeking at us." The man next to him immediately replied with dissatisfaction, "Bullshit, she's smiling at me, you should take a look in the mirror. She's definitely smiling at me." After saying that, he looked at Rowley again, only to see her waving at him. In that moment, his heart nearly melted. In this life, it was worth it. He looked at the person on the left, a hint of pride on his face. "Isn't she waving at me? She's waving at me. How shameless to say such a thing." Everyone around was sighing, wondering why they couldn't be like that. Just as the two were arguing fiercely, Rowley finally spoke up. Come, Gu Changa." The two men immediately stopped arguing, looking puzzled. "Wasn't this woman waving at me? Gu Changa?" His gaze fell on him. "What Gu Changa?" Many people looked confused. Some felt it was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who it was for a moment. Gu Changa held Zhang Xiaoxiao in his arms, smiling as he walked towards Rowley. "So that's the kind of car it is. I didn't think of that. The vice president asked me to drive, but I'm not clear on the specifics." Rowley asked with a smile, tilting her head slightly, looking a bit puzzled. Gu Changa's lips curled into a smile. He certainly knew what this meant, that it was the vice president's vehicle. He was announcing to everyone that he was going to become a member of the mercenary guild, just to warn those hidden in the dark, like Xiao Xiao, to see if they had the strength. This vice president was indeed impressive. All the surrounding gazes turned to Gu Changa, filled with doubt, envy, hatred, and more. "This guy, my heart is shattered. Count me in." Just then, a voice rang out. "I'm about to cry. I just had a relationship and got dumped. Do you know how much it hurts?" "I understand." Sui Yun took a deep breath. Everyone sighed, watching the SUV drive away. One person asked in confusion, "Gu Changa, why are you here? Is it that student from Shiguang High School?" Wei Yongzhao heard footsteps approaching, his heart pounding wildly. Before long, a sound of footsteps came from behind. Wei Yongzhao felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Fortunately, the sound didn't stop but continued forward, and after an unknown amount of time, it gradually faded away. Wei Yongzhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he quickly composed himself, hiding his excitement. What was going on? Sympathy for me? His former enemy was pitying him. How ironic, how sad. What could be more maddening? In that moment, he thought Gu Changa had recognized him and even mocked him. He wouldn't have felt so miserable, a feeling he couldn't quite articulate. Heh, so it turns out Gu Changa is pitying me. Heh, so it's an enemy. Truly pathetic. Heh. Wei Yongzhao laughed heartily. The people around were startled by his laughter, looking at him as if he were a madman. More people hurriedly ran out, fearing these lunatics might attack again. After all, killing a madman isn't a crime. A 5 or 6-year-old boy pointed at Wei Yongzhao, puzzled. "Where's your mother? Shouldn't we help?" The girl's mother grabbed her child, covering her eyes with one hand, and they quickly left the room, heading to a safe place. "Don't underestimate him. If you don't study hard, you'll end up like him, picking things out of the trash." "Oh, is that why you don't study hard?" "Yes, if you don't take studying seriously, it'll be like this. You must study hard, or you'll end up like this in the future." Wei Yongzhao didn't care how these people viewed him anymore because he knew their words were superfluous to him. His dignity had vanished the moment he started rummaging through the trash. "I have nothing, so what is there to fear?" "That's right, I have nothing, nothing at all," Wei Yongzhao shouted proudly. He picked up the leftover hamburger from the trash can and stuffed it into his tattered pocket. Leaning on his cane, he quickly walked toward a dark alley. He had lived in this place for so long that he remained here alone. His dwelling was very simple, just a wooden board on the floor and a tarpaulin over his head, making it his makeshift home. It was also found among the garbage. He pulled a hamburger from the fridge and felt a pang of despair when he saw it was only half left. He used to scoff at such food, but now it seemed the price of this food was at least in the thousands. However, a 10-cent hamburger was the best he had ever tasted in his life. Just as he was about to enjoy it, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the side. Gu Changa wouldn't be coming back, would she? He hadn't planned on letting her go. Wei Yongzhao's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to look up, only to see a man in a black suit and black glasses walking toward him. "Who are you?" His gaze fell on the man. Wei Yongzhao was the first to ask. Apart from Gu Changa, he had never feared anyone. "Me?" Regner was taken aback. "I'm just an ordinary person. I came this time to help you start anew. Do you want to?" The man in the suit spoke in a calm tone. "I want it." A voice came from the side. Wei Yongzhao immediately agreed. He was not afraid of his opponent being a villain because he feared nothing and had nothing. Who could covet him? A barefoot man, What was there to fear from someone wanting him? Very good. He nodded in satisfaction. The man in the suit grinned, pulled out a baseball bat from his waist, and walked step by step towards Wei Yongzhao. What are you going to do? Wei Yongzhao's voice trembled. Naturally, I'm going to give you a new lease on life. Ah, a piercing scream echoed. In the dark alley, Wei Yongzhao's continuous wails could be heard, but soon, he could hear no more. Many onlookers gathered around, looking eager for the spectacle. A woman poked her head out and asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing," one of them replied. "No, wait, that beggar seemed to have come in from outside just now." Gu Chang'e was taking a walk when he passed by a small garden, which could save a lot of distance. He looked towards the garden and suddenly thought of something. "It seems I was doing something in the park, but I can't remember the specifics." Gu Chang'e shook his head. He hadn't slept well for several days, and his brain was a bit sluggish now. Before long, Gu Chang'e reached the center of the square, only to see many people standing there, gesturing and talking. He approached, but there were too many people, and he couldn't see anything, so he had to ask an old man, "Sir, what's going on?" There are two guys over here who have been in this small garden for several days. We see them almost every day. At first, they were quite healthy, but as time went on, their condition worsened. Then they were found by someone and stayed there for a long time without food, only drinking water from the spring. One person only needs to drink some water to survive, and then they fainted. Gu Chang'e fell silent upon hearing this. In such a vast world, where nothing had happened, with no issues with their limbs, they could still starve themselves, indicating they indeed had some skills. Although Wei Yongzhao had his limbs broken, he would still scavenge from the trash rather than sit and wait for death. Even the old man couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The young people nowadays are really frustrating. Gu Chang'e sighed as well and shook his head. Lin Fan walked straight into the distance. The scar-faced man struggled to lift his head from the crowd, watching Gu Chang'e disappear from sight. After Gu Chang'e returned home, he immediately called the landlord, insisting that everything in the house be compensated. Because of the earlier fight, everything had been destroyed, not a single item remained intact. Gu Chang'e hired a master to repair the windows, but the walls in other places had suffered varying degrees of damage. The outcome was different from what Gu Chang'e had imagined. He thought he would be scolded by the landlord, but unexpectedly, the other party only asked him, "Have you thought about where to live?" Gu Chang'e was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "Yes, I found a place. As long as you have a place to stay." "I understand. The total value of these damaged items is 5,000. Chen Zhao replied. Gu Chang'e nodded. He had packed most of his luggage and had several tens of thousands in his pocket. "That's because you repaired the doors and windows." Gu Chang'e shook his head and then pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. He realized that just the refrigerator, television, and sofa were worth over $5,000. The landlord said sternly, "I told you not to send any more. If you have this time, you might as well buy your sister a nice outfit." Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say. This landlord truly had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He had learned from the last incident. He seemed fierce and as if he owed her a lot, but in reality, he was quite kind. No. In fact, he had been doing this kind of thing from the very beginning. He just hadn't realized it. The two of them had lived under the bridge for many years before they managed to save up some money to find a place to rent. At that time, she had stumbled upon the landlord who had posted the rental notice, and he had asked her about the rent. The shopkeeper quoted a price of $1,000. Gu Chang'e had thought it was expensive back then, but only now did he realize that his apartment was the cheapest in the area. These unrenovated houses, with no furniture, cost over $1,000 just for a bed, and the total for the place he lived in was just over $1,000. Gu Chang'e negotiated with the landlord for a long time before finally collecting the 10,000 yuan. After saying that, she greeted Gu Chang'e and walked out. Gu Chang'e watched her leave, and for a long while, he was lost in thought before he began to pack his things. Gu Chang'e didn't have much luggage. A few boxes were enough. In her boxes, there were only 3, 2 of which were filled with various books she had read countless times, many of which had fallen to the ground. The last box contained old clothes that had been mended over the past 3 years. Gu Chang'e carried the cardboard box to the door, took out a paper box from inside, and then dialed Raoulie's number. "Okay, I'll be there soon," Raouli said before hanging up and quickly getting into her car. Gu Chang'e looked back at her home, feeling a mix of emotions. She was leaving the home she had lived in for so many years. A low voice came from the left. "Xiao Jiang, are you moving out?" Gu Chang'e turned to see old Wang carrying a box filled with things, placing it at the door, just like him. The entrance was cluttered with various items. "Yes, Uncle Wang," Gu Chang'e nodded and casually asked, "Are you moving too?" "Yes, I've been transferred to another city." Old Wang nodded, looking around and sighing. "Uncle Wang, if you want to see him, it might be difficult. We will be parting ways." Shen Zhao replied. Gu Chang'e nodded seriously. Old Wang beside them seemed to remember something and continued. What about your sister? I haven't seen her for several days. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. It's fine, she's out of the hospital now. But she's been in a coma. I don't know how long it will take for her to wake up. But the doctor said her condition isn't very serious. She should wake up soon. That's good. Xu Feng nodded with a smile. Old Wang beside them responded with an Gu Chang'e felt that her neighbor Old Wan looked somewhat familiar, reminding her of the fish-faced man she had seen at Li Chuanxing's place. They looked almost identical. Gu Chang'e shook her head. Uncle Wang had nothing to do with any cultivator association. If there really was one, why would he have stayed here for so many years? 30 minutes later, Rao Li arrived in an SUV. Gu Chang'e loaded all her things into the car and then walked to the door, carefully looking at the house. Gu Chang'e sat in the car and left with Rao Li. We'll see each other again soon. Old Wan watched the SUV speed away, speaking in a flat tone. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time. By then, he would probably hold a grudge against himself. That's right, I, a scoundrel who uses them as bait, don't deserve their respect. The two siblings have had a hard time surviving in this world, and now they are facing so many difficulties. Uncle Wang seems like a good person, but it appears to be something else now. Sigh, what a hassle, let's talk about it later. I don't even know what will happen. This guy has officially become a member of the Adventurers Guild and is living in the Mercenary Guild. Does he really worry that we might abduct him? Dong Yu held a pack of ice cream worth 300 yuan, shoving spoonfuls into her mouth. Even so, she couldn't help but curse, her cheeks puffed up. She was facing Ling Lin. First, delete us. Second, put your legs down. This table is for storing items, not for you to wash your feet, Ling Lin said discontentedly. Dong Yu propped her small feet on the table and, hearing Ling Lin's words, called out unhappily, my feet don't smell. And Gu Chang'e probably won't come. Are you very sad? Ling Lin shot her a glare and replied irritably, are you stupid? What do I have to be sad about? Hurry up and eat, then we can leave. Dong Yu huffed, stubborn, deep down, you really don't want Gu Chang'e to leave, that's why you cry every day. Ling Lin pouted, feeling an impulse to tidy up Dong Yu herself and rub her face against hers. Dong Yu continued, these past few days, it seems a bit unsettled in this jungle. I think there will be a new beast tide. They say this time it's on a large scale, far more significant than the last Blood Moon battle, which is hardly worth mentioning. Then forget it, it has nothing to do with me. It does, and it's very important. You seem to have forgotten one thing. Only the Mercenary Guild can solve such problems. Gu Chang'e will definitely participate in exterminating the beasts. Dong Yu's gaze sharpened as she spoke in a low voice. Ling Lin frowned slightly upon hearing this, her expression cold, showing some concern. Seeing this, Dong Yu couldn't help but press her lips together, stifling a laugh. I wasn't wrong. Ahem. Shen Zhao coughed twice. Dong Yu cleared her throat. Ling Lin turned to look at her, as if asking what she wanted to do. Dong Yu teased, you seem very worried. You just said this matter has nothing to do with you. Why the long face? Ling Lin pouted, feeling an urge to hit someone, but in the end, she held it back. Ling Lin said sternly, it's only right for me to care, he is my employee, and as his boss, it's only natural for me to be concerned, right? Do you think, with his cultivation level, teaming up with us would be dangerous? Dong Yu pursed her lips, seeing that it was futile to continue, so she started again. Someone has their eyes on us. Ling Lin said expressionlessly, for such a dangerous task, I won't let these rookies do it. I'll take them away and have them do some simple work instead of going on an adventure. I don't think so. Dong Yu's voice rang out. What do you mean by that? Hearing the implication in Dong Yu's words, Ling Lin narrowed her eyes slightly. It's nothing. Dong Yu slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Gu Chang'e sent all his belongings to his bedroom, and before long, he arrived, carrying 2 suitcases upstairs. Just then, a person blocked his way. Gu Chang'e turned around and finally saw the person who was obstructing him. It was a strange man, looking to be in his 20s, about the same age as him, with a head of jet black short hair. His outfit was quite fashionable, with a pair of torn pants and a tattered shirt. If he had a worn-out porcelain bowl to match, he would look like a beggar. The man looked at himself, initially showing no emotional fluctuations, but soon, his expression changed. He smiled, sighed, shook his head, and lamented, with your abilities, do you really think you belong in our elite tribe? Do you have some special connections? I knew you weren't a big shot. How did you even get in here? Can you tell me? I'm quite curious. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e suddenly realized he was working for the Adventurers Guild. It was likely because he had become a member of the Mercenary Guild that he had come here to find him, only to discover his strength was lacking. Gu Chang'e didn't want to engage with such a person and walked directly to the left. Just as he was about to move to the other side, a flamboyantly dressed man had already reached Gu Changa's side. Gu Changa remained silent, turned to the right, intending to pass through that way. Sure enough, the disheveled-haired man took a step to the right, blocking Gu Changa with a look that seemed to say, "What are you going to do about it?" He arrogantly lifted his chin. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chensi asked coldly. "Nothing," Mo Wen replied indifferently. The messy-haired man looked at Jiang Chensi and casually said, "You all can get lost." Gu Changa's voice was icy. "Hey, is this your family's place? Even I can't be stopped, and the newcomers are really arrogant," the man sneered. Just as Gu Changa was about to take action, a voice suddenly came from behind. "What happened, Gu Changa?" Upon hearing Rowley speak, the messy-haired man quickly moved aside, allowing Gu Changa to pass, and looked at Rowley with a smile like a 5-star rating. "Rowley, it's been a while since I last saw you." "Not too long, I just saw you this morning," Rowley replied with a smile. Hee, my memory isn't very good." "What's wrong?" she asked. "Do you want to see Gu Changa?" Rowley looked puzzled. "Yeah, it's nothing, I just wanted to meet this newcomer. I didn't expect him to be so impressive. If we could recruit him into our guild, Zero Wing would definitely reach new heights." Gu Changa immediately saw the problem. The messy-haired man was interested in Rowley, which was why he was pretending to be a good man in front of her. Gu Changa couldn't stand such scum. "Isn't that what you said?" The man's pupils suddenly constricted, looking at Gu Changa in terror, opening his mouth but saying nothing. The messy-haired man awkwardly smiled and replied in front of Gu Changa, I didn't say that." "Yes, it was you." Gu Changa recounted the events in detail, and the man's face turned pale, nearly dripping with water. If it weren't for Rowley being there, he would have immediately knocked him down and then howled at Gu Changa. The smile on Rowley's face gradually faded, her originally gentle expression turning cold, making it hard to believe. It was difficult to imagine that this little girl, who always smiled and made people feel warm and happy, could be so cold and terrifying when angry. Gu Changa shivered. Rowley wasn't targeting him, so he didn't feel too much danger. The chill felt by the messy-haired man was far more intense than what Gu Changa experienced. "Rowley, you need to clarify this for me. Gu Changa is slandering me. Am I that kind of person? I will report this matter to the vice president." "You should know very well that if you don't want to bring trouble upon yourself, you should speak to the vice president yourself," Rowley said coldly. At this point, the disheveled man still refused to admit it. "I didn't. Gu Changa is framing me." Gu Changa wore a look of amusement. Rowley replied, "Alright, let's first tell the vice president about this. He has a knack for discerning who is genuine and who is not." "Really?" The scruffy-haired man was taken aback, but he was eager to be slapped in the face, saying that was tantamount to admitting his guilt. He quickly changed his tone. "I haven't heard anyone mention this." "Rowley, how did you find out?" "How would I know? Let's go," Rowley said decisively. "Okay." The disheveled man mustered his courage to speak. At this point, there was no turning back. "Wait a moment, I'll go get ready." Gu Changa picked up his clothes and headed towards the bedroom. The man stared in the direction Gu Changa had left, his expression dark and unpleasant. He glanced at Rowley beside him, suddenly clutching his abdomen, and with a pained expression said, "My stomach hurts so much, I need to use the restroom, or I'll wet my pants." No, I need to use the restroom." After saying this, he jumped out of the car and ran off into the distance. Rowley was seething with anger but had no way to stop him. In just a second, the scruffy-haired man had vanished from sight. Gu Changa set down the suitcase and walked out of the room, only to find that the man had disappeared. He knew that the man must have been feeling guilty, which was why he ran away. Rowley saw Gu Changa coming and said, "Su Xiaofei said his stomach hurts and left. I couldn't stop him, he ran too fast. I will inform the vice president about this. He can't escape." "Alright, thank you," Gu Changa replied. "I understand. It's nothing." Shen Xingyan smiled. Rowley shook her head. "Then I won't disturb you any longer. I have things to do, so you should get some rest." Gu Changa hummed in response but wasn't in a hurry to sleep. She returned to room 202. She first took out some items from her suitcase, which seemed like a small amount, but it took Gu Changa over an hour to tidy up. After finishing everything, Gu Changa locked the door and comfortably lay down. Within a minute, she was already snoring. It was evident how exhausted Gu Changa had been lately, especially with his heightened mental stress. The scruffy-haired man came out of the adventure group, planning to find a small tavern to have a drink, but halfway there, he ran into two small thugs. A man as round as a ball followed Su Xiaofei, panting heavily every couple of steps. At that moment, he noticed that Su Xiaofei didn't seem to be in good shape, so he spoke up. "What's wrong with you, Xiaofei? You look like you're not happy." The disheveled Su Xiaofei replied with dissatisfaction, Enough. Our guild just recruited someone, and it seems the vice president personally brought him in. I thought he was impressive, but it turns out he's just an ordinary high school student, nothing special. I originally wanted to teach him a lesson about respecting his elders, but then Rowley came over and exposed me. Later, it seemed Rowley wanted to tell the vice president about this. Damn it, I'm even angrier now. As Su Xiufei spoke, he threw a stone at a window several meters away, and a woman's voice shouted in anger from inside. A thin, sallow man, upon hearing this news, was somewhat surprised and said, "Wow, this guy looks just like a dog. What do you think?" Regner retorted. Su Xiufei sneered, saying that what he found most unbearable was Rowley's disdain for him. This was something he could hardly tolerate. Just thinking about it made him grit his teeth in hatred, wishing he could tear Gu Chang'e to pieces. The next day, he planned to leave this city and head into the dangerous jungle, looking for the right opportunity to kill him. Su Xiaofei was resolute in his decision. And just then, Rowley walked up to the vice president and recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, he slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Don't worry, I will handle this beautifully. That bastard Su Xiaofei, I will make him pay." "Good," Wang Yao replied. Rowley nodded. In front of Rowley, the vice president did not put on airs but instead chatted calmly with her. Suddenly, Rowley thought of something and spoke up, "By the way, should Gu Chang'e participate in tomorrow's hunting mission?" Upon hearing this, Shan Quan's brows jumped. What was the deeper meaning behind this? Did she not want to send Gu Chang'e to the front lines? Or was she just asking casually? Shan Quan found Rowley's attitude somewhat difficult to grasp, which made him quite troubled. He thought for a moment and felt he should ask her directly to let her know his thoughts. Otherwise, relying solely on guessing was meaningless. Xian Quan tentatively asked, "So, you don't want Gu Chang'e to participate in this expedition?" Rowley blinked, somewhat confused, and said, "President, isn't that what you do? Why are you asking me?" Chen Xiaobei was slightly taken aback. Xian Quan pursed his lips, his expression darkening. "That's right, I originally wanted Gu Chang'e to join our expedition because his strength is impressive. Last time during the hunt, he even obtained a third-tier beast core. We haven't encountered such a genius with such combat power in a long time, and we won't face too much danger. We also won't encounter any particularly strong monsters, plus we have experienced mercenaries guarding us." Rowley smiled slightly and said, "I was just asking casually, there's no need to say so much." Xian Quan pursed his lips, unsure of what to say. This girl's thoughts were truly hard to decipher. After finally sending Rowley away, he relaxed a bit. What a troublesome person. I wonder if Gu Chang'e will annoy him, but it doesn't matter. That's not something I should consider, and Gu Chang'e isn't that kind of person. Poor Su Xiufei, I thought he was quite handsome and had a decent personality, but it turns out he's like this. The next day, daylight broke. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking fiercely on the door. Gu Chang'e struggled to open his eyes, but he could only manage a tiny slit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fully open them. "I'm here, who is it?" Gu Chang'e shouted towards the door. Rao Li's voice came from outside. "It's me, Gu Chang'e, I'm calling you. What is it?" Gu Chang'e was fully awake now. He walked to the door, opened it, and saw Rowley smiling brightly, instantly shaking off his sleepiness. Rowley waved at Gu Chang'e and greeted him. Gu Chang'e returned the greeting, "Good morning, what's going on?" Rowley replied, "It seems to be to prevent too many beast tides next month. I heard that since the last blood moon beast tide, the ferocious beasts have become more active, and as time goes on, this upcoming red moon might erupt again like it did 10 years ago. The blood moon chaos." Gu Chang'e frowned. He had heard of this and had experienced it firsthand. It was the most brutal event humanity had faced since the revival of spiritual energy. In that era, there was no such thing as a beast tide. It was after the blood moon. When the blood moon descended, the ferocious beasts attacked wildly, causing heavy casualties. Fortunately, there were many cultivators here, so they survived this time. After experiencing the baptism of the blood moon, people did not eliminate all the wild beasts but instead began to rebuild their shattered homes. Little did they know, after this blood moon, these ferocious beasts entered a peak period of reproduction. Just over half a month had passed, and the number of these ferocious beasts had increased once again. The beast tide did not attack us from the very beginning, rather, it was manipulated by a powerful entity. They were waiting for the next round of blood moon to arrive, until the next round of blood moon came. By that time, the ferocious beasts here would be more than 10 times what they are now. With the blessing of the blood moon, their strength increased by 1 to 2 times. That night was pitch black for everyone. A massive wave of endless ferocious beasts attacked the human race, and at that time, the humans were just recovering from the last blood moon. In the face of these endless monsters, in just one night, the human race suffered losses of over 80%. Only 20% were still alive, while the remaining 20% to 30% were severely injured. From that day on, people established an adventurers guild here and built tall city walls to protect everyone. Gu Changa's thoughts slowly shifted, recalling that day's scene. The family sat together, watching television. Just then, the window was suddenly smashed open by a fierce beast. Gu Changa's father went alone to attract the beast, while his mother took Gu Changa and Jiang Xiaoxiao to hide inside. Just as his mother was hiding with Gu Changa, the beast charged over, its mouth covered in blood, with a piece of flesh stuck in its teeth. His mother watched in tears, shouted at the beast, and rushed towards the back door. What happened next, he could not remember. Rowley said, "I think the vice president wants you to participate in this operation." Gu Changa came to his senses and smiled, saying, "If that's the case, I will definitely follow you without hesitation." "That's too risky, have you thought it through, Gu Changa?" Rowley was a bit worried. "No need to think," Gu Changa said decisively. Rowley responded and hurried with Gu Changa to Qianquan Company. Before long, the two stopped at the door of Qianquan's office, and Rowley knocked on the door. Qianquan's voice came from inside. "Come in." A light shout came from outside the door. Gu Changa pushed the door open, and Qianquan had his legs propped up on the table, leisurely swaying back and forth. Suddenly, he stopped, stood up straight. Qianquan cleared his throat a bit awkwardly and turned to look at Gu Changa. "Since you are here, I'll tell you one thing, you have the right to refuse." "I agree." Regner nodded. Gu Changa said straightforwardly, "Hey, I haven't said anything yet, why are you?" Qianquan was taken aback, looking at Rowley outside the door, and suddenly realized, it must have been her who told Gu Changa. She told Gu Changa everything, so why still send her here? Wasn't that redundant, just wasting time? What on earth was this little ancestor thinking? Qianquan sighed, "Oh, since Rowley has told you, fine, you pack up a bit, we'll leave in the afternoon, it'll take about a week." "Yes," Chen Zhao responded. Gu Changa returned to his room, tidied up his luggage, which consisted of only a bronze cauldron, a short knife, and an unknown cup. Wei Xiaobei packed these things into a backpack, and next came food and drink. After packing his luggage, Gu Changa slung his backpack over his shoulder and went out to cook. Just as Gu Changa came out of the guild, he saw a supercar waiting nearby. "It looks a lot like Dong Yu's supercar." "Yes, that's right." Rolling down the window, Dong Yu's beautiful face revealed a mischievous smile, and Gu Changa had a bad feeling. Did he want her to do something? Or pretend to know nothing? Gu Changa turned around and walked to the right, but Dong Yu stepped back. "Come over here." Dong Yu waved to Gu Changa, signaling her to come closer. Seeing him like this, Gu Changa had no choice. He suddenly realized that there was someone behind him, and it was Sister Ling Lin. Ling Lin looked at the Mercenary Guild sign, then at the door, and then back at the door. Rowley was standing at the entrance with a smile, and everyone around her would come up to greet her. Rowley glanced at Gu Changa, then at Dong Yu, and then at the supercar. However, she quickly reacted as her gaze fell on Ling Lin. After Rowley finished speaking, she entered the guild, and when she turned around, she found that Gu Changa and the others were no longer there. Dong Yu pulled Gu Changa into the car, and with one step on the gas, she sped away. Gu Changa asked in confusion, "Are you serious? Sister Ling Lin, is there something you need to discuss this time?" Dong Yu, who thrived on chaos, said, "We need to have a fight, to see whose skills are higher. I've already chosen the location, it's just a 25-minute drive from here." "A stick of incense? You look down on people. You could last 500 minutes. Gu Changa exclaimed. Ling Lin shot a glance at Ling Yin and said, "You brat, you become bolder after just a few days. You dare to joke with me so recklessly." "That's not it," a middle-aged man exclaimed. Gu Changa said with a serious face. Dong Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, I'm not joking, we really need to do this." After chatting for a while, Gu Changa finally brought the topic back to the main issue, asking the two about their purpose for coming here. Dong Yu immediately shut her mouth, hummed a tune, pretending to see nothing and hear nothing, not wanting to be disturbed. Gu Changa saw this scene and pouted, feeling that something was off, and it wasn't going to be easy to resolve. "What's wrong, Sister Ling Lin?" "It's nothing, I'm just arranging a safe place for you." "What? Does it have to be so extravagant?" "Yes. What on earth is going on?" Dong Yu suddenly said, "Don't worry about those monster beasts." Hearing this, Gu Changa raised an eyebrow, instantly more curious about why Dong Yu and Ling Lin had come to see him. Why not let him take action? Dong Yu blinked and immediately fell silent. She had accidentally let something slip. Ling Lin glanced at Dong Yu and shook her head. This person was always so unreliable, unable to keep her own secrets. What else could she possibly hide? "What's wrong with Sister Ling Lin?" Gu Changa frowned, looking seriously at Ling Lin. Dong Yu glanced at Ling Lin, as if saying it was up to her. Ling Lin slapped her forehead. This kid always splashed dirty water on her, she shouldn't have come with him. A pig teammate was scarier than a powerful enemy. "What's wrong with Sister Ling Lin?" Gu Changa asked again, this time with a heavier tone. as if he would explode if Ling Lin didn't explain. Ling Lin sighed silently and turned to Gu Chang'e, saying seriously, "This time, you must not go with us to hunt the ferocious beasts." "Why?" Regner was taken aback. Gu Chang'e and Ling Lin locked eyes. "This is a very dangerous journey. Following us could very likely lead to your downfall." Ling Lin looked serious. "What? Sister Ling Lin, how did you know this?" Gu Chang'e was confused. "That kid told me. You can go ask her." Ling Lin turned her head and looked at Dongyu. Gu Chang'e glanced at Dongyu. At this moment, Dongyu spoke up. "All right, that's the truth. I have no need to lie to you. I just want you to survive. If you really die, then my 3 requests will be in vain. I received some intelligence that many wild beasts are gathering in this forest. Leaving now would be like walking into a trap." "Of course," Gu Chang'e said decisively. This was the last thing he wanted to see. It had been more than 10 days since the last blood moon ended, and if it wasn't resolved soon, the next red moon would bring trouble. Dongyu didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so resolute. Anyone else would hesitate. Was this man out of his mind? No, he absolutely couldn't be allowed to leave, otherwise, he was courting death. "Brother, don't think that all the beasts here are 5th tier. I tell you, the 5th tier beasts here are just cannon fodder, and the 7th tier beasts are countless, capable of killing you in an instant. Even if you go, it would be useless. At most, you'd become food for those beasts. Do you understand? The 7th tier beasts are indeed powerful." Dongyu took a deep breath. She hadn't intended to say this to Gu Chang'e because it would embarrass him. However, his determination was strong. Only in this way could he better understand the terror of these monsters. Ling Lin also said little, agreeing with Dongyu's statement. At least above 7th tier. Gu Chang'e's expression was exceptionally serious. He had never imagined such great risks. From the current situation, leaving here was undoubtedly a death sentence, and it was very likely he would drag others down with him. However, he did not feel fear. On the contrary, his desire to leave this place grew stronger. At this moment, everyone had retreated. Who could protect their own country? He did not want to see too many families shattered by this disaster. In the Battle of the Blood Moon back then, countless people died, yet many still rushed to hunt. At that time, 100 people entered, and fewer than 10 survived. But not a single person retreated. Gu Chang'e witnessed this tragedy. Back then, his neighbor Uncle Li, just a mortal, participated in that hunt. Initially, he had asked Uncle Li why he, with no cultivation, would follow them, only to become food for the monsters and drag them down. At that time, he was only 6 or 7 years old, his mind still very immature, not understanding what to say. He was just a child, speaking without thinking. Thinking of this, he wished he could slap himself a few times. If Uncle Li knew about this, how heartbroken he would be. However, Uncle Li was not angry at the time. Instead, he patted his head and smiled. "I hope that in the future, you can live in a place without any danger. I also have self-awareness. If I wield a big knife, I probably couldn't even kill a 1st-tier beast. If I can kill one, even if I can't, it's still worth it. How could he possibly win? He has already completely lost." When Gu Chang'e was young, he tilted his head, his mind filled with question marks, completely unaware. Uncle Li laughed heartily and said, "Ha, you say this beast that killed me, should I fight it? If I can hold it off for a minute, I win. What can you do in 1 second? Young Gu Chang'e pursed his lips, looking confused, and it flashed away. Uncle Li smiled and said, "When I get back, I'll buy you ice cream." Gu Chang'e nodded happily. Gu Chang'e waited at the door for Uncle Li. Because of the ice cream, it was almost 7 o'clock, and Uncle Li still hadn't come. The next day, he went again, still not seeing Uncle Li's figure, and then went again, still not seeing Uncle Li. Time passed, and Uncle Li still hadn't returned. Gu Chang'e came back to his senses and smiled faintly. "I am very weak. I do not believe I have the ability to save this world. I may be weak, but I fear nothing." "That's true. Just thinking about the strength of a 7th-tier monster makes me break out in a cold sweat. Someone has to step up. I may be powerless, but if I don't step up, then I am truly powerless. If I die here, I will regret it. If I can't leave, then I will regret it even more." Dongyu fell silent, while Ling Lin remained quiet as well. 30 seconds later. "Are you sure?" Ling Lin looked at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e was both exasperated and amused. "Sister Ling Lin, do you think I'm joking? If it were a joke, I wouldn't say something so spine-chilling." Ling Lin found Gu Chang'e's words somewhat amusing. Her earlier gloom had vanished. She smiled slightly. "Yes, under normal circumstances, you wouldn't say that. You know me, Sister Ling Lin." Gu Chang'e nodded. "I'm embarrassed. I wish I could jump out the window and disappear in front of you." Dongyu turned back. Ling Lin spoke, looking at Dongyu. Are you kidding? Dong Yu felt conflicted. He didn't want Gu Chang'e to die. Ling Lin also wore a helpless expression. Isn't it obvious? Gu Chang'e is determined to do this. If you don't let him go, even if it's just these 3 requests, he will likely hold a grudge against you, not to mention the 3 requests themselves. Dong Yu thought he made a valid point and glanced at him. Seeing Dong Yu's gaze on him, Gu Chang'e spoke up. I think so too, Sister Ling Lin. Sigh. Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. Dong Yu sighed deeply and said, I really don't understand. Protecting the country is such a noble thing, yet what we can do is sacrifice our own lives, which is just too unworthy. Alright, if you really think that way, I won't stop you. I promise you, if you really die, I will take good care of your sister, even if she ends up on the streets. Thank you. Regner nodded. Gu Chang'e was moved by Dong Yu's words. He didn't expect Dong Yu's help to be so significant. It wasn't just because of his 3 promises. Dong Yu's voice rang out. No need to thank me. Just live well. I am already very grateful to you. Your sister doesn't want you to die here, so you must stand up. Isn't that too difficult? Gu Chang'e didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dong Yu turned and walked back. The journey was silent, with only the sound of the engine echoing. Soon, they arrived at the mercenary guild. Dong Yu stopped the car, and Gu Chang'e greeted Ling Lin and Fu Shi before getting out. Just as Gu Chang'e was about to leave, he heard a voice. Wait a minute. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Dong Yu called out. What's wrong? Chen Zhao looked at him in confusion. Gu Chang'e turned his head, his gaze landing on her. Come here, a voice called from a distance. Dong Yu mysteriously waved at Gu Chang'e. Curiously, Gu Chang'e walked over, unsure of what he was going to do. Dong Yu opened the safe above the garage and took out a vial of unknown green liquid. The green color looked nauseating. Take this. What's going on? Gu Chang'e curiously took the vial. It looked quite ordinary, nothing special about it. Dong Yu lowered his voice and said softly, this is a resurrection potion. It sounds impressive, but its power is great. If you still have a breath left, I can bring you back, but you need to be careful not to let others know. Otherwise, even your vice president might be tempted. Gu Chang'e almost exploded with anger when he heard the earlier part from Dong Yu. What nonsense, artistic nonsense. When he heard the latter part, he almost cursed out loud. Damn it, as long as it can save lives, it seems this thing is quite valuable. What? It's that valuable? Dong Yu said, not too high, 50 million for one. Damn, sister, even if you sell me, it wouldn't be enough. Gu Chang'e trembled all over, almost unable to hold the vial in his hand. He had made over 500,000 from this small bottle of green potion. How could that be possible? A small bottle is worth $1 million. Dong Yu said, this is a gift for you. If you can return safely, I won't hold you responsible. Gu Chang'e was silent for a long time after hearing this. Take it. The most important thing is life. If a person dies, everything becomes meaningless. As long as a person is alive, anything is possible. So, no matter what difficulties you face, you must persevere. Ling Lin said as she rolled down the window. Okay. Regner nodded. Gu Chang'e nodded seriously, carefully putting the vial into his bag before leaving. He could have bounced away, but now he didn't even dare to take a step, afraid that he might accidentally break the test tube. This was 50 million, a full 50 million. Just counting these coins would take him ages. Dong Yu looked in the direction Gu Chang'e had left and said, are you stupid? Ah, the little guy who used to tremble in the wardrobe is now this strong, really surprising. What you just said was so cool, I was almost mesmerized by him. After all these years, it's this guy who's been seducing me. So what? Regner asked. Ling Lin had a blank expression. Dong Yu shrugged and said, how could it be? You rescued those 2 from the beast during our battle, but now it seems he has forgotten. Maybe he was so scared that he lost his memory. Ling Lin listened to Dong Yu's words, lost in thought, as if she had returned to the past. Back then, she and Dong Yu had fought to rescue Gu Chang'e and Jiang Xiaoxiao from the city to eliminate those invading beasts. At that time, he was fearless, even shielding his sister in front of him, wielding a long sword and continuously slaying a giant beast. Ling Lin smiled slightly and said, this kid really hasn't changed at all. No way? He was quite small before, but now, so big, completely on a different level. Dong Yu frowned and said seriously, as if provoked by Ling Lin's words, stop driving, do more work. Ling Lin shot him a glare and said, go on, I don't feel comfortable just staying here. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. Dong Yu dropped a line and pressed the gas pedal, instantly driving the sports car away. A passing player looked at the sports car and sighed, one is a legal little girl, the other is a cool big sister. This is definitely a perfect match. The surrounding pedestrians joined in, that's right, 9 out of 10 little girls are rich. I'm so envious and jealous, this guy can get in the car, I'm so jealous I could die. Damn, scared me to death. Gu Changa went to the supermarket with his backpack. What he needed was food, specifically compressed biscuits and chocolate, the best supplements. Gu Changa took these two items to the checkout, spending a few hundred, which made him feel a bit pained. But thinking about the 50 million in his wallet, he felt that this amount was nothing. A potion worth 50 million was stuffed into a backpack that cost just over 50. It was simply a waste. Even Dong Yu's medicine is stored in a safe. Just as Gu Changa was leaving, he ran into a familiar face, that bastard named Su Xiaofei. This guy reeked of alcohol, probably drunk, and the strong smell could be detected from 5 or 6 meters away. The moment Su Xiaofei saw Gu Changa, he stopped, swaying, afraid he might fall. He stared at Gu Changa in silence for a long time, seemingly contemplating his thoughts. Gu Changa was already prepared to leave. He didn't want to waste time with a drunkard. As soon as Gu Changa moved, Su Xiaofei, as if recognizing him, suddenly lunged at Gu Changa, gritting his teeth and saying, "Are you crazy? Gu Changa, I've finally caught you. I got expelled, all thanks to you. Who do you think you are? Just a nameless nobody. Rao Li hates me, Su Xiaofei slipped and fell to the ground. He was already drunk and staggering, and now he fell down. He intended to lunge at Gu Changa, but with this misstep, he changed direction and crashed directly into the trash can on Gu Changa's left. He tried to control his feet but couldn't manage it completely. Then, he fell into the nearby trash bin. After saying that, he lay still, as if he were dead. The passers-by around were shocked by the scene, quickly stepping aside, fearing they would be mistaken for having bumped into Su Xiaofei. Gu Changa merely glanced at Su Xiaofei and ignored him, heading straight for the guild. He hadn't expected to encounter so much trouble just by stepping out. He had been kidnapped by Dong Yu and Ling Lin, and after a long negotiation with Dong Yu, he managed to save his life and receive a gift. Then, after a trip to the supermarket, he ran into that fool Su Xiaofei again. When Gu Changa reached the entrance of the guild, he saw Rao Li with a bright smile, and all his gloom vanished. That smile seemed to possess a magical power. "Did you get your gifts?" Rao Li asked Gu Changa with a smile. "Yes, I got some compressed biscuits and some chocolate." Not bad." Rao Li nodded, noticing that Gu Changa seemed to want to say something. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, "Are these two your girlfriends?" Gu Changa was taken aback, seeing Rao Li's awkward expression, and he didn't understand why she would ask that. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but they ultimately converged into one. She likes me. No. That's absolutely impossible. That's the greatest illusion of humanity. She likes me. If I think too seriously about this, I'll fail. Yes, that's it. I'm just a bit handsome, nothing more. Rao Li isn't the type to judge someone solely by their looks. She couldn't possibly determine a person's preferences based only on appearance. Gu Changa's mind was racing, and eventually, his pounding heart finally calmed down, and he immediately stopped casting spells. Gu Changa cleared his throat, just about to say something. The men in the guild, upon hearing the names of the two women, rushed over. "What the hell? 2 more have come. Who are they?" A voice came from the other end of the phone. "This beast is too wasteful. Damn, it's really enviable. Let me take on these immoral things." "Forget it. A person like you is just too immoral." All the men surged out, surrounding the entrance tightly, then they all looked at Gu Changa. If looks could kill, Gu Changa would have been torn to shreds by now. A man stared at Gu Changa with a pained expression. Unable to believe, he asked, "I never expected there would be such a scum in my team." "You better explain yourself." One person had red eyes, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they were about to burst, staring intensely at Gu Changa. Another person held a dagger in his hand, licking the blade as he spoke. "I'll give you one more chance to talk. This dagger is coated with a deadly poison. Even a first-tier ferocious beast would die from just a drop." "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Gu Changa curled his lips. The man froze, the short sword slipping from his hand as he staggered backward, eventually falling to the ground, white foam bubbling from his mouth. He struggled to spit out a few words. "The antidote is in my pocket." A kind-hearted person retrieved the antidote from his pocket and fed it to him, stabilizing his condition. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This guy got angry. Immediately after, everyone's gaze returned to Gu Changa's face. Gu Changa's heart nearly jumped out from the commotion. Upon hearing Yi Zichen's words, the fierce expressions on the faces around him vanished, replaced by radiant smiles. A man gently patted him on the shoulder, grinning, "You really won't betray us. From now on, if you want to eat at this restaurant, just mention my name, and you can enjoy a half-price discount." A few of them exchanged words and soon left. The man lying there unconscious slowly raised his arm and gave Gu Changa a thumbs up. "I just found it strange and spoke out. I didn't expect it to put you in such a difficult position," Rao Li said, a bit awkwardly lowering her head. "No problem." Gu Changa smiled slightly. It turned out he was just speaking casually. "I knew it. Thankfully, I didn't overthink it. Otherwise, I would be the loser." Rowley, those two seem to treat you quite well. Gu Changa sighed. Yes, they have helped me a lot. If it weren't for Sister Linglin and Vera, I wouldn't have made it this far. Rowley smiled slightly, remaining silent as her gaze returned to the bustling crowd on the street. She had originally thought they would tell Gu Changa about her, but it seemed they said nothing. Gu Changa returned to room 201 and saw Jiang Xiaoxiao still unconscious. He moved a chair over and began to complain to her. We have to go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts, and we might not even make it back alive. By the time Rowley arrived at dormitory 201, it was already midnight. Are we leaving now? Gu Changa stood up from his seat and walked towards Rowley. Rowley nodded. All right, let's go to the parking lot and get in the car. Gu Changa led Rowley out of room 201, glancing back at Jiang Xiaoxiao with a knowing look. Li Tianming noticed her eyes blinked. Gu Changa quickly rubbed his eyes, but she showed no reaction at all. Was it an illusion? Gu Changa tugged at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Chen Zhao looked at him in confusion. Rowley asked again. Gu Changa added, I got it. I noticed my sister's eyes blinking. It seems I was mistaken. She hasn't moved at all. Rowley glanced at her but didn't say anything, as she hadn't been paying attention to her and was completely unaware of what was happening. On the way to the parking lot, Gu Changa asked Rowley to help take care of Jiang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, if she woke up and had no explanation, it would surely scare her to death. After hearing this, Rowley quickly nodded, saying she would definitely come to see her when she had time. Gu Changa specifically instructed that if Xiaoxiao woke up and asked about his whereabouts, just say he went to the guild for a secret training session and wouldn't be back for a while. Rowley nodded, indicating she would handle it well. Hearing this, Gu Changa nodded. At this moment, he no longer had any psychological burden. Even if it meant death, he could accept it calmly. However, this did not mean he was seeking death. When faced with death, he would not wait for it, but now, his attitude had changed. He no longer feared Xiaoxiao. Before long, Gu Changa went to the parking lot and saw a black sedan parked there. He initially thought that there wouldn't be too many people coming this time, but unexpectedly, there were far more than he had imagined. With him and the vice president, there were 10 people in total. Among the 10, he was the weakest in cultivation, while the others all looked like seasoned warriors. Each person bore scars on their bodies, remnants of countless fierce battles. Each scar told a story of a brutal war. A woman in a tight-fitting tracksuit was watching Gu Changa with great interest. Gu Changa noticed her gaze. She was a woman in her late 20s, with short hair and dark skin, exuding a spirited aura. Standing around 1.75 meters tall, she was almost the same height as Gu Changa, and visually, she even seemed taller. Her long legs gave off an explosive beauty, both soft and powerful. Too much muscle would make one seem overly strong, while too little would feel lacking. The woman looked at Gu Changa and asked, Are you the Gu Changa that our vice president mentioned? Gu Changa replied with a hum. The girl continued, I never expected you to be a scholar. He was originally a student. How could he be a bookworm? That makes sense. The woman nodded, smiled, and walked up to Gu Changa. I am Teacher Yuli, the person in charge here, a 4th-tier cultivator, and I am about to advance to the 5th tier. You can call me Sister Yuli or Teacher Yuli, it's up to you. Yuli stood beside Gu Changa and extended her hand for him to see. Hello, Sister Yuli. Gu Changa quickly reached out to shake her hand, surprised by her strength. She was about to break through to the 5th tier, a feat accomplished by no more than 5 people. Since everyone is here, we should get going. Every time we go out to hunt beasts, there will be casualties. To say they return safely would be a lie. We are all adults now, and I don't want to disappoint you. If you are afraid, you can leave. I won't blame you. However, once you enter the woods, you will regret it. Feel free to leave if you want. Xin Quan glanced at the crowd, seeing that no one had any intention of retreating, then smiled and said, All right, since there are no cowards, let's go. Xin Quan was the first to jump into the SUV, and the others followed suit. Gu Changa then realized why he needed such a large vehicle. It was for this purpose. With a press of the gas pedal, the car roared out. Rowley watched the SUV disappear into the distance and said, I wonder how many people will survive this trip. Last time, out of 10 people, only 5 came back. This time, we are crossing the blood-red moon. The ferocious beasts here are definitely countless times more than before. Sigh, so many years have passed, and not many remember what happened back then. Now everyone is indifferent to the beasts, and we don't know who will step up for this matter in the future. Our team is getting smaller by the day. The ferocious beasts we once faced had to line up, and now there are only 10 of us. Our team had hundreds of people, but now, not a single one has stepped up. This is also why neither of them wants to stay with us. Perhaps, this is the end of the human race? Inside the car, Yuli sat directly across from Gu Changa. Among the next 9 people, only Yuli spoke, while the others occasionally responded with a word. Gu Changa felt that everyone present, except for Yuli, wore a cold expression that made it hard to approach them. Although Gu Changa wanted to hear them say a few words, he didn't know how to respond. The oppressive atmosphere was making him uncomfortable. Yuli looked at Gu Changa and smiled slightly. This time, you just need to watch us and help us out occasionally. You are here to learn from us. What? So I won't be fighting? Gu Changa was taken aback. He had come to hunt fierce beasts, and now he was being told that he didn't need to kill. Instead, Yuli and the others looked at Gu Changa with surprise. What else could it be? Yuli said with disbelief. Gu Changa tugged at his lips. Then what am I here for? To enjoy the scenery? Pretty much. Like us, you are here for training. If we let a newcomer like you take the stage, the casualty rate would definitely exceed 90%. Chen Xiaobei's expression slightly froze. Gu Changa, let them say what they want. Once the battle starts, they won't care about me anymore. Gu Changa certainly wouldn't stand by. He wouldn't calmly watch the match. He had long been mentally prepared for a slap in the face. Which high school? Yuli asked Gu Changa. Yes, Gu Changa replied. Yuli smiled and said, what a coincidence. Sister Yuli, are you still in school? Gu Ning asked. Gu Changa was surprised. He had never known that Shiguang High School had a level 4 expert. It's not Shiguang, but an elite fierce beast school. Yuli shook her head with a smile and then pointed to a serious-looking man beside her. Old Ba is from Shiguang High School. Although he usually keeps to himself, he is actually quite easy to talk to. That guy was a bully in school, indifferent to everything, and dared to do anything. Isn't it exciting to take on 2 opponents alone? Gu Changa looked at the man beside Yuli. He really hadn't expected this man to be that kind of person. He looked about 25 or 26, with no trace of youthful arrogance in his eyes, only a sense of calm. Old Ba glanced at Gu Changa but remained silent. Gu Changa greeted him. Good morning, Senior Old Ba. Old Ba took a full 30 seconds to respond to Gu Changa before nodding. Yuli glanced at Old Ba and shook her head. You've suffered so much in prison that your eyes have gone blind. Sister Yuli, were you bullied when you were young? Gu Changa asked, as Yuli was the only one in the car who was more outgoing. The others were taciturn. Even in a carriage, no one would say anything. Gu Changa suddenly felt very happy. Thankfully, Yuli was there. Otherwise, anyone would struggle to endure such an awkward, intense atmosphere. Even the thugs from society wouldn't have any impact on him. Hearing Jiang Chenxi's question, the people around showed puzzled expressions. Yuli cleared her throat a couple of times, coughed lightly, and said, I have always been the one getting beaten, always the one getting beaten, always the one getting beaten, always the one getting beaten. Shen Quan sped along, and before long, they arrived at the city gate, which was no longer so large. Even some powerful hunters going out were prohibited. Shen Quan rolled down the window, and Mo Meng took the document from Chen Xuan's hand. With just a glance, his eyes widened. Mo Meng's expression changed, and he handed the document back to Chen Quan, bowing to him. Chen Quan nodded slightly. Mo Meng looked at the crew-cut man beside him and said, open the door quickly. The bald man hurried into the control room and began to get busy. With a creak, the big door opened. Shen Quan stepped on the gas and drove the car out of the city. These are all warriors. I think I just saw Gu Changa over there. Mo Meng smiled slightly and said, that's him. Really? The crew-cut man looked surprised. He was very curious about what kind of person could leave at this time. Without at least level 3 or 4 strength, one could not leave here. Those at level 1 would only become food for the ferocious beasts. In recent days, every time night fell, the mountains and forests echoed with the roars of wild animals. Even at night, some beasts attempted to scale the 50-meter-high city walls to enter the city. They had hardly had a good rest these days. In his 5 or 6 years in office, he had never seen such a scene. Just as Qian Quan lowered the window, he looked inside. Then he saw Gu Changa sitting at the back. At first, he thought it might be because they looked somewhat similar, as they were usually at levels 3 or 4. As for Gu Changa, he hadn't even reached level 3 or 4, he had only recently recovered, barely over 200, not even at level 1. Mo Meng was slightly taken aback, then smiled. I didn't see him, but his name appeared in the documents. I didn't expect it to really be him. The bald man looked astonished. So, does that mean he is now level 4 or something? I'm not sure. Mo Meng shrugged and said, but I think he will be fine. Maybe. Regner shook his head. The bald man glanced at the tightly closed door and then looked outside. The SUV was still there, but it had vanished from sight. An hour later, the jeep drove into the woods. Gu Changa then realized that the Mercenary Guild had an independent passage leading to the jungle. This was a project built by the Mercenary Guild, which took a lot of time and effort, needing to construct the road while also guarding against the sudden appearance of wild beasts. After a long time, this road was finally completed. When the SUV stopped, it was at their destination. Before Gu Changa and Yuli's feet even touched the ground, they had already gotten out of the car. In the tall grass, sounds of rustling could be heard from time to time. Could there be ferocious beasts here? Gu Changa was bewildered. They had just arrived, and a wild beast was charging at them? In an instant, two fierce beasts sprang out from the grass, lunging at Gu Changa and Yuli's necks. If they were bitten, their heads would likely fly off. These two beasts were about the size of dogs, with sharp fangs glistening with saliva. Yuli remained calm, lifting a foot to kick one of the beasts away, slamming it against a nearby tree. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, the beast fell to the ground, motionless. Gu Chang'e instinctively punched the other beast in the head, and fortunately, he struck first, hitting the beast's head. One blow knocked the beast to the ground, but it was not seriously hurt. After landing, it jumped back up and lunged at Gu Chang'e again. Before Gu Chang'e could finish off the beast, hurried running sounds came from the grass. What the hell? Zhang Chenxi felt a chill all over. This was too fast, right? If they had this knife, they wouldn't have to work so hard. At that moment, Yuli executed a beautiful sidekick, sending the beast that was about to attack Gu Chang'e flying into the grass. After being kicked into the grass, a few minutes later, a piercing scream echoed from within, accompanied by rustling sounds, as if it was leaving. Gu Chang'e could finally feel at ease. For a moment, a cold image suddenly flashed in his mind. He certainly didn't want to be taken out before he even made a move. Sister Yuli, thank you for your hard work. Gu Chang'e looked at Yuli with gratitude. It's nothing, after all, I'm your teacher. Yuli smiled slightly and then added, so, do you understand your shortcomings now? Gu Chang'e nodded seriously. If I had known, I would have kept my gun in hand. I was just about to take it out of the car, but unexpectedly, as soon as I got out, I encountered a fierce beast and didn't have time to draw my weapon. That's half right, Regner nodded. Yuli's voice rang out. Which half is wrong? Gu Chang'e asked. Since it concerned his life, he needed to know. Only by correcting his shortcomings could he have a greater chance of survival. Yuli felt the same way. Relying too much on the weapon in your hand is not a good thing. I'm not too sure about that either, Sister Yuli. Can you tell me the specifics? Gu Chang'e asked. Very good. I like your inquisitive nature. As Yuli spoke, she pressed down on Zhang Chenxi's shoulder. What I hate the most is when I've clearly told you something, yet you pretend to know nothing and act as if you understand everything. That kind of shamelessness is not a good habit. Correcting mistakes is equivalent to improving your combat ability and reducing the chances of being deceived. That's exactly what I intend to do. Gu Chang'e. Yuli continued. Your first weakness is a lack of vigilance. When fighting for your life against a monster, the enemy won't tell you to be careful. You must always be on guard against sudden attacks. Secondly, your excessive reliance on weapons is common sense, but sometimes your weapon may get damaged. At that point, how will you respond? Upon hearing Yuli's words, Gu Chang'e fell silent. She suddenly realized she hadn't thought in that direction at all. If a person relies too much on a single item, once that item is destroyed, they will fall into panic because that is the only thing they can use. Losing that item means losing their combat ability, which is a significant weakness. Gu Chang'e finally understood. Before entering the jungle, he thought he could slaughter as he had before, but as soon as he got out of the car, two weaknesses were pointed out to him. Gu Chang'e suddenly realized that he came to intern for a reason, to identify problems. He then heard Yuli say, my suggestion is that you should learn various skills, including how to use your own weapon. You need to learn how to turn the surrounding environment into your weapon. And one more thing, you must continuously improve your strength. No matter the environment, you should rely on your own body. Even if you lose your weapon, you can use your body as a weapon. At that point, will your weapon still be lying on the ground? Okay, Sister Yuli. Gu Chang'e nodded seriously, suddenly understanding how to make himself more perfect. Yuli's words inspired him greatly. If he could forge himself into a weapon, then he wouldn't have to worry about his weapon falling. Indeed, with this skill, he wouldn't have to worry about losing his weapon, and he could also strengthen his body. After all weapons are just decorations. The most important thing is to refine the body. In Zhang Chen's mind, the image of a bronze cauldron emerged. Since he could forge broken weapons, could he also forge his own body? Should he try cutting off his waist to see? Gu Chang'e thought about it for a moment and then gave up. He could come up with such a method, which makes him a genius. Yuli pointed out to Gu Chang'e, and Lao Ba and the others also got out of the car, resolving all the hidden beasts in the dark. The weapons in their hands seemed quite ordinary, some were just short swords, while others were unremarkable curved knives. It appeared that these people's understanding was similar to Yuli's, relying mainly on their physical bodies, with weapons as a supplement. Xian Quan walked up to Gu Chang'e and said seriously, even with Yuli's protection, you still need to pay attention to your surroundings. No one is invincible. Okay. Gu Chang'e nodded, quickly took out his weapon from his bag, and then entered a forest with Yuli. Lao Ba and the others led the way at the front, with Yuli and Gu Chang'e in the center, and the vice president at the back, all to prevent them from being attacked by the beasts. Gu Chang'e asked Yuli how to train his body, and Yuli answered very straightforwardly. It was all about challenging oneself repeatedly, pushing one's limits time and again. Gu Chang'e looked at Yuli. She could say such words, which must mean she had gone through numerous challenges, constantly improving and progressing. Yuli's voice rang out. You don't necessarily have to exceed your own abilities. What you need to do is find your weaknesses. Only then can you become stronger, otherwise, you'll never break through yourself. Gu Chang'e didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The group continued to delve deeper into the dense forest, encountering many corpses of beasts along the way, but they did not clean up those corpses or take their beast cores. It seemed that killing ferocious beasts was just about killing ferocious beasts, very simple and clear. Seeing so many beast corpses, Gu Chang'e felt a pang of sorrow. If only these things could be swallowed by the bronze cauldron. Gu Chang'e suddenly realized something important and asked in confusion, Sister Yuli, I don't quite understand. If we don't clean up those beast corpses, then those bodies could very well become a meal for other beasts. In that case, the harm to them wouldn't be too great. Gu Chang'e continued, Do you know? This is also why those beasts must eat well to reproduce. Without enough food, they can't grow and thrive. Their food is limited in this jungle. Oh, it seems you've noticed that too. Yuli nodded in approval and added, You're right, if not cleaned up in time, they would instead become food for other beasts, and it could also prevent infighting. What if they, like us, knew how to raise livestock and feed them? That wouldn't do. Before Gu Chang'e could finish his sentence, he suddenly remembered that a 10th-tier ferocious beast could transform into a human, and its intelligence was not much different from that of a person. It must be possible. Yuli continued, I wonder if you've heard that many years ago, a 10th-tier ferocious beast transformed into a human and infiltrated various cities. Do you know what it did there? Gu Chang'e shook his head, paused, and cautiously asked, Was it observing the survival and development of our human race? Yes, this monster took 3 years from its appearance until now, enough for all humans to become aware of it. Damn, this person hid too deeply. He didn't hide, instead, he lived a luxurious life. He used his power to drug a wealthy person, making him attend various events every day. Why did he appear here? Gu Chang'e was very curious. He had only heard some rumors and wasn't clear on the specifics. This is all hearsay, don't take it to heart. Yuli continued, she once participated in an event about the characteristics of ferocious beasts, and she even brought a strong working dog specifically for searching for wild animals. After that, this working dog barked furiously at him. At first, he didn't pay it any mind, but after a few more barks, he still didn't listen. Then he became suspicious, and later he went to check, but he couldn't find that person, as if they had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He also noticed the unusual behavior of that working dog, so he reported it to the higher-ups immediately. Then, we sent people to hunt him down. In his villa, he finally revealed his true colors. It is said that the battle destroyed half of the building. In the end, this giant beast left our world. Perhaps it has taken on another identity and is living in another world. Gu Chang'e felt a chill at these words. A 10th-tier demon beast could very well be hiding in human cities. Perhaps his companion was a terrifying monster, and he didn't even know it. Once it exploded, the entire city might be destroyed. Xian Quan stood behind him and said lightly, Don't worry, the Cultivator Association is not just for show. Every so often, they conduct inspections in various cities. We just don't know about it. Within this city, they are absolutely safe. If they want to take action against us, our human race will definitely not let them leave alive. We are much stronger now than we were 10 years ago. Don't worry. Yuli also spoke up. Gu Chang'e nodded, still immersed in shock. If he hadn't joined the mercenary guild, he would never have known such secret information. Yuli smiled slightly and said, You don't understand, our association is part of the cultivation world. What? Our guild is also part of the Cultivator Association? Gu Chang'e was taken aback. He really didn't know this name. Xian Quan continued, That's good. Yes, one of them is from our Adventurers Guild. One controls the Dragon Kingdom's pharmaceutical market, Tiandong. And then there's Tianlong Heavy Industries, which manages large construction and equipment manufacturing in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the revival of the Dragon People. Our Adventurers Guild mainly hunts monsters. The monsters we collect are sold to the Tiandong Group and Tianlong Group for drug production and weapon research. Oh, I see. The cores of these magical beasts can be used for alchemy and weapon crafting. Gu Chang'e finally understood why those potions had such good effects. The so-called living dead were actually refined from the inner cores of magical beasts. No wonder the higher the tier of the demon beast, the more precious it was. Its effects are much greater than you can imagine. Xian Quan had a slight smile on his lips. With Xian Quan and Yuli's introduction, Gu Chang'e gained a deeper understanding of the Adventurers Guild and the other 3 major forces, feeling an unreal sensation. Then she knew. The current ferocious beasts had already learned to raise livestock and make tools. What they were doing was to ensure that everyone died better. Gu Changa suddenly remembered something upon hearing this. It seemed to be true. The ones who understand you best are often your enemies, not your family. Xian Quan smiled slightly and added, but we are not doing nothing. Now, all major forces are researching methods of taming beasts. Some guilds have even trained beast tamers to cultivate their own pets, turning them into mounts and weapons. Time passed second by second. Xian Quan glanced at the clock and said to everyone, rest for an hour, then we will set off again. What are we going to do? Gu Changa asked in confusion, is what you said true? Xian Quan said, we will first raid the lair of that ferocious beast, and then kill it. There is a special type of demon beast called Mother Beast. As long as there are enough resources, they can continuously reproduce, and within 3 days, a new demon beast can be born. Is it that powerful? Gu Changa was taken aback. Xian Quan nodded and said, I understand. In other words, if we kill this 10th tier ferocious beast, then this giant beast will at least be quiet for a few months. After all, this giant beast is not naturally born, it is a special kind of creature. Research on creatures. Gu Changa had never thought that these ferocious beasts could be so terrifying. They could even create a completely different kind of creature through research. In some ways, these ferocious beasts had already far surpassed humans. At first, he thought these demon beasts were quite intelligent, but now it seemed that they were indeed very clever. Gu Changa signaled to Old Eight and the others, and a few of them had already brought out the meals they had prepared and started eating. There were also some guards nearby, always alert to the movements around them. The so-called 30 minutes did not mean everyone was together, but rather they took turns. The promised 30 minutes actually only required 15 minutes. Gu Changa quickly stuffed a compressed biscuit into his mouth, suddenly remembering that today was Monday, a day usually spent in class. What day of the week it was had nothing to do with him. Wei Yongzhou had long since kicked him out. This was actually a good choice. He could go to the Adventurers Guild and study at the best academy in the future. On the other side, at Shiguang High School, in the 3rd grade classroom, since Gu Changa was not there, Shui Qinru had become her homeroom teacher. The students in the classroom were discussing this matter. Why hasn't Gu Changa come back yet? Did something happen to him? I don't think so. The teacher said Gu Changa took several days off, but didn't say why. Should we go check on him? Just leaving like that would be too rude. That's true. Let's wait a bit longer. Shui Qinru had visited Gu Changa's room yesterday and had seen him. They found that there was nothing left in the house. There was no sign of Gu Changa. After returning home, she had the maiden Xiaotian help her track Gu Changa's whereabouts, but it was as if he had vanished from the world, with no clues at all. Later, she went to inquire with Gu Changa's landlord and learned that he had already rented out the house and even found him a room, but she didn't know where he was staying. Shui Qinru knew Gu Changa was safe, which finally relieved her. But where was Gu Changa? Why was it so late? After a brief rest, the group continued on their way. The deeper they went, the more demon beasts they encountered, surging in from all directions. Fortunately, these demon beasts were not too strong, and with Old Eight and the others around, dealing with them was still quite easy. Gu Changa had also killed several. At that moment, Yuli stopped joking and remained vigilant, paying close attention to the movements around them, wary of the nearby ferocious beasts. Wishing her left eye could open and blink. In such a tense atmosphere, Gu Changa was on edge, unable to relax at all. This continued until night fell. The group found a concealed cave to rest. Everyone continued to take turns, making the most of their rest time. Even though Old Eight and the others had strong physiques, after a day of fierce battles, they inevitably felt a bit fatigued and soon fell into a deep sleep. At first, Gu Changa and Yuli were patrolling outside. Their responsibilities were not heavy, so they did not feel too tired during the journey. But Gu Changa was already tense, and once he relaxed, he found it hard to bear. Yuli glanced outside the cave and said, tonight is unlikely to be peaceful. A fierce beast is gathering from a distance, and once a powerful demon beast appears, they will rush over, and then it will be troublesome. But it hasn't come to that yet. In about 5 or 6 hours, they will launch their attack. They are very clever. Gu Changa looked out from the cave entrance and could only see the pitch-black forest, where the crimson eyes of the fierce beasts flickered like an endless sea. Anyone with a fear of clusters would surely go mad if they came here. However, these were just in the front. There were even more beast hordes behind. With so many demon beasts, resisting them is not a simple task. From 11 to midnight, Yuli and Gu Changa had a few hours of rest. Now, Old Eight and the others had to take turns keeping watch, with each person on duty for half an hour. At 1 or 2 in the morning, a guard whispered, "They are leaving." The few people who had been sleeping immediately opened their eyes wide. Gu Changa had not been sleeping. he was resting with his eyes closed. He picked up his gun, got up from the ground, and looked outside the cave. Sure enough, outside the cave, pairs of blood-red eyes were rapidly approaching. From this angle, a moderately sized hillside clearly revealed the cave where Gu Chang'e and the others were. Two figures stood atop the hill, a man and a woman. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, like two blazing flames, giving off a chilling and terrifying feeling. The woman was dressed very lightly, with only a few strips of cloth covering her key areas, and the material looked extremely worn. It was as if it were a piece of fabric that had been washed 100 times. A gentle tug would tear it to shreds. Beside her stood a man with his upper body bare, wearing only a pair of beast skin pants. He glanced at the cave and said softly, "Just 10 people. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Don't underestimate them. There's a saying among the human race, when the lion fights, the rabbit dies, and the fox grieves. It means that when a fierce lion encounters a wild rabbit, it must exert all its strength to warn others that when facing someone weaker, one must use all their power." The man still wore a look of disdain. 8 level 4 demons, 1 level 2 demon, and 1 level 9 demon. Excluding the level 9 demon, the remaining demons are like ants to us. We only need one strike to kill them all, no need for such a long time. Back then, you were too careless and lost an arm to someone 1 level higher than you. If it weren't for me, losing an arm would have been the least of your worries. The man recalled the woman wielding the ice blade, her gaze as cold as ice. A hint of pain crossed his face as he gritted his teeth. That was just a coincidence. If I see her again, it won't be like this. Can you improve while he cannot? He felt that this man was just a brute, lacking any intelligence. She's out. Yi Futian spoke up. She descended into the cave. A group of people emerged from the crowd, wielding their weapons to cut through wave after wave of beast tides, and then more people followed them out. I'm going to settle the score with them now. The man sneered and jumped down from the hill, charging toward the direction where Gu Chang'e and the others were. The woman glanced at him and sighed. This kid still hasn't learned his lesson. Fine, let him go for now and see if he can kill all these people. Gu Chang'e took up his weapon and fought alongside him. The fierce beasts pouncing from all directions had their throats cut by sharp blades. In less than 30 seconds, Gu Chang'e had lost count of how many demon beasts he had killed, his body covered in blood. His hands were covered in the blood of ferocious beasts, making it difficult for Gu Chang'e to grip the sword hilt. At any moment he could be flung away. They didn't even have time to wipe the blood from their hands as more beasts surged forward, completely unaware of what death was. Gu Chang'e could only tighten his grip on the knife, striking again and again, each blow bringing down a fierce beast. Gu Chang'e's eyes turned red. Watching their frenzied state, even the beasts had to retreat. The beasts that pounced on Gu Chang'e also began to hesitate, no longer as fearless as before. Yuli was not far from Gu Chang'e, her attention focused on him, worried that he might be surrounded by a pack of ferocious beasts and get startled. I want to use my strength to make those monsters wary. Seeing this scene, Yuli smiled slightly. When Yuli said this, everyone rolled their eyes, surprised to find that those monsters actually dared not attack Gu Chang'e. Bad people deal with bad people. Even ferocious beasts fear such reckless individuals. Even those monsters were intimidated by the aura he exuded. Qianquan looked into the distance, frowning slightly, feeling a bit of a headache. He didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, his voice became serious. Everyone be careful, there is a powerful enemy. The expressions of the crowd darkened, and they couldn't help but look at Qianquan, but they found nothing, and their unease grew stronger. A person who could be called a great enemy by this vice president was at least a 9th-tier beast. Here, only their vice president could contend with it. Qianquan gave a reminder. Yuli, you must protect Gu Chang'e. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Yuli moved closer to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e was gasping for breath. With so many beasts still unhandled, the enemy was coming, and this was no joke. Just then, a strong wind swept in, like a hurricane of level 10, nearly knocking Gu Chang'e off his feet. At that moment, Gu Chang'e couldn't care about anything else. He only saw a person flying towards him. Yes, flying towards him. Gu Chang'e, able to fly in the air, at least a 7th tier. The visitor was not friendly at all. If this monster transformed into a human-like ferocious beast, it would be at least a 10th tier. 10th tier, an incredible realm. That tornado just now was merely the shockwave created when it took off. What a powerful existence. Just the shockwave made him unsteady, let alone attacking. Yuli, take Gu Chang'e away, everyone else retreat as well. Qianquan's expression was solemn, decisively giving the order. A 10th tier ferocious beast. He hadn't seen such a monster in a long time. What surprised him even more was that on the very night they entered the forest, they encountered such a powerful enemy. Was it a coincidence or intentional? Faced with such a giant beast, Qianquan had no confidence in defeating it. He could only buy time, but how long could he hold out? After all, he had never fought a 10th tier ferocious beast. Although he had seen them, it was always as an observer. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Without a second thought, Yuli immediately grabbed Guchanga and fled. The beasts that had been frightened by Guchanga roared in anger as they saw them retreat, lunging at Guchanga and Supasian. The surrounding ferocious beasts all pounced towards Lao Ba and the others. As the beasts moved, Shen Quan waved his hand, and a massive pressure enveloped a large area ahead, crushing all the ferocious beasts. Only then did Guchanga come to his senses. Sister Yuli, are we really going to leave him behind? Nonsense. Yuli questioned Guchanga, then excitedly said, staying here in the face of a tier 10 beast is just a burden. We might as well retreat directly to avoid dragging others down. If you want to go, then go. Don't be so wishy-washy. By then, there won't even be a single person left. I've seen enough of this. You shouldn't let down the vice president's hard work. Guchanga could see that Yuli was also in pain, and it wasn't just her. Lao Ba and the others were suffering too, as they had likely experienced too much in such situations. Guchanga silently lowered her head and continued walking forward. In front of such a monster, we have no chance at all. This was something no one had anticipated. They had only just arrived and already encountered a tier 10 beast. The odds were akin to winning 100 million in the lottery. Seeing Guchanga and the others running so fast, the man sneered, "You won't escape in an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Shen Quan, his expression shifting, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. "I never expected to see you in a place like this." Shen Chuan's tone was calm, without a hint of turbulence. "I also didn't know. It seems you haven't made much progress over the years." "Humph, no progress at all. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Tell me where that woman is, and I can give you a quick end." "Humph, that's useless. A tier 10 like you could never be her opponent. If it weren't for that person helping you, you would have been killed by her long ago. To be honest, she has already advanced to tier 10. The man's lips twitched, his face gradually contorting, and he charged at Shen Quan without a word. Shen Quan turned to look, seeing that Guchanga and the others had gone far, and finally showed a hint of a smile. The man threw a punch at Shen Quan, unleashing a terrifying force. Shen Quan reached out to block but couldn't withstand the blow. The gap between tier 9 and tier 10 was more than just a small difference, it was like an insurmountable chasm. Shen Quan was directly hit by the punch, his body flying backward and crashing into a tree trunk thick enough for 3 or 4 people to embrace. A terrifying force transmitted through Chen Xuan's body into the giant tree, shattering it completely. Bang! The giant tree fell to the ground. "This is the gap between you and me." He walked towards Shen Quan with his hands behind his back, expressionless. "I've made up my mind to make you wish you were dead." Shen Quan weakly leaned against a large tree, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, his organs shattered, and his whole body in excruciating pain. That last blow nearly cost him his life. The power difference between a tier 10 and a tier 9 was indeed enormous. "I can still buy some time, you should hurry and escape." Shen Quan was not afraid at all. "Is that all you've got?" Shen Quan asked calmly. The man descended from the sky, standing in front of Shen Quan. "Let's see if you can still be so tough. After all, no one can survive this trial. Show me your torture methods. Let me see what kind of torture a mere tier 10 beast can come up with after more than 10 years of research." After a snort, the man spoke. "I can see you're deliberately stalling. Don't waste your effort. I've already said, even if it takes an hour, I can easily catch up. If you don't try, how can you be sure?" Shen Quan seemed unfazed. He was clearly stalling for time, it was obvious with a little thought. The man's calmness made Shen Quan somewhat worried because the man's speed was too fast. It wouldn't be long before he caught up. Shen Quan didn't understand how he and the others could escape this calamity. "Alright, it's time to deal with them." The man glanced at the direction Guchanga and the others had left, then soared into the sky. Shen Quan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body, slowly raising his hands. In an instant, a powerful pressure enveloped him, strong enough to crush a 3rd or 4th tier beast, yet this time, he remained unscathed. The man sneered, disdainfully saying, "After all these years, it seems you haven't made any progress. I just stand here for you to hit, and you can't even pull a hair out. You're really becoming more and more useless." Shen Quan said nothing. The man struck out with a palm, and the immense force sent Shen Quan flying. With just one move, Shen Quan lost the ability to resist. Just as the man was about to leave to chase after Guchanga and the others, he saw a large group of beasts surrounding him, as if they intended to swallow him whole. "Get lost. I have my eyes on it. It's my food." All the beasts were frightened and began to retreat. However, some stubborn ones refused to leave, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the man to go before rushing in to devour Shen Quan. The blood of a human expert was a great temptation for them. The higher the tier of the human, the greater the power contained in their blood, allowing them to evolve rapidly. A 10th tier cultivation was not just for show, he could easily see the number of ferocious beasts hiding in the dark. There were actually beasts that did not obey his command. The man threw punches left and right, wielding formidable strength. The hidden beasts couldn't even dodge and were directly obliterated. After 2 consecutive attacks, countless ferocious beasts died, and those who had refused to leave also fled. At least you know what's good for you. Just as he turned to leave, he was drenched by a warm splash of liquid. The man frowned and sniffed, quickly realizing it was blood. Looking down, he saw Gu Changa standing in front of him, his left arm wrapped in bandages, seemingly used for dressing a wound. In his right hand, he held a small vial filled with blood. The man completely failed to understand Gu Changa's actions or why he was doing this. The man scoffed, "A second-tier ability user thinks he can deal with me? Not only can I attack you, but I can also kill you." Gu Changa gritted his teeth, enduring the oppressive aura emanating from the man, staring directly into his blood-red eyes. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely been crushed to death by this overwhelming pressure, turning into a puddle of blood. Even Gu Changa felt as if he was under immense pressure. At any moment, he could be turned into meat paste. It was hard to imagine just how strong this man was. Just this pressure alone was enough to kill, let alone engage in combat with him. But fortunately, his blood had already splattered onto the man's body. He wasn't sure if he could destroy the metal door like before, so he had to risk his life to test it. Yuli and the others did not leave but hid in the surrounding grass, ready for action. What a big mouth! The man found this amusing. He had never encountered someone so arrogant, clearly only second tier, yet wanting to put him to death. "So what?" Regner asked. "Do you think I didn't notice those hiding nearby? They would only strike after I attack you?" The man sneered. He had never seen someone so foolish. "How did you know?" Gu Changa feigned surprise, though he was also quite astonished that a 10th tier beast had such strong perception. Yuli and the others, hidden in the shadows, were also shocked by this scene, as they had not yet made a move and were already discovered. Since they had been found out, there was no need to hide anymore. That would be foolish. Yuli could only place her hopes on Gu Changa's strategy, or else they would all meet their end here. The man enjoyed the surprised expression on Gu Changa's face, pride evident on his own, as he calmly said, just a trivial skill. In your human terms, my experiences far surpass yours." On the other side, Gu Changa quietly took out the bronze cauldron, thinking to himself, "Brother, please lend me your hand and help me kill this man. I will collect a batch of beast corpses for you. How about that?" The man saw Gu Changa holding a bronze furnace, and his pupils suddenly constricted, a fear he had never felt before surging in his heart. Instantly, the eyes of the 4 ancient beasts glowed red, and a strong pulling force erupted from the bronze furnace. The man was immediately sucked into the furnace, and the next moment, he found himself in another place, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything. Then, the man witnessed the most terrifying scene of his life. No, a piercing scream echoed. Outside, Gu Changa did not hear the man's pleas for mercy, nor the sound of bones being crushed. Did it succeed? Regner was taken aback. Yuli stared at Gu Changa in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked closely, and indeed found that the man had truly vanished, sucked into the bronze cauldron in Gu Changa's hands. 10th rank, an existence capable of destroying a city, making everyone tremble in fear. 10th rank beasts, no one dared to underestimate. Such a powerful figure was actually devoured by Gu Changa's treasure? It was simply insane. An item that seemed ordinary could easily kill a 10th rank beast. As long as a bit of blood was sprinkled on the opponent's body and one took out their magical artifact, they could consume the opponent. Who could so easily kill a 10th rank beast? Impressive. Yi Futian uttered 2 words. Even the usually serious old 8 and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Killing a 10th rank beast with a 2nd rank, if this news got out, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the Dragon Kingdom. They also knew that this matter absolutely could not be leaked. If it did, Gu Changa would definitely be in danger. Although this treasure was powerful, Gu Changa's strength was simply too weak. Once he encountered a master, and he was well aware that the power of this treasure would surely be guarded against. If he couldn't get his blood on the opponent's body, he would lose. Such a treasure could only exert its maximum effect when the enemy was completely unprepared. Yuli walked up to Gu Changa, her face filled with surprise, and said, "What happened?" "Gu Changa is amazing. It really worked. I wasn't sure if I could do it before, so I just tried casually, and I didn't expect it to actually work." "That's right, otherwise we would have been killed." Yuli's voice rang out. Old 8 and the others approached the vice president, hoisting him onto their shoulders and turning to run. On the other side, on a small hill, a girl with deep brows furrowed, her expression unusually serious, mixed with a hint of confusion, her expression extremely complex. Niu Biao was killed? How could the thing in that guy's hand be so powerful? When he took the item in his hand down, Niu Biao had already been sucked into it. When did the human race have such a terrifying existence? I've never heard of it. The woman thought for a moment and felt something was off. It should be, if they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have run away. They should have killed Niu Biao first. This guy didn't think this thing would work at first, but later he just went for it, and unexpectedly it worked. To be able to suck Niu Biao in, it must be something that guy poured on him. After saying this, she walked over to the spot where Niu Biao had just stood. She arrived at the place where Niu Biao had been standing and found him splattered with liquid. Sniffing it, she felt puzzled. Why is it blood? Could it be his own blood? Is there some kind of connection between the two? We can't act rashly now, let's observe a bit longer. Then, the woman commanded the other beasts to chase after Guchanga and the others, and those beasts lunged at them with all their might. The woman flew into the air, following suit, waiting to see what Guchanga would do next. A little guy at the second level can actually wield such power. If it falls into the hands of the human race, it could cause us fatal harm. In other words, if I can get my hands on it and master its use, then I can wipe out all the experts of the human race. Guchanga and the others hadn't traveled far when they were surrounded by the beasts behind them. They positioned Guchanga behind them, forming a U-shape around him. Yuli scanned the surroundings and quickly assessed their location. Not good, if we go any further, we'll reach a cliff. Everyone's faces darkened, they could only run forward, with beasts on their left and behind, but none in front. Lao Ba said, I understand. There are just too many monsters here. If we don't take action, we might be exhausted to death. You were killed by the vice president before, and now the vice president is asleep. We can't hold off so many beasts. Yuli's voice rang out. If it's unavoidable, then we should leap off the cliff. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival. Is there any water flow? Guchanga asked. Are you sure? If there's a big river below, we might survive, but if not, then falling in would mean turning into a puddle of meat. It doesn't seem like it. If we fall, we'll definitely be crushed. As Guchanga finished speaking, he suddenly remembered the pills Danyu had given him and quickly said, Sister Yuli, I need a pill that can restore the vice president's health. Just wait. Okay. Chen Zhao agreed. Yuli and the others didn't ask much about what was happening with Guchanga because they absolutely trusted him. They immediately stopped and faced the countless beasts. They were not afraid of death at all. Guchanga put down his hand, quickly took out a bottle of potion from his backpack, opened the cap, and poured the liquid into Chen Xuan's mouth. There was no regret at all. The medicine was consumed. Chen Xuan's wounds were rapidly healing, even the previously broken bones were mending quickly. He's really close to death. Guchanga was startled. He didn't expect the medicine to take effect so quickly. He thought it would take several minutes for the effects to kick in. Instantly, the wounds healed rapidly. He's almost recovered. Guchanga hurriedly shared this good news with Yuli and the others. Great. Regner nodded. Yuli and the others felt a surge of energy. What they needed to do now was to hold on until the vice president woke up. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters above Guchanga and the others, the woman stood in midair, her gaze fixed on them below. She frowned. What on earth did that kid feed him to heal his injuries so quickly? Niu Biao broke more than 10 of his bones. It's already a miracle he survived, and now he's healing so fast. She was weighing the pros and cons, considering whether to take action. This was the third question. Faced with the bronze cauldron, she couldn't help but act. The woman took a deep breath and then quickly flew toward Guchanga and the others. In just a moment, she charged within 100 meters of them. What the hell, another 10th level ferocious beast is coming. Yuli and the others also spotted the girl, and Yuli cursed loudly. He can't have destroyed the lair of a 10th level beast, can he? Wow, this is just too unlucky. I've only seen one 10th tier beast in my life, and that was 2 of them. 10th tier beasts are already rare, and now there are 2 appearing. Yuli and the others cursed angrily, while Lao Ba and the others had dark expressions, tightly clenching their fists as they looked at the woman charging towards them. Zhang Chenxi was also in a daze. Was there really a 10th tier beast here? 10th tier beasts weren't that common, were they? What was going on? What should they do? Facing a 10th tier beast head-on, he had no chance of winning. The only reason he had defeated a 10th tier beast before was pure luck and surprise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a single chance. He glanced at the vice president lying on the ground and noticed that his injuries had mostly healed. Captain, get up. Guchanga grabbed Shenquan by the collar and shook him vigorously. After Guchanga's persistent efforts, Shenquan finally came to his senses. It's a 10th tier. Guchanga pointed at the woman. Who are you? Shenquan looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Upon hearing Guchanga's words, he immediately jumped up. He no longer cared about how Guchanga and the others had returned or how her injuries had healed. But one thing he was very clear about, to leave Guchanga and the others a way out, they had to fight desperately against the 10th tier beast. The girl saw him wake up and didn't slow down. The only one she needed to guard against was Guchanga. The others posed no threat to her. Even Shenquan, a 9th tier warrior, would find it hard to inflict any damage on her. the woman launched an attack from dozens of meters away towards Gu Chang'e and the others. The flowers, grass, and trees around Gu Chang'e were shaking rapidly and growing quickly, surpassing them in just a second. Countless vines extended from the trees, slowly approaching Gu Chang'e and the others. Gu Chang'e used a sharp knife to cut through the surrounding weeds, but for Yuli and the others, it was somewhat difficult to cut through the small grass. Grass taller than a person quickly entangled their hands and feet, tightening rapidly, and the pain grew more intense. They struggled desperately to break free but couldn't escape at all. Gu Chang'e wanted to run over to help, but he couldn't move at all. The grass that had been cut would soon regrow. If it were one-sided, Gu Chang'e could have come to help, but unfortunately, things weren't that simple. As the grass tightened, both of their skins were cut open, blood flowing out and dripping onto the grass. At this rate, they would probably be torn apart by the grass in just a few seconds. Gu Chang'e was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Watching his companions die before him while he could do nothing was truly tormenting. Bang! An extremely powerful aura exploded near Gu Chang'e, a shockwave like a nuclear explosion spreading out, erasing everything within a radius of 500 to 600 meters. The grass surrounding Yuli and the others was also crushed to pieces by this force. Gu Chang'e and the others were not injured at all in such a strong airflow, not even retreating an inch, as if the airflow simply passed by them. The girl in the air was also blown over 20 meters away by the sudden gust. However, she was unhurt, just brushed by the strong wind. But the third and fourth tier beasts were not as strong as the girl and were all slaughtered, blood and flesh flying everywhere. A pungent smell filled the entire area. Gu Chang'e and the others all looked towards Qianquan, their eyes filled with a hint of expectation. At this moment, he was a mass of tightly coiled muscles, veins bulging, emanating a chilling aura. His long hair whipped in the wind, and his face had turned red without him realizing it. Gu Chang'e and the others only knew that Qianquan had reached the 10th level. Otherwise, why would he be so ferocious? The girl narrowed her eyes, staring at Qianquan, her expression serious. What is this? Qianquan gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly. Gu Chang'e, you and your people need to leave here quickly. As he spoke, Qianquan's voice became almost a roar, showing his immense discomfort. The girl observed carefully and suddenly realized, sneering, so, you haven't actually advanced to the 10th level, but have used some special method to make yourself stronger. In this case, how long can you hold on? Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e and the others immediately understood what was happening. Yuli and the others recalled something. This was about the explosive Yuan pill. Therefore, he would never use it lightly. Taking it could allow a person to unleash their potential for a period of time. During this process, a warrior's power would greatly increase, but they would also have to endure pain that ordinary people could not withstand. It was said that even if an ordinary person felt just 1% of that pain, they would go mad, yet now he was only feeling 1% of the pain. After 5 minutes, the effects would wear off, and they would have to bear the consequences. It was said that no one who took the explosive pill ever survived. They had always thought this pill only existed in rumors. Run! He shouted, turning to flee. After Qianquan finished speaking, he leaped forward, directly lunging at the girl with a palm strike. She waved her hand casually, seemingly effortless, yet she blocked Qianquan's attack, appearing completely unscathed, not even furrowing her brow. The power gained through improper means is not something we can obtain ourselves. Even at the 10th level, there is still a significant difference between us. Let me show you true strength. The woman grabbed Qianquan's arm, preventing his escape, and with one fist, struck his abdomen. Boom! Qianquan was sent flying, and if not for a girl holding onto him tightly, he would have been thrown far away. One punch. Qianquan's internal organs were nearly shattered, and his heart almost stopped beating as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is strength. As soon as the words left her mouth, the woman struck Qianquan's face again. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Qianquan's entire skeleton shattered. He felt as if his brain was short-circuiting. That last blow had been delivered without holding back, capable of exploding his head. Gritting his teeth, he raised his arm, wanting to punch the woman, but her speed far surpassed his. Qianquan took the initiative, but her fist struck him first. Again! Bang! A tremendous force surged from Qianquan's body, and his internal organs felt as if they were about to collapse. Qianquan felt his vision blurring, his eyes growing heavier, as if they would collapse at any moment. A 10th level beast was indeed not so easy to break. He still had a long way to go. Gu Chang'e had already been dragged away by Yuli and the others. They were well aware of this woman's terror, and she did not seem as arrogant as the previous 10th level monster, which had wanted to kill from the start. It was very likely that everything that had just happened had been noticed by this woman, making it even less possible for Gu Changa to strike from behind. No matter how powerful a treasure was, if it couldn't hit the opponent, it was useless. With Gu Changa's strength, it was impossible for him to directly hit that woman. The vice president had reached level 10 in such a short time, yet still couldn't do anything to her, which showed just how powerful she was. She was stronger than an ordinary level 10 expert, and among level 10s, she could be considered a top figure. However, faced with her, they could only flee in defeat. The woman glanced at Gu Changa and the others, and seeing them run away, she naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, reaching out to grab Gu Changa. Just as she raised her palm to strike, a terrifying force began to gather in her hand. If she weren't afraid that her overwhelming power would destroy the magical artifact, she would have acted long ago. But this was not a simple matter. Qianquan suddenly struck, slapping towards the woman's face, and indeed, his palm hit her cheek. With one blow, he sent the woman flying thousands of meters away. Had she not crashed into a tall mountain, she might have been sent even further. The woman was violently smashed into a mountain peak, embedding herself over a yard deep. Even though her strength far surpassed Qianquan's, being hit by this blow still caused her significant injury. Not only was she hurt, but she was severely injured, with the left side of her face shattered. If Qianquan's strength had been a bit stronger, he might have been able to crush her skull with a single punch. Unfortunately, after that strike, Qianquan exhausted all his strength, lacking even the power to rise into the air, and his body fell limply to the ground. Given his height and the injuries he sustained, this fall could very well cost him his life. It's over. I've finally amounted to something in my life. The 2000G textbook, I haven't even had the chance to look at it, and now I'm giving up. Qianquan smiled bitterly, his eyes gradually closing. The woman struggled to stand up from the deep pit, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. She never expected that the barely breathing Qianquan could still attack. This guy's vitality was like that of a wild beast. What on earth did this guy eat? That's the most important thing. His injuries are still healing, otherwise, with my punch, he would have been dead long ago. I was careless, Yi Futian thought to himself. The woman reached up to touch her face. Qianquan's strike not only shattered the left side of her face but also deformed her jaw. Falling from midair, he kept his eyes closed, completely unaware of how far he was from the ground. At this moment, he couldn't even feel the passage of time. Time passed slowly. Days felt like years. Therefore, he had no idea of the distance between himself and the ground, which could be less than a second or just a centimeter. At that moment, he suddenly had the illusion of being grabbed by someone. Could it be this monster? That was impossible. Why would it help him? He opened his eyes and saw Gu Changa pulling him. However, there was not a trace of joy on Qianquan's face. On the contrary, his expression turned extremely grim, becoming exceptionally dark. Why are you back again? Are you looking for death? He shouted at Gu Changa. He knew why Gu Changa had returned, and while feeling helpless, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, he would have preferred if Gu Changa hadn't come back at all. I can't leave everyone behind and just live for myself, Gu Changa said resolutely, then stood up, his gaze fixed on the woman. The woman charged towards Gu Changa at an incredibly fast speed. Then, Gu Changa took out his bronze furnace from his bosom, aiming it at her. When her gaze fell on the bronze furnace, her pupils constricted sharply, and her expression turned extremely ugly. Even her flying speed began to slow down, as if she would stop at any moment. Seeing this, a stone fell in Gu Changa's heart. This was just the beginning. He should have known that he had drawn in a tier 10 ferocious beast. Gu Changa was not wrong. The woman felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the bronze furnace, causing her soul to tremble. It was as if a fearsome beast was hidden inside, ready to pounce and swallow him whole at any moment. Gu Changa stared intently at the woman's face, trying to discern something from her expression. He estimated that he wouldn't act for a while. Merely having the bronze cauldron wasn't enough. He needed to intimidate her. I know your strength is formidable, capable of easily killing me, but if I possess this treasure, you will undoubtedly die. As Gu Changa spoke, he quickly approached the woman. The woman watched Gu Changa draw closer, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. This guy is definitely counting on me. Is he trying to scare me? Gu Changa stopped about 10 meters away from her, his expression unreadable as he stared at her, as if to say, if you dare to move against him, I will kill you. At this point, Gu Changa felt he had already won more than half the battle. If she truly intended to do something, she would have done it long ago and wouldn't have been forced into such a corner. With death looming on both sides, it was better to take a gamble. Perhaps there was a beautiful future ahead. If she chose to leave, it would be a victory. Gu Changa calmly said to the woman, you may not know how your friend died. No, Gu Changa. He felt he could boast since she was unaware. Now that she had discovered something, he couldn't speak carelessly. If she found out anything, it would be the end for everyone. Gu Changa spoke with a street thug's bravado. You know, since you already know, I won't say much more. You make your move, we each take one item, you leave, and I leave, everyone is happy. I'm only at tier 2, just starting my cultivation. Even if I were killed, I wouldn't feel regret. You reach tier 10 after a long time. This treasure consumes a lot of energy each time it's used. I can only use it once more. Consider it a burial gift for you. Just now, the blood of your friend was activated. Gu Changa deliberately emphasized the words blood to deceive her, making her understand that it wasn't necessary to use her own blood to activate it. That way, she wouldn't think that as long as she avoided the blood splattered on her, she would be safe. Yuli and the others rushed over from nearby, hearing Gu Changa's conversation with the woman, and they could only think one thing: impressive. This kid actually dared to come over and scare someone, and he really frightened her. Xian Quan did not believe Gu Changa could use this method to consume the tier 10 beast. Indeed, his judgment of people was quite good. This guy was truly impressive. The woman's face was filled with disbelief. She dared not act but was unwilling to let go. With this treasure, he had the confidence to annihilate all humanity. The speed of human advancement was so rapid. In just over a decade, there had been such tremendous progress. If something wasn't done soon, these ferocious beasts would be destroyed by humans, enslaved, and turned into livestock, or kept as pets. With this thought, her breathing became rapid. Gu Changa saw her not making a move, still looking quite angry, and thought he had one for sure, but unexpectedly, she suddenly retreated over 100 meters. Gu Changa thought she was leaving and was about to relax when a voice came from the distance. This move can only be used once. Let me give it a try. With so many beasts, can you kill them all? As soon as the words fell, Gu Changa noticed many blood-red eyes glowing around him, and they were getting closer. Damn! The man cursed. Gu Changa couldn't help but curse back. They were planning to use a massive number of monsters against them. She was truly scared, and that fear was what brought those beasts over. The woman stood in midair, arms crossed, a faint smile on her face, with a hint of pride. She looked at Gu Changa and the others from a distance and coldly snorted, "Humph, with you, do you think you can compete with me? This magical artifact of yours can work from a mile away, I concede. So many monsters are enough to kill you 100 times. I won't go. Can you control me?" Gu Changa didn't expect her to act this way. She was just trying to scare him on a whim. As for a countermeasure, it was merely a casual remark, impossible to cover all bases. In such a situation, they had no other choice. The only thing they could do was kill all the mutated beasts rushing at them and then find a way to escape. Gu Changa was most afraid of that woman attacking them from afar. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to intimidate her anymore. With her 10th tier combat power, attacking them from hundreds of meters away was entirely feasible. But this person was very cautious and did not act immediately. Gu Changa thought the same. If they tried to escape, she wouldn't just sit back and watch. At that point, she would definitely take action. The expression on Gu Changa's face gradually darkened. This was a dead end, with no way to break through. Gu Changa and the others continued to hunt those beasts, unable to count how many they had killed, their bodies drenched in blood. Xian Quan's breathing had also weakened. At first, he could barely speak, but later, he couldn't even lift his eyelids, unable to utter a single word. It was unclear how much time had passed. More and more people couldn't withstand it, being knocked to the ground by the beasts, and then more beasts pounced, tearing them apart. As they saw their numbers dwindling, Gu Changa and the others felt immense pressure. Hours without rest, even the slightest movement could exhaust a person. At that moment, he was consuming his strength every second. Gu Changa and the others were uncertain how much longer they could hold on. Yuli gritted her teeth and said, "Gu Changa, hurry and leave. You have a treasure in hand. She won't harm you. If we wait any longer, we will surely die." At this point, she was panting heavily. "I won't abandon you," Gu Changa said firmly. Yuli continued, "If this goes on, we will be killed. We have no ties. Don't worry, your sister is still waiting for you." Her words struck a chord with Gu Changa. His feelings were complex, like a needle piercing his heart, causing him great pain, yet he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Since he had made this choice, he had already accepted the possibility of dying in this jungle. If she did that now, what would she do in the future? Would she give up at the first sign of trouble? Gu Changa freed one arm and took out a bronze cauldron, filling it with the surrounding monster corpses. Countless beast carcasses piled up around them, and at that moment, these carcasses were being rapidly devoured by the bronze cauldron, followed by countless beast cores shooting out from it. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by seriousness. This magical treasure was truly terrifying. Fortunately, she hadn't tried it earlier, or she might have fallen into this trap. What she didn't expect was that the other beasts, upon seeing this scene, were instantly filled with fear, stopping in their tracks and quickly retreating. From a distance, they roared at Gu Changa and the others. Yuli and the others looked at Gu Changa, gasping for breath. the continuous fierce battle leaving them breathless, unable to catch their breath. She let out another loud shout, but none of the beasts dared to attack. Instead, they continued to retreat. Gu Changa didn't even turn her head and spoke. Do you know? Sister Yuli, you and your 2 vice presidents should leave first. I'll hold them off. They won't act recklessly. Sister Yuli, stop being so wishy-washy. We need to cut through the chaos decisively. Yuli was initially a bit upset, but upon hearing Gu Changa's words, she didn't know what to say. I'm a woman, who do you think I am? In the end, Yuli held Xianquan in her arms and quickly retreated. A real man, Gong Yexiao muttered. Lao Ba gave Gu Changa a thumbs up before following Yuli and the others. Gu Changa watched everyone leave, then looked down at the endless horde of beasts before her, unsure of what to do. Yuli had taken a group of people away, and while she saw them, she paid them no mind. Her only target was Gu Changa. If she went after Yuli and the others, and Gu Changa managed to escape and hide, she would lose a treasure that could turn the tide of the beast's fate. In comparison, those people could be ignored. There was no need to pursue them. Even if they caught up, it would only mean killing a few more useless ones. But the loss of a treasure was significant. She knew very well what was more important. Gu Changa noticed that the woman wasn't coming for Yuli and the others, which put her at ease. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could their target be herself? If that were the case, Sister Yuli and the others could return to seek help. Perhaps they could arrive in time. Gu Changa's expression darkened. It seemed that unless she killed her, she wouldn't be able to escape. This was the only way. Sister, when will you take your revenge? Gu Changa shouted, stop being so devoted to your brother, he's just a legend. Let me go. The woman's expression changed, and in the next moment, she had already run 100 meters away from Gu Changa. The veins on the woman's forehead bulged, her fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for the copper ding in Gu Changa's hand, she would have lunged at her and beaten her up. No woman could tolerate being called sister by others. As long as she shouted sister, she would forgive him. How dare this guy dance in the field? The woman shouted angrily. Damn it, I'm only 15 this year, and you're calling me sister? Gu Changa was taken aback. She looked at the woman, who was at least 27 or 28 years old, and thought there was no way she looked 15, especially not younger than her. Wait, why are all the ferocious beasts so anxious? The woman scoffed and gritted her teeth. Today, it's either you die or I die. No, sister. Gu Changa's voice trailed off, her expression gradually darkening. She had said it instinctively, unable to stop herself. Gu Changa's face fell. Are you stupid? Don't you want to keep dragging this out with me? I said, it's either you die or I die. The woman was still furious, being called sister repeatedly, her chest heaving. Gu Changa felt helpless. Since she couldn't escape, she might as well make a scene. She sat down, pulled out a piece of chocolate and a compressed biscuit from her backpack. After hunting monsters for several hours, she was already exhausted. In her intense excitement, she had forgotten about her hunger. As soon as she relaxed, her stomach began to rumble, and her whole body ached. This guy was so arrogant, not worried about suddenly being robbed. Where did he come from? The woman was confused. The calmer Gu Changa appeared, the more afraid she became. She thought this was just a ploy to throw her off. As soon as she let her guard down, she would fall into a trap. Humph, you think such little tricks can fool me? What a joke. I've been in the human world for 3 years and know everything here like the back of my hand. Gu Changa saw the woman with her arms crossed, looking smug, and couldn't understand what she was thinking. Gu Changa didn't want to think too much. His brain just needed a rest. After finally relaxing, he felt weak all over and just wanted to close his eyes and rest, but he fell into a deep sleep when he wasn't paying attention. The sound of snoring continued. In the forest, apart from Gu Changa's loud snoring, there were no other sounds. TCH, with such little tricks, you think you can fool me? Who snores this loudly, pretending to be asleep? You try so hard to look tired, to appear drowsy, and then pretend to snore. That's just too fake. He doesn't even realize he's acting. Let's see how long he can hold on. 10 minutes later, Gu Changa still showed no reaction, only his snoring had slightly softened. Humph, how long has it been? He can't hold on any longer? Even his snoring is so weak. Time slowly passed. Seconds ticked by. Gu Changa was sleeping soundly. Even if she slapped him a few times now, he wouldn't wake up. The woman still didn't move, but she was now wondering if Gu Changa was really asleep. No way, he said he might be acting, but it seems like he's actually asleep. He might be sleeping. Should I go check on him? No, that guy must be acting. I almost fell for it. I have to admit, he really has some skills to see through my judgment, but I'm not as careless as Nielbiao. You think you can fool me with just that? 30 minutes later. At this time, the sun had just risen. 30 minutes later. The morning sun slowly rose, warm light shining on the ground, and Gu Changa felt a flash in his eyes and woke up. He yawned and suddenly realized he had actually fallen asleep. Oh no, He quickly looked inward but found nothing. The bronze cauldron was still beside him, not dissipated. He turned to look at the woman beside him. He wasn't floating in the air but had returned to the ground, sitting cross-legged not far from her. You really know how to act, even at this point, you're still acting. I've never admired anyone like this before. It's the first time I've looked at you differently. Pretending to sleep for so long, just this willpower alone surpasses many. Gu Changa was taken aback at first, then slowly realized he was pretending to sleep, so he didn't dare to act recklessly, thinking he was trying to trick her. Gu Changa, I have to say, this kid has some talent in certain aspects. She really is low-key. After sleeping for several hours, she didn't make a move against him. That's something worth praising. If she wanted to, he would have been dead long ago, but she did nothing. After this period of rest, Gu Changa had regained his composure and needed to think carefully about how to escape. It was definitely not easy to retreat unscathed in front of a 10th-tier master. It would be even better if Yu Li and the others could call for reinforcements. Gu Changa glanced at the woman, who was sitting cross-legged, leisurely trimming her nails, looking completely relaxed, showing no signs of tension. No way, how could she not realize that once Sister Yu Li and the others returned, they would call for help? If Sister Yu Li and the others could escape from her, how could she not see that? Could it be that these beast tides were aimed at Sister Yu Li and the others? Gu Changa thought for a moment and could only conclude that. Otherwise, how could she be so unconcerned? Did she really want to drag this out for 10 days, waiting for him to run out of food and starve to death? Damn, her patience was really lacking. She could endure a lot. Gu Changa didn't understand why she was so composed. If he were her, he would have acted long ago. No need to prolong it like this. He truly couldn't grasp a woman's thoughts. Her way of thinking was indeed different from that of humans. Time slowly passed. It was noon. The sun was particularly scorching, and Gu Changa walked step by step forward, until he was less than 3 meters away, just to escape the sun's burning rays. A night of silence. The girl's voice rang out. Little guy, put down what you have in your hands, and I'll spare your life. I'll give you a minute to think. This is your only choice, so think carefully. Let me go, and then make your move. Gu Changa didn't believe her at all. The bronze cauldron in his hand was his only weapon. Without it, he would be a lamb to the slaughter. I won't kill you for no reason. I just want that thing on you, and you, to me, are not important. Gu Changa saw that the woman had lost her patience. If he didn't agree, she would take action against him. Let me think. Gu Changa finished speaking. There's still more than a minute. If you take too long, there will be no chance left. The woman didn't want Gu Changa to think for long. Gu Changa silently cursed in his heart. He had lost his patience. 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. A deep voice sounded. If you don't respond, it's considered a default. After saying this, she stood up from her chair, exuding a tremendous pressure. Gu Changa tightened his grip on the dagger. Since death was inevitable, he might as well take a gamble. The woman said something Gu Changa had never heard before, completely unlike the language of humans. On the other side, Gu Changa felt as if the ground had experienced a massive earthquake, and he lost his balance, nearly falling. He didn't understand what was happening, only focusing on the movements around him. He also didn't understand how this woman was doing it. Looking at the woman again, he saw she had no intention of attacking. Boom! A violent roar erupted. Just then, Gu Changa's foot stepped on the ground, shattering it into pieces. He was lifted over 3 meters high by the enormous shockwave. At that moment, he remembered that scene. At this point, he was a living target. He couldn't fly. If this woman wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Was he going to confront her head-on? If he could, he wouldn't just be a second-tier cultivator. However, when he saw that the girl had no intention of attacking, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, unsure of what she was up to. Was this a suicide? Falling from over 4 meters high was already a miracle. He looked down. All of Gu Changa's doubts vanished. She hadn't done nothing. She had just found someone. At that moment, 2 massive creatures, covered in sharp teeth, suddenly emerged from the ground. It was the first time Gu Changa had seen such a gigantic being. Its teeth were even bigger than his. I don't believe you can escape this calamity. Since you don't want to live, you can't blame anyone else. The woman glanced indifferently at Gu Changa, then looked east, her gaze slightly focused. They are rushing over here. It seems the few who escaped are still alive. In about 10 minutes, they will arrive, more than enough to deal with this creature. After saying this, the woman looked back at Gu Changa. At the moment the ferocious beast opened its mouth, an incredibly terrifying pulling force emanated from the monster's jaws. Gu Changa, suspended in the air, was utterly unable to resist or grasp anything. She was not waiting. she was contemplating a strategy. Gu Chang'e was swallowed whole by the monster, an indescribable stench radiating from it, a sight that was quite blinding. As Gu Chang'e inhaled this odor, her vision blurred, tears streaming down her cheeks. She would not die, yet this giant beast didn't even bother to chew. Gu Chang'e tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand and thrust it against the fleshy wall beside her. However, it left not a single mark. Inside the ferocious beast was a layer of viscous liquid. The dagger penetrated but got stuck, unable to go even a centimeter. With a glance, Gu Chang'e could roughly gauge how thick the slime was inside, at least 10 centimeters. But she had only managed to insert it less than half a centimeter before she could no longer push deeper. To make matters worse, the dagger was completely stuck. Gu Chang'e gripped the dagger tightly. Due to the forward momentum, she was pinned against the wall, unable to move. She felt like a little white mouse glued down, struggling desperately but only sinking deeper. Retreat! A deep voice sounded. The girl looked at the beast. The ferocious creature closed its mouth. Gu Chang'e felt utterly defeated. The giant beast slowly retreated, filling the ground with the soil it had displaced. Gu Chang'e's face was covered in mud, sticky and exuding a foul odor. It was like the sludge at the bottom of a pond, emanating a nauseating stench. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e was not an ordinary person, otherwise, she would have fainted long ago. The acrid smell made each year more unbearable than the last. Every breath she took was excruciating, that spicy sensation making her wish for death. The most critical issue was that she couldn't move, couldn't do anything. If this continued, she would undoubtedly die. She noticed that from the giant beast's gaping maw, a corrosive liquid was seeping out. If this persisted, even if she didn't suffocate, she would be eroded into a pool of pus and blood. There wasn't much time left. Gu Chang'e estimated she could last at most 10 more minutes. Seeing the beast leave, the woman followed suit. Once I learn how to use it, I will kill all humans. You're doomed. Poof! The person snorted coldly. On the other side, 3 individuals were approaching at an incredible speed, strong waves of energy radiating from them. Wherever they went, all the trees shook violently, some with unstable roots being uprooted and crashing down. One was Dongyu, another was Raoli, and the last was Ling Lin. The 3 raced towards the spot where Gu Chang'e had been. Their faces were grim, brows tightly knitted. Ling Lin felt an indescribable frustration. Had she known it would come to this, she should have bound him up. No matter what, she wouldn't have let him go. Initially, they thought that with the Chen Quan present, they wouldn't encounter a 10th-tier ferocious beast. However, just a few hours after leaving, they encountered 2 10th-tier beasts. The odds were akin to winning a 300 million lottery, and yet they had stumbled upon them. A 9th-tier expert stood no chance against a 10th-tier one. The combination of 2 10th-tier beasts was terrifying wherever they went. Together, 2 10th-tier beasts could destroy a city. Such terrifying power instilled fear in many, especially since the human race was already in chaos, and few would dare confront 10th-tier monsters. Ling Lin glanced at Raoli beside her and coldly said, "If anything happens to him, I will annihilate your adventurers guild." "Humph, let him go on an adventure. This is going to be a big trouble. Let's see how you explain this." At this moment, Raoli's face no longer held the brightness of the past. All that remained was a coldness. Her mood was already bad, and now being scolded by Ling Lin made it even worse. She hadn't planned to pay attention to Ling Lin, but at this moment, she couldn't help but respond with a cold tone. "Then come on, I want to see whether your guild gets destroyed or my subordinates are defeated. Since he wanted this himself, didn't you both just persuade him? In the end, he was convinced, so should I still play the villain? He wants to explore the world and help humanity. What's wrong with that? If it weren't for you talking to him, he wouldn't have come out." Ling Lin sneered coldly. "Are you stupid? I won't dismantle this adventurers guild. Come on, let's see how I deal with you." Raoli was not afraid at all, directly retorting, then coldly said, "If you said that in front of Gu Chang'e, I want to see if he can hold back. Afraid of death? I told him that was out of respect for him. If he doesn't want to leave, I will never force him." Just as Ling Lin was about to speak, Dongyu couldn't hold back anymore. All right, you two stop arguing. Hurry up, don't waste time. Every minute is crucial, not a second can be delayed. If we start fighting and something happens to Gu Chang'e, I will make both of you pay for it." Upon hearing this, Raoli and Ling Lin stopped talking and continued to focus on their planes. They heard that Gu Chang'e had an accident and rushed over. But from the time Gu Chang'e had the accident until now, it had been almost half a day, and she wasn't sure if he could hold on. All they could do now was hope that Gu Chang'e was safe. Gu Chang'e occasionally bit his tongue to prevent himself from passing out. The excruciating pain kept him in a state of alertness. Once he fell asleep, he would never wake up. His mind spun in circles, ultimately rejecting everything, with very few feasible options. In his mind, there was only one thought. Whether it would work, he wasn't sure. If he really succeeded, he would undergo an unprecedented transformation, perhaps gaining an unparalleled power, but he didn't know what would happen. This was about killing. Yes, the other party wanted to kill him and then use the bronze cauldron to swallow him, then let the cauldron refine him, turning him into an indestructible divine weapon. Just as Sister Yuli said, he wasn't certain, but it seemed this was his only choice now. There were several places on his body that had been corroded, deep enough to see the bone, and that piercing pain made him nearly pass out several times, but he ultimately held on with his strong willpower. Gu Changa gasped, feeling pain in his lungs, as if he were breathing in a spicy scent. This was a sensation he would never experience again in his life. He urged the blood energy within him, using the last bit of strength to pull out the dagger. It took him a full 2 minutes. 2 minutes seemed short, but now Gu Changa felt exhausted. After getting the dagger, he weakly said to the bronze cauldron, "Don't let me down, this is my only hope." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Changa plunged the dagger into his chest, feeling utterly powerless, his eyes growing heavier. Finally, he could rest a bit. Ling Lin and the others flew to the spot where Gu Changa had just stood, but they couldn't find him. The only thing visible was a pile of scattered beast corpses and a small hill. "Not here!" Ling Lin clenched her fists. Dong Yu quickly searched for any possible clues, and finally, her gaze landed on the mound of earth. With a wave of her hand, a powerful wave of energy lifted the dirt away. The three of them found a large pit on the ground, filled with soft soil that emitted a foul odor. Dong Yu immediately recognized the problem and said in a deep voice, "It seems like someone was taken away. We're too late." At that moment, a loud shout came from nearby. Rowley clenched her fists tightly. Ling Lin squatted down and looked at the soil on the ground, saying, "That soil came from underground." "I'm not sure," Dong Yu sighed. She didn't understand why Ling Lin brought this up. Gu Changa had already been taken. Ling Lin also looked helpless. "The soil he spat out is still warm. He must have just left, at most just a few minutes ago." "Are you saying we should dig down first and then follow this tunnel?" Dong Yu asked incredulously. "Of course it's true. Do you have any other way to find Gu Changa?" Ling Lin said as she began to dig up the soil. "Sister, this isn't your first time dealing with that beast. You should know very well that we can't catch that beast at all." Dong Yu pouted. She usually considered herself clever, but this time, her intelligence felt like -10,000. Completely unable to grasp her thoughts. Dong Yu never expected that the usually composed Ling Lin would say something so absurd. It sounded ordinary to others, but coming from her mouth, it felt strange. It seemed that Gu Changa was very important to her. At that moment, she could hardly remain calm. If she had thought it through, she wouldn't have made such a suggestion. Dong Yu's expression darkened as she said, "Under normal circumstances, it would take us about 10 seconds to clear a foot of soil, but an underground creature can dig out a meter in just 1 second. And their activity range is usually dozens or even hundreds of miles. We can't possibly follow this path down." Ling Lin put down her work and said calmly, "I understand, but right now we have no other choice, and don't forget, the earth-digging beast has to rest for a day every so often. This is an opportunity, keep working hard, and one day we will catch it. Besides, we don't necessarily need 5 or 6 seconds to clear everything within a meter." Dong Yu smiled slightly and said, "That's right, there are only 3 of us, not just one. I just hope Gu Changa can hold on a little longer and not get eaten by the earth-digging beast." As soon as Dong Yu finished speaking, Ling Lin and Rowley simultaneously slapped the back of her head. Ling Lin said, "If you don't understand, then don't say random things. If you can't speak properly, then say less and work hard." Rowley also looked displeased. Dong Yu pouted, looking pitiful. "Of course, this monster has a strong digestive ability, not to mention human flesh, even steel can be digested in just a few hours." "Why do I feel like you really want to hit someone?" Rowley raised an eyebrow. "This kid just needs a good beating," Ling Lin added. Sigh. Dong Yu sighed. After that, she, Ling Lin, and Li Jun began to work together. The 3 of them worked in unison, able to clear everything within a 1 to 2 meter radius in just a minute. In the end, they compressed the height and width to a level where all 3 could fly simultaneously. They cleaned up very thoroughly, but the earth-digging beast was quickly spitting out soil. They weren't digging a tunnel, just spitting out dirt, which made things much easier. Inside this earth-digging beast, Gu Changa's dagger had pierced its heart, and after 5 full minutes, the large cauldron remained completely still. Gu Changa had already been corroded beyond recognition by the acidic liquid spat out by the earth-digging beast. In some places, the depth was enough to see bone, while in others, white smoke was still rising. His backpack had long since melted, and the chocolate and everything else had melted too. Even the cup had melted. Then the water in the cup would quickly recoagulate, but it would soon be corroded away. After a long time, Gu Changa's body had turned into a skeleton, but his bones were still stuck to the wall, while the cup behind him was slowly dissolving and recovering. It was hard to tell how long had passed. The cup of water fell onto Gu Changa's bones, splashing a spray of water. A strange scene occurred. the water in the cup was actually absorbed by Gu Changa's bones. A drop of water was absorbed, and all the remaining water in the cup surged towards Gu Changa's skeleton, until finally, all the water in the cup was absorbed into the skeleton. At that moment, the bronze cauldron trembled slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible pulling force emanated from within. The white bone closest to the bronze furnace was directly sucked into the cauldron. The first bone was thus devoured. In the four corners of the bronze cauldron, red light flickered. In the dark belly, only a bit of red light emitted a glow, and the red light grew stronger. The second, third, and fourth bones were all absorbed by the bronze furnace, a vague and indescribable force of rule emanating from the cauldron. The corroded flesh and bones were all sucked into the bronze furnace. In the pitch-black sky, a giant beast stood around them, the true forms of the four divine beasts. In the center was Gu Changa's body. What if he dies? What if we don't eat? Good, eat him, he shouted loudly. The nearby Tao Tai also spoke up. Xiangqi thought for a moment and replied, now is not the time to mess around. This guy must have some fortuitous encounter we don't know about. Tao Tai nodded, yeah, this guy is getting stronger by the day, and he hasn't taken any pills. That's simply impossible. Xiangqi added, let's vote. I choose him. I also want him to survive. Bu Feng was slightly taken aback. Tao Tai was casual, if that's the case, I'll save him too. Since it's 3 votes, I won't have any objections. 4 votes in favor. Xiangqi's gaze fell on Gu Changa, and he said lightly, this guy is really lucky. If his soul hadn't been absorbed by the tea, he would have been scattered 100 times by now. That's his fate. He shouldn't have fallen here. Xiangqi said, this is a good opportunity to change his character, otherwise, he will soon die again. What material is currently the strongest? The corpse of a 10th tier fierce beast. Xiangqi looked at Tao Wu and said, Tao Wu, where is your body? Yes. Tao Tai smiled awkwardly. There's nothing I can do. I don't even know what to do with his corpse, and I can't eat it quickly, lest it spoil. Xiangqi seemed to remember something, his gaze fixed on Tao Wu's face, making him feel a bit uneasy. Xiangqi added, wait, you can't have eaten so many corpses from the start. You must have hidden somewhere. Hurry up and give me his corpse. Do you know what is most important right now? Tao Wu remained silent. Xiangqi continued, a 10th tier little demon can make you lose your mind. How will you dominate the world in the future looking like this? It's laughable. We can't leave here. We've been trapped here for so long, and finally, there's something to eat. I absolutely won't spit it out. Chen Xiaobei's expression slightly froze. Xiangqi was almost ready to curse. If you kill this guy, do you think you'll have food to eat in the future? Are you stupid? Do you have any brains? After being told this by Xiangqi, Tao Wu realized his mistake. He had to consider the bigger picture. Understood, Tao Wu said discontentedly. That's more like it. Xu Feng nodded with a smile. Xiangqi's voice softened. Chaos sighed, to be able to consume everything and actually digest it, you've indeed made some progress. After all these years, you have changed a bit. He spat out the body of Niu Biao. A faint protective shield surrounded his body, and it was this shield that kept him alive, otherwise, he would have turned to dust long ago. To them, a 10th tier ferocious beast was like an ant, easily crushed with a single hand. However, being trapped in the copper furnace, even the strongest power could not be exerted. Xiangqi moved Gu Changa's body into the air. In the next moment, his body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist, even his indestructible bones reduced to powder. Xiangqi waved his hand, and the surrounding blood mist quickly gathered. In just a moment, a blood-red sphere the size of a human head appeared before him. The blood inside was continuously boiling. It was a subtle bubbling, as if it were boiling. Time slowly passed. The blood-red sphere had more bubbles, and they bubbled faster. Tao Wu, feeling bored, said, what are you doing? You could easily merge your bloodline into that guy's body. Why go through so much trouble? His physical body is at most the strength of a 3rd-tier beast. It can't possibly contain the power of a 10th-tier ferocious beast. Once infused, he would probably explode and die in minutes. The human body is simply too weak. It falls apart with a touch, while we fierce birds are different. Some newly born fierce birds, like us, have a strength around the 15th tier. With one claw, we could destroy a nation. But they have just been born for a short time, can't even walk yet, and still rely on their parents' protection. They are truly too weak. Have you forgotten how we came to this place? Xiangqi asked. Our human race is weak, and their lifespans are very short. Without any training, they can live at most 100 years, so they practice desperately. Yet they have never done so, and they have been struggling to cultivate until now, still stuck at the 2nd or 3rd tier. It's truly laughable. Just thinking about that beast that had been in control for countless years sent shivers down the spines of all the ferocious beasts. The mention of that guy made Tao Wu tremble. breaking out in a cold sweat. Why do you have to mention that person? Are you crazy? The little white tiger beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly, that creature is a ferocious beast, strong and fierce, able to shatter all our bones with bare hands without a scratch. Is that even human? No, he's not human. How could he look like that? He's practically a humanoid tyrannosaurus. I really don't want to encounter him again. Xiangqi's voice rang out. The human race has been at a disadvantage from the very beginning, yet the final result is boundless, powerful enough to make all ferocious beasts despair. After saying this, he looked at Gu Chang'e. Perhaps he can become someone like that person. Tao Wu said, what a joke. I don't think anyone will surpass him within 10 epochs. That's right, that kid is definitely still alive. We just don't know where he's cultivating now. The two of them nodded in agreement, as they both believed Fang Jingji would not die and that no one could surpass him. Let's wait and see. The time isn't right yet, so don't rush to conclusions. Xiangqi did not feel that there was anything exaggerated. Everything was possible, just as that person once said. Everything is possible. You should not deny yourself, nor should you deny others. Everyone is unique. Is he doing well now? Conquering the world? Or did he take a trip to the bottomless hell to slay gods? Or has he traversed the long river of time? He was unclear. That person had surpassed everyone's imagination, transcended the rules of this world, and had no cause and effect. For him, death was like a thought away, and rebirth was merely a moment. Eternity, eternity, eternity. Xiangqi no longer thought much infused the best blood with Gu Chang'e's bones. The blood, rich with the essence of life, continuously seeped into the white bones, and flesh began to grow over the bones. Soon, these wounds were enveloped by the skeleton, the organs, hair, and fingers were all methodically repairing. This process was not quick, but to human eyes, it would be an extremely terrifying sight. Xiangqi felt a bit worried. This kid seems to have a trace of dragon blood, but it's not impossible. He should be greatly affected. Yeah, this dragon is quite the flirt, Tao Dai nodded and said. Not just the dragon, even the dragon's offspring are like this. Otherwise, how would the 9 sons of the dragon come about? Tao Dai complained. It's no big deal. The fact that I can bring him back to life is already a miracle. What are you being picky about? Outside, who knows how many hours had passed. The burrowing beast emerged from the ground, and the girl also surfaced. Speak. This burrowing beast was quite obedient, directly spitting out the bronze cauldron, which was covered in a layer of viscous liquid that looked nauseating, not to mention picking it up. The woman was initially very happy, but when she looked at the copper furnace covered in liquid, her expression changed, and she fell silent for a long time. There was no one else. He was contemplating how to obtain the bronze cauldron without touching the liquid. In the end, she turned around and avoided the topic. He asked, where is that guy? Is he dead? The burrowing beast nodded. It knew this was a very powerful force. The woman waved her hand, appearing indifferent. All right, you go ahead and be busy. However, the burrowing beast did not leave immediately, as if waiting for something. The woman sighed at this scene, saying, I will keep track of this money. I will pay you back later. Hearing this, the burrowing beast returned to its lair, satisfied. Finally got it. Once I study it thoroughly, exterminating the human race will be just a matter of time. The woman pinched her nose, looking very reluctant, took the bronze vessel out of the viscous liquid, walked to the nearby river, and began to wash the bronze cauldron. I will deal with these 3 people later. If we engage with them, it will definitely cause trouble. She glanced into the distance, stuffed the copper furnace into the slime's belly, and then leaped away, flying off. Ling Lin and the others toiled for half a day before they finally dug open the underground, yet they still did not find Gu Chang'e's figure. Dong Yu glanced around and said, that burrowing beast appeared in this area, but soon dug a hole in the nearby ground and disappeared, as if it had no need to be there, like it was just urinating. No! A piercing scream rang out. Ling Lin lay on the ground, staring at the large puddle of viscous liquid, murmuring, what is going on? It must have left after sending something out. Is Gu Chang'e what it sent out? Dong Yu pondered. It seems so. Ling Lin nodded, then stood up and looked around, searching for something. Dong Yu bit her silver teeth and stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, I don't even know where she's going. That burrowing beast could still catch up just now, but now I can't even find its direction. There's not a single clue. It's hard to find Gu Chang'e. Ling Lin pondered for a moment and said, let's go to the breeding center that's closer to here. It's a very dangerous place, he should head there. Even if he's not there, we can destroy their breeding machine. Let's not. It's too dangerous there. Whether the 3 of us can come back alive is another question. Dong Yu shook her head, looking unwilling, and continued to attack Rowley. I just don't understand why they would do this. The strongest 9th tier monster dares to use a 4th tier monster to destroy the breeding base of monsters. It's like a pie falling from the sky, impressive. Rowley didn't respond to Dong Yu's question. she didn't know how to reply to her words. Leading a large group of 10th-tier powerhouses to destroy a monster's breeding device was already quite difficult, especially after the Blood Moon period. However, many people in the Adventurers Guild would avoid this task as soon as they heard about it because they didn't want to be chosen. If possible, they would even be willing to mobilize thousands of people to flatten this breeding base. There was no other way. Rowley hadn't told anyone about her situation. Seeing that Rowley didn't speak, Dongyu didn't continue. As someone who had once worked in the Adventurers Guild, she was quite familiar with the situation there. As the head of the guild, all the burdens fell on Rowley. Moreover, in this vast country, there was only one Adventurers Guild. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there were a total of 12 cities. Each represented a constellation. In every city, there was an Adventurers Guild, totaling 12, under a main alliance. Rowley was the head of the market, and some matters were handled by her. She just needed to do as she was told. Being in an awkward position, not pleasing either side, made her very uncomfortable. This was also why Dongyu didn't say much to Rowley. At this moment, Ling Lin looked at Dongyu and said, "Their breeding device has a problem, which brings them two benefits. First, we need a 10th-tier monster to repair this monster, or perhaps we can take this opportunity to capture this monster. Maybe we can find out the location of that female monster from it. Secondly, we have cleared all the enemies for your Adventurers Guild, so shouldn't you send someone to find Guchanga? Didn't we agree to stick together? We can't just abandon Guchanga, can we?" Rowley said firmly, "Of course, if it weren't for the damage to the breeding equipment, we would have sent someone to find Guchanga. Well, sending a few people to look for him wouldn't make much difference." Ling Lin smiled. Rowley squeezed her small hands. "No, I will mobilize the entire company to track Guchanga's whereabouts." Seeing this, Ling Lin didn't say more. Good idea, let's do it." Dongyu pondered for a moment, nodded. Ling Lin made a lot of sense. Immediately after, the three turned around and headed straight for the area they were familiar with. Rowley followed the two, letting out a long sigh. Dongyu pouted. She realized her words were a bit excessive. Rowley didn't really want to make such arrangements, and Guchanga had also volunteered to participate. Not being forced into it, she couldn't really blame Rowley. Dongyu added, "I spoke out of turn. I take back what I said." Rowley shook her head and said, "I do have a responsibility. We need to destroy those machines that raise wild beasts, otherwise, the next Blood Moon market will be completely destroyed by the beast tide, and all the mercenary guilds will stop at nothing to sabotage those machines. This time, if I'm in charge, there shouldn't be any problems." Dongyu's expression grew increasingly grim, and her mood sank lower. "I'm sorry, among the three of us, only you remain in the Adventurers Guild. We can live a peaceful life, while you are the one suffering the most. All of this is for me. Now, it seems my sins can never be repaid." Rowley shook her head with a bitter smile. Dongyu hesitated to speak. Do you know? The atmosphere gradually solidified. No one wanted to say another word. In Class 3, the students were still discussing Guchanga, as he had been absent for the past 2 days, and everyone was worried. A girl looked in Zhang Lu's direction and sighed. "Guchanga is on break too." I'm not sure." The teacher said the same. Several students shook their heads and sighed. Suddenly, a student spoke up. "Could it be that Wei Yongzhao really harmed Guchanga?" As soon as this was said, everyone denied the possibility. "What are you talking about? I don't even know where Wei Yongzhao is. Why would he want to harm Guchanga?" The discipline committee head suddenly frowned. "Let's not discuss this any further." Yes, we shouldn't say such things lightly." All right. The surrounding students, seeing that they had said something they shouldn't, quickly shut their mouths and dared not speak. Where on earth is Guchanga? No matter how hard he tried, he found no trace of him. Could it really be Wei Yongzhao's doing? No way. The Wei group has long gone bankrupt, and Wei Yongzhao's father is missing. Wei Yongzhao doesn't even know himself, let alone harm Guchanga. Shui Qinru stared blankly at the blackboard, letting out a long sigh. She hadn't seen Guchanga for almost a week and was worried about his current state. Wang Shuzhen entered the company, humming a little tune. A teacher noticed this scene and said, "Teacher Wang seems very happy these days." "Not bad," Zhang Chen smiled and replied. Wang Shuzhen smiled slightly and said. The teacher continued, "How could that be? It's been a long time since I've seen you this happy. Is there good news? Did you win the lottery? How could I possibly have a boyfriend? If I won the lottery, I would quit my job." Wang Shuzhen shook her head and returned to her seat, saying, "I've been in a good mood these days, and there's no other reason." Though she said this, her heart thought otherwise. It must be something good. This means Guchanga won't show up, and she still doesn't know where he is. To her, every day was joyful because she had never seen Guchanga. She didn't have to worry about him revealing her past. That feeling suddenly disappeared, and she found it a bit uncomfortable. At night, she could even wake up from her laughter in her dreams. In the secret realm, Guchanga's injuries were almost healed. Many places had been repaired, with only a few still under repair. While they were mending, they not only added a lot of beast blood but also their own. Except for Qiangqi, the other 3 demon beasts refused to give even a drop. They had been locked in the copper furnace for so long that they had become extremely weak. Even a single drop of blood was incredibly precious. As soon as Qiangqi spoke, the 3 demon beasts unreservedly offered their blood, eager to give all their blood to Guchanga. This was Qiangqi's original words. This child has integrated the blood of dozens of different ferocious beasts within him, and later added my blood, yet he did not explode and die. This shows that his constitution is extraordinary. When this child achieves great things in the future, people will know that he has consumed my blood. At that time, he will become famous and can also owe me a favor. By then, I think you will definitely be jealous. As soon as Qiangqi finished speaking, the 3 Taodai eagerly presented their blood. Qiangqi saw Guchanga's body healing at an astonishing speed. What kind of thing is it for so much beast blood to merge into one person's body? It's truly intriguing. The girl held the bronze cauldron, her speed unwavering, not stopping for even a second. This tree was not very tall, probably just over 50 meters, but its diameter was a full 500 meters. Surrounding this giant tree were countless wild beasts, some lying on rocks sound asleep, some eating, and others fighting among themselves, the loud noises waking the sleeping beasts around them. The awakened demon beasts also began to take action. Just as the battle was about to escalate, a deep voice rang out from the sky. "Stop!" he shouted loudly. The few demon beasts that were still fighting immediately halted and turned to flee. Then, they all crawled on the ground in a posture similar to human worship, continuously emitting low moans that resembled pleas from their throats. In an instant, a man dressed in something resembling human clothing descended from the sky, standing in the midst of these monsters. "You are wasting time, fighting is not allowed here, and I shouldn't have to say this. If you dare to offend again, you will be killed without mercy. The same goes for other places, there will be no next time. If there is a next time, you will undoubtedly die, remember." The man had a blank expression, and his voice showed no fluctuations. All the ferocious beasts spoke at once. The man was about to leave when he noticed a woman flying towards him at great speed, leaping in front of him. "Yuan Pang, how is Niu Biao?" the man asked. "Dead," a voice replied. Yuan Pang said indifferently, "He was killed by a human, he didn't even know what happened. I told him to be more careful, but he recklessly charged in and ended up getting himself killed." The man was very surprised and frowned. "Who did it?" "He is the leader of that adventurer group." "This kid actually broke through to the 10th level?" "No, he only has a 9th level bloodline." "What?" The man hesitated. Indeed, as a human, he had been somewhat careless. He had long known that with his temperament, trouble was inevitable, and now it seemed that his human status was no longer valid. The man suddenly noticed something, and his gaze towards Yuan Peng became sharp. The man frowned. "Wait, Niu Biao was too careless in front of the vice leader of the adventurer group, and you were too careless as well. Why didn't you help?" "Boss, he told me to handle it, don't you know him? And besides, what is he?" "Of course, I have to follow him," Yuan Peng said unhappily, glaring fiercely at the man. The man continued, "So, when Niu Biao was killed, did you take out that vice leader?" Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Are you questioning me? Who gave you the right to question me?" Yuan Peng could no longer contain himself and cursed loudly. "What do I have to worry about regarding my friends? But you are too excited, aren't you?" The man's gaze sharpened, as if he wanted to discern something from Yuan Peng's body. Upon hearing this, Yuan Peng felt a bit uneasy and couldn't help but curse the man's ancestors. "Damn, this guy is really troublesome. Why did I have to run into this kid? It seems he won't let me off the hook." Yuan Peng lowered his eyelids and slowly spoke. "The vice captain of that adventurer group is not dead. I naturally took action. Although I beat him half to death, 3 guys suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I was outmatched and had to escape." "Who?" "Dongyu, Rao Li, and that Ling Lin. These 3. The man's pupils constricted sharply as he murmured, "With these 3 women appearing here at the same time, there must be something significant going on." Yuan Peng exchanged some pleasantries and then took his leave. He wanted to go back to sleep. He was still pondering Yuan Peng's words and the plans of Ling Lin and the others. Ultimately, he concluded that Ling Lin and the others had already made plans to eliminate the beast mother. Their goal in attacking the chicken market was to prevent us from entering the next round of Blood Moon. Impossible. This matter must be reported to the queen. The man turned around and jumped directly from the tree, then burrowed into it. The entire giant tree had been hollowed out, transformed into a 3-story small building, with several small rooms in each unit. The first floor was where the 10th tier beasts resided, the second floor was for beasts above the 10th tier. The third floor was the residence of Her Majesty the Queen, while most of the rest was used for studies and the like. As soon as Yuan Peng entered, before he could even sit down, he saw the man quickly ascend to the second floor. Why did he go to the second floor? How did this guy manage that? Wait, where he's going isn't the second floor. Yuan Peng's expression fluctuated, his mind racing with thoughts. Her breathing quickened. This kid wouldn't be trying to report to the queen, would he? So, it was essential to find out the truth. By that time, he would have already discovered that she was lying, and it was even possible that the secret of the bronze cauldron would be exposed, and he would definitely be caught and questioned. She indeed had thoughts of using the bronze cauldron to annihilate the clan. To eliminate the human race and become the ruler of the world, the bronze cauldron was indispensable. Impossible. He absolutely could not let him speak of this. At that point, he would not only lose the bronze cauldron but also his life. As Yuan Peng thought of this, he could no longer stay there and rushed out, following the man. Guxian, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The second floor isn't where we live. Yuan Peng explained to Huang Xiaolong. Guxian did not respond directly to Yuan Peng's question but instead asked, "We agreed to go home to recuperate. Why aren't you back?" Seeing that Guxian did not respond directly, Yuan Peng became increasingly certain that Guxian intended to discuss this matter with the queen. No matter what, he could not let him find the queen. Yuan Peng sighed. "It's all your fault. I was almost asleep." "Oh," Chen Zhao replied. Guxian smiled calmly. "Let's go." Saying this, he started to head upstairs. Upon seeing this scene, Yuan Peng could no longer hold back and quickly stepped forward to block Guxian, saying, "You made me lose my sleep, so you have to come with me. If you don't stay with me, I'll break your legs." Guxian remained calm. After hearing Yuan Peng's words, he did not react much but explained calmly, "Strange, you don't seem like yourself. If there's a problem, there must be a problem. Speak up, what's going on? I'm not the type to beat around the bush, I say what I mean." Yuan Peng was even more frightened by Guxian's words, unable to help but curse Guxian's ancestors thoroughly. Damn, why did it have to be me? This makes no sense. If it were someone else, they would have been caught long ago, but this man remained indifferent. Yuan Peng angrily said, "Is it just that you want to be with me? I don't care, you must be with me. You ruined me, you have to help me fix it." Guxian's calm face twitched. What kind of nonsense was this? Seeing it was indeed effective, Yuan Peng put on a weak woman's demeanor and said to Gu Shijio, "I wasn't like this before. It's all your fault, your fault, your fault. That made me become this way. I don't even understand why I'm like this. I'm very scared. I just hope you can stay with me." "Fine, I'll go with you, but can you say less? It's disgusting to look at." As soon as Guxian said this, Yuan Peng felt a surge of joy, but the latter part of her sentence made her feel terrible. At 3 in the morning, Yuan Peng finally returned to her room satisfied. At this moment, she wasn't too concerned about whether Guxian would come to see her. It was already late at night, and she didn't want to disturb her sleep. This was because, when she woke up, she was usually in a bad mood, and waking up in the middle of the night would only make it worse. By then, her anger would surely reach its peak, and with a slap, she could crush Guxian to pieces. As for tomorrow, she could find Guxian and casually make up a reason to hang him up. Once she completely mastered this treasure, she would have no worries. Even if the queen were here, she could kill instantly. Yuan Peng returned to her room, took out the bronze cauldron, and recalled the incident of Gu Changde devouring Niu Biao back in the day. She used a small knife to cut her finger, smeared a drop of blood on a stone, and then held the bronze furnace up to the stone. Yuan Peng confidently stared at the bronze furnace. Whether it would succeed depended on this time. 30 seconds later, neither the bronze cauldron nor the rock reacted. To get it started, it might take some effort. Yuan Peng muttered to herself. 2 minutes later, neither the bronze cauldron nor the rock showed any signs of movement. Yuan Peng frowned. Why isn't it working? That guy just sprinkled a drop of blood on Niu Biao, and Niu Biao was absorbed. Why am I not getting any results? Where did I go wrong? Yuan Peng remained silent. She suddenly felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have let the burrowing beast kill him. First, torture him thoroughly, then kill him. She felt like a headless mosquito, completely at a loss. It seems I need to study this carefully. Yuan Peng tried several more times, attempting different methods to activate the bronze cauldron. She was so focused on the bronze furnace that she had no idea what was happening. Guxian was just outside the door. Hearing her words, a smile crept onto her lips. This kid must be hiding something, and it must be very important. Guxian had waited for several hours in front of Yuan Peng's door. He already had a rough understanding of the item Yuan Peng had obtained, its origins, and its functions. Knowing the function of this bronze cauldron, Guxian was astonished. This surprised him greatly. Such a powerful magical artifact existed in the world. Indeed, there were wonders everywhere. Niu Biao had died at the hands of a second-tier martial artist. It seemed that Ling Lin and the others were after the bronze cauldron on that guy, they certainly didn't want him to get it. Yuan Pang didn't report this matter to the queen, which was suspicious. Yuan Pang studied for half the day, and only when the sun rose did she put away the bronze cauldron, wanting to stop Gu Xian from seeking the queen. In the end, just as Yuan Pang crawled out of bed, she heard a rustling sound of footsteps at the door, and it was clear there were quite a few people. Yuan Pang suddenly felt an ominous premonition rise in her heart. That bastard Gu Xian hasn't found the queen, has he? Yuan Pang's Adam's apple bobbed as countless scenes flashed before his eyes. She had one hand behind her back, while the other was carrying a bronze cauldron. Then let's fight, it's still uncertain who will win. Yuan Pang, open the door quickly, Di Fui commanded. A muffled sound came from outside the door. As soon as Yuan Pang heard those two words, he already guessed. This man was one of the strongest guards by the queen's side, and the strongest among all the fierce beasts. He was second only to the queen. Yuan Pang knew he was no match for Di Fui, but he still obediently opened the door. Instantly, she felt the cold gazes from all around, as if any slight movement would result in her immediate execution. One of them, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, stretched out his hand, pointed at Yuan Pang, and coldly said, "Yuan Pang, raise both hands." Yuan Pang, however, did not heed Huang Yu's words and instead asked, "What have I done to offend you that so many people have come to find me?" Huang Yu's expression was indifferent. He ignored Yuan Pang and coldly asked, "Raise your hands, there's only one chance to live. Otherwise, just go die." As soon as the words fell, a suffocating pressure emanated from Huang Yu, specifically targeting Yuan Pang, making him almost unable to stand, even feeling an impulse to kneel on the ground. It was an extremely oppressive feeling. In the outside world, she was a terrifying 10th-tier fierce beast, but in the hands of this woman, she felt like an ant, easily killable at any moment. Yuan Pang quickly pulled out her bronze cauldron from behind. "Don't make things worse for me, or else." Before Yuan Pang could finish her sentence, the bronze furnace in her hand exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. A tearing pain spread from the wound. A piercing scream erupted. Yuan Pang could no longer control her cries, gripping the severed end tightly with both hands. She had only known that Huang Yu's dog was strong, but she never expected it to be this powerful, destroying her arm in a single move. This was already him showing mercy. If he wanted to, it wouldn't have been her arm, but her head. The only ceremonial bronze furnace fell into Huang Yu's hands, and she lost the will to resist. With that, she gave up any thought of fighting back. With such strength, any treasure is useless. It's impossible to wield it in my hands, let alone kill me. How absurd. Huang Yu looked dismissively. Yuan Pang's face turned ashen. She realized she had been overthinking. Indeed, Huang Yu was not the reckless type. He wouldn't die here. If it weren't for Niu Biao being overly complacent, he wouldn't have succeeded. "Take her down, and await the queen's orders." Huang Yu waved his hand. Another person stepped forward and restrained Yuan Pang. She didn't struggle. How could she possibly resist? She had no ability to fight back. If he wanted, he could take her life in an instant. In the hands of others, the bronze cauldron was immovable, but in Huang Yu's hands, it was so delicate. He looked at the bronze furnace in his own hands and found no difference. After speaking, he headed to the 3rd floor. Yuan Pang was escorted into the dungeon under guard, and on the way, she encountered Gu Xian. She merely glanced at him and said nothing more. At that moment, she was incredibly calm, knowing what she was about to face. Huang Yu took 2 steps at a time and entered an extremely luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. The entire hall was made of gold, and on both sides of the main door, a large number of jewels were embedded. Huang Yu half squatted and said, "I understand. Your Majesty, Yuan Pang has been captured, and the threatening treasures on her have also been taken from her." A cold voice came from the room. "Just put it here. Step back." Duan Ling Tian glanced at him and said, "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Huang Yu placed the bronze cauldron at the door and walked straight out. He couldn't help but sigh. Even without projecting her aura, her voice alone could convey a sense of threat. A queen is a queen. She has undoubtedly reached a height that no one can aspire to. Huang Yu walked out from the 3rd floor. There were only 3 people on the 3rd floor. One was the queen. The other 2 were gatekeepers, both old men with gray hair and large teeth. The 2 elders sat cross-legged, staring blankly downwards. They both wore a thoughtful expression, or rather, they seemed to be watching something. This continued for 3 or 4 minutes, perhaps longer. One elder seemed to remember something, his gaze flickering as if he was contemplating while speaking. After all this, which took only a few minutes, he turned to the other elder. "He has left." "What? He just arrived not long ago, right?" "Yes, he has left." As soon as the words fell, the 2 elders fell silent again, their eyes fixed ahead, seemingly searching for something. The tightly closed golden giant door felt heavy just by looking at it, one could only imagine how heavy it truly was. A delicate hand gently pushed open the thick golden portal. The passage quickly became wide enough for a person to pass through, and at that moment, the golden door came to a halt. A small head peeked out from the gap. She had long silver hair that cascaded to the ground, and she wore a pink and white dress, looking like an angel with broken wings. No one would think of her as a terrifying beast. The girl quickly scanned her surroundings with her lively eyes, and seeing no one around, she relaxed and focused her attention on the bronze furnace on the ground. She couldn't help but bend down to pick up the bronze cauldron, examining it from top to bottom. The little girl stared at the small bronze furnace, pondering for a long time, then leaned closer to sniff it. After that, she opened her mouth wide and tried to nibble on the cauldron with her snow-white teeth, but she couldn't bite into it at all. In fact, her teeth didn't leave a single mark. "You can't eat that." Dong Yizhao's voice was very soft, as if warning her. The little girl hugged the small bronze furnace, walked into her room, and placed it on the bedside table. After that, she pulled a book titled Love from the bookshelf and eagerly began to flip through it. In the secret realm, Gu Changa's injury had healed. Tao Wu glanced at Gu Changa and then spoke. "This guy's physical body has been repaired, but we don't know when his soul will awaken again. At least it will take about 10 days. Han Dun said, "It's equivalent to being resurrected. It will take at least 10 days or more." Xiong-chi added, "His soul is still hidden within his bones. Only when his soul returns to his body will his body reappear, and his body has also changed. I'm not sure if his body can withstand it." Upon hearing this, Tao Tai could no longer hold back. "What? If even his soul can't merge with his body, then our blood essence will be wasted." Xiong-chi was not modest at all, but rather exceptionally firm. "Didn't they say that when soldiers come, they will block them, and when water comes, they will cover it?" Tao Tai was left speechless. Tao Wu spoke, his voice laced with disdain. "I hope he can be reborn smoothly." The four fierce beasts all fixed their eyes on Gu Changa. Time slowly passed. Ling Lin and the others successfully arrived at the breeding ground, where they fought against countless ferocious beasts and ultimately killed the beast mother that raised them. What was said to be a machine for breeding demon beasts was actually a beast that looked like a tree. Wherever this ferocious beast passed, not a blade of grass would grow, not a blade of grass would grow. All of this was because it absorbed all the nutrients within a kilometer radius. Even the most resilient wild grasses could not survive, so one can imagine how terrifying this giant tree was. "I'm so tired, my waist feels like it's about to break. I haven't had such an intense battle in a long time." Dong Yu gasped and collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Ling Lin and Xia Jingyu, though not as exhausted as Dong Yu, were nearly at their limit. "There's something off about the beasts here," Rowley said, noticing the carcass of a wild beast, along with many other fierce beasts, all bleeding profusely. The blood of a single ferocious beast was not much, but the combined blood of thousands of them formed a small stream, the acrid smell filling the entire space. "Indeed," Ling Lin glanced around and said, "It seems this is a well-thought-out plan. Could it be him?" Dong Yu looked at her in confusion. Rowley shook her head in refusal. "A 10th-tier ferocious beast cannot possibly command so many beasts. In a group of ferocious beasts, rank and lineage are the most important. A 10th-tier beast can freely command lower-tier beasts. Moreover, a 10th-tier beast can summon at most 1,000. To mobilize tens of thousands at once only indicates one thing: this is the command of a king." Dong Yu asked in confusion, "Is there really a beast king in this world? Isn't that just theoretical?" Rowley, "That's not the case. It was only recently confirmed but hasn't been made public yet. Not long ago, an adventurer guild from an outer city captured a 10th-tier ferocious beast, gaining more understanding of the ferocious beast world, and discovered that this 10th-tier beast actually has a queen, and she is extremely powerful." "How powerful?" "It can't be 15 tiers, right?" "I can't say for sure, but one thing I can confirm is that the strongest 15th-tier beast under the queen has said that it doesn't even have 1/10 of the queen's strength." 15 tiers, and it doesn't even have 1/10 of her strength? That must mean she's at least 16 tiers. Our human race doesn't even have a 16-tier divine warrior. If the queen were to unleash her wrath and start a war, it would likely cause unimaginable disasters that no one could stop. Dong Yu gasped, realizing she had come to understand something incredible. No wonder this information had not been made public until now. Once it was revealed, it would surely cause massive panic, and humanity would be paralyzed. In fact, there was no need for this ferocious beast queen to take action. Humanity had already been scared out of its wits. Dong Yu suddenly understood. This was why they would go to such lengths to destroy these breeding grounds. This machinery was specifically designed for ferocious beasts, and once there were enough of them, it was feared that during the next blood moon, this ferocious beast queen would lead countless ferocious beasts to launch an attack on humanity. Rowley glanced at Dong Yu, fully aware of her thoughts. Ling Lin continued, "They actually didn't send any 10th-tier experts over. Are they afraid we might capture another one? Raleigh added, right now, sending out 10th tier beasts would not help find Gu Changa's whereabouts. Ling Lin seemed to ponder this. Dong Yu's voice rang out. Perhaps they will send out beasts above the 10th tier. They have already discovered us. Even if they sent a 10th tier beast, it would be defeated by us, so they will only send stronger beasts, not 15th tier ones. If they send out a 15th tier beast, we would all perish here. Ling Lin's voice sounded. What should we do? Dong Yu. Ling Lin continued. Luze smiled and said, I plan to wait a bit longer, to see just how strong those guys really are. If we can fight, we will. If not, we will escape. Since that's the case, let's wait here. Dong Yu said, we can't just let you wait here alone. If another 10th tier beast comes, the two of us won't be able to handle them. Time passed second by second. It was hard to tell how long it had been. In the secret realm, Xiangqi suddenly felt a surge of power emanating from Gu Changa, his chest still pounding violently. Help! Help! This guy has finally revived. I've been taking care of you day and night. Tao Tai exclaimed excitedly. Xiangqi rolled his eyes. Such shameless words coming from him were truly unbelievable. During these days, he had been envious of Gu Changa to the point of wanting to swallow him whole several times. Fortunately, Xiangqi and Tao Tai had been keeping a close watch on him, otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. We need to take him away from here. Xiangqi's voice rang out. Yeah, hey, if you let him go, isn't that asking for death? It's too dangerous here. If he leaves, that little girl will swallow him alive. Xiangqi added, still not possible. There's no oxygen here, it won't be long before he dies. Humans are so weak, they need to catch their breath, or it's a dead end. As long as your cultivation is sufficient, they can stay here for a long time, Xiangqi said, not pausing in his work for a moment. About 10 seconds later, Gu Changa had left that mysterious space and reappeared outside. He lay on the queen's soft, fluffy bed, looking half dead. Fortunately, the queen was sleeping soundly, and waking her up was not an easy task. What was even more embarrassing was, Gu Changa was completely naked. If the queen woke up, what would happen? It was simply unimaginable. For ferocious beasts like Tao Tai, they didn't care about clothing because they felt that clothes would only become their shackles. It was better not to wear anything at all. Even if they wanted to drape Gu Changa's clothes over him, it was impossible to do so in that empty, mysterious space. Gu Changa lay on the sickbed, gasping for breath. He was truly lacking oxygen, wishing he could expel every breath he had taken in. The next day, when she woke from her slumber, it was already close to noon. Her eyes still carried a heavy sleepiness, as if she hadn't slept all night. Her little hands were rummaging through a book on the bedside. She had fallen asleep after reading a book last night, and upon waking, she began reading the next one. Nothing was more important than this book. As a seasoned bookworm, she could skip meals and sleep, but she absolutely couldn't miss any novel. She was eager to know why there was a book. At first, she was just casually browsing, but then she couldn't stop. It was only after 2 or 3 months that she realized there were actually millions, even tens of millions of works in this world, which left her astonished. She wondered if she could survive. Her little hands were feeling around the bed, and suddenly, she felt something soft. She ignored it and continued to reach down until she touched her own hair, still not paying attention. After a long while, the girl finally managed to pull out that book from behind Gu Changa. She didn't turn her head or think about what she had just touched. She just hugged the book and began to read it seriously. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After a long time, the girl finally reached the last page. She gritted her teeth and pounded her chest. Ah, why can't they be together? Ah, why am I so angry? Which writer is it? The girl went a bit crazy for a long time before finally calming down, but her heart still ached faintly. She crawled up from her seat, took out an unread book from the bookshelf, but found that she had already read all of it. Well, now I need to find a new book, but I can't leave, and I can't let Huang Yu and the others discover my presence. A look of struggle appeared on the girl's face, and she finally sighed deeply, pulling out a book she had prepared long ago from her bosom and walking towards the big bed. At this moment, she realized that there was a naked man lying on her bed. She didn't panic or scream. Instead, she turned her head, looking bewildered. Who are you? How did you get in here? The girl walked over, flipped Gu Changa over, and was startled by his face. Wow, so handsome. Could it be that I wake up one day to find an unfamiliar person beside me, and I'm pregnant? He offers me 3 million to forget everything, and then I just leave? In an instant, various scenarios flashed through the girl's mind, and she had even arranged her own tragic life, feeling a sudden pang of heartache. I like him? No, this heartless guy actually took out 3 million to humiliate me. I will never bow my head. I want to throw this check in front of him and say, I'm not some promiscuous woman. Even if I sleep with a dog, you can't use money to humiliate me. Then she added, hey, girl, you've caught my attention. After saying that, the girl leaned against Gu Changa, pretending to be asleep, waiting for him to wake up. More than 3 hours passed. Gu Changa slowly woke up, feeling heavy all over, as if pressed down by a great force. It smelled so good. Where is this place? I was eaten by a beast, and my body is about to be melted away. Gu Changa slowly recalled the memories before he lost consciousness. At this moment, he had regained his composure and woke up to find himself lying on a strange big bed. The entire ceiling was pink. A huge bed filled with stuffed animals. Surrounding him were bookshelves. What is this place? Gu Changa crawled out of bed and realized he was not wearing any clothes. What the hell? Chen Xiaobei looked bewildered. What happened? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a woman lying beside him, also completely naked, her snow-white back and pink-silver hair making Gu Changa feel dizzy. Did I cross over? Gu Changa was completely confused. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. She abruptly pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping her entire body in it. Bai Susu was both shocked and angry, tears glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Gu Changa looked bewildered, not knowing how to respond. The woman was crying uncontrollably. You think just because you've occupied my body, I will belong to you? Let me tell you, I have already been possessed by you. Money can't move my heart. What you want is my body, not my heart. Ha! Huo Mian was slightly taken aback. The more Gu Changa thought about it, the more confused he became. Why was he eaten by a beast, chose to commit suicide and be reborn, and then woke up to find himself lying in another man's bed? He couldn't understand. It seemed like the two of them had done something unspeakable, leaving Gu Changa with a headache. Gu Changa was left speechless by what she said. It was the first time he encountered such a situation, feeling flustered and not knowing how to respond. Miss, Gu Changa tugged at the corner of his mouth. My name is Yin Ping. Gu Changa, he called out, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. Got it. Lai Gina nodded. Yin Ping nodded, her pretty face full of excitement, the corners of her lips unable to help but curl up. Gu Changa looked bewildered, wondering what was so happy about it. It was only then that Yin Ping realized and quickly wiped the smile off her face. Gu Changa wanted to ease the atmosphere and asked, Where are we now? This is my home, Yin Ping replied seriously. Gu Changa was at a loss for words at Yin Ping's statement. He didn't know how to respond to this question or what to ask. However, Gu Changa had to clarify the situation before he could speak. Miss Yin Ping, what am I here for? You forgot how you pushed me down last night, and then, well, you know. Yin Ping's lips trembled. What? Last night? Gu Changa looked confused. He had no recollection of it at all. The only thing he remembered was being in the belly of that monster. Miss Yin Ping, Gu Changa opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Yin Ping tightly grasped the bedsheet, murmuring, Mr. Gu Changa, I understand your meaning. I don't need you to be responsible for me. Once he is born, I will take good care of him. We don't need to meet again. This is better for both of us. What? Is that true? Gu Changa looked bewildered. How is that possible? Yin Ping blinked, wondering what was going on. Didn't the novel say one could get pregnant in just one night? The cold-faced CEO would immediately take the female lead home upon learning she was pregnant, caring for her meticulously. However, the CEO had a sister, who was not his biological sibling. Her sister caused her trouble to gain the CEO's favor, and as a result, she was framed by the CEO and driven out of her home. The sister had a group of people beat her to death and even caused her to lose the baby. In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Yin Ping's mind. Well, that should be the case. Gu Changa also didn't know what to say. The possibility of a heart-wrenching situation was too great. I see, Yin Ping exclaimed. So, you have a sister? Yes, is there something wrong? Gu Changa replied. Truly a domineering CEO. Her sister. Yin Ping felt a surge of excitement. This was going to follow the CEO's playbook. Although she was currently obedient to him, she had to be on guard. It's nothing, just wanted to know about your family. We are also, as she spoke, Yin Ping felt a bit shy, hesitating. Gu Changa held his head, wondering what he had been doing while he was amnesiac. After a long while, the two chatted casually for a bit, getting to know each other better. Gu Changa's expression gradually became more interesting. What? This girl was probably a bit obsessive. She was the king of beasts. Indeed, many girls have such thoughts, believing themselves to be queens, which is quite common. It's like a man always dreaming of becoming an immortal. Wait a minute, was he still underage? Oh no, this could lead to jail time. Not only had he done certain things while amnesiac, but it seemed quite serious. Gu Changa weakly asked, Are you lying to me? Miss Yin Ping, how old are you this year? You're already 20. Yin Ping's voice rang out. That's great. Gu Changa let out a long sigh. What's so great? Richard retorted. Yin Ping tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing, and Fei nodded. I understand. Gu Changa's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh, Zhao Yu responded. In Ping stopped asking questions and turned to leave. Gu Chang'e looked around and did not find her dress, feeling quite puzzled. Did she have to be completely undressed to come in? Gu Chang'e asked in confusion. What's wrong? Miss In Ping, have you seen my clothes? The gown? In Ping tilted her head, equally baffled, unsure of what to say. Put on mine. In Ping quickly got up from the bed and walked to the nearby wardrobe. Gu Chang'e quickly turned her face away. There was no movement. I didn't see anything at all. In opened the wardrobe, revealing a pile of exquisite clothes that emitted a golden sheen and a pleasant fragrance. Gu Chang'e, curious about the scent, looked over and indeed found that her wardrobe was filled with the queen's garments, looking very luxurious. Even Gu Chang'e, who knew nothing about clothing, could tell that those outfits were quite valuable. She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. My goodness, could this door and the floor be made of gold? How could rich people be so wealthy? Oh no, I must definitely tell her parents to give me 5 million, and then let their daughter go. Just as Gu Chang'e was lost in thought. Gu Chang'e, this dress is for you. In Ping walked over holding a coat. Okay, Chen Zhao replied. Gu Chang'e followed the direction of her finger and saw a bundle of white, quickly turning her face away. Miss In Ping, you haven't put on any clothes yet. Oh, it's fine, we revealed everything last night. In Ping smiled with her lips pressed together. Gu Chang'e. Fortunately, In Ping chose a rather neutral outfit, so Gu Chang'e didn't feel embarrassed. It was better than nothing. Gu Chang'e was grateful to have new clothes. Without them, he might not be able to leave this room. Hearing the rustling sound of In Ping getting dressed nearby, a thought popped into Gu Chang'e's mind. He pinched his leg, the pain shooting to his head, and the images in his mind vanished. This girl is very beautiful and rare. She has long silver hair, snow-white skin, and is about a meter tall. Not bad at all. Gu Chang'e shook his head. He had never thought he would get a new girlfriend in such a way. It was truly unbelievable. If her father found out, wouldn't he kill me? In Ping asked in confusion. Gu Chang'e, what time shall we go back together? Where are we now? Gu Chang'e was puzzled. In Ping's voice rang out. Which one? The great royal tree, Li Qie said. Chen Xiaobei's expression slightly froze. I have never heard anyone mention this name. Could this place not be the chicken market? That seems unlikely. I can't just go to another city, can I? Perhaps. This guy actually ran to another city. Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and finally figured it out. Do you want to go outside for a stroll? In Ping sensed Gu Chang'e's unusualness and knew he wanted to go out. Okay. Regner nodded. Gu Chang'e responded with an Only then did he take In Ping out of the room. Gu Chang'e was stunned by the scene before him. Indeed, she was a young lady. Her home was too big. This was not something an ordinary family could afford. She must be one of the richest women in the city. In Ping added, that is a giant tree floating in mid-air, specially designed to look like this. We are now on the 3rd floor. This is just for the two of us. This is a tree? Someone exclaimed. Gu Chang'e suddenly felt as if Granny Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, curious about everything. This was a big tree. I had never heard of it. Then, In Ping led Gu Chang'e to tour the 3rd floor, explaining the purpose of each room. As Gu Chang'e passed by a ventilated window, he discovered that the ground was covered with wild beasts lying fast asleep, enemies on all sides. Miss In Ping, we are surrounded. Gu Chang'e quickly pulled In Ping back. Yes. Seeing Gu Chang'e so anxious, In Ping pretended to be serious and nodded. Fortunately, they are all asleep. Gu Chang'e felt relieved upon seeing them still sleeping and continued. We can't stay here any longer. We must find a way out quickly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in In Ping's eyes. Could this be considered a runaway? They would leave their families and friends behind, venturing into an unfamiliar world to start their lives anew. Then let's go. In Ping nodded earnestly and instructed everyone, let's not waste any more time. We need to prepare right now. Gu Chang'e nodded. Alright, if there are still others, we should leave together. The chances of survival will be greater. In Ping suggested, let's just the two of us go, ignore them. Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and understood the situation. It must be that her family treated her poorly, which was why she wanted to escape. After some thought, Gu Chang'e nodded, then let's go. He nodded. In Ping nodded, looking eager to try. The adventure was about to begin. They would face endless obstacles. They would use every means to stop them from escaping, and they would fight with all their might. The two returned to their rooms to prepare. Gu Chang'e and In Ping tiptoed out of their rooms and reached the door on the 3rd floor, where they saw two old men intently watching them. In Ping whispered, that old man is the one guarding the entrance to the 3rd floor. He nodded. Gu Chang'e responded with a Nowadays, it was mostly old men working as gatekeepers. He had encountered this situation many times. The 1st floor posed no difficulty. Gu Chang'e and In Ping walked down the stairs together. After a few more minutes, the two old men finally reacted. One of the old men asked. Who was down there just now? No, you must have seen it wrong. Oh, close enough. As they went further up, there was no more danger. But just as the two were about to leave, Gu Xian spotted them. Gu Xian crouched down and said, Your Highness, is it late, and you want to go out? Is that not allowed? Lai Jina was taken aback. Yin Ping's demeanor suddenly changed, from playful innocence to infatuation, and then to an icy coldness, commanding everything. Just this one sentence made Gu Xian shiver. No, am I not worried about the queen? Worried? Can you surpass me? Do I need you to worry about my safety? Yin Ping coldly retorted. I wouldn't dare. Gu Xian trembled all over, wishing he could slap himself. Indeed, the queen was not some fragile young girl. Did she need him to worry? She was just annoyed at his meddling. Gu Changge was also taken aback by Yin Ping's attitude but quickly regained his composure. This must be why Yin Ping wanted them to address her as Your Majesty, which made sense, as wealthy people nowadays were often referred to as Young Master. Hurry and leave this place. Yin Ping took Gu Changge's hand and walked out, wearing a happy smile, as if the cold queen from before had transformed into another person. Gu Xian took a long time to recover and finally slowly got up from the ground. He suddenly remembered that someone had been following Yin Ping closely. Who is that? Why have they never appeared? To be able to walk so closely with Her Majesty, they must be the person she trusts the most. It's really strange. A person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere could actually win the favor of Her Majesty the Queen. Gu Xian was originally prepared to ask further, but upon recalling Yin Ping's cold tone, he immediately swallowed that thought. With her strength, she naturally didn't need him to worry. If he intervened and she became unhappy, he would be doomed. Yin Ping grabbed Gu Changge and ran towards the door. Jiang Chenxi. He had plunged headfirst into a den of ferocious beasts. This was simply shoving himself into the mouth of a beast. Oh no. This time, he was likely to lose an arm and a leg. There were at least over 5,000 ferocious beasts. Even if he had 3 hands, it was impossible to face so many beasts at once. Just as Gu Changge felt that something was about to happen, a voice rang out. This was much better than he had anticipated. All the demon beasts dared not approach, scrambling to get up from the ground and clearing a path. Gu Changge and Yin Ping walked forward safely. What's going on? Why aren't they attacking us? Gu Changge asked in confusion. Of course, it's because of our queen. Yin Ping's voice sounded. Regner was taken aback. Gu Changge's small eyes were filled with confusion. He was genuinely puzzled by what Yin Ping said, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense at all. At this moment, Gu Changge and Yin Ping had already exited the treehouse. Looking back, he suddenly realized that there were no human cities around, nor were there any tall walls. If he had truly arrived at a human city, he would definitely see those tall walls, and not seeing the city meant one thing. That is to say, he was not in a human city at all. Wasn't this just a wild beast's lair? Oh my. Gu Changge's gaze towards Yin Ping gradually changed. As if she really was a beast king, she must be quite powerful, right? Why was he sleeping with her? Many possibilities flashed through Gu Changge's mind, but in the end, he dismissed them one by one. So, he could only watch the changes unfold. In this group of ferocious beasts, it was incredibly difficult. One misstep could lead to utter destruction. Just this person was already a 10th tier ferocious beast. The old guard on the 3rd floor was also present. But that was not the case. Any one of them could easily crush him into meat paste. And the woman before him, although she looked pure and lovely, was an extremely terrifying person. She was a beast queen who commanded thousands of ferocious beasts. How could she be an ordinary individual? 15th tier? Gu Changge believed that her cultivation was at least above the 15th tier. Otherwise, she would have long been surpassed by the 15th tier experts of the human race. Yin Ping, where are we going? Gu Changge hesitated to call out her name. Not sure. Yin Ping shook her head and said, then let's go to your place. My home. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and said. Gu Changge fell silent and finally said, I have no home. Yin Ping, however, was not surprised at all and continued, yes, we have no home. For us, the word home is very ethereal, even to the point of being able to choose our own biological parents. Gu Changge noticed that Yin Ping's tone was somewhat downcast, as if what she said was not that important. Yin Ping continued, in the eyes of those people, we are cruel and chaotic beings. They only know how to kill, plundering their territory, forcing them to shrink back into the cities. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Changge could see that Yin Ping was genuinely a bit angry. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, is there some hidden truth in this? Yin Ping's voice rang out again, this battle has not stopped since the moment we appeared. It seems it's either you die or I perish. Gu Changge increasingly felt that something was off, as if there were indeed things he didn't understand. A thought crossed his mind. If he were to find out about this, then his worldview would completely collapse. However, Yin Ping seemed unwilling to discuss the topic further, so she fell silent. Yin Ping smiled and said, "Then let's temporarily stay in some abandoned cave." Chen Zhao responded. Gu Changa also murmured an They walked along the way. During the time she had lost her memory, Gu Changa had been trying to gather information about her. He was starting to find it hard to believe, it was just too exaggerated. The two of them had gotten drunk and ended up sleeping together, which led to this morning's events. One night stand, The Indifferent CEO Won't Leave Me, The CEO's Strong Marriage Love, The Iceberg CEO and Cinderella, these are all works she had read before. Wait a minute. Gu Changa suddenly noticed her blind spot. Could this little girl, Yin Ping, be a domineering CEO type? Had she read too many of those domineering novels and inserted herself into the role of the female lead, making him the CEO? At first, Gu Changa thought it was just a guess, but recalling the nonsensical things Yin Ping had said to him today, he understood. A typical domineering CEO fantasy. This made Gu Changa even more confused. Why was she lying naked on his bed? What did that have to do with the world? Yin Ping led Gu Changa to the front of an abandoned cave and was about to enter when a huge roar came from inside. Then, the ground began to shake, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Gu Changa's expression darkened. Yin Ping, this seems a bit interesting. This was not an abandoned cave, but a cave with an owner, and it looked like it was no ordinary place. Get out! At that moment, a loud shout rang out. With Yin Ping's words, the heavy footsteps in the room suddenly fell silent. A creature that looked like a wild boar, small in size, probably only about 10 kilograms. A little wild boar cub could actually cause the ground to tremble and let out such a loud roar? Gu Changa was baffled. Yin Ping squatted down and patted its back, saying, "This is a porcupine. Although it's not big, it's very fierce. It has the strength of a level 5, but it's quite obedient." Level 5? This time, everyone was stunned. Gu Changa twitched his lips. Even such a small piglet was a level 5 expert, and he wasn't even a match for it. At that moment, Huang Yu asked the two old men on the third floor, where did he go? The two elders took a second to notice Huang Ding, spent 30 seconds recalling, and used the remaining minute to organize their thoughts. "I don't know." Regner shook his head. Huang Yu frowned and said, "The Empress usually never goes out. What's going on today that she just leaves?" "I don't know." Chen Zhao shook his head. The two elders responded. Huang Yu turned around and went down the stairs, but halfway down, he ran into Gu Xian. It was then that he learned where Yin Ping had gone. Never met before? Huang Yu's expression turned solemn, his face twisted, and his body, over 3 meters tall, instantly tensed up, emanating a powerful aura as if he were about to explode at any moment. The ancient Xian felt immense pressure. Even as a level 10, he still felt like an ant in the eyes of the other. A terrifying sense of oppression flashed through Gu Xian's mind, making it hard for him to breathe. Indeed, she was second only to the queen. Gu Xian reluctantly nodded. Yes, the queen is with a man she has never met before, and they seem very close. Huang Yu listened to Gu Xian's words, his expression growing increasingly strange. The Empress was cautious by nature. Over the years, she had never taken action against the human race. If it were her, she would have launched countless attacks by now. Huang Yu understood very well that he was not a qualified leader. He was a person with strong limbs but a simple mind. If he were to lead, it would only lead these fierce beasts to destruction. With her temperament, she shouldn't be so close to an outsider, right? Moreover, the queen's power was immense. Among all the fierce beasts, she was the strongest. Huang Yu was well aware of this, yet he was very worried about Yin Ping. After thinking for a moment, Yemo felt a stir in his heart and immediately wanted to find Yin Ping. A few days later, Ling Lin and the others faced countless monsters, their weapons swinging countless times. The position where Ling Lin and the others stood was surrounded by monsters, each one piled together. After this period of battle, Ling Lin and the others had sustained considerable injuries. Their clothes were stained red with the blood of fierce beasts countless times. A thin layer of blood film covered their garments. Whenever Ling Lin moved, the dried blood on her body would fall off. Dongyu sat atop a fierce beast's head, speaking somewhat helplessly. "I think we should go back and tidy up first, then make a major adjustment because we no longer have enough food and water. If we keep dragging this out, who knows how long we will have to wait." Gu Changa will be fine. A 10th-tier fierce beast can kill Gu Changa but cannot do so on the spot, instead taking him away, which means it will still be useful to Jiang Chenxi. Moreover, Gu Changa is quite a beauty. He's probably living well with the fierce beasts and has even charmed the fierce beast queen. "Be serious," a voice came from behind. Ling Lin glared at Dongyu. Dongyu pouted and stopped talking. Raleigh pondered for a moment before speaking. Dongyu is right, we should go back to rest and let the people in the guild help us find Gu Changa. If it's just the three of us, it will be difficult to locate him. Ling Lin looked troubled, her brows furrowed tightly. After a long time, she finally nodded, let's go. This time, the fierce beast queen won't send out weaklings. It's very likely she will send out strong ones above the 10th tier. Dong Yu added, I have a feeling that this guy is not a good person. The wicked often accuse the truly wicked first. Ling Lin fell silent. The three turned and left, heading straight for the chicken market. For Ling Lin and the others, this route would take just over an hour to reach the chicken market. Dong Yu finally got to the point. How long to rest? 5 hours, Ling Lin's voice rang out. Dong Yu thought for a moment and nodded. 5 hours of sleep is enough. The three dispersed, starting their own plans. After returning home, Dong Yu's first task was to take a shower. Then she had someone prepare various potions. To sustain long-term combat, sufficient medicine was necessary to treat injuries. Without treatment, even a slight injury could lead to true death. It would take at least over an hour to get from here to the chicken market, and there was simply not enough time. After handling all this, she finally went to take a shower and then rested. Rowley walked into the guild. Many people were downcast, having not seen Rowley for several days. Without her sunny smile, everyone felt a bit depressed. As soon as Rowley arrived, everyone rushed over, and upon seeing her covered in blood, they quickly asked what had happened. It's nothing, don't worry. Rowley said this, but the smile on her face had already vanished. Once she entered her room, she took out her phone and dialed. It wasn't long before the call connected. Rowley answered, it's me. Go check how many people we can mobilize. If anyone pretends to be sick and doesn't want to go, just kick them out. There was silence on the other end for a moment before the voice finally spoke. President, isn't this a bit excessive? You know our current situation. We need to mobilize immediately. No discussion. If you don't want to work, then get lost. We don't need freeloaders. Rowley's voice was firm and cold, leaving no room for doubt. The person on the other end, seeing Rowley's determination, could only respond, all right, I'll take care of it. Chen Zhao replied. Rowley hung up the phone, as if all her strength had been drained away, and she collapsed into her seat. How many will come? Rowley raised her head, looking helpless. The original intention of our Adventurers Guild was to drive away beasts so that everyone could be safe, but they only care about themselves, completely disregarding everyone's safety. A guild spends so much money and time training, yet when it really matters, not many are willing to take action. We don't need them for now. Gu Changa and the beast queen Yin Ping stood together in a cave. Gu Changa asked in confusion, what's wrong? Where did you get this? Yin Ping said proudly, a few years ago, I used the excuse of monitoring humans to sell them to the human race. Just leave if you want? No, they won't feel at ease without me. Yin Ping smiled slightly and said, most of the time, I lock myself in my room. This book allows me to travel to every corner of the world. What level are you at now? Gu Changa asked, having been pondering this question and finally couldn't help but voice it. No class distinction. Yin Ping shook her head. I can't do that at all. Ha! Regner was taken aback. Gu Changa was also stunned. He had never practiced transformation. I really haven't cultivated or have any experience in transformation, Yin Ping said, because I am originally in human form, so I can't turn into a beast. Sometimes I even doubt whether I am truly a person. Yin Ping shook her head and smiled bitterly. I don't even know who I really am. If I say I'm a person, then I'm not a person. If I say I'm a monster, then I can't become a real monster. Gu Changa's eyes narrowed instantly. Perhaps, this queen of beasts was not a beast at all. If this were to be known, it would be a big deal. Wait, not a living person? They can tell from the scent whether it's a human or a beast, but I'm of the human race. Why can't they tell I'm human? That's strange. I don't even know myself. Gu Changa shook his head, intentionally saying this to see how Yin Ping would evaluate him. Yin Ping added, indeed, a fierce beast, with a strong aura, but the cultivation seems peculiar, as if only at the second level. Gu Changa smiled awkwardly. Hee, I'm just concealing my strength. In the martial world, one must always be vigilant, otherwise, one could be stabbed in the back at any moment. Oh, I thought you thought the same. A faint smile appeared on Yin Ping's face, but her expression was somewhat dim. At this point, she looked up at the bright moon in the sky and said, in our clan, there is a saying. I wonder if you have heard of it. What? Gu Changa suddenly became excited. Myths are often real. After all, there is a reason for everything. Yin Ping pointed at the bright moon in the sky and said, it is said that we did not come from Earth, but from the moon. Human eyes are white with a hint of yellow, but our eyes are red. I don't understand. Gu Changa looked up and saw that the moon in the sky was actually blood red. He was slightly taken aback. Gu Changa frowned, thinking he must have made a mistake, and rubbed his eyes. Sure enough, he saw a blood-red moon, and he was completely stunned. He pondered for a moment. Sometimes the moonlight is blood red, but now, it was entirely blood red. It must be true. Gu Changa encouraged himself in his heart. He had a vague suspicion, but he refused to accept this fact, rejecting it from the depths of his being. Yin Ping gazed at the moon, murmuring to herself, "Are you dreaming? If we could return to the moon, would there be a conflict? This battle, isn't it because of your ferocious beasts? If it weren't for your violent provocations, perhaps we could coexist peacefully with them." Gu Changa shook his head. "What was I thinking? How could humans and beasts coexist peacefully? Their parents were all killed by ferocious beasts. Their parents must take revenge for them." Thinking of this, Gu Changa felt a surge of anger, but his mind was clear. He could sense that Yin Ping was not lying. She had no need to deceive him. In her eyes, he was just a beast, so there was no need to hide anything. Gu Changa noticed a small black dot in the distance. His eyes narrowed as he focused on that black object. Time passed slowly. As the distance closed, the figure became clearer. "It's coming for us," Gu Changa said, pointing at the black dot. Following Gu Changa's finger, Yin Ping saw Huang Yu flying towards them at an incredible speed. "There are enemies chasing us. We must escape." Yin Ping grabbed Gu Changa and dashed to the right. "Chasers?" Regner was taken aback. "Jiang Chensi." Yin Ping nodded seriously and replied, "Yes, it seems our plan has been discovered, but they are earlier than we expected. I originally wanted to stay here for a night and then continue, but now, they won't let us rest." Gu Changa pouted, immediately realizing that Yin Ping's delusions were about to flare up again. This was not a chase at all. Clearly, he was here to pick her up. With such a queen, they would definitely have a headache. Gu Changa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Changa and Yin Ping's speed was naturally no match for Huang Yu's, and within 2 minutes, they were caught up. Huang Yu blocked the path of Gu Changa and his son. Gu Changa saw the towering yellow giant cauldron over 3 meters high and felt an immense pressure. Its arms were so thick they were almost as thick as his legs. If this guy hit him with a punch, he would definitely be crushed to death. This was true oppression. Huang Yu added, "Finally found you. That was close. If anything happened to you, wouldn't our lineage be left without anyone to manage it?" Under Huang Yu's persuasion, he finally spoke. Yin Ping frowned, her expression darkening, no longer resembling the innocent little girl from before. Huang Yu felt a tremendous pressure, half kneeling on the ground, cupping his fists in salute to Yin Ping. "Your Highness, you must not come to harm. Although I know you are very powerful, the current situation is very dangerous. You cannot take risks. Do I need your permission to go out?" Yin Ping's eyes narrowed as she asked Huang Yu. "Of course not," Huang Yu's voice sounded. In front of Yin Ping, he couldn't even breathe loudly. "Aren't I just worried about you?" Huang Yu's voice rang out. "Fine, I'll go by myself. You can leave." Yin Ping waved her hand irritably. "Yes." Ragnar nodded. Huang Yu responded and stood up to leave, but at that moment, he saw Gu Changa, with Yin Ping sitting beside her. Gu Changa felt an inexplicable sense of oppression wash over him, as if a tremendous weight pressed down on his back, making it hard for him to breathe, almost causing him to kneel on the ground. Fortunately, Gu Changa held on. Even if it meant kneeling, he would be willing. The only exception was kneeling before a fierce beast. Better to die than to kneel here. Huang Yu only glanced at Gu Changa a few times before shifting his gaze, committing Gu Changa's appearance to memory. He intended to investigate Gu Changa's background. Once Huang Yu left, Yin Ping instantly transformed back into the image of a delicate girl, pouting as she said, "Since we've been caught, we can only go back." Chen Zhao replied. "Let's go back." Yi Futian waved his hand at her. He suddenly realized that he had no idea what Yin Ping was feeling. If he told her, "I have something to take care of, I'll step out for a bit," later on, if her temperament changed drastically and she gave him a beating, he wasn't a 10th-tier demon beast, a few hits could take his life. This was no joke. Gu Changa was quite confident about what Yin Ping had just said. She had a strong tendency towards being overly dramatic, and no one could tell whether she was telling her own story or stating facts. In any case, they couldn't act recklessly. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. "Alright, let's go." Yin Ping sighed and then whispered to Gu Changa, "We'll sneak out quietly in a bit." "Let's see first," Gu Changa replied. It was hard to say. Yin Ping's little brother had just been staring at him with a vague gaze, seemingly with a murderous intent. They needed to find an excuse to head to the beast territory. Everything had to be thoroughly considered. He wasn't even sure if he could safely reach the chicken market. The two entered the small wooden house. Huang Yu and the others had been waiting outside the door. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Huang Yu and the others knelt on one knee. "Get up," he shouted. Yin Ping spoke calmly, her tone steady. Her expression was calm, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. Huang Yu and the others also stood up. Yin Ping was about to go to the 3rd floor with Gu Changa when Huang Yu stopped her. "Your Highness, the 3rd floor is off limits to those below the 10th tier. which is why you are restricted to the first floor. Yin Ping frowned slightly, about to say something. Huang Yu continued, this is the rule you initially set. Hearing this, Yin Ping had no choice but to wave her hand. Seeing this, Huang Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. This was for the future of all demon beasts. He clasped his fists in a bow and stepped back more than 10 paces. When the others saw Huang Yu retreat, they also moved far away. After speaking, everyone lowered their heads, no longer paying attention to Yin Ping or Gu Chang'e. Yin Ping looked at Gu Chang'e. Are you trying to tell me you have some kind of conspiracy? Gu Chang'e is also acting out of necessity. But this is the rule. I will place you on the first floor. Just tell me which room you prefer. Any will do, Yi Futian responded. Then go to Yuan Peng's room. Since he was caught stealing, this room is temporarily unoccupied, and you can stay there. Yin Ping pointed to room 10 and said, here. Alright, Wang Yao replied. Gu Chang'e responded with a Yin Ping reluctantly bid farewell to Gu Chang'e before heading to the third floor. After Yin Ping left, Huang Yu and the others finally looked up, their gazes unavoidably fixed on Gu Chang'e, scanning him from head to toe. I want to see who can deceive Her Majesty. This person is definitely not good news. Wait until he is exposed. I want to see if he can still turn the tables. Once we catch you with your flaws, we will definitely teach you a good lesson. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Some were even calculating in their hearts how to deal with Lin Fan. Gu Chang'e was not very afraid. The most important thing was that she had Yin Ping backing her up. Without evidence, they wouldn't dare to touch her. So, Gu Chang'e was not intimidated at all and was particularly tough, as if saying, you dare to hit me? You can try. Some people gritted their teeth in hatred, wishing they could deal with Gu Chang'e right now. Suddenly, they realized, this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, trying to provoke us. As long as we couldn't help but strike, he would report this to the queen, and then we would all face severe punishment. What a cunning guy! Seeing Gu Chang'e's smug expression, everyone hated her to the core, but they didn't dare to act out. They couldn't win in a fight, and their whole situation was bad. Only Huang Yu was the calmest among them. He was not blinded by anger and instead showed a faint smile. On the contrary, Gu Chang'e felt he was the most dangerous. In such an environment, a person who could still smile at him was far more intimidating than someone baring their teeth. He could never guess what he was thinking. He could control his emotions well. No wonder he was praised as the second most ferocious beast after Yin Ping, and he was a great support for her. Without his help, Yin Ping, a homebody who stayed cooped up all day, would never be able to manage such a large beast. This family was not made up of brainless brutes. Rather, this person was in charge of all the ferocious beasts. To be precise, Yin Ping was only responsible for supervision, while the care of those beasts was his responsibility. In other words, he was the mastermind behind this game. Eliminating him would be equivalent to taking down a ferocious beast. He was simply the number one enemy of the human race. To get rid of him, there were only two paths. One was to have enough power to kill him personally. The second path was to find that bronze cauldron and destroy it. But the latter was highly unlikely. At his current speed, he wouldn't even have time to get a drop of blood on Yi Zichen, and that bronze cauldron was nowhere to be found. If he happened to run into the person who caught him last time, it would be too embarrassing. If the other party exposed him as a human, he would be in big trouble. It seems like if nothing is going on, you should just stay in your room and practice well. Anyway, with the system, you'll eventually level up to 15 or 16. Huang Yu calmly said to Gu Chang'e, second floor, first floor, first floor. Gu Chang'e. What? He actually didn't threaten her. Is there something wrong with this plot? She originally thought he would look at her with disdain and say, be careful, the road is wet, watch your step, don't hurt your feet. He wasn't wrong. This guy is completely off script. Gu Chang'e couldn't guess his thoughts. Since he said that, Gu Chang'e couldn't say anything harsh anymore. As the saying goes, when under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Thank you for your concern, young Master Huang. Gu Chang'e replied, I understand. Huang Yu nodded and led everyone to the second floor, each returning to their quarters. The looks those people gave Gu Chang'e were very unfriendly. A few even deliberately moved closer to her, pushing her with their elbows. In the end, he was startled himself, while Gu Chang'e stood there unmoved as if nothing had happened. A man who fell on his butt looked at Gu Chang'e in surprise. No way, he had never lost to anyone in a direct fight. How did he defeat his opponent? The people around were also surprised as they looked at Gu Chang'e. This person seemed weak, but his physical body was incredibly strong. Others had been knocked several meters away, yet he remained completely still, not even a tremor. This was somewhat unbelievable. Those who were about to leave all stopped, their gazes fixed on Zhang Chenxi. This child is indeed extraordinary. This kid is really not an ordinary person. A group of people whispered among themselves. Could this be the Empress's preference? Everyone couldn't help but think this, their eyes on Gu Chang'e filled with complexity. The man looked embarrassed, struggling to stand up. Gu Chang'e was also taken aback. How could he be so hard? This guy was at least a master above the 10th level. To not break a bone from such a collision was already impressive, yet he could still knock someone down. In the past, he would never have thought this. He had truly trained his body to be impervious to blades and bullets. Where was the bronze cauldron? Gu Chang'e asked with concern, "Do you know? What happened to you? Why did you fall down by yourself? Was it because of the strong wind today? Look how hard you were blown." The short-haired man's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He was almost unable to control himself from attacking Gu Chang'e, but fortunately, someone pulled him back, otherwise, he would have likely fought Gu Chang'e. "Not worth it, not worth it." One person pulled him over, saying, "That's right, this is too unprofitable. He's trying to lure you, don't fall for it. If you do, you're finished." Hearing this, he immediately calmed down and no longer wanted to kill Gu Chang'e. His companions also let him go. The short-haired man glared coldly at Gu Chang'e. She definitely wouldn't let this go. Not only had she lost face, but she was also plotting against her. "How dirty! I will never let you off. Even if you have the Empress's protection behind you, if you commit an irreparable crime, it will still lead to your doom. Huang Yu would never let you succeed." Gu Chang'e looked at him mockingly and said, "Really? Your eyes are about to pop out. Shouldn't you go see a doctor? This is no small matter. If I hadn't timely healed you, you would have been done for. You don't need to worry about that. Just take care of yourself and don't overthink it." The short-haired man snorted coldly and quickly left with the others. Gu Chang'e shook his head as he watched him go. This kid was quite patient. He had intended to deal with a thorn in his side and scare others, but he didn't expect him to be so easy to handle. Gu Chang'e turned and walked toward his bedroom, suddenly noticing someone watching him, a man in a suit. The man's gaze was fixed on him. Gu Chang'e instinctively felt that this person was not easy to deal with. He was very suspicious. Even Yin Ping could question him to his face, so he had to be careful. He must not let him find a weakness. Especially, he could not expose his identity as a human. He definitely couldn't use his original name and had to adopt a pseudonym. So, he decided to use Wei Yongjia to replace Gu Ning. Gu Chang'e entered his bedroom, closed the door, and went to sleep. He looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. I wonder how Xiao Xiao is doing now. Can she wake up? I also don't know how that vice president is doing now. He had already taken his medicine, so there shouldn't be any major issues. In a bedroom, Yin Xiaotian looked at the disheartened Shui Qinru and sighed weakly. Was Gu Chang'e really that important in the young lady's heart? During the time he was missing, the young lady had hardly been able to eat or sleep. Sigh, it's just one person, the world is vast, and there are many good men. Adding one more is also fine. She just couldn't understand. Has Xiaotian found out about Gu Chang'e? Shui Qinru lay weakly on the hospital bed and said. Yin Xiaotian shook his head. Miss Gu Chang'e's matter. The young lady hasn't found out anything. We searched several times, turned the chicken market upside down, and still found no clues about Gu Chang'e. Shui Qinru sighed and said, no way, could he be doing something secretive? What's going on? Yin Xiaotian opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. Perhaps he had a mission. Not only was Gu Chang'e missing, but even his sister had disappeared, with no clues at all. So what should we do? Do you want to change anything? Yin Xiaotian asked tentatively. Shui Qinru suddenly stood up from the bed, her face looking quite unpleasant, with a hint of anger still lingering on her face. Yin Xiaotian immediately noticed Shui Qinru's anger. He was very familiar with her and knew that if she said this, she would definitely be unhappy, but he still needed to confirm. Shui Qinru, Xiaotian, are you talking nonsense? Are you mistaken? Yin Xiaotian sighed and said, I'm just curious, young lady. You're like a stubborn donkey. No matter what you say, you won't change your mind. You know the answer but still ask. Shui Qinru was so angry that her cheeks almost puffed up, but fortunately, the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Yin Xiaotian just smiled and said nothing. In a hospital room. On the bed, the vice president was lying there, observing his condition. A researcher in a white coat was recording data from a machine and jotting down notes in a notebook. The scholar couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect his physical body to survive after taking the elixir. It's simply a miracle. What miracle? A middle-aged man in a white coat and sunglasses walked in from outside. The young scholar was puzzled. This isn't even a miracle. What else could it be? You don't know. He took a hit from a 10th-tier ferocious beast, which almost cost him his life. It was Gu Chang'e who fed him a vial, allowing him to survive. What kind? Revival potion. 50 million. This isn't a miracle, it's just wealth. The young scholar curled his lip. 50 million a vial. What kind of extravagance is that? What kind of big shot can afford to spend 50 million? Even if you drop a zero, that's still 5 million. Can an ordinary person afford that? I get it. I understand. The side effects of this pill can't only be cured by the poor, the rich can cure them too. However, who would be willing to be on the front line? The side effects of this potion are simply incurable. Originally, he just wanted to see if there was a way to relieve this incurable side effect, but now it seems that the hierarchical system of this world is truly perplexing. Sigh. The young scholar couldn't help but let out a sigh. There's nothing more despairing in this world. People will eventually collapse one day. Chen Zhao replied. The young scholar nodded. In a luxurious bedroom, brightly lit, a television almost the size of an entire wall hung on the wall opposite the bed. Sun Hang was lying on the hospital bed, munching on sunflower seeds while watching a TV drama. Both of his legs had been broken, and now he could do nothing but lie on the bed. Moreover, his father wouldn't buy him any medicine, leaving him to recover slowly on his own, which would probably take several months. These days, he couldn't stop thinking about Gu Chang'e, constantly preoccupied with him. Until the news of Gu Chang'e's disappearance came, he was not happy at all. Instead, he was very angry and wished he could see Gu Chang'e immediately. Logically, he should have been happy, but he was not at all. Gu Chang'e was the one who had gone missing, not him. Unlike him, he did not want Gu Chang'e to be harmed. Originally, he had planned to deal with Gu Chang'e himself, but now it seemed he wouldn't have that opportunity. Damn! He cursed inwardly. How could he die? Wasn't he quite good at pretending? Well, now he can't pretend anymore. Sun Hang was furious and slammed the corn bucket in his hand hard against the ground. The next day, Gu Chang'e hadn't slept a wink all night. In a place filled with 10th-tier magical beasts, how could one sleep well? It was simply impossible. Who knows what kind of ruthless character might come along and kill him while he was asleep? Better to be cautious. Better to be cautious, especially in such a dangerous place. Gu Chang'e hadn't eaten anything all day and was feeling a bit hungry, just as he was about to get out of bed. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Gu Chang'e squinted. It was early in the morning, and it surely wasn't for anything good, either a thief or a scoundrel. Who is it? A voice came from behind. Gu Chang'e's tone was unfriendly and cold. It's me, Xin Zhao said. Yin Ping suppressed her emotions from outside. Upon hearing Yin Ping's voice, Gu Chang'e immediately felt relieved. He went to open the door and saw Yin Ping standing there with her hands behind her back, smiling and looking quite commanding. Ahem. Gu Chang'e, do you still want to have dinner with me? Wei Yongzhao is fine. Gu Chang'e replied, I understand. Why? Regner was taken aback. Yin Ping looked confused. Then she suddenly remembered something and nodded vigorously. Oh, I know. Do you understand? Of course I do. Ajk means Ajk, but Ajk also has another meaning, which is that nothing will happen. Yin Ping proudly lifted her fair little head, looking pleased, as if to say, You're strong, come praise me. All right, you really are well informed. Gu Chang'e patted her shoulder. Of course, I've read a lot of books. Yin Ping smiled proudly. These were all domineering novels. Gu Chang'e didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Chang'e was very interested in the food of these beasts. He certainly didn't want it to be bloody or human flesh. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. If that were the case, wouldn't he be in a difficult position? He could make excuses, but 1 or 2 reasons would be fine. Too many, and he would definitely be seen through, which would lead to problems. Once it came to that, he would have no choice but to accept it. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but take a deep breath and then asked Yin Ping, What's for your breakfast? Not sure. How is that possible? Gu Chang'e asked, Are you serious? Let me think, it seems like it's buns, and then there's the noodles. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile, and his interest was piqued. Could they also understand farming? It shouldn't be possible. These things all came from humans. Gu Chang'e suddenly asked, Where did you get these buns and noodles? Yin Ping blinked and looked at Gu Chang'e with a you-should-know expression. Gu Chang'e awkwardly scratched his head. Did you forget? Oh, right. Yin Ping smiled awkwardly and then explained, This is wheat we planted ourselves, ground into flour, and then made into buns. I see. Regner nodded. Indeed, it was buns. I'm just afraid that these 2 people are not as I imagined. Yin Ping brought the 2 of them to the first floor, where there was a restaurant prepared for many wild beasts. Upon entering the restaurant, since Yin Ping and Gu Chang'e arrived relatively quickly, there were no fierce beasts this time, so they only ate some buns. Yin Ping and Gu Chang'e sat facing each other. Gu Chang'e stared at the bun in his hand, silently thinking that the buns made by the beasts were somewhat hard, suitable for use as bricks. Why aren't you eating? Yin Ping finished a bun in just a few bites, which was a first. Gu Chang'e took a bite of the bun and felt his teeth itch, as if he were eating a stone, and one of his teeth was about to fall out. Although it was a steamed bun, it had not been fermented, and the wheat was not particularly fine. It was not flour, but grains of rice. Each piece was a test for Gu Chang'e's teeth. When he swallowed a bite, his throat began to ache faintly, giving him the illusion that it was about to crack. Swallowing it down felt like swallowing a stone, heavy and hard to digest, extremely uncomfortable. After gulping down the bun, In Ping looked at him with anticipation and asked, "How is it?" Chen Zhao inquired. "Delicious," he couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Chang'e rarely praised her insincerely. This was a true fierce beast. He actually felt fine after eating such a thing. The delicacies they spoke of were completely beyond his understanding. If they were to take a bite, they would think their buns were trash. But for a fierce beast, achieving something like this was quite remarkable. Only the fierce beasts of the world could make buns. Beasts below the 10th rank could not transform into human form, let alone engage in fine cooking. In Ping looked at the bun in her hand, her emotions stirred as she said, "Before we grew wheat to steam buns, everyone was often hungry, enduring hunger, and the things we hunted were limited, so they would be eaten up quickly. I remember a year ago, many people died of hunger. Everywhere you looked, there were corpses. Oh, so it was the enemies who saved us." When In Ping said this, a mocking smile appeared on her face, her expression sinister, as if for her, this was no longer just a humiliation. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was taken aback. After all, the human race supported the fierce beasts. How could this be? In Ping noticed Gu Chang'e's disbelief but was not surprised. Not many people know this now. With you, there are already 5. Such news is naturally not easily shared with anyone, nor will it be spread outside. It is an insult to us beasts. At that time, our fierce beasts had only 2 paths to take. One was not to rescue, and the other was to endure humiliation and bear the burden. Yes, I agreed. Gu Chang'e was first stunned, then confused, and finally felt a surge of anger. He had already saved them. Why should he look down on them? Was this the legendary story of the farmer and the viper? The more Gu Chang'e thought about it, the more agitated he became, his brows knitting tightly. In Ping immediately sensed Gu Chang'e's unusual reaction, and Gu Chang'e also realized that his emotions were off, quickly trying to remedy it, but it was too late. In Ping had already seen through him. Gu Chang'e suddenly lost his bearings, feeling that whatever he said would be inappropriate. In Ping let out a somewhat mocking laugh. "I know exactly what you're thinking. You're pondering how we did it. Just like a farmer and a viper, in the cold weather, a farmer sees a frozen snake and cannot bear to take it away, but when the snake wakes up, it does not thank him but instead kills him. This farmer is too foolish, knowing that this snake is a wild beast, he still dares to act, truly unaware of his own mortality. And this snake is no good either. I saved his life, and he still dares to attack me. What a bastard!" The story of the farmer and the snake is actually quite easy to understand. It's clear at a glance and doesn't require much trouble. However, you must understand that we did not repay kindness with kindness. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked bewildered. Wasn't it repaying kindness with kindness? Could there be other reasons behind this? Wait, it was impossible for ordinary people to help demon beasts. Wasn't that insane? Even if he were crazy, he wouldn't do such a thing. Why would he do that? They really wanted to help. First, he had to have enough resources, which he could manage. As for the latter, 99% of people wouldn't do it. It meant transporting large amounts of resources from various major gates. If they were to rescue, they could transport from the city gate, not in bags, but using large trucks. At least 50 of them. With so many trucks, it was impossible to get out of the city. Ordinary people couldn't drive, let alone trucks. Gu Chang'e suddenly felt that things were not that simple. In Ping continued, "Since then, we have been thinking about how to sustain ourselves, and eventually, we decided to farm like humans. Since then, we have started raising livestock, and now our farming scale is quite large. Self-sufficiency is not a problem at all." The more Gu Chang'e thought, the more confused he became. Since they could be self-sufficient, why did they have to attack the human race? Gu Chang'e didn't know why. If they could find the origin of these ferocious beasts, that would be great. What they needed to do was to empty all the food of the ferocious beasts. They would starve to death. By then, we wouldn't have to fight. The purpose was clear. Where was that place? The best way, of course, was to ask In Ping. So, Gu Chang'e looked at In Ping. "Where is our factory?" Gu Chang'e's heart raced faster. This was a moment that would determine the fate of humanity. This was a great opportunity. By then, it would be hard for him not to be noticed. Once this matter passed, it would be difficult to recover. If discovered, it would be disastrous. Just say it. Just say it. In Ping smiled slightly and continued, "Our factory is located." Gu Chang'e saw In Ping's bright smile and felt a pang of guilt, but it quickly vanished. "No, these beasts do not deserve my pity. What do I have to pity? My parents were killed by them, and here I am, pitying them. It's just too laughable. If it weren't for them, how would we be hiding in that blood-soaked fortress?" Just as In Ping was about to speak, someone else stood up and shouted at her, "Good morning, Your Majesty." This person was none other than Huang Yu. His actions made In Ping's voice come to an abrupt halt. In Ping nodded at him, wanting to speak to Gu Changa again, but Gu Changa's body trembled. In Ping was startled by his words. He was questioning her, which was why he didn't want her to know. What he wanted to do was interrupt In Ping, divert her attention, and make her forget what she was about to tell her. Gu Changa understood this very well. He couldn't interfere. If he stopped Huang Yu now, it would be tantamount to admitting it. By then, he would be seen as having ulterior motives, and he would undoubtedly die. The next scene indeed unfolded as Gu Changa expected. Huang Yu spoke to In Ping about a few things, diverting her attention, and brought up several topics that made In Ping very interested in the beautiful scenery near the big treehouse. In Ping could no longer hold back, stood up, and turned to leave. With In Ping gone, Gu Changa and Huang Yu were left in the huge dining hall. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, oppressive and heavy. Gu Changa found it difficult to breathe, uncertain if Huang Yu was deliberately putting pressure on him. Huang Yu and Gu Changa locked eyes, neither willing to back down, not even blinking. Time slowly passed. In moments like this, each minute felt increasingly unbearable. Gu Changa had no idea how long it had been, his body ached, and he longed to move. However, Huang Yu was staring at him, and he returned the gaze. This was not the time to act. With no other choice, Gu Changa steeled himself. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Yu's voice broke the silence. "I have a job for you." "What for?" Gu Changa frowned, sensing the impending embarrassment. "He's a waiter at the restaurant," Huang Yu continued. As expected, this was aimed directly at him, relying on others. Gu Changa nodded helplessly, but having her run errands was not a problem. This was far beyond what he had anticipated. He had thought Huang Yu would assign him some grueling task, but running errands seemed simple enough. It couldn't just be running errands. Surely, she wouldn't arrange a good job for him at the restaurant only to create trouble for him. With that thought, Gu Changa felt lost. Huang Yu added, "Come by the restaurant at noon today, someone wants to see you." "Okay," Chen Zhao replied. Gu Changa echoed the response. Huang Yu left without hesitation, which left Gu Changa puzzled about her intentions. She seemed rough but was actually quite cunning, a stark contrast to her physique. With such a formidable person around, it was no wonder humanity struggled against those fierce beasts. Or rather, back then, our kind clearly had the ability to eliminate those beasts but was thwarted by a meddler. Thinking of this made Gu Changa feel a surge of anger. Was this person insane, wanting to help those monsters? It must be some kind of sage. This was a chaotic era. The first to be killed was the Holy Mother. In the afternoon, Gu Changa went to the restaurant, found a small stool, and waited for customers. Just as he sat down, he heard hurried footsteps. This person was surprisingly heavy. Gu Changa turned to see who it was. A tall woman, wearing an apron around her waist and slippers on her feet, was coming down the stairs. Ha! Gu Changa. Her weight seemed to be less than 100 pounds. Yet with each step she took, the ground trembled. There was no way she could possess over 100 kilograms of strength, at least 2,000 kilograms or more. The woman walked over to Gu Changa, and his eyes narrowed instantly. What the hell? Was she just wearing an apron? No. It couldn't be. While In Ping and the others were fully covered, how was this one managing it? Newcomer. Yes, I'm Wei Yongzhao, and I am too. All right. Xiao Yan, hello. Gu Changa responded, I understand. Yan Ma replied, smooth talker, but don't think that just because you call me sister, I'll go easy on you. I'm very strict. You need to have a mindset. Get up at 8 a.m., go home at 5 p.m. You have 3 days off a week, but you'll need to take turns working to ensure the cafeteria is staffed. Jiang Chenxi blinked. Huh? This is called strict? Starting at 8 and leaving at 5, with 2 hours of break in between? And 3 days off each week? What the hell? What kind of strict is that? With such a high-density schedule, she probably had never experienced anything like it. If she had to endure it for another day or two, it would definitely feel like a blessing. Yan Ma felt that Gu Changa was scared. If you're scared, then just be scared. Since you're one of us, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's fine, Gu Ning replied. Gu Changa smiled slightly. For her sake, he wouldn't hold back. I hope you can say that in the future. Yan Ma patted him on the shoulder. Gu Changa only lightly touched Yan Ma's shoulder, yet he felt as if his own shoulder was about to dislocate from the impact. That strength was truly not something an ordinary person could possess. Not to mention anything else, after that slap, her shoulder was already bruised. Follow me, Yi Futian said. Yan Ma turned and left. Gu Changa immediately averted his gaze. He was only wearing an apron. Gu Changa lowered his head to follow, but Yan Ma stopped at some point, and Gu Changa, not noticing, bumped right into her. Gu Changa looked up in confusion, only then realizing he couldn't lift his head at all. However, when he saw the scene before him, he noticed Yenma's clothes. The only problem was that her dress was too revealing. From the front, it looked as if she were barely dressed. You got scared so quickly. This year's newcomers are really disappointing. Yenma nodded. Gu Chang'e fell silent. Could it be that the tasks of these fierce beasts were so easy? To them, what seemed like an easy task was actually quite difficult. For us humans, we rest 2 days a month, which means we work from 7 in the morning until 11 or 12 in the afternoon. Entering the kitchen. Gu Chang'e. The kitchen was very simple. Too easy. There was a metal pot. Surrounding it were wooden logs. By the door, there was a large cabinet filled with various ingredients. Gu Chang'e followed her gaze. He found that these ingredients were very valuable. Although you're just a runner for now, you must learn to cook a meal, Yenma's voice rang out. Then she started mixing water and flour. Watch closely, Chen Zhao said to Chen Zhao. Yenma ran while talking to Gu Chang'e. Pay attention. Gu Chang'e responded with an Yenma slapped the dough onto the iron plate, and the next second, she began to pound that flour at a rate of over 1,000 times per second. After 30 seconds of beating, she shaped the dough and pounded it again, repeating this 30 times until it became as hard as rock. Gu Chang'e's expression darkened. No wonder these buns were so tough. What did this lump of dough do to deserve such treatment? Yenma replied, "It's that easy, do you understand?" "I see," Gu Chang'e said with an "Go ahead." Yenma pointed to a bag of white flour nearby. Gu Chang'e planned to show off his skills and let her see how tender and delicious his buns could be. At first, his steps were the same as Yenma's. He added water and flour, intending to let the dough rise for a bit, but this time it was clearly unnecessary. Even if he used his legs, it wouldn't make him stiff. However, Yenma suddenly shook her head and sighed. "Look, you don't even recognize it, and you're talking about knowing it. If you say you don't know, I won't scold you, right? Am I that easy to provoke?" Yenma stepped forward and pulled Gu Chang'e aside, saying, "What you mean is, the most crucial step in making buns is kneading the dough. If you don't knead it well, the steamed buns will lack flavor. First, you need to practice a hand speed of 300 times per second. That's the basic requirement. If you can reach my level, it will take you at least a few years. 300 times a second. Such speed was probably faster than his 1,000 years of training with the poison dragon arm. Then Yenma had Gu Chang'e practice a set of martial arts with flour while she watched from the side. After a while, Yenma sighed, "Your movements are really slow, you didn't even get 30 chances." Gu Chang'e, 30 times a second is already very fast. It only takes a few seconds to complete a purification. Yenma pulled out an object resembling a wristband from somewhere and handed it to Gu Chang'e. "Do you want to give it a try? Take it for training." Yenma took Gu Chang'e's hand and placed it in her palm. In an instant, Gu Chang'e's hand was slammed down onto the floor with a loud bang, leaving him completely dazed. After a few breaths, a sharp pain shot through his palm, and Gu Chang'e finally realized that this thing weighed at least over 1,000 kilograms. Yenma replied, "Don't take it off. Sister Yenma, this is quite heavy. Not to mention fighting, I can't even walk with it on. Keep it up. If you don't work hard, you won't improve. If you don't push your limits, what can you possibly enhance? This is the ultimate challenge. It's not as simple as you think. As long as you put in enough effort, you can reach the end." Yenma's words were numerous. Gu Chang'e listened, feeling completely bewildered. That was true. Yenma Fei's appearance reminded Gu Chang'e of the words Yu Li had initially told him. "Alright, I'll do my best." Gu Chang'e nodded earnestly. Since it was a good opportunity for training, why not practice? If he could have punching speed like Yenma's, wouldn't he be able to defeat everyone in an instant? If Yenma was willing to train, he shouldn't be worried. Otherwise, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Very good, Regner nodded. Seeing Gu Chang'e's determined expression, Yenma nodded with great satisfaction. "Even though you don't meet my expectations, just this resolute gaze is enough for me to see you in a new light. You're not afraid of being weak, you're afraid of not wanting to change." Yenma's voice rang out. "Yes, I promise I can do it just like you, Sister Yenma," Gu Chang'e declared firmly. "You're still far from it. Practice more, and you'll get there sooner or later." Yenma smiled slightly and said, "Then let's do this. You go back and digest it for now. Tomorrow morning at 8, you must come." Gu Chang'e exerted all his strength to finally get up, feeling as if his arms were about to be torn apart, with his joints aching severely. This was just the beginning. The road ahead would be even tougher. Time and again, he moved forward. For the first time, Gu Chang'e realized how difficult his path was. How long would it take to walk it? Yenma came back to her senses and began kneading the dough, her small hands pounding down on the flour like a torrential rain. Due to her excessive movements, the compressed air created a tremendous sonic boom. Time slowly passed. Gu Chang'e came out of the dining room, taking a long time, but it was still far from his bedroom. It could be said that Gu Changa had exhausted all his strength just to get from the kitchen to the dining room door, which was only 50 meters away. He could only collapse on the ground, gasping for breath. "Oh, who is it?" A mocking voice rang out from outside the door, and Gu Changa then noticed 3 people standing in front of him. This was the short-haired young man who had extorted him last night. The short-haired man was very interested in Gu Changa. Seeing that Gu Changa remained silent, he began to mock him again. TSK, what's going on with you? You were fine last night, but now after just one day, what happened? Come on, tell us. If anyone dares to bully you, we'll definitely stand up for you. Right. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The short-haired man suppressed a laugh and turned to the other two. The other two nodded seriously. One person spoke up. Yes, of course we will avenge you. We 3 are known for our kindness and hate bullying the weak the most. Why don't you tell us who was so arrogant as to dare oppose our queen, or rather, her friend? That proud title probably belongs only to you. The 2 men stifled their laughter, looking at Gu Changa with sympathetic eyes. Gu Changa couldn't be bothered to respond to these 3 brainless guys. The 3 of them fell silent, just staring at Gu Changa, their attitude growing increasingly arrogant. The short-haired man bent down and looked Gu Changa up and down. When he saw the iron ring around Gu Changa's neck, he suddenly understood. You're wearing a 1,000-pound ring, no wonder you haven't said a word, because you simply can't. The other 2 also noticed the iron ring on Gu Changa's hand, their faces wearing wicked smiles. They had already thought of ways to make Gu Changa look foolish, their hearts itching to kill him right away. After observing the surroundings and confirming there were no other people, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a great opportunity. Why don't we just castrate him now? The short-haired man squinted his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Is that for real? How did you come up with that?" Gu Changa naturally heard this and was instantly speechless. These 3 guys were truly despicable. Perhaps they were originally just a pack of dogs. Gu Changa was already exhausted and could not move anymore. He couldn't even take off the iron ring. The short-haired man drew a knife from his waist. "Don't worry, it will be over soon." The short-haired man smiled at Gu Changa. "I really want to know what you would look like if you don't do something. Hurry up, don't waste time." "Yeah, hurry up, stop talking nonsense, just do it." The other 2 urged quickly. "Alright, no need to rush." The short-haired man raised his small hand, slowly approaching Gu Changa. The dagger was getting closer and closer. I have to say, Gu Changa was indeed a bit nervous. Other matters were fine, but this time, it was hard for him to remain calm. The smile on the short-haired man's face grew increasingly lewd, and the knife was only a few inches away from Gu Changa's pant leg. "Bullying the weak, what's there to be proud of?" A cold voice came from behind. The attention of the short-haired man and his companions was focused on the dagger, and the sudden sound startled them. The short-haired man's hand trembled, nearly dropping the knife, and Gu Changa also looked tense. He was almost forced into a state of helplessness. Gu Changa raised his head. Yenma stood behind, her gaze fixed on the 3 men. Gu Changa had never felt so excited. He was internally thanking Yenma profusely for saving his life. The 3 short-haired men were taken aback upon seeing Yenma, quickly stepping aside and bowing to her respectfully, saying, "Miss Yen, what brings you here?" Gu Changa. This made him feel that Miss Yen was the real boss. The 3 men looked terrified upon seeing Miss Yen. Gu Changa quickly realized. Looking at her astonishing fists, everyone was dumbfounded. The 3 Karami were certainly no match for her. She could easily pin them to the ground with just a finger. The short-haired youth awkwardly smiled and said, "Sister Yenma, we were just teasing him. You know we love to mess with people." "Teasing?" Regner was taken aback, then quickly reacted. "Exactly." The short-haired man nodded. "After all, we are known as 3rd-grade ferocious beasts, right?" "Don't think I don't know you guys," Yenma said coldly. "Get out. If I see you again, I will definitely break your legs." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. The short-haired boy and his 2 lackeys didn't dare to say much and turned to run. Xiao Yen. Gu Changa thanked Yenma gratefully and continued, "Sister Yenma, if you hadn't come, I would have been very sad. Those 3 little guys aren't that strong. In a few days, you can easily beat them. If they dare to come back, just let me know, and I'll make sure they can't walk." "Sister Yenma is amazing. I would rather you handle it yourself." Yenma, a true expert, relies on themselves. No one can be trusted, only you can rely on yourself. "No, I just want to cling to Sister Yenma's thigh," Gu Changa said seriously. "Get out of here." Chen Zhao interrupted him directly. Yenma shot him a glance and went to the kitchen to start cooking. Gu Changa took a break and then began to walk forward. By the time he returned to his bedroom, it was completely dark outside, and he finally went to bed. After saying that, he fell asleep immediately. The next day, Gu Changa was jolted awake by a loud bang and struggled to open his eyes. Just as he was about to get up, An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he had been beaten up badly in his sleep. He felt like his arms had been taken apart and then reattached, and his waist hurt severely, as if his arms had been stretched and his waist compressed. "Who is it?" A voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's 10 o'clock. Why aren't you here yet?" Yen Ma's voice came through, filled with excitement. Gu Chang'e was bewildered. How could it be 10 o'clock already? It felt like he had just taken a nap. After a struggle, Gu Chang'e finally got out of bed and walked to the door. What met his eyes was Yen Ma, looking displeased with her hands on her hips. Gu Chang'e had to give himself an explanation. "Sister Yen Ma, you know this thing is heavy. I struggled for a long time to get back, and then, as you saw, I accidentally fell asleep. There won't be a next time." "Okay," Chen Zhao replied. Gu Chang'e followed Chen Zhao to the dining room, and Yen Ma, annoyed by his slow movements, picked him up and ran to the dining room. Once in the kitchen, Gu Chang'e felt like an old person doing housework, tired and slow, finally able to go home, which gave him a sense of rebirth. He finally understood what Yen Ma had meant before. Working in the kitchen was really hard, and carrying this was simply torturous. But Gu Chang'e didn't complain, treating it as his own training, not thinking too much about it. However, if someone really came to work here, they would probably go crazy. In Yen Ma's hands, very few people could come out unscathed. Without a year or two of time, it was simply impossible, but how many people could actually achieve that? Out of 100, there might not even be one who could do it. Gu Chang'e walked back to his bedroom, looking exhausted. He didn't want to come back in the middle of the night again. Just as he was worn out and finally reached the door of his bedroom, someone walked in. Yin Ping stood less than 5 meters away from Gu Chang'e, smiling as she approached him. He. Chen Zhao grinned. "What's wrong?" Yin Ping's voice rang out. I need to go home and rest." Gu Chang'e finished speaking. Okay. Yin Ping looked a bit lost. Gu Chang'e sighed helplessly. "What's wrong? If you don't want to run too far, I can go with you." Yin Ping shook her head and said, "It's not too far, just about 1 or 2 kilometers. "What? How far is that? 10 kilometers? Yin Ping blinked, looking a bit confused. Gu Chang'e's expression darkened. 2 kilometers was not a fatal distance for him. He was unwilling to take even 100 steps, let alone a kilometer. Yin Ping said, "Huang Yu told me there's a beautiful place over there, and I plan to go with you. 1 or 2 kilometers is really too far for me. How about I untie you? This is training." Gu Chang'e finally agreed to Yin Ping's request. Since she also wanted to cultivate, she had to go out for a while, though she wasn't sure when. Yin Ping led Gu Chang'e step by step toward the place she desired. "Is he training?" Yin Ping pointed to the ring on Gu Chang'e's wrist, which weighed over 1,000 kilograms. "What do you think?" "Training hand speed," Gu Chang'e replied. "I see. Oh, really?" Yin Ping nodded and then expressed her thoughts. Time flowed slowly. Gu Chang'e was also gradually approaching, and soon, the two arrived. Night fell. The two stopped by a small lake, where the blood moon reflected on the water's surface. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, and the blood moon swayed. The wind from the lake swept over Gu Chang'e and her body, dispelling his heat, a coolness spreading from him. The refreshing feeling was just right, making one feel very comfortable. Gu Chang'e felt his whole body relax, as if the wind had blown away all his fatigue. "Look, that bright moon, doesn't it seem different from before?" Yin Ping pointed to the place in the lake where the moonlight shone. Gu Chang'e glanced over, unsure of what would happen. However, when he observed closely, he noticed some differences. The bright moon reflected in the lake. Gu Chang'e squinted, looking up at the moon in the sky, and indeed, it was a blood moon. However, the lake water showed no changes. What was going on? Seeing Gu Chang'e's confused expression, Yin Ping smiled slightly and said, "Except for this area, the rest is all red." "I see," Gu Chang'e replied. He had never thought there would be such a marvelous thing here. "Wait a minute. The lake water can reflect moonlight, but the moonlight in the sky is blood red, which indicates one thing. I have truly transformed into a beast. Otherwise, I would see a blood-red moon." Sigh. Gu Chang'e silently sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he hadn't done this, he would have been dead long ago. How could he be sitting here admiring the moon? "If my physical body is a beast, that's fine, but my heart is still human." Yin Ping, with her hands behind her back, calmly said, "In the same world, different people can feel differently, which is why we can distinguish between humans and beasts. I occasionally ponder, what is the biggest difference between humans and beasts?" Gu Chang'e seemed to be deep in thought. For him, the greatest difference between humans and ferocious beasts lies in one being brutal and the other being intelligent. However, once one reaches the 10th level, this statement no longer holds. At that point, these demon beasts and humans are not much different and cannot be distinguished from their appearance. Gu Chang'e said, "Perhaps it's your mindset." As soon as he spoke, he immediately regretted it. He didn't even understand why he said that. The heart, Yi Futian murmured. Yin Ping smiled slightly. She did not respond immediately to Gu Changa's words but thought for a while before smiling and saying, maybe, as you said, this is the difference in human hearts. Gu Changa didn't know how to respond. It was just a moment of impulse. In fact, this idea had come to him on a whim, and he hadn't thought it through. He never expected Yin Ping to actually agree. Yin Ping continued, do you know? I don't know how far those demon beasts and the human race will grow. I don't understand. The situation before us is just a tangled mess. Either the human race wins, or the ferocious beasts win, or both sides suffer. Gu Changa was puzzled. Did she feel like she was missing someone, which is why things were peaceful? He quickly dismissed the thought. There was nothing good to discuss. With swords crossed, no one would have it easy. Yin Ping went on, I have thought about coexisting peacefully with them, but after our recent encounter, I have given up on that idea because the possibility is too small. What happened? That person delivered food to us, and since then, I have not had a moment of peace. What? How could this be? Gu Changa was bewildered. Didn't this make her believe even more that they could coexist peacefully? After all, humans treating these ferocious beasts as food could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. The situation is a bit complicated. It can't be explained in just a few words. Yin Ping shook her head, indicating she didn't want to say more. Gu Changa nodded. He was very curious about who was helping those demon beasts and who had given them food, causing Yin Ping to abandon her thoughts of peaceful coexistence. What secrets were hidden in this? Both the human race and the ferocious beasts had changed because of a free resource. If he could find the reason, perhaps they could coexist peacefully? Gu Changa shook his head, not wanting to think further. If the human race could eliminate these demon beasts, that would be even better. After all, humans had lived on this land for countless generations, while those demon beasts had only arrived later. They had invaded their homeland, killed their loved ones and friends, and destroyed their families. Let's go back. After saying that, he turned and left. Yin Ping smiled slightly. Chen Zhao responded. Gu Changa reined in his anger. On the way back, Yin Ping helped Gu Changa lift the heavy circular ring, and he felt the weight on him lighten considerably. At that moment, Gu Changa truly felt alive. It was really difficult. Inside the room, Gu Changa was still savoring Yin Ping's words. Every time she spoke with him, he gained some unbelievable information. Among the ferocious beasts, only Yin Ping knew about this. Why does the more I interact with her, the more my resolve wavers? Gu Changa thought, what is going on? Has my mind been corroded by those beasts? Otherwise, why would I worry about the movements of those ferocious beasts? Gu Changa struggled hard to suppress these thoughts. Then he turned inward to store some vital energy. He had been so exhausted last night that he had forgotten to store it. Gu Changa opened the interface and saw the displayed content. Why had his vital energy surged to 5,000? He had only had a little over 1,000 before, and now it had increased by more than 4,000. 5,000 points of life value was equivalent to level 4. Wow, it was actually level 4. Jumping from level 2 to level 4, smoothly skipping level 3. This meant that the copper cauldron had a significant effect. If he could find it, he could refine his body time and again. But that was just a thought. Gu Changa would never do that. If it didn't work, he would be a fool. He immediately stored 4,900 points of life value. Days later, Gu Changa felt that something was off. All along, he had worried that she would find him, but unexpectedly, it turned out he had been overthinking it. If I can find out the other person's name, it will be much easier. Gu Changa pondered for a long time. He planned to ask Yenma tomorrow. From Yenma's appearance, she should be able to recognize her. After all, those demon beasts all dine in the restaurant, and Yenma knows them too. The next day, Gu Changa got up early and struggled to walk to the kitchen. After these past few days of turmoil, Gu Changa had become somewhat accustomed to this 1,000-layer circle. At least it wasn't so tiring anymore. Being able to walk 100 meters at once was already quite good. When he arrived at the restaurant, it was already past 8 in the evening, so he didn't think Yenma would come. As he entered the restaurant, he heard a series of booming sounds. Without a doubt, this was produced by Yenma, because only she could throw punches that fast. Gu Changa entered the kitchen, and Yenma turned to him and said, "Do you know?" Her gaze fell on him. "You should just get a good sleep today." Gu Changa replied, "It's fine, I like to work, working is the best." Seeing that Gu Changa said so, Yenma didn't say much more and left her matters to him. "Yenma, is this restaurant a place everyone goes to?" Gu Changa asked in confusion. "Is what you said true?" "Not necessarily," Yenma shook her head. "Most people come for the food." "I see." Regner nodded. Gu Changa then indirectly asked about that female beast. After hearing Gu Changa's words, Yenma raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at him as if to say, "You child, have you lost your mind? Could it be that this guy has some unspeakable secret?" Gu Changa felt puzzled. Then she asked about Yenma again. Yenma frowned. You little brat, it's one thing to love someone else, but you absolutely cannot fall for this person. Gu Changa tugged at his lips. Asking about a man's affairs really made people misunderstand that he was genuinely interested in him. If he could get that person's information, being misunderstood wouldn't be a big deal. Gu Changa mustered his courage and asked again, why? Chen Zhao looked bewildered. After saying that, Gu Changa defended himself again, wanting to prevent Yenma from becoming suspicious. If she couldn't even find this out, wouldn't he become a suspect if he investigated her? Besides, I was just casually saying, I find it unpleasant. I asked a friend to inquire. Yenma waved her hand. Alright, I heard you have a friend, fine, I won't ask more. You just arrived and are not clear about Yuan Peng's situation, which is understandable. Her name is Yuan Peng. Yenma continued. She has been imprisoned and should soon face the queen's punishment. I don't know what her fate will be. Ha! Gu Changa was taken aback. When was she captured? No wonder he hadn't seen her for so long. It turns out she had already been taken away. Yenma continued. This isn't something I can't say. Let me tell you the reason she was captured. Okay. Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa hummed in agreement. Yenma. The queen sent her out with another person, but she returned alone, and all her companions died. Gu Xian encountered Yuan Pang returning home and found it a bit unusual, so he secretly watched outside her door and happened to hear her say such things. She obtained something from a human and wanted to use it to kill the queen, conquer all the beasts, and ultimately wipe out all humans, allowing her to dominate the world. Huang Yu and his guards captured her, and she is now imprisoned. Gu Changa understood immediately upon hearing this, admiring her to the point of being in awe. He never expected her to be so ambitious, and while fighting him, she was so cautious. Once she obtained the bronze cauldron, she became so proud that she lost her composure. The key point was that Gu Xian also noticed Yuan Peng's abnormal behavior, otherwise, she would never have found her. What happened after Yuan Peng was taken away was something Gu Changa didn't need to ponder. He must have handed the bronze cauldron to Yin Ping, and he just happened to leave the cauldron and appear on her bed, so he didn't take the events of that day to heart. Gu Changa. From another perspective, the only way was to revive from that delusional Yin Ping. If it were any other man, if someone found out there was a naked man in his room, he would probably kill him without hesitation. Moreover, if Gu Xian hadn't exposed Yuan Peng, he would have definitely been killed after leaving the bronze cauldron. For the sake of survival, these were all necessary actions. This indicated that there was indeed a bronze cauldron in Yin Ping's room. Damn it, he hadn't noticed at the time, otherwise, he might have been able to obtain the cauldron. After pondering for a moment, Gu Changa thought it over and decided against it. Any of his actions would not escape Yin Ping's notice. This man was definitely not ordinary. Fortunately, he had just seen that bronze cauldron, otherwise, he would have been greatly shocked, and at that moment, Yin Ping would have known he was doomed. Gu Changa couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only then did he realize how difficult it was for him to survive. Yenma saw Gu Changa's fearful expression and said, Do you know how dangerous that person is? Don't forget, these people are all waiting for you. Once they find your weakness, they will definitely make a big fuss, and by then, you won't be able to defend yourself. At that time, even the queen won't be able to protect you. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Sister Yenma. Gu Changa replied, I understand. Later, she learned about Gu Xian's identity from Yenma. Sure enough, he was the man in the black suit. He decided to keep his distance from this guy in the future. As soon as he came out, he was suspected by this person, and even Yin Ping dared to ask, which showed how difficult this person was to deal with. Work ended around 5, and Gu Changa wearily headed home. Even if he found it, it would be hard to obtain, let alone get it. He couldn't even enter the 3rd floor. If he went to the 3rd floor, Gu Xian, Huang Yu, and those two guys would definitely punish him. He felt he should keep a low profile. He would talk about it when he had the ability. Just as Gu Changa was about to enter, someone approached him, and the last person he wanted to see was Gu Xian. Gu Changa averted his gaze and was about to open the door when he heard Gu Xian's voice. Wei Yongzhao, I need to talk to you. Are you free? I'm busy, just finished work. Gu Changa flatly refused. He definitely wasn't here to give her a good face. Alright then, Gu Ning replied. Gu Xian sighed and said, What are you planning to do? No time, Yi Futian spoke up. Gu Changa said, I have to work every day, and it's tough, but after work, it's even harder. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to go home and sleep. After saying this, Gu Changa pushed the door open and conveniently closed it behind him. Gu Changa closed the door, exhausted, and ran to the bedside, so tired. What on earth is going on? I want to kill him. Gu Changa knew this guy had excellent hearing. He could even hear through walls, which was why Yuan Peng had been caught by him. He would definitely not make the same mistake again. Fortunately, she discovered Lin Yi's strength, otherwise, she really couldn't imagine what would happen. He could not afford to be careless, nor could he speak recklessly, especially when it involved him and a human. I will definitely find out his background. I've never seen anyone who needs to register to advance to the 10th level. This kid doesn't even have a name. Whoever dares to harm our beast realm, I will never let it go. Gu Xian squinted at the entrance of Gu Changa's house, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The day ended, remaining life value 4,900 points, total life value 4,949 points. In the evening, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. The accumulated vitality was restored. Then came the 10% commission. This time, absorbing 10% of the energy turned it into 504.9, rounded to 504.9. Ultimately, his total health reached 5,554 points. In just one day, Beifeng's life value increased by 500 points, filling him with a powerful feeling. At this rate, in a few months, he would be able to advance to the 10th level. Hiding now wouldn't be difficult, provided he wasn't discovered. Next, Gu Changa accumulated over 5,400 vitality. This physical baptism had an impact on Gu Changa. He used to be layered, but after multiple purifications, he was now at the peak of each layer. Beifeng's body, at the first and second layers, had no impurities at all impurities had been expelled. The baptism of the third and fourth layers had an even greater effect. After taking a shower, Gu Changa felt much better overall. The previously heavy bracelet didn't feel so burdensome now, and walking was no longer an issue. The next morning, Gu Changa got out of bed, opened the door, and was greeted by Gu Xian's face, instantly ruining his good mood. He tidied himself up, and as soon as he stepped outside, a bucket of ice water drenched him from head to toe. "Good morning," Regner greeted with a smile. Gu Xian grinned. It started off well. It's obvious this isn't good news. Gu Changa got straight to the point. He didn't expect Gu Xian to be so shameless, showing no signs of embarrassment, and continued, "Now you can be free. I'm working, no time." With that, Gu Changa walked towards the dining hall. Gu Xian said to Gu Changa, "Let's talk while we walk, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the impact of this matter is significant." Gu Changa cursed inwardly. He couldn't even walk at his usual speed, and this kid insisted on following him. If he walked slowly, he could excuse himself by saying he was heavy and didn't want to talk, but he couldn't keep being questioned like this, could he? If he quickened his pace, it was very likely they would end up in the cafeteria or the kitchen together. TSK. Gu Xian kept asking questions while moving forward, but Gu Changa completely ignored him. If she didn't speak, she wouldn't win. Gu Changa exerted great effort to reach the dining hall, and Gu Xian didn't ask him anything. He simply found a corner to sit down. Gu Changa tugged at his lips. This kid seemed determined to follow him. Was he really going to stay outside his door, eavesdropping on his mumblings? Damn, what a good dog. No one had ever been this shameless. If he could defeat him, he would spare no effort, first crippling one of his legs, then making him lie in bed for 10 days, and once his feet recovered, he would break his bones. Upon entering the kitchen, Gu Changa helped Yanma tidy up the mess. After these days of adjustment, Gu Changa already knew how to do things. Good, Yanma said proudly. "You're the first to do this. I'm very happy. It seems you're an experienced person." "You're too kind, Sister Yanma, it's just part of the job." Gu Changa smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to admit that he used to do the same when he was among the human race. Yanma glanced at Gu Xian in the living room, then at Gu Changa, and instantly understood what was going on. After speaking, Yanma dashed outside, leaving Gu Changa confused about her intentions. A minute later, Yanma pulled Gu Xian inside, casually tossed him, and took out 4 heavy rings from a box to bind his hands and feet. "What's going on, Sister Yanma?" Gu Changa asked, speechless. "I don't have enough manpower here, I need one more person," Yanma replied calmly. Gu Xian was both angry and anxious. "I never agreed to work here, please don't." "What?" Regner was taken aback. Yanma clenched her fist, a sharp sound echoing from her knuckles. Gu Xian swallowed hard. If he were hit by that punch, he would definitely die on the spot. This person could actually hold her own against Huang Yu. Very few knew about this, and he was one of them. He understood how terrifying that woman was. Huang Yu had several times lacked the courage to confront her, always sending someone with a message instead. Rumor had it that Huang Yu was beaten by Yanma every day, which left him with a psychological shadow, so he didn't dare face her at all. Yanma's gaze fell on Gu Xian, and she spoke in a calm tone. "Now, I'll give you another chance to sort out your thoughts." Gu Xian forced a smile that looked like he was about to cry, very sincerely saying, "It would be an honor to work here. Thank you, Sister Yanma, for your care. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. If I don't see you by 6 in the morning, you'll regret it." Yanma threatened. "Yes." He nodded. Gu Xian's expression darkened. This matter has nothing to do with you, please leave. Yenma waved her hand. Without a word, Gu Xian turned and ran. He was afraid that if he was slow, Yenma would deal with him. Gu Chang'e sighed, watching Gu Xian flee in panic. This kid was also acting obediently in front of Sister Yenma. It was only when Gu Xian left the kitchen that Yenma said to Gu Chang'e, "It seems he won't make a move for now." Shen Zhao replied. Gu Chang'e nodded, unconsciously glancing towards the door, worried that Gu Xian might be hiding outside, listening to their conversation. Yenma responded, "No need to worry, he has left." "Can you see Sister Yenma?" Gu Chang'e asked, puzzled. "Just sense it," Yenma said. "When you reach a higher level, you'll naturally understand. At my level, no subtle movement can escape my perception." "Sister Yenma, how far can you sense?" Gu Chang'e asked, confused. He had thought he was safe inside the house, but when he discovered that Gu Xian could eavesdrop through a wall, he felt danger for the first time. Now, Yenma's words hit Gu Chang'e hard. Could a master like Yenma hear sounds from miles away? Yenma replied, "As long as I want, I can sense within a kilometer." Gu Chang'e was startled, his eyes widening as he processed this. "Ha, Sister Yenma, what are you talking about? I don't understand." 1,000 meters, she said, quickly calculating the distance. Yenma spoke lightly. "What the hell?" Chen Xiaobei looked bewildered. "Sister Yenma, are you really that amazing?" Gu Chang'e originally thought that Yenma's attack speed was only that of a bun, but it seemed otherwise now. Not only was her attack speed very fast, but her sensing ability was also quite strong. If she wanted to, she could detect his presence within a meter. Gu Chang'e swallowed hard. Fortunately, he hadn't uttered any threats or spoken ill of Yenma, otherwise, his current situation would be quite dire. After a long silence, Gu Chang'e mustered his courage to ask, "Sister Yenma, what level have you reached?" 15. Yi Futian replied with 2 words. Yenma spoke calmly, appearing indifferent, as if the 15th level was merely a number to her. Ah! Everyone was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Gu Chang'e, a being at the 15th level was exceedingly rare in the entire human world, and one would hardly have the chance to see one. Yet, right in front of him was a master of the 15th level. Even more absurdly, a dignified master of the 15th level had been turned into a bun. Was it that the number of fierce beasts at the 15th level had increased, making the 15th level less valuable? It didn't seem like there were many. If there were many, they would have long been wiped out by the fierce beasts. Yenma shook her head and spoke in a calm tone. 15th level is just 15th level. 15th level is just 15th level. 15th level is just 15th level. I never thought of myself as remarkable just because I'm at the 15th level. What does the 15th level even mean? I still have to eat, drink, and take care of my needs, it's all the same. Sister Yenma, your perspective is better than 99% of people. How many people like you, so ethereal, are there? It's not about being transcendent, it's about acting according to my own will. Don't think I'm impressive. I won't consider myself superior just because I'm at the 15th level. The respect others show me is merely because of my level. I actually think it's unnecessary. I am who I am, and even if I weren't at the 15th level, I would still be me. Gu Chang'e didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He absolutely couldn't adopt such a mindset. How many people in the world could be like her? No wonder Gu Xian had no complaints when facing Yenma. It turned out she was a fierce beast at the 15th level, and one that stood at the top of the food chain. Yenma continued, "For me, food is the most important thing. If you can eat, everything else is just clouds." A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes as she said, "The taste of hunger is truly unbearable." Seeing Yenma like this, Gu Chang'e knew something must have happened. Could it be because of the last famine? With Yenma's abilities, she shouldn't be starving, right? Was it her family and friends? Yin Ping had mentioned that there had been a great famine back then, and many fierce beasts had perished from hunger, nearing extinction. Given Yenma's nature, if she went to a crowded place to find food, she would be starved to death. Yenma snapped back to her senses, erasing her thoughts from her mind. "Stop wasting time. Let's get to work." Yenma began to beat the dough vigorously again. Seeing that Yenma had no intention of bringing up the matter again, Gu Chang'e stopped asking. It was a past she didn't want to recall. Gu Chang'e lowered his head and focused on his own tasks. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the evening that he finally left successfully. Gu Chang'e was still weary as he walked back, and when he returned, he found that Gu Xian was already gone. He probably stayed in his own room, not wanting to wander around. Wearing the ring was also inconvenient. Just as Gu Chang'e was about to open the door, hurried footsteps came from the entrance, and he turned to see Yin Ping standing at the door. Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say. Could it be that she wanted him to accompany her out for a stroll? Enjoying the scenery was secondary. The most important thing was that Gu Chang'e was very interested in what Yin Ping had to say. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Yin Ping approached with a smile on her face. Gu Chang'e was both angry and amused. Why do you go out every day to enjoy the mountains and waters? To see the excitement, it feels good, In Ping replied with a smile. Alright, where are we going now? Gu Chang'e finished her question. This time, I want to find a place I often visit. The scenery there is beautiful, it's my favorite, highly recommended. In Ping smiled slightly. Okay, Wang Yao responded. Gu Chang'e hummed in agreement. In Ping led the two of them outside. After walking for more than an hour, Zhang Chen and Huang Er finally reached the edge of a cliff. Gu Chang'e collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. So tired, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. In Ping smiled slightly and said, next time, you will definitely regret it. I'm waiting for that, if you don't meet my request. In Ping looked ahead, hands on her waist, as if talking to herself, I can definitely satisfy you. This is my favorite place, everything I've seen is different, but this spot is my favorite. If this can't satisfy you, I'll find a way to make you satisfied. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. It seems you really know how to appreciate beautiful scenery. Gu Chang'e looked at In Ping. Is what you said true? In Ping added, is it just to see the scenery, or to see something else? We were born in this mountain, and there are only mountains. Only in this way can I fall in love with the scenery here, otherwise, I would go crazy. Gu Chang'e pondered. This seemed very similar to Yan Ma. She never liked cooking, and now she liked it even less, but with warm meals, she felt at ease. In Ping stood ahead and said, in 30 minutes, you will know. Chen Zhao responded. Gu Chang'e hummed in agreement. She raised her head and looked ahead. The view was expansive, stretching endlessly. It looked impressive, but there was nothing else. At least they would have to wait for more than half an hour to see anything. In Ping asked curiously, how's your collaboration with Yan Ma? She is known for being strict. Most people can't last a few days, yet you managed to hold on. Gu Chang'e replied, Sister Yan Ma is really nice to me. In Ping pursed her lips and said, it hasn't been long, and you're already calling her sister. In a couple of days, you'll have to call me husband. Gu Chang'e was both angry and amused, unable to understand whether In Ping was just joking or if she was serious. If it had anything to do with Yan Ma, Gu Chang'e couldn't imagine such a thing happening. Even a minute of that thought terrified him. That won't happen, Chen Zhao said firmly. You're older than me, so it's only right for you to say that. In Ping pursed her lips, not saying much more on the matter. What were we talking about last night? Gu Chang'e was taken aback. Was he going to chat with her every day? With that, he could easily know about the Great Famine this time. Then they would be able to guess who was supporting the demon beasts behind the scenes. Gu Chang'e's eyes flickered but quickly disappeared. Let me think. We were discussing the differences between humans and beasts, and the reasons why the two cannot coexist, all because of that Great Famine. Yes. Since last night, I've forgotten about it. My head seems to be having problems. I'm getting old. Really, I'm just getting worse. Yan Ma slapped her forehead. Ha! Regner was taken aback. Gu Chang'e stared at In Ping in disbelief. Getting older, the body can't take it anymore. Gu Chang'e didn't know whether what In Ping said was true or not, so he took everything she said as fact. Maybe I've read too many novels. My head hurts. In Ping shook her head, her face filled with disbelief. Gu Chang'e. It seemed he was rambling again. Who has that much time to read all these things? His brain was almost short-circuiting. In Ping cleared her throat and continued. You said yesterday that the difference between humans and beasts is the soul. I thought about it carefully all night and found you were right. If a person is locked in a cage with a beast, do you think the beast would help them, or would it harm them? Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment before speaking. Are you hiding something from me? I think they would help those beasts because they raised them from a young age. There are feelings, friendships, and emotions between them. Yes. All right. In Ping nodded and continued. That is their divergence. Gu Chang'e hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, is what you said true? That is indeed the case. If we could put aside our past hatred, perhaps we could coexist peacefully. You could say that. In Ping nodded and changed the subject. But that is absolutely impossible because this battle has never been something we fierce beasts could influence. We won't just let it go. Why? Regner was taken aback. Gu Chang'e quickly asked, focusing on the latter part. She needed to get the answer from In Ping. That is because, from beginning to end, this battle has nothing to do with us. In Ping's voice rang out. Gu Chang'e frowned, feeling uncomfortable. He had known since childhood that everyone, except him, was saying that the human race was invaded by the beasts, and the only thing humans could do was resist. To him, it seemed In Ping was trying to exonerate that fierce beast. In Ping continued to mutter to herself. Do you know why we have achieved what we have today? Technology? Regner was taken aback. Gu Chang'e cautiously asked. Yes, their scientific research is very advanced, not something we beasts can compare to. In Ping nodded. Every beast has a beast core within its body. This beast core is our lifeline. Without it, it's a dead end. The current humans have developed so much entirely because of our beasts. Whether it's medicine or weapons, they rely on our beasts. Gu Chang'e was left speechless. It was indeed true. He hadn't realized this until he joined the Adventurers Guild, where he discovered the importance of beast cores to human life. Yin Ping continued, "Do you know? We humans are quite similar to the livestock they raise. Beast skins, furs, beast cores, and teeth are all necessities. If all our beasts were to die, where would they get so many beasts? How could they advance science?" Gu Chang'e's eyes narrowed instantly. At that moment, he finally understood why that person would help those beasts, because they didn't want the killers to die. Yes, once dead, nothing else could be found. Gu Chang'e thought for a long time, feeling that Yin Ping had a point, but also that she was wrong. If it were truly to obtain the beast cores, then they could just raise the beasts. Why let their adventurers risk their lives? Thus, it was clear that Yin Ping's words were misguided. If humans really wanted to obtain beast cores, there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could easily capture these strange beasts. Although Gu Chang'e sensed the implications in Yin Ping's words, he did not refute her meaning. What Yin Ping said was indeed thought-provoking. This incident had indeed brought a significant shock to Yin Ping and the others. It was as if she could see through Gu Chang'e's thoughts. Yin Ping continued, "I understand what you're worried about. If you could capture us, you could easily do so. Why waste time helping us? It's a thankless task. However, one cannot only look at the surface, one must see through the surface to understand the problem. You will find that many things are not as simple as you imagine. It's precisely because it seems so simple that I wouldn't think it would be difficult. Of course, I wouldn't contemplate it, and naturally, I would accept its appearance." Gu Chang'e frowned and asked, "So, what is going on?" He didn't find anything wrong with Yin Ping's thoughts. Since she was standing from the perspective of the human race, she had to think about the problem with the utmost malice, which is why she would consider many things that might not even exist. Of course, he couldn't be sure that everything the other party said was a lie. He needed to take a closer look to discern the truth. We fierce beasts are an indispensable part of the human race. There is a saying among humans, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." If we face a common opponent, then we can ally with another opponent. If one opponent is still alive, our alliance will last a long time. If they are gone, then our alliance loses all meaning and may even turn into enmity, leading to a fierce conflict. In other words, we are an essential part of the human race, the foundation upon which they rely for survival. Naturally, they do not wish for our extermination. Moreover, our demon beasts are also created by them. This point is unclear to us as well. Upon hearing this, Gu Chang'e fell into silence. He did not agree that humans needed demon beasts as their opponents. There must be deeper meaning behind this. "I'm here." A single sentence from Yin Ping snapped Gu Chang'e back to reality, and he followed her gaze. He saw a blood-red crescent moon slowly rising from the mountain. This blood-red crescent seemed to rise from his own face, creating an illusion as if he were wearing 3D glasses. In that moment, Gu Chang'e felt utterly insignificant, his mind overwhelmed with shock, leaving no room for other thoughts. About 30 seconds later, the blood-red crescent completely emerged from the mountain, and the 3D effect dissipated. Yin Ping continued, "It only lasts a few minutes each day. If you miss it, come back tomorrow. It's quite refreshing." Gu Chang'e nodded, finally understanding why Yin Ping came to this place. Not only was she shocked, but it also allowed her to forget her troubles. Despite appearing to do nothing but read all day, her mind was constantly occupied, thinking about fierce beasts and their relationship with humans. It seemed she was not just putting on an act. This girl truly had hidden depths. I was almost misled by my first impression of her. I'm just a middle schooler at heart. Yin Ping smiled slightly and said, "Let's go back." He nodded. Gu Chang'e felt he had received too much information to process all at once. What he had learned in recent days had far exceeded his expectations. One reversal after another, one failure after another, each failure was difficult to comprehend. Gu Chang'e had just lain down in his bedroom when he heard the system notification sound, indicating that his vitality had increased. One day has ended, remaining life value 5,400 points, life value 54 points, total life value 5,454 points. After that, I absorbed 10% of my vitality, totaling 6,169 points. After a round of tempering, Gu Chang'e had become stronger. Now, the 1,000 heavy ring in his hand was no longer too heavy, and he was using pure physical strength without even activating his bloodline. If he could circulate his vital energy, his strength could increase several times. That 1,000-pound ring would pose no challenge at all. Accumulating 6,100 points of vital energy, he could make a fortune the next day. Just as Gu Chang'e was about to fall asleep, he heard a faint sound of footsteps outside the door, and there was more than one, at least 3. After this baptism, it wasn't just a physical enhancement, but an all-around strengthening. Sounds that he couldn't hear before were now audible. Are you sure? What else can we do? Since we're here, we can't just leave, can we? But if someone finds out, that would be troublesome. I think we should avoid offending this young man. It wouldn't benefit us at all. Exactly, if someone finds out, it would be a problem. Even if we succeed, it would just mean killing this guy, who is basically useless. It's best we don't touch him. If you don't want to, then just leave. Anyway, I won't let you go, making it seem like I'm holding a knife to you. These three guys were actually coming for him. He hadn't even had the chance to store his vital energy before they appeared right in front of him. Gu Changa. Without blood, he was no match for these three, and he had no bronze cauldron or weapons. What was he to do? Now he could only wait for them to make a move before deciding how to respond. Gu Changa squinted, waiting for them to discuss what they intended to do. The short-haired youth stared at the two others and echoed, "Since we don't want to leave, there's no need for more words. I must kill this guy, I must kill him." Ah, Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. The other two also sighed. "I spent a lot of money to buy this." The short-haired man pulled out a semi-transparent glass test tube from his pocket. Once this box is opened, it will emit a colorless and odorless poison gas that is hard to guard against. In less than 30 minutes, he will be poisoned to death. Ah, Xiao Jinang was startled. A big man didn't even know what to say. This was just too long. The short-haired man looked at him with a knowing gaze. This liquid is invisible. Even if he inhales it, there will be no reaction. At most, after another half an hour, when he realizes what's happening, it will all be too late. The key point is that once this poison gas is absorbed, it leaves no trace whatsoever. No one will discover it, and no one will suspect us. Even if they have doubts, there will be no evidence. Once he is poisoned, he won't be able to move or even speak, just watching helplessly as he dies step by step. That kind of pain is simply indescribable. Sounds powerful. The other two nodded in agreement. He initially thought this kid was too scared to meet him after being frightened by Yanhwa, but it turned out he was going to give him a great gift. After all the trouble to kill me, I must return the favor. If that substance is invisible, odorless, and leaves no residue, then can I also kill them? They want to kill me, but I won't let them off easily. I want to see what fate awaits these three. The three of them tiptoed to Gu Changa's room door, and just as the short-haired man was about to twist the bottle cap, "Go, go!" Gu Changa's voice suddenly came from the room, startling all three of them. The short-haired man couldn't steady the bottle in his hand, and it fell to the floor. Fortunately, the small bottle didn't shatter, otherwise, that would have been a problem. The three were drenched in cold sweat from this scene. If that thing had exploded, they would definitely have been poisoned to death. Even if he wouldn't be poisoned to death, he would lose his fighting ability. Trapped in the room, inhaling toxic gas for 30 minutes, even if he didn't die, he would undoubtedly perish. Inside the room, Gu Changa only heard the sound of the pipe falling to the ground, but he didn't hear anything shatter. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and walked outside. Before the three could react, Gu Changa had already opened the door and rushed out, forcefully pushing all three of them outside. At the same time, his gaze quickly fell on the pipe on the ground, and with a kick, he sent the pipe back into the room. Gu Changa had a good grasp of his strength, so he didn't break the pipe. The three collapsed on the ground, and by the time they regained their senses, Gu Changa was already standing in front of them, casually closing the door behind him. Before they could say anything, Gu Changa spoke first, telling them to shut up. "Are the three of you hiding outside my door plotting something to kill me?" The short-haired youth got up and sneered. "Humph, your abilities are limited. You have no right to dictate to us." The other two chimed in. "Right, do we need your permission to go out? You defeated us three, you should apologize to us." "Sorry." Gu Changa's tone was laced with sarcasm. The short-haired youth looked down and found that the pipe was already gone from the ground, which puzzled him. What the hell? Could it be broken? No, this thing shouldn't shatter. If it did, what could they say? Where did it go? The short-haired youth looked around but found nothing, which made him anxious. If this ring fell into someone else's hands, it would be disastrous. Wei Yongzhao had no relatives here and nothing to worry about, but if these people were killed, it would be troublesome. Gu Changa said discontentedly, "Are you stupid? Why are you still dawdling?" The short-haired youth looked displeased. "What do you mean? Who do you think you are? You should know that your position is your bedroom, not your bedroom. Even if I sleep here, what can you do about it?" If it were really in his hands, he would have left immediately, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that he didn't even know the other party's position. Could it be that Wei Yongzhao dropped it in his room when he opened the door? No way, he wouldn't know, right? No, that's impossible. If he really wanted to see it, he might have opened it. If he accidentally stepped on the glass pipe, he would also die without a burial place. With that thought, a faint smile gradually appeared on the short-haired man's face. "Let's go, we've already been controlled by Wei Yongzhao. If we stay any longer, he'll kill us. If Wei Yongzhao gets angry, it will be troublesome. The short-haired man spoke to Gu Chang'e in a mocking tone. Mr. Wei Yongzhao, sorry for the trouble. We just passed by your room. We'll be more careful in the future. On your territory, we'll be even more cautious. The other two men also mocked Gu Chang'e, staring at him with a smirk before following the short-haired man out. Gu Chang'e watched them leave without saying a word. Anyway, he had gotten what he wanted and it was time to take action. Once they returned, he could make his move. The first thing to pay attention to was Gu Xian. If the sixth brother stayed by his side, then every move he made would be under his watch. Suddenly, a thought popped into Gu Chang'e's mind. If he could kill Gu Xian too, he would no longer be in danger. This person was the biggest threat, more so than the other three fools. Gu Chang'e walked back into the room and picked up the test tube from the ground, taking a look. It was just an ordinary glass test tube, and there were no impurities inside. It was indeed a colorless, odorless toxic gas. Gu Chang'e held his breath, preventing himself from inhaling it. After confirming several times that it was sealed tightly, he finally felt a bit more at ease. Gu Chang'e had been waiting on the hospital bed for 3 or 4 hours, and it was almost midnight. Just as he was about to get up, he heard a hurried sound of footsteps. If it weren't for the purification process, Gu Chang'e's physical condition had improved significantly, and he definitely wouldn't have heard such faint footsteps. Who could it be? This person surely had ill intentions. Generally, people would deliberately lower their footsteps, but it was clear that it was just a dog up to no good. Could it be that those people were coming to spy on him again? Gu Chang'e furrowed his brows. It was very possible, and they might have already sensed the loss and thought of this matter being in his hands, so they planned to come and check. Gu Chang'e remained still on the hospital bed, steadying his mind and carefully listening to the man's footsteps. The figure stood outside the door, motionless, with no reaction for a long time. Gu Chang'e waited until he was almost asleep, and only when he heard a sound from outside did he wake from his slumber. After a while, the footsteps grew fainter. Who was the visitor? Gu Chang'e was puzzled. In his view, Gu Xian was the most likely candidate. This person might have come just to see if he was dreaming. This guy was always looking for a way in. Perhaps, during the time he was asleep, he had already come here, but he was unaware of it. Damn! With him around, he didn't even have time to sleep. He was really afraid that if he spoke, he would be captured. Thinking of this made Gu Chang'e even angrier, wishing he could kill him immediately. However, with Yi Chang's current strength, he was no match for him. But if Yi Chong had a weapon, he would still consider it. Otherwise, with his current strength, it was impossible to kill a 10th-tier monster. Everything must have a limit, and one must endure. When he had enough strength, he would definitely kill him. About 30 minutes later, seeing that no one was outside, Gu Chang'e quietly stepped out, heading straight for the short-haired man's bedroom. After more than 10 minutes, the two arrived outside the shop. Gu Chang'e said nothing, directly took the glass tube, and aligned the opening of the tube with the small hole at the bottom of the door, allowing the smell from the tube to waft into the room. Gu Chang'e took a deep breath. He couldn't breathe these days, or else he would collapse before taking down that person, which would be quite embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chang'e lifted the lid of the glass tube, and an invisible odor spread out. Gu Chang'e had to ensure that his breathing was precise. He needed to blow with his hand, applying just the right amount of force. Too much would alert the other party, and too little would prevent the poison from entering. In short, his control over the force was crucial. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had to end this battle quickly. It was almost dawn, and if he waited a bit longer, someone would surely wake up. Also, Gu Chang'e couldn't keep himself cooped up. In the room, the short-haired youth was sleeping soundly, and as if sensing something, he slowly opened his eyes. When he realized he couldn't move, not even express his anger, he thought of many possibilities. What was happening? I can't move, can't speak, only feel heavy all over, and my thoughts are a mess. What on earth happened? This was similar to the poison I gave you. Could it be that I was injured when I fell? Unlikely. I checked carefully. There were no tubes left on the ground. What on earth is going on? The short-haired man thought for a moment, realizing there was no way out. He had indeed been infected by the kind of toxin he had created himself. Damn! That bastard Wei Yongzhao must have overheard our conversation, discovered the purpose of this bottle, and then got the glass vial. While I was sleeping, he drugged me. The short-haired man wanted to roar, but nothing came out. He felt his vitality slowly ebbing away. This filled Wei Yongzhao with a deep sense of fear, but now he felt a sense of infection creeping in. The anger in his heart could not be expressed in words. If he could still shout out loud, it might make him feel a bit better, but he couldn't vent, which made him very uncomfortable. Gu Chang'e closed the lid of the glass tube and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, he ran into Gu Xian. This guy looked pale, gasping for breath, as if he could drop dead at any moment. At first, Gu Xian didn't pay attention to Gu Chang'e, but as they passed each other, he noticed Gu Chang'e walking by and glanced back at him. but didn't care and continued forward. Gu Chang'e kept retreating, watching every move of Gu Xian. Had he been poisoned when passing that entrance? If he collapsed outside the door, it would be a problem. Fortunately, Gu Xian walked past the short-haired man's door without noticing anything unusual and continued on. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e felt relieved. Thankfully, this kid didn't notice him. Gu Xian had already walked quite a distance, but suddenly he froze, his face turning ugly. Gu Chang'e slept in the room for a while, not waking until after 8 in the evening, when he finally went to the dining hall. Upon arriving, Gu Chang'e was surprised to see that Gu Xian was also there, lying motionless on the table, looking like a dead dog. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was already dead. Gu Xian also noticed Gu Chang'e, turned his head to look, and then said, "Can you tell me what exactly happened?" "No." Chen Zhao shook his head. Gu Chang'e immediately refused without a second thought. "I'm very busy with work and don't have time to chat with you, but I think you seem quite free. I'll mention it to Sister Yanma." "Don't!" Chen Zhao interrupted her. "Forget it." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian's face turned pale, and he immediately changed his mind. If Yanma helped, he would at least have to lie in bed for a few days, so he decided to abandon that idea. Gu Chang'e got up to go to the kitchen to cook, believing that someone would soon find out that the man was dead. Sure enough, by the afternoon, news of the short-haired man's death spread, and many people gathered in front of his door, stretching their necks to see what had happened. His eyes were wide open, as if they would pop out of their sockets with the slightest movement. "Why did this happen?" "I don't know either. I just got the news and rushed back, but I didn't see his body. There were no injuries on his body. It didn't look like he was murdered." Hurry up, my lord, please look, hurry up. A soft shout rang out behind them. Everyone turned their gaze in unison. Seeing it was Huang Yu, they immediately made way for him to enter. Huang Yu stepped into the short-haired youth's bedroom, looked around, and then closed his eyes. Everyone held their breath. Taking a deep breath would draw Huang Yu's attention, and if he got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, his hands were uninjured, clearly not killed by someone. So, there was only one possibility left: poisoned. From the pain on his face, it was clear that he was conscious before dying. If he looked that pained, it was very likely poison. Huang Yu slowly opened his eyes and instructed the servant beside him, "Have someone do a full body check to see if there's any remaining poison." "Yes." Regner nodded. The servant respectfully bowed and then exited. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, those around understood that the short-haired young man likely died from poisoning. So, who was behind this? This was the question in everyone's mind. Huang Yu felt the same. The first thing to consider was who his enemies were. Huang Yu pondered for a moment, glancing at the people around him, each face showing fear, worried that Huang Yu might think they were the culprits. In his view, no matter what Hansen said, he was the second in command after the Empress. No one would question his words. Huang Yu's gaze finally landed on the two subordinates of the short-haired young man, and his look made them shiver, nodding repeatedly. One quickly replied, "I'm not sure about the specifics. I just found out." Huang Yu calmly responded, "I want to know who he offended in the past." Upon hearing this, both men sighed in relief. "Wei Yongzhao," a voice came from behind. There was a conflict between him and Wei Yongzhao. After hearing this, Huang Yu nodded. "When was the last time you saw him?" Upon hearing this, the two fell silent, their minds racing. It couldn't be their first meeting. If they said so, Huang Yu would question what they were doing staying up late last night, and how they would respond. Were they supposed to kill Wei Yongzhao? Huang Yu stared at the two, thinking for 30 seconds, feeling something was off. After all, they had known each other for a day, and there was no need to think for so long. The reason for such prolonged contemplation was merely to evade something, unwilling to expose their identities. She had intended to ask these two, but unexpectedly, they indeed had issues. Huang Yu let out a cold laugh, quietly watching the two, saying nothing, wondering what they would reveal. Huang Yu looked at them, not allowing them to speak, while the other nodded in agreement. "Please be mentally prepared. I will say when to answer. Remember to answer simultaneously." The two turned pale, instantly understanding Huang Yu's intention. The other party was now suspicious of them. If they answered incorrectly, they would be in trouble. Both swallowed hard, their faces paling to the extreme, exchanging a glance as if saying, "Big brother, please." Huang Yu continued, "I only have 1 minute. Let me tell you this matter." "Yes." The two hurriedly replied, their hearts tightening, fearing they would say the wrong thing. If she had told him from the start that she wasn't here, everything would have been resolved easily. Damn, I miscalculated. Too careless. This time, he didn't dodge. The people around were also watching them, some even understanding Huang Yu's meaning, looking like they were watching a show. Others hadn't even considered this matter, they just wanted to see what was happening, not caring about the details, merely needing to observe the unfolding events. A minute passed in a flash. Huang Yu looked at the two. It's time. After I count to 3, answer immediately. 1, 2, 3. 5 o'clock. 8 o'clock. The two spoke in unison, but unfortunately, the timing was off. A serious expression appeared on both their faces. What are you thinking? We just went out at noon. Have you forgotten? The other person gritted their teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly. That bastard actually dared to shift the blame onto me, which means he's telling me that everything he said was a lie. The reason he's not telling the truth is because of this mess, which makes him very unhappy. However, since this guy has said it, I can't really refute it. Since he made the first move, now everyone is considering and agreeing with his statement, so it's hard for me to change their minds. In that case, I might as well admit it directly. This way, his suspicions will lessen significantly. The man awkwardly scratched his head. Haha, look at my memory. I actually forgot. We used to go fishing together, so I didn't think much of it. However, his friend didn't do the same, instead looking at him with a strange expression. No, we haven't really gone out much. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards each other changed. He was completely bewildered. When you betrayed me, you willingly stood on your side, but now you want to sell me out. This is to put me to death. The man adjusted his black robe, his expression calm, showing no sign of kicking someone when they're down. Weren't we fishing last night? The man's expression turned ugly. He not only insulted me but also stabbed me in the back. You lack loyalty. Don't blame me for being ruthless. That person sneered. We only just met last night. We were together then. How did it become this morning? How can you say that? Is it because you were with him when we parted? Otherwise, you wouldn't have specifically said we only met this morning. The black-clad man's face darkened ominously. Was he going to fight to the death with him? If he revealed what happened last night, we would be in big trouble. Originally, we had no connection, but if he disclosed everything that happened last night, at that point, neither of us could escape responsibility. This is clearly dragging me down with him. Damn! Thinking of this, the black-clad man's expression grew even darker. That person sneered. Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you quite talkative just now? The black-clad man's face sank. He didn't know what to say. If he continued, he would reveal what happened last night, and that would leave him with no way out. The man's face was filled with madness, his complexion flushed. Since you don't want to speak, I'll continue. The black-clad man suddenly looked up, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, we did go fishing together last night, but my memory is really bad, and I couldn't recall it for a moment, so I mentioned you. I'm really sorry. He was the first to admit defeat. Cursing inwardly, does he want to reveal what happened last night? If that's the case, there would be no turning back. There's a fair person beside him. They might just directly take us both out, and this is no joke. He could no longer remember how many of his kin had died at his hands. He had never shown mercy because of his kin. Everyone makes mistakes, but you must understand, if you know it's wrong and still do it, then you've already broken the rules. With no room for negotiation, only a dead end. He witnessed Huang Yu kill all his kin without hesitation, not even blinking. Blood splattered, drenching him, yet he remained unmoved. No matter what happened last night, she couldn't say a word. The man saw that his companions had all given in, yet he had no intention of letting them off the hook. Previously, he had been quite cooperative, but the result was that they not only kicked him to the ground but also used him as a shield to block an arrow, then pressed him down onto the ground. The anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. He continued, "Humph." Jian Wushuang coldly snorted. "Oh, we didn't catch any fish last night. I lied to you, and you lied to me. How could he still not want me to leave? Was this a death wish? Was he really afraid of dying?" The pupil of the man in black suddenly constricted. "What nonsense are you spouting? We were indeed fishing. I apologize to you. Don't make a joke out of this. It's not a game." "Is that true?" "Everything I said is the truth." The man sneered. "Last night, we were with him, trying to take down Wei Yongzhao, but we failed, so we left." "Damn." Chen Xiaobei's expression slightly froze. The black-robed man's face darkened, unable to suppress a curse. This guy was a madman. He actually wanted to drag him down with him. Once these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. They initially thought it was just a quarrel between friends, but it turned out to be such a big commotion. The onlookers were quite satisfied. The man in black then secretly glanced at the young man named Huang Yu beside him, seeing his calm expression, unsure of what he was thinking. He also understood that saying more at this moment was pointless, perhaps confessing was the best choice. He turned to Huang Yu and said, "What you mean is, Mr. Huang Yu, last night we did follow Wei Yongzhao, but when we arrived, we found out he wanted to kill Wei Yongzhao. We couldn't stop him. He insisted on putting Wei Yongzhao to death, and we were helpless." "And Wei Yongzhao?" Huang Yu asked calmly. "No, he was just about to make a move when Wei Yongzhao thwarted him." "So, you just left like that?" "Yes, he made us come out of Wei Yongzhao's room, and at a fork in the road, we split up. As for what happened afterward, we don't know. All right. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Huang Yu gestured broadly. He had originally intended to kill Wei Yongzhao, but today he was killed instead, so Wei Yongzhao must have been involved. The man in black pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that the cause of Hai Chi's death was consistent with the poisoning signs he had mentioned. Last night, Hai Chi somehow got a glass tube, claiming it contained a colorless and odorless gas. If this thing was placed in Wei Yongzhao's room, it would definitely poison him to death. He was poisoned, unable to speak or move, until he died, and there was nothing left on his body. No matter how we tested, we found nothing. He immediately reported this matter to Huang Yu. Are you saying that Wei Yongzhao killed Hai Chi? Yes. He nodded. The man in black nodded. Just now, when Wei Yongzhao opened the door, he accidentally bumped into that glass tube of his, and now it's unclear where it is. After we left, it's likely that Wei Yongzhao later discovered it and used that glass tube to kill him. Chen Zhao responded. This matter is settled. Huang Yu continued. Hearing this, the man in black let out a long breath. It seemed he had finally escaped danger. Of course, you also have a responsibility in this matter. I will deal with you later. The man in black immediately wore a bitter expression. There was no escaping this now. His companion glanced at him disdainfully. Huang Yu stared at the corpse lying on the hospital bed. If this were true, then it was Wei Yongzhao's doing. But was it really that simple? Currently, there is no concrete evidence proving that Wei Yongzhao is responsible. What if that glass tube was picked up by someone else, and it was that person who killed Hai Chi? However, this matter requires further investigation. Even if Wei Yongzhao did commit murder, it must be with the Queen's consent. If I were to deal with Wei Yongzhao on my own, the Queen would surely be furious. She cannot tolerate the Queen's anger. When she gets angry, it is far more terrifying than that madwoman Yanma. However, Yanma seems to have a good impression of that person, treating him like a brother. If he were dealt with, Yanma would definitely not let it go easily. Both Yanma and the Queen would be angry at the same time. Huang Yuguang shivered at this thought, a deep-seated fear rising in his heart. Forget it. Just focus on watching. As for how to handle it, that is the Queen's business, and he absolutely would not say a word more. If he did not agree, then he would be the one to be dealt with. Sigh, he let out a breath. Huang Yu sighed deeply. Just how much charm does this Wei Yongzhao possess? To win the favor of both the Queen and Yanma, he doesn't look like much, just a bit thin and frail, not at all like a beast. If he were to appear here, it would be a disgrace to us humans. What is so good about him? Everyone's gaze fell on Huang Yu, not understanding why he sighed. Thinking about it, it really is troublesome. Even Senior Huang Yu is sighing. Indeed, things are definitely not that simple. If it were so easy for Wei Yongzhao to kill Wei Yongzhao, Mr. Huang Yu would have acted long ago. He could have killed him in an instant. Yes, this matter seems easy, but the difficulty is quite significant. It's possible that there are fierce beasts watching. Yes, it is said that many murderers return to the crime scene to investigate. Everyone chimed in, feeling the difficulty of the issue. In fact, this is not a difficult matter at all, because they already knew who was behind it, but they did not expect it to be so easy, so they ruled out Wei Yongzhao. At noon, Gu Chang'e found a spot to sit in the dining hall. Gu Xian, who had just slipped out, returned again. He sighed and said to Gu Chang'e, "Hey, murderer, did you think I would find you?" "No, I didn't." Chen Zhao shook his head. "No." Gu Chang'e spoke very frankly. He had seen himself at that time, and now hearing that he was dead, he naturally connected him with himself. Gu Xian's voice rang out. "I didn't expect you to dare to kill Hai Chi. So, that person is called Hai Chi?" Gu Chang'e remained calm, not caring at all. Gu Xian was slightly taken aback, staring into Gu Chang'e's eyes. It really wasn't true. This kid truly wouldn't dare to kill Hai Chi. Just now, Hai Chi and the others had pinned him down and beat him up, and he didn't even dare to let out a peep, let alone strike back. Hai Chi had told this story to everyone, and they all believed it. Gu Chang'e calmly glanced at Gu Xian. Although he said he wasn't anxious, his heart was in turmoil, not knowing what to do. If Huang Yu charged at him, he would be finished in an instant. Even 100 of him wouldn't be able to withstand it, and he would turn into a pile of minced meat in no time. Had he known this, it would have been better to just kill Gu Xian from the start and make him a witness. "You wait, Huang Yu will be here soon," Gu Xian said to Gu Chang'e and then turned to leave. He said this purely to threaten Gu Chang'e, not expecting it would scare him. To be honest, Gu Chang'e was indeed frightened. So, he waited there, but by the time it was already past 5, Huang Yu still hadn't shown up. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Gu Xian would soon pass the message to Huang Yu. So, what about Huang Yu? Gu Chang'e looked at her in confusion. "Aren't you leaving? Are you just going to sleep here?" A voice from behind called out to Yanma. Gu Chang'e turned back and said, "I'm waiting for him." "Ha?" Huo Mian was slightly taken aback. "Why are you still here waiting for him? You don't mean to have a romantic dinner with him, do you?" Yenma looked at Gu Changa with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Sister Yenma, do you see me as that kind of person? Gu Changa's expression darkened, unsure of what to say. Yenma, two big men meeting in a restaurant late at night. What else could they be doing besides that? Nothing, and Fei nodded. I understand. Gu Changa waved his hand, not in the mood to waste words with Yenma. That's impossible. He has left. Yenma's voice rang out. Ha! Huo Mian was slightly taken aback. Gu Changa's expression darkened. He's already gone. What's going on? He left this afternoon. Yenma continued. If you want to see him, it might take a few more days. Gu Changa was at a loss for words. Why did he go out? I heard that some humans have been causing trouble lately, and Huang Yu is already prepared to take action. Is it far? He asked. Not too far, a round trip takes a day. I heard there are 3 women over there hunting a lot of beasts, and the corpses have piled up into small mountains, with blood flowing like a river. These 3 are quite strong. Strangely, Gu Changa associated Ling Lin and Dong Yu with this. No. What are these 2 doing? I wonder how they are now. Did they return safely to the chicken market? Gu Changa returned to his bedroom, got into bed, still thinking about Ling Lin and the others. They must be worried since I went missing, right? Is my sister still alive? If she wakes up and finds me missing, she would definitely be very sad. Sigh. When can I come back? Just as Gu Changa was lost in thought, a knock on the door pulled him back to reality. Who? A voice came from behind. Me, he replied with 2 words. Yin Ping's playful laughter came from outside. Huang Yu is gone. We're going to steal chickens and dogs. Your Majesty, if you escape, that beast will be a problem. Gu Changa was taken aback by this. Was this guy planning something? Gu Changa walked over to open the door, and saw Yin Ping's radiant smile. Yin Ping replied, I know. Don't worry, I know they can handle it, even without me. Where are we going? Gu Changa's voice came through. I still don't know what to do. We can only act according to the situation. Yin Ping looked as if it was only natural, not feeling she had done anything wrong, probably lifting her head and puffing out her chest. Gu Changa didn't know what to say. Miss, you like that? Seems like it doesn't mean much, right? This is simply Robert's cliff. Gu Changa didn't dare to speak up. If he did, he would be killed. He wanted to curse, but he had to restrain himself, had to hold back. What's wrong? Chen Zhao looked at him in confusion. Yin Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Nothing, Xia Tian said a bit shyly. Gu Changa waved his hand. Alright, we can set off now. Gu Changa thought Yin Ping had something to say to him. Even if she was a powerful insect queen, she was still a girl. Gu Changa could also see that Huang Yu and the others were too wary of Yin Ping. Gu Changa was left confused. Yin Ping was not an easy person to talk to. She spent her days with a playful smile, appearing carefree and like a cheerful girl. It was precisely because of her intimidating presence that she couldn't find anyone to confide in, and the long period of repression was pushing her to the brink of collapse. So, she entered a fictional story, immersing herself in the emotions of its characters. Then he appeared. To her, he was someone she could talk to. Thus, she would come every day to chat with herself. Gu Changa wearily followed behind Yin Ping, rushing out of the treehouse. Out of the treehouse. It was then that Gu Changa noticed Yin Ping was holding a woven backpack. Confused, he asked, What's wrong? Are you really planning to leave with me? Yin Ping blinked, unsure of what he meant. Of course. Chen Xiaobei was slightly taken aback. Gu Changa. What's this? A book, Yi Futian replied with 2 words. Yin Ping said, Did you not bring any food? Gu Changa was puzzled. No. Shen Zhao shook his head. Yin Ping's head shook like a rattle. Chen Xiaobei was slightly stunned again. Gu Changa found it both amusing and exasperating. This guy must read a lot, but what was he planning to do to have a date? After about an hour, Jiang Chensi was almost exhausted, and looking further ahead, he couldn't even see the wooden house anymore, so he had to sit down and rest. Perhaps Yin Ping was truly ready to run away. Being a queen was indeed exhausting. Jiang Chang looked at Yin Ping, who was gazing up at the bright moon in the sky, humming a little tune, appearing very happy. Yin Ping took her backpack from the side and began rummaging through it with a clink-clank sound. It seemed she had brought some books with her. Gu Changa walked over, curious about what she had brought. He was very interested. Yin Ping took out a bronze ding and handed it to him, saying, This is your thing. Gu Changa was stunned for a while before realizing he thought he was dreaming. It couldn't be that easy to give something away, it must be a dream. Gu Changa pinched his cheek, feeling a bit of pain. This didn't feel like a dream. He was puzzled as to why he would suddenly give him the ring. Was this a test? No wonder she had suddenly pulled him away. The reason she dragged him out was merely to let him lower his guard, under the pretense of eloping. Later, she would take out that bronze ding to test him. If he got it, there would definitely be no good outcome. Gu Changa swallowed hard. He didn't understand Yin Ping's words, but he figured it wouldn't end well. She also knew that the bronze ding was very dangerous and would never hand it over to him, nor did she need to. There was definitely something fishy about this. Is there something wrong, Gu Changa? In Ping tilted her head, looking puzzled. Nothing, Gu Changa shook his head, smiling as he said, I can't. How could this be? In Ping's mood suddenly stirred. Seeing In Ping's reaction, Gu Changa realized this was a scheme. No matter what, he couldn't accept it. Although, if he could get the bronze ding, he could escape. He couldn't take it because the time wasn't right. Gu Changa shook his head. I can't take it. It's too precious. It doesn't belong to me. In Ping shook her head, looking helpless. Didn't you just give it to me? Gu Changa's lips curled into a smile. Could it be that she had already guessed that the bronze ding was his and was deliberately testing him this way? That seemed to be the only explanation. In Ping said seriously, all right, since it's all mine anyway, I'll just give it to you. Gu Changa shook her head. But such a precious gift, I can't accept it. Inside, she roared. If I accept it, you could kill me at any moment. What do you want me to take? I really want it, but reason tells me not to. I'm not a fool. In Ping looked at Gu Changa, tears suddenly pouring out uncontrollably. Gu Changa was startled by this scene. She was using tears. The tear attack on Gu Changa dealt 1 million damage, very effective. Gu Changa was already on the brink of collapse. Should she be captured? What's wrong? Gu Changa asked anxiously. What happened? It's nothing. In Ping smiled as she wiped the tears from her face. Gu Changa saw the disappointment, sadness, and pain in her eyes, a mix of emotions. She was very sad, very sad. Gu Changa suddenly had the illusion of being seen through by In Ping. The sudden thought made Gu Changa very afraid. No way, no way. Could she read minds? Is there really someone in this world who can read others' thoughts? Gu Changa suddenly recalled her conversations with In Ping. She would occasionally say something in her heart, and In Ping would echo it. She hadn't noticed before, but upon reflection, it seemed to happen more than once or twice, and every time. Gu Changa's pupils suddenly constricted as she looked at In Ping in disbelief. In Ping, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear everything, In Ping said with a smile, but her expression was masked by a hint of amusement. In Ping's tears flowed uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you at first that I could read minds, and my mind-reading ability isn't something I show to just anyone. It only listens to one person's voice. I also don't want anyone to say such things. We're just ordinary friends, but I'm already very happy because I can't see through your thoughts, so I'm very happy. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I don't want you to know my true thoughts. In Ping covered her face, tears streaming down through her fingers. Gu Changa watched from the side, suddenly feeling an indescribable heartache and pain. She suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. At that moment, In Ping's voice rang out. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Hansen said lightly, in our shelter, you can't trust anyone. If you really trust someone else, it could expose you, and then your situation will become very bad. To be precise, you can't trust anyone. Gu Changa felt a mix of emotions. It turned out she was also human. In Ping said, when you came to my bedside, I realized this. I'm sorry. Gom Yeshio looked at her and said softly. Gu Changa had a lot to say, but when it reached her lips, it turned into a faint mmm. I've heard. Gu Changa, I know what you're thinking. In Ping's voice sounded. Gu Changa glanced at In Ping thoughtfully, then said nothing. He knew that In Ping could understand his thoughts, so he didn't necessarily have to speak, but he could say his thoughts in his heart. Time slowly passed. In Ping looked up at Gu Changa, who wore a faint smile, though she seemed a bit forced. Gu Changa, we brought you here to help you go home. In Ping raised her hand, pointing westward. If you walk in this direction, you can return to your city. You won't encounter any demon beasts along the way. I've cleared all the demon beasts from here. Take it. In Ping picked up the bronze cauldron and suddenly smiled weakly. No. Since you say this is mine, then I'll give it to you. In Ping's smile made Gu Changa feel inexplicably uncomfortable. In Ping saw what Gu Changa was thinking and smiled as she continued. Don't say that about yourself. I've seen the world too, and I trust no one. I've lived among the human race for 3 years, met many people, but I never trust anyone. If I said I was a beast, would they say we are friends? Probably not. They just look at me with fear in their eyes and say, you devil, don't come near me. Gu Changa felt an inexplicable discomfort. He clenched his fists and silently stared at In Ping. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Don't talk about yourself. In Ping said as she pushed the copper cauldron into Gu Changa's arms. She then pulled out a bouquet from her bosom and placed it in his hands. This is a flower pouch I made by hand. If you carry it with you, no fierce beast will attack you. Until we meet again. Gu Changa tightly grasped the flower pouch in his hands and said to In Ping, thank you. Chen Zhao also thanked her. Chen Zhao replied. In Ping smiled slightly and nodded. Gu Changa carried the copper cauldron and the incense pouch, heading westward. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and left. In Ping waved at Gu Changa. Perhaps they would never meet again in this lifetime. Just like those people I met in the human world, I haven't seen them since I left, and I don't know how they are doing. Gu Changa, under the moonlight, carefully examined the copper cauldron and the incense pouch in his hands. Sniffing it, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. It was pleasant, like a person standing in a sea of flowers. Gu Changa glanced over at the copper furnace and saw a neatly folded note, left by Yin Ping. Gu Changa took the note from the box and opened it. The paper was densely filled with writing. I'm sorry, Gu Changa, I didn't mean to deceive you. What I told you earlier was not a lie. You must find out what really happened during that great disaster back then, and I will tell you who helped us. It was the one called Child of Heaven, but I don't know his exact name. He did this because he didn't want our race to be exterminated. Only in this way can we obtain more beast cores and ensure the peace of the human race. You must not tell anyone about this, it's a secret, and your life could be in danger. They absolutely won't allow such news to leak out because if it does, the confidence they've built over the years will completely collapse, and that would be a huge blow. Also, your 3 friends, one named Ling Lin, one named Dong Yu, and one named Raleigh, they are all looking for you. You should hurry back. Wang Yu is running towards them, and I can't stop him. You wouldn't believe it, but I really have no power. I'm just an ordinary person. Besides being able to scare people, I can read others' thoughts, just like any normal human woman. If we can meet again next time, please don't take me to heart, that would make me very sad. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Gu Changa stared at the screen, unable to regain his composure for a long time. There was too much information to digest all at once. This time, it was Tian Dong who came to help. This was an organization that specialized in researching potions. Now, alchemy is primarily used for refining pills, so their demand for beast cores is also the highest. He needed to study this matter carefully. Ling Xiaojie, Dong Yu, Raleigh were all looking for him, and Huang Yu was searching for them too, but he was leaving in the afternoon, and Dong Yu and the others probably hadn't seen him yet. Huang Yu is the strongest among all the demon beasts, and even Dong Yu and the others are probably not his match. Only those above the 15th rank have the strength to fight him, otherwise, it is nearly impossible. Impossible. I must hurry home. Gu Changa desperately made his way inside. He had to return as soon as possible. Yin Ping stared blankly at Gu Changa's departing figure, not taking her eyes off him until he completely vanished into the darkness. Will there be a next time? Perhaps when we meet again, we will have to face each other with swords drawn. Yin Ping slowly closed her eyes, her heart filled with an indescribable pain. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a hint of chill in the night air, making her shiver involuntarily. Let's go! Yin Ping widened her eyes and saw Gu Changa running towards her. We only separated for a short time, and yet I felt this illusion. When did I become so vulnerable? She smiled faintly. However, there was a trace of bitterness on her face. She herself did not understand how they had changed so much in such a short time. She turned and continued walking. Even as the sound grew closer, she did not stop, not even glancing back. When she felt herself being tightly embraced, she froze. Could it be? No, it can't be. He had already left. He had been waiting all along, and now that he had the chance, he naturally wouldn't come back. This is just an illusion. Thank you. Regner nodded. Yin Ping smiled slightly. Gu Changa added, I understand now. No need to thank me. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have died by now. Then thank you very much. Yin Ping stared with wide eyes, unable to believe it as she turned back and indeed saw Gu Changa's face. She reached out and pinched his cheek. It was soft and warm, definitely not an illusion. Ha, isn't this an illusion? Then, am I not being held tightly by him right now? Wait a minute. This is too. Yin Ping's face instantly flushed crimson, her mind buzzing, at a loss for what to do. But one thing was clear to her. He had never been this happy before. If I could, I would rather you never wake up. After a while, Gu Changa, why did you come back? After her surprise, Yin Ping asked softly. For no particular reason, just to thank you. Gu Changa replied, I understand now. I see. Yin Ping smiled and said, then thank you. I am truly happy. Even if I were to die right now, I would have no regrets. What are you saying? Are you already dead? I was just saying it casually. Yin Ping smiled slightly, a hint of disappointment on her face. It was indeed a good idea. That way, he wouldn't have to be sad for Gu Changa anymore. Gu Changa released Yin Ping and patted her head. Are you silly? Yin Ping placed her hands on her hips, looking very authoritative. Impudent! How dare you touch my head? Seize him and chop him up. Alright, Chen Zhao responded. Gu Changa said seriously. Put. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Yin Ping couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a long while, Gu Changa greeted Yin Ping and hurriedly left. Truly a farewell. Yin Ping watched Gu Changa disappear into the night before finally shifting her gaze away and walking back.